Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are here for day 2 of the Ashes. They did start a little bit earlier than anticipated, but we are here now, and at the moment Australia are sitting 3 for 127. I believe we've seen about 2.5 overs so far. Mark Wood is the man who will be bowling just at this stage at the SCG. It's looking like a nicer day than it was yesterday. It's less, I guess, rain around. Hopefully that does stay the way that it does throughout the rest of the day as well. We have got there Cody in the chat, also Xavier, also 317 Master Killer in there. Reed Nichols is here as well, and then also Paddy Wagon. So how are you guys all doing? Are you excited for another day of Test match cricket? We did see New Zealand versus Bangladesh come to the end, and here he is, Mr. Torquenator. I didn't realize we were starting so early for this one. I looked on Sky for the guide, and it was like first ball 12:30. Then I looked online. It was like first ball 12:30. So I was like, okay, right, I'll sleep till a certain point. And then I woke up, and then I was like, hey, by the way, the game started. And I was like, I guess I better hurry. As I'm good, mate, and yourself as well. I'm doing all right, mate. I'm just a little bit flustered, I guess you could say, from the fact that it did start just a little bit earlier than I did anticipate. A morning all as well, says David the Mod, and hi, Hamish as well, says Scott Jones. Welcome in the live stream. That's the thing. I expected it to start early because of the rain and whatnot that we did have yesterday, but then everywhere that I looked at was like, you just started at normal time. So I was like, fair enough. I guess we will go with that. But we are here now, 15 minutes late or so, but that's all right. 15 minutes late, is that fashionably late, or is that just considered late? I feel like that's just late, isn't it? Morning, mate. Hope you're well. As an evening from the UK, says Greg Galway. Welcome in, mate. The moment Stuart Broad, I will say last night, they were looking very strong here, England. The way that they were bowling, the rain probably came at the best possible time for Australia, because it did seem like they were just about to get another breakthrough wicket, perhaps. We will go here and we will go here. There we go. And hello, everyone, as well, says Callum. Or hey, everyone, welcome in to the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well at the moment. Stuart Broad going to be steaming him once again here. Joe Root, the captain, he was fired up last night when he saw his side working their way towards a couple more wickets. The rain, I'm going to check the rain radar for Sydney at the moment. I'm hoping it's going to be relatively dry, but you never know. Okay, it's supposed to be very windy at the moment. I did actually see a severe weather warning for Sydney yesterday or last night, fashionably later. So says Scott Jones off the edge there of Steve Smith. It goes through the gully of Bairstow, and that is going to be racing away. It looks like Stuart Broad very disappointed with the Bairstow's performance there. I know, I was actually pulling up. It looks like it will be a relatively slow outfield, and rain fine. Rain is fine till 3 to 4 p.m. as well, and imagine saying 3 to 12 is even Stevens when bowling with the best full paceman as well. And welcome in, Hamish, as well. Hope you're well. How's it going, Hamish? Welcome in, everyone. Tell you what, my reading is still a little bit off. I actually woke up only a little bit ago, but I didn't realize this game was starting half an hour earlier than anticipated. We have also got there, thanks. But all fine as well, says Callum. So, yeah, hopefully you do have a speedy recovery there, mate. But 70% chance of raining at 11 a.m., 40% at 12, and it's just supposed to be very blustery and windy for the rest of the day, which will take the wind out of the sails of England theoretically, and 3 for 126 as well. And also welcome in, everyone. Hope you're well. How's it going, Ash? And also hello, Paddy Wagner. I'm well too. Well, bro, how are you, brother? And there. But yeah, this stage, 129 for 3 here, Australia. They've got 2 men at the crease who can bat time, and they can bat well indeed. You've got Steve Smith, the veteran, who just keeps on batting for fun. Usman Khawaja, 10 years ago was his first Ashes, and then from there, he's just going to keep on trying to rebuild himself into the side, because Travis here missing means that it's the perfect opportunity for him to get the chance to go out there and go for it. But Stuart Broad now, stamina nicely played by Steve Smith, once again gliding it down to that third man region. Jimmy Anderson, he's going to be chasing it as well. You can see that he is frustrated. Every edge at the moment is just going along the ground. And also, I'm good, mate. And there as well says Paddy Wagon. Yeah, this stage, they're saying you can't really do too much about that edge as well. Like, unless you set the field for literally every edge that is going through that kind of second, third gully region. And you know what, Stuart Broad, he's frustrated today. He said, oh no, as he did put that one in. And he just wants it to be, I guess, as long as he can get Steve Smith playing here. And nothing on the radar. We are going to have a full day's play, it looks like, as well. That is very good news. And we will get as much play over the next little while, because I believe my rain radar overall says 70% for tomorrow and then 90% for Saturday and Sunday. for the rain and high. I'm back as well, Cecily. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Whip to the leg side there. And the frustration will keep on increasing for Stuart Broad. They are taking the 2 runs. And they do get back nice and comfortably. Already going for the 6 runs here off his first 5 deliveries. Moment you got Mark Wood at the other end. I feel like he is a good option in terms of, since it's early on, 98 overs hopefully today as well. And there's this guy Broom. So yeah, we might have a big day of cricket by the looks of it. And then we've also got the Big Bash, although I'm not too sure whether or not the Big Bash, both games are taking place. I know that the Renegades were supposed to be taking on the Heat, but I don't know whether or not the Heat have got themselves enough players yet to be able to warrant a full game. I'm actually going to look up the BBL's website and see whether or not that is the case. That is the wait call, and Hamid fielding it, and that will be the end of the over. Steve Smith wants some new gloves because 3 overs is too long to be wearing the same pair, and it is 3 for 133. I miss spinners still, as on there, says Nick. And also Friday tomorrow, yes, as well, says Reed. It is indeed. We're getting closer and closer to the weekend already. Like this, that's the thing. We're on the 6th day of 2022, and it's just absolutely flying by at this point in time. Okay, it does say we're back in Geelong, which does mean more than likely the game is going to be taking place for now. We won't get ahead of ourselves, though, because we've had a few games that have been cancelled along the way, pretty much as they're happening, almost as well. I did so well in Supercoach. Had Short captain and Siddle, as well as many other striker players. I tell you what, Peter Siddle, he did very well yesterday. I mean, he still got it, that man, getting a 5 for his side and helping them towards that win. But at the moment, the Renegades and the Heat, they will be starting at 8:05, which I believe is similar time to when this cricket is going to be finishing, and then Perth Scorchers versus Sydney Thunder. That is, of course, weather permitting, that this one is over by that time, or else that game, they'll either delay it or they will just start it up for Renegades versus Brisbane Heat. But I'm hoping to cover both of those games on the 10 as well. Nice cover drive there from Khawaja. And this is going to be at least the 2 runs. Jack Leach chasing it hard. The outfield's looking pretty slow at the moment at the SCG. They run back and they do get 3 good running between the wickets for the Australians. But Usman Khawaja, he's got a brilliant cover drive. We know that from his T20 career. But, I mean, if he can translate it into Test match cricket, there's going to be a lot of runs available for that man with that way. He does like to glide it through the covers. Like they say in England, probably trying to take a few early wickets, pitching the ball up a little bit more than they possibly normally would, just seeing whether or not there is a chance that there might be an edge. But Wood to Smith, 10 runs, 1 for 1 dismissal in this series so far. We know that the extra pace of Mark Wood always troubles some of the batsmen, because even if you Steve Smith, you don't like facing it when it is 150 Ks, even though it does mean you do get a little bit of speed off the bat face, does mean you've got a little bit less time to react to where that ball is going. He's bowling at 146.4 at the moment, so he's winding up big time. Mark Wood, he'll be fired up. The body will be a little bit sore. He always falls over. I just compared him to a giraffe on ice skates yesterday in terms of the way that at the crease, it always seems to take a bit of a tumble, but he can also take a few wickets. Got Marnus Labuschagne out last night. Gilad Reeds likes all the boys in the world as well. Well, I guess at least he's liking everyone as well in that regard, not leaving anyone out. 136 for 3 at the moment here for the Australians. Mark Wood charging in short ball. Steve Smith goes after it. Well played. Straight out to Jack Leach at deep fine leg. But that one was a beautiful ball shot. It didn't even really go off the ground at all, which kind of tells you that Steve Smith, he could be in for a big knock here. Because when he doesn't mistime them early, he normally doesn't mistime them at all, and then goes on to get himself around that 150 mark. And then we have our poll, don't we? I'm going to put up our poll, which was going to be to see how many runs you guys think they will be able to get. Hey, Kiwi, as says Cody, welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. Hope you are excited for once again another day of Ashes cricket. If you guys are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It is hugely appreciated. You guys all being here. We will go like this, and we will go back to the live control room, as YouTube call it, and we will put up the poll for Steve Smith. How many runs do we think he's going to get? I feel like anything less than 50 at this point. I actually already have a poll. How many wickets will Australia lose in session 1? And 3+ is the most popular option. I do see, and definitely with it being extended an extra half an hour, I assume we will be able to get through 30 minutes here and then an extra 2 hours on top of what we were going to have. So I believe the tea break will be at 2:30, I want to say. I could be wrong, though, but if I am, I will just correct myself and act like the first one never happened. The best way to do it. the moment it looks like they are just changing the field just a little bit, leaving that cover drive open for Usman Khawaja. They've still got the 2 slips. They've got the gully. Mark Wood, he's steaming in now. Whip to the leg side, and Khawaja takes the single. And he's just, at the moment, he's looking like he hasn't really left the test side in a while. He just seems like he's gone back in. He's slotted back into the side. He hasn't really been playing too much T20. He's been with the side throughout the whole Ashes and lunch break. It's 12:30. So 2:30 New Zealand as well, says Kai. Okay, so we have got still the same lunch break. It is just 30 extra minutes at the top as well. I'm at my dad's work site, and I'm goddamn eating Subway. It's there's got Cody Ferry. What type of Subway sub did you get, mate? Do let me know. I'm a chicken and bacon ranch kind of guy from Subway, and also you got to get a cookie. I feel like if you don't have a cookie, it's not as fun from Subway. Although Subway's supposed to be like eat fresh, eat healthy, and whatnot, but then if you have a cookie with it, it kind of ruins that part of it. It's like drinking, I guess, a Diet Coke and then going and having a donut. It just kind of cancels each other out. 52 overs gone now, and it is going to be 138 for 3 here. And also, hey, David, good vibes as well. Well, that always comes to us good vibes. That is an emoji, isn't it? If I'm not wrong. And also, hi, Sebastian. And there says David the Mod. Oh, just popped my jaw. That's not ideal. That's going to be annoying later on, but that's all right. They're showing there, Steve Smith, the way that he played that pull shot to be able to just put it straight down onto the ground. Even a guy at bat patted would have probably been hitting him about halfway up. Smith and Usman Khawaja partnerships together, they've been able to get a total of 1,433 runs. Subway healthy as well, says Paddy Wagon. Within reason, you got to, I guess, as long as you don't have, I think it's like if you have like wheat bread rather than white bread and kind of a heap of little changes like that, it can be healthy, or you have a wrap from Subway. But yeah, overall, I'm a chicken Phillip guy. A chicken Phillip guy with tomato, onion, lettuce, pickle, and capsicum as well. And then I either get pork riblet or buffalo chicken. I'm a spicy type of guy as well, says Nathan Sim. I have had a 3-pepper chicken in the past, which is all right. I believe that's Isaac's favorite type of sub from Subway. Now, Stuart Broad at the moment. He's getting a little bit of movement early on in the day. He needs to make the most of it, or else Australia will just keep on batting. Yawns are coming thick and fast today. I think that's because I only woke up literally less than half an hour ago, I believe. But that's because I thought we had a little bit more time before the live stream would be starting. But they started the cricket half an hour early. So we are up and about. Hopefully my eyes don't look like I am still half asleep. I might have my mother as a guest a little bit later on in the day and be right back as well. Says Cody, we will see you later on. But Stuart Broad at the moment. They're showing he's steaming in. He wants that wicket of one of the 2 Australians. Showing as a gruesome, but Usman Khawaja, he's going to take that right out of him. He does just keep on playing nicely straight behind the ball. Does want the single, juggles it a bit there for Mark Wood, and it does mean that they do get the single once again. Stuart Broad, he looks like, I don't know whether or not it was the case of just because of all the rain that was around yesterday, but he looks like he's extremely frustrated at the moment. He wants Smith out. He wants Khawaja out. He doesn't want to be bowling. I'm just wanting time, your streams, bro, your streams make my day as well. And there's Cody Ferry. Well, that is awesome news, mate. And I do appreciate you being here. I feel like that's the thing. Like, you guys in the chat, like, you tune in no matter what day of the week it is, which is very awesome indeed. Definitely around the holiday season as well, since I assume, when does everyone go back to work? Do let me know, because I know that it will be probably maybe next week-ish. Or school, I know, is in about 3 weeks' time, I believe. I think if we had a yawn counter, it would be through the roof today. At this point in time. Okay, like they said, the ball got changed and then the lights were also on. So it did seem like Australia were under a bit of pressure last night. I got go back to school in 3 weeks as well, says Cody. Yeah, so you still got a little bit of a holiday before going back to school, which is good. I feel like that's the one that I always look forward to, is when you had 6 weeks off. Although the 6 weeks flew by so fast, you never knew what to actually do during that 6 weeks. Yeah, I remember, like, normally you're like, okay, we got Christmas, and then all of a sudden, oh, okay, we're time for school again. It's going to be a bit wide from Stuart Broad. A bit of a loose now, unless that was actually part of the plan. Maybe seeing whether or not he wants to play it down there. I'm year 6 this year as well, says Cody. So is that still, or is that primary school still, Cody, or is it intermediate? Or what's it called? Not intermediate school. I think we've got, it depends on the, I guess, school system that you got, depending on how many kids you got there. Because they've got one that goes to year 8, I believe, here. But then also everywhere else is just kind of 6. Year 6 upwards goes to high school. So good ball from Stuart Broad, went straight across Steve Smith, and that is going to be the end of the over. And it is going to be 3 for 139 now. And yeah, primary 1 year, more year, and I'm in high school as well, says Cody Ferrin. So that'll be an exciting time for you, mate, as well. I remember primary school, the classroom that we were in for the final year, I think I mentioned it the other day, it had big glass windows, and every month or so you just hear a massive smack bang on the window, and that was a bird had decided that it wanted to try and take a shortcut through the classroom, except glass existed, and it would get itself a concussion minimum. Unfortunately, like the speed that birds fly into the windows, and they're like, you'd just be sitting there filling out a bit of paper or something like that, and then there'd just be the loudest bang on the window. Everyone jumped, and then everyone, by about the, I want to say about the 5th month of school, everyone was just like, oh yeah, there's another bird. And also, uni for me doesn't start till late Feb, early March, and because results haven't come out yet, I don't know what course I'll be doing going from high school to uni this year as well, says Skybroom. So hopefully you have smashed your exams out of the park, mate. What do you want to study at uni? Do let me know. I did primary, intermediate, then high school as well, says Paddy Wagon. Nicely played, and the sun is out at the moment for the SCG. It's looking like we will get a lot more cricket in today than we did yesterday. The yawns. Gotta love them. They're saying Jimmy Anderson might just take a little bit longer to warm up. Those slightly older limbs, but still very capable limbs as well. I was in the same class room for 2 years as well. And there says Cody Perrin. I think we had, I guess our primary school probably wasn't as big as some other primary schools. So we kind of had about 20 kids per class. I feel like that's pretty stock standard, I think, for us. But it's probably not stock standard, I guess, anywhere else, depending on whereabouts you're from. 139 for Australia. It's a decent total that they're working towards. 33% chance that Australia win this one. Jack Leach looks like he is warming up very soon, seeing whether or not he can get Khawaja and Smith out. Also, all the best, Skybroom. And also, we've got there, we had 11 class runs as well. I've been watching South Africa versus India yesterday. The Proteas are in a really good position to draw the series as well. I'd say India 2 wickets short at the moment. Being in a comfortable position. Yeah, that one seems like it is going to be going, maybe day 4 is the final day. I don't think we're going to get to see a day 5, but could be a relatively close one. A little bit of extra pop there of that ball of Jimmy Anderson. Does that mean, geez, that's just popped up like it's a bouncy ball there, that delivery of Jimmy Anderson, which will make variable bounce maybe a little bit more of a factor later on into this test match. Australia won't mind that, though. They'll be like, right, we're batting or we're bowling 4th, so we will be able to use that to our advantage here. And also, we have got there that my first 2 choices was economics at 2 different unis. Then my next choices were exercise and sports science or management, which is the Guy course for sport. As well, says Skyroom. Sounds all right. Took a little chunk out of the surface there, which is why it ended up popping like it was a balloon there off the surface. They're saying bad might be an option. A little bit leg sidish, and Usman Khawaja once again gets the single. Day 4 is the last day, guaranteed as well. Either they reach the target or they get bowled out. This match won't be drawn as well, says Sebastian. It's when we just see 2 days of full rain, isn't it? And the rain just keeps on pouring and pouring and pouring. I feel like the thing is, this match, I'm very concerned we're going to get into the position where we might see a result, and then that's what happens. We see a whole heap of rain, and then it rains, and then it rains, and then it rains, and then it slowly just cuts it further and further towards that draw of 60%. So that's why Australia, I don't believe they'll be messing around too much. If they can be bowling by the end of today, I think that they almost would take that opportunity, but from declaring more likely than, oh, what a ripper that is from Jimmy Anderson. That will be the end of the over. We got a new member, Rio Gamer. Welcome back, mate. Hope you are doing well. How is the, I want to say it was the Toyota Hilux. Was it a Hilux? No, it might be a Hilux, but yeah, I hope you are doing well. Long time no see, my friend. I hope you are all well and good. I hope you had a good Christmas as well. I do appreciate you being back. And also, yeah, this stage we got plenty of cricket, plenty of rugby, all coming up as well. Hey, Amish, how you doing today as well? I'm doing very well. I started half an hour later, or about 15 minutes later than I was supposed to for this one as well, because it was supposed to end up in that situation of starting at 12:30, but it did not. To be fair, or to be honest, if it all goes to plan, by the end of today, we'll have only lost 35 overs so far as well as this Sky Broom, which would be pretty impressive, the way that they are trying to ramp up and I guess catch up. And with Jack Leach bowling, theoretically, they should be able to make up a few more overs as well. Welcome, mate, as well. So Betty Wagon there, and cheers for the support, Rio Gamer, with the 10 out of 10. Welcome back, Rio Gamer. Says David there as well. How can we forget Rio Gamer? Oh, that live stream, Moana Pacifica versus, I think it was the Māori All Blacks, wasn't it? And it just went berserk in the chat for that one. And George was here as well, and he was just not really speechless. George never gets speechless, so he always has something to say normally, unless we're losing in a game, then he is relatively speechless. But yeah, that was a very insane one. That is for sure. Jack Leach. Once again, they're saying it's a bad line. They're just pretty much trying to compress them as well. This is free runs for Usman as well. Exactly right. When he's got Jack Leach, and he's literally just whipping it off his pads, and that is going to be the single. They're putting Smith on strike. Don't know whether or not that's a plan. Like Jack Leach, I feel like I don't know whether it's his plan or it is someone else's plan that is saying pretty much, right, just bowl it outside or on the pads and see whether or not he ends up like missing. He won't miss though from that angle, by the way. How was the stream last night? Did very well. I thought overall it was our 1,000 flies stream / video on the channel as well, which was huge. I've just realized that Rio Gamer may not actually be watching the live stream, but he may have just renewed his membership. And it pops up here. I just had the realization that that could be the case as well. He might have just switched over the credit card, re-signed it for the new year, but may not actually be here at the moment. I hope his youth's still going all right. Of course, and your live streams are the best streams. Amish as us, Carlos. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Sorry, as well. And yeah, we have got plenty more coming. We've hit 1,000. It's going to be 1,000 more within the next kind of year and a half as well, I think. So a shot there from Steve Smith. Easy drive out there to Johnny Bairstow in the deep at cover for 2 runs for the Australians once again, who won last night. I went to bed at like 9:30. So last night, the Adelaide Strikers were able to get themselves a very capable win, winning with about 29 balls left in that one. It was just a very, very good performance from them. And now the Brisbane Heat, they were going to be playing last night up against the Sydney Sixers. That game got postponed, and now instead it is going to be the Brisbane Heat taking on the Melbourne Renegades tonight at 8:05 if it does take place. We still have to wait and see whether or not the Brisbane Heat have been able to find enough players. They needed about 8 or so they needed to try and find from club level and whatnot. And I guess, like at this time of year as well, it is very difficult to try and find them. And also Matt Weldridge did so well. 1 for 27 and 72 off 43. Yeah, he was hitting the ball hard. Matt Short, that is for sure. And how many wickets had England men got? At this stage, they have got the 3 wickets. It was the first one, David Warner, second, Marcus Harris, and then the third, Marnus Labuschagne. But at this point in time, they do need a couple more. They need to add Steve Smith's name to this list. They also need Usman Khawaja on there. For God's sake, I think I might have jinxed it, Amish, as well. Just check the weather in Johannesburg today. There are thunderstorm alerts as well, says Sebastian there. Oh, okay, so we might see a little bit of rain perhaps on the forecast. I really hope that they do get a result, though, and it doesn't just rain and rain and rain. How many runs do South Africa need at this point? And Don Sebastian, do let me know. Also, we have got there. It was a great performance from Peter Siddle. Yeah, 5 wickets for that man, and he's just fought back extremely well. He did have a little bit of a rough start to the BBL, but after that, he's gone back. He got 3 wickets last week. He's got 5 this week. He's just going to keep on going and going. Now it is going to be Steve Smith working it to the leg side. At the moment, Jack Leach. They are just asking the question of who decided that that was the line that Jack Leach is going to be bowling. I feel like the thing is, I would like to see him go over the wicket, bring it back into the right-hander, and also bring it back into the left-hander, to be fair, as well. And also with a squad of 17 and 12 down to COVID, they need to find 8 players, as the PCR results yesterday to field the squad of 13 needed to play. But watch them have 2 or 3 more positives as well. Exactly right. So there's a chance that that game could get cancelled / postponed tonight as well. And then it would just be the one game, which I believe if it's anything like the game yesterday, they will end up moving from 11:15 with Perth Scorchers versus Sydney Thunder. They'll move it a little bit further forward to about 9:15 New Zealand time. So we might get to see it at a decent hour, or it might still be a very late one, and then it will be another late night for the Kiwi lads. There you go. Although it's not too bad overall. Like, I feel like I'm still getting just enough sleep, so it's working out not too badly. Usman Khawaja there plays that forward defensive nicely, and it doesn't quite go straight in the... I mean, they need the ball to start going in the air. Like, they're showing there, that's where he should be bowling. That's where he has been bowling for Jack Leach, and everything is just a straight delivery here. And it seems like they are just trying to compress Usman Khawaja, and it's just not quite working out. 5 for 23 was crazy for PDD. And there as well, says Cody, and also, are you doing any Super Rugby matches this year, Hamish? I'm doing every single Super Rugby match. It is just a factor of we aren't quite in the rugby season yet, so we have got cricket running alongside it, and then it is going to be Super Rugby. And it's going to be back. It's going to be better than ever. Hopefully, we do get to see all of the matches take place. We've got Fiji and draw. We've got Moana Pacifica both joining into that competition. And it should be a very good one indeed, as long as all the matches do get to happen. I know that all of the leagues around the world at the moment are struggling to be able to get all of their matches played. Jimmy Anderson, that's a nice delivery, but just outside of the off stump. Khawaja, very good with his leaving. And he has been able to just let that one sail through to Josh Butler, who so far has just taken the one catch, but a very capable keeper and also very capable batsman. They're going to need him to bat time in this test match, Jack Leach. They are still talking about whether or not they are using the right tactics. I wouldn't mind seeing Joe Root maybe get a bowl, because I assume that he wouldn't go with such defensive tactics for his bowling. So I don't know, are you streaming all day? We are indeed. And doesn't Super Rugby start in February? It does indeed. Late February is when it is going to be firing up. But the first match actually going to be Blues versus Moana Pacifica, which should be a very exciting one. But yeah, we are going to be live right through to about 8 p.m., I believe it is, for the Ashes. And then after that, we are going to be transferring over to the BBL, where we've got 2 more matches that we are going to be hopefully covering on the channel as well. That is, if those matches do take place without any kind of positive cases and whatnot popping up. Have you heard of the AFL? I have indeed. I am actually very keen to try and either do some AFL videos in the future, or maybe stream a couple games of the AFL just to try and learn a bit more about the sport. I've been to one game live in the past 5 years. That was at the SCG, the location of this test match. So Jack Leach now hit down the ground by Steve Smith. Easy single, no pressure, is the comment from Shane Warner. What's the format of Super Rugby Pacific? They play each other twice, and then playoffs, I believe they play all of the teams once. Couple of the games you get a derby type thing, so I believe it's going to be like Crusaders versus Highlanders, I think, is one of the derbies. And then you've got so all the opponents, so that takes you through to 11 games. That team note is going to be going along, and Usman Khawaja in the deep hits it straight to Stuart Broad. So you got all your opponents, then you get 3 other games that are kind of randomly drawn / they probably worked out who they want everyone to play. And then after that, it is the quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the finals that you go through to. It was just a half volley there to Ben Stokes. And also, how long does the cricket sessions go for? How many days as well, Scarlett? So pretty much each day we've got 3 sessions that go for approximately 2 hours each, and then it goes for the full 5 days. So we are on day 2 at the moment, so there's still a chance that we could be live tomorrow, the next day, and the next day for this test match. And more than likely we will be, other than I think the last day we are going to be switching over to Bangladesh versus New Zealand, because that is going to be a big one. Do you watch the AFL at all? I do want to watch a lot more of it this year. There was a couple years ago that I was sitting there and just watching a lot of cricket. Like they're saying, Jack Leach, he can get the ball to spin. So they're hoping that he will be using it a little bit more to Steve Smith. A bit too straight. And also, we've got a high from Ireland as well. What is a good score for the Australians in the first innings on this pitch? I would say with the rain around as well, Australia, they wouldn't want anything less than probably 330. I think that would be a very good surface, score on the surface, and I would say that would probably give you plenty of pressure as well. So almost quick run out, but Steve Smith ends up heading back. It is going to be 2 runs off that over of Leach, and it is going to be 57 overs down now, 147 for 3. But I think another 200 or so here for Australia would just well and truly put them in the box seat. They probably only won about once, definitely with the rain that is around at the SCG. There were severe thunderstorm warnings and wind warnings for later today, I believe, as well. I live in Canada. How can I watch live as well? Says Sandu. Oh, okay. So Canada, I believe, is it Willow TV? I think it's on Willow TV. It might be for Canada. Sandu, do let me know if that is an option for yourself. I think it is Willow TV, though. They might have this game, although they normally only do USA Canada now that I think about it. They may only do those games, but do let me know. And also see this has been the problem for Europeans trying to understand overseas formats as well. Look at the Premiership, for instance. They play each other twice, and the top four advance to the semis. Easy stuff, as says Sebastian. Yeah. I don't know why we've got that kind of random system of, like, you don't get to play everyone twice. You just play 3 teams twice, and they're kind of like considered derby matches. So I believe they're derby matches, but they're supposed to be completely random, but I'm not too sure who's got the double ups in that regard at this point in time. I'd like to think Crusaders would play either the Blues or the Highlanders for their derby one. Moana Pacifica play Fiji and Drua twice is another one that we get to see for that. But yeah, that is only about a month and a bit away. The top 14, it is still running. The Premiership is still running. And then it is actually supposed to be the Japanese top league is supposed to be firing up in the weekend, I believe it is as well. Jimmy Anderson, that's a good ball. Once again, just played defensively by Steve Smith, not letting that one through. We've got the Hey, Where's Mama Bear today as well. She is currently, I believe she's out at the table, but she might be joining me for one of the later sessions of the day as well for the Ashes. Got plenty of action, 8 hours worth of cricket today. Do you watch football? I do try my best to watch a little bit. Overall, I did watch the penalty shootout between Melbourne City and Wellington Phoenix yesterday for the FFA Cup, where the Phoenix were able to get themselves the win, which normally penalties are not their strong point. So they have been able to do very nicely, get themselves the win and move on to the next round. Once again, Jimmy Anderson. It must be frustrating as an English bowler. You're running, you're steaming, you bowl it, and then Steve Smith just kind of goes, oh, okay. Is it raining at the moment? Is it raining? Is it a rain delay? This could be the first rain delay of the day here. By the looks of the umpires are looking around trying to decide whether or not it is going to be clear for the day or whether it is going to be going away. What do they decide? Are they going off the field? They are heading off. And now they go. I've just realized they are actually talking about those two. And it's pretty much whoever makes their way out to the middle quickest does end up winning out of that race as well for the the last 3 years. So they are taking down the wickets now. And also at this stage, how long will this rain delay be for? We knew that it was going to be stop-start today. Unfortunately, we were hoping to get out and get there for the full kind of stage. As the light drizzle, Usman Khawaja goes off, and that's going to be start-stop once again here for the batting side in Australia, and also start-stop for England in terms of their bowling attack. So that's going to be pretty rough for both sides. And at the moment, they are going to be heading off the field. But are you following the Novak Djokovic drama that is unfolding? As us as Warriors fan, I have heard nothing. I have nothing at all, or don't know anything at all, I should say, about that situation. And nothing on the radar, so it's going to be like 5 minutes as well, says Guide Room. Hopefully that is the case. Just a quick wee shower. They're putting on all of the covers at this point in time just to try and keep it dry. And you can hear the sighs from the commentators as well. I believe that was Mark Howard. He's just gone. The moment. I'm hoping it's only 10 minutes or so, like somewhere around there, but there is a chance it could be a little bit longer with the way that they are putting on the big covers as well here for once again another rain delay in this match. But currently at the crease, it is Usman Khawaja and it is Steve Smith. Those two going to be trying their hardest to kind of get a good partnership going here in between all of the rain that we do have unfolding here for Sydney. I'm going to have a quick look at the radar as well and see whether or not I can get you guys any information. It's 26 degrees at the moment. There was a 70% chance of raining at 11. So I believe this is the rain that was going to be coming at 11 perhaps. And hopefully it will be over before we know it. And it is supposed to be windy later on today, which the good news about it being windy is the fact that it should dry out pretty quickly if we do end up having a few rain delays. throughout the day. But fingers crossed, toes crossed, anything else that you can cross. Hopefully, it is going to be just a little bit of rain, and it is going to be going over. Novak just got stopped at an Aussie border and has been denied entry in Australia as well. Says Warriors fan, geez, that is a big one. Definitely with is it the Australian Open just around the corner? So I guess, yeah, that's not good. I assume there was a reason behind it, I'd like to think, but yeah, still not going to be too good for Novak Djokovic there if he was going to be competing in the Australian Open. I actually want to get the Australian Open game on my console so that me and Mum can have a go at it at some stage. I did actually get a few games yesterday on Steam because they were on special. So at the moment, looks like all the Richard Hadleys are still there and the umpires. They must be getting annoyed with the fact that it just keeps on going on and off, on and off, on and off. Apparently, Novak's visa has been cancelled by Australia and he can't get into the country for the Australian Open. There's a bit of a misunderstanding as well. See Sebastian there, and also, you're amazing. I love you, bro. As well, says the same Warrior. Appreciate it, mate. And yeah, thank you guys all very much for tuning in. Even though we're having rain all over the place, Joe Root is saying, "Oi, it's raining," and the umpire's going, "Yeah, it is indeed." At the moment, the crowd, they are getting a little bit restless. The covers are going off straight away. And it seems like it is only going to be a very short amount of time that the covers do stay on. I will say, though, it does look a little bit dark and dingy in the background. Overcast conditions, which does mean maybe a little bit of extra swing here for England when they do get that new ball. And only about 20 overs time. That will feel like a long 20 overs, though. Trying to wait for it. And Jimmy Anderson, that was the one that popped off the surface that Usman Khawaja was looking down going, why did it do that? And then it was, of course, the rain delay, which we get to see once again. Hey, Mum, rain delay. But they're going back out now. Nah, it's all good. At the moment, another rain delay. And it's on Novak going to bring it to court and fail, as Tennis Australia doesn't override border security, as well, says Kai Broom there. Also, he's trying to sue them. That will be interesting. See how that kind of shapes up. And also, where is this rain that we needed in the Mount Maunganui yesterday? Tell you what, the amount of rain we've had so far of the last kind of 2 days worth of this cricket, or day and a half, I feel like it is going to be in that situation of, we probably maybe would have been able to hold out for a draw. I still think that Bangladesh would have been able to have us. So, and that one also, the dark clouds are already past and in the southwest, whereas stuff comes from the northeast as well, says Sky Broom there. Usman Khawaja. He was just looking down at the surface. The covers are coming off now. Are we going to get to see more of this? I guess, hopefully we don't see any more rain delay throughout the whole match. But of course we're going to. Just with the weather the way that it is going to be, we're going to see some sort of rain delay. That little bit of rain on the surface, so it might end up helping England a little bit. We did see for the Big Bash last night. It's a little bit of extra drizzle. So that caused the service to do a couple weird things, which might benefit the Aussies, benefit the English in that regard. But at the moment now, they're just showing a slow cinematic of the pitch. As you can see, they're 25% chance that Australia win this game. And now that was actually sitting at about 30 before we saw this rain delay. If you search it up for Sydney Radar, go on to bomb as well. You will be able to see what I mean as well. And this is nothing. I went to the UK lots of times and experienced firsthand the British where the rain on and off on a regular basis. Cricket games are often affected. Yeah, I don't think that's the thing. I can't believe how lucky we were in New Zealand to have 5 nice days of weather in a row. We normally don't have that. Normally here we get a couple nice days and then it rains, then it rains again, then it rains again. Get one more day of rain and then it normally is sunny again for a day, then it rains again. And also, I'm getting a call tonight from a cousin Sean from the UK. I'm going to cry because I haven't seen him in ages. So says Ollie Wilson there. So hopefully, hopefully he's doing well over there in the UK. They are just setting up the stumps at the moment. Although they don't look like they're taking the covers off just yet completely. It seems like they're leaving them out on the ground. So we're going to have to wait and see whether or not the umpires do say that we are going to be good to go right now, or whether it is going to be, once again, covers going off. I believe it is Paul Eiffel making his way out onto the field. Is his name Paul Eiffel? He was an ex-footballer for Wellington Phoenix, wasn't he? They're saying if it's going to rain in 20 minutes or so, maybe you want to try and get just a few more overs in it. It looks like the umpires are just having a bit of a chat. He's saying that there's not much rain on the forecast, maybe, but it's very hard to tell at this stage. What's the go with Khawaja as well? Can he not score on English or Indian pitches as well, says Warriors fan? I'm not sure. At this stage, he's got a very good record in Australia, which is why, that's why they've selected him for this one rather than Travis Head. Definitely with the replacement. Pat Cummins is enjoying a nice apple at this point in time by the looks of it. And also, hey, David as well, says Ollie Wilson. And also, we have got the Reed Nichols says, do you want to hang out with me and Ollie one day as well? Says, Ollie, maybe. Who knows? I have always mentioned about going to a game with some of you guys at some stage in the future. Like whether it's rugby, cricket, football, AFL, NRL, could do a whole tour. At the moment, are we going to, are they heading off again? Okay, it's not raining anymore is the call there. Okay. So they are going to let them know about, oh. Okay. Right, I've just heard a new rule for the BBL, and it's actually very interesting. Okay. Right. 6 minutes time, we are restarting. And also, they did mention the BBL, they are going with the new system here, which is actually quite an interesting one. They've decided that they're going to have replacement players as like a pool of replacement players. And all of those players can almost play for any team that needs the replacements. But because they are sitting there, okay, hotels in Melbourne will have the players. And then from there, they're going to just join into the games as they're required as well. That's going to be an interesting one because someone could end up playing for about 3 different teams, depending on how it goes. I guess they all have different performances on home soil. It's about finding the players who perform well on the road as well. So Sebastian, exactly right. They really need to give it a little time before they call it like that. Ridiculous for a sprinkle. Now we lost a few overs as well. Exactly right. And it is still going to be another 6 minutes before they get back out there, which makes me think that there could be a chance that maybe we get to see, like that's the thing, if it starts raining in about 4 minutes time, they're probably going to put the covers on again. And then at the moment, I think Stuart Broad and Dubba Milan might be talking about it a little bit here as well, just wondering what is going on for this game. But we have lost another little while, unfortunately, due to the rain. It seems like it is going to be rain on, rain off. Now the covers look like they are going to be disappearing. And Joe Root happy underneath for us. This is the same worry. I mean, the draw's looking more and more likely every time that we see a little bit of rain here for England. And like they're saying, why is it 6 minutes? They like to round it up to a new time, such as 1 p.m. New Zealand time, or it would be 11 p.m. or 11 a.m., their time. They always seem to have it as like a nice round number, which I can kind of understand to a point, but everyone's ready to go already. So you might as well just send the players back out there and go, right, boys, you're ready to go. Like none of the players are warming up at this point in time. So they might as well head out there and get it back underway. We have still got 4 minutes until it is coming back, ladies and gentlemen. The 3 wickets have fallen so far today, or not today, sorry, but just in general for Australia. Warner on 30, Harris on 38, Labuschagne on 28. So as you can see, all 3 of those men getting relatively well set at the moment. Steve Smithy is out there sitting on 19. Usman Khawaja out there sitting on 12 runs as well. They will be the 2 batsmen who return to the middle once we do get that rain delay all done and dusted. But probably not the last one today, unfortunately. It seems like I know that 1 New Zealand time is supposed to have 70% rain for Sydney as well. So that's coming up relatively soon. They probably lost 3 to 4 overs in this test match by just rounding the time to a good looking number. As this is Kyber, exactly right. I feel like, I guess they're trying to make it easy to do the maths on when they're coming back out and whatnot, but I think you're just better off. Definitely, if you're losing overs every single time you come off the field, you need to try and get out there as soon as possible. And like they're saying, Test cricket at the moment, it is competing with like entertainment wise in terms of going out there trying to get, I guess, more people to look at. And if it's always rain delayed and then like a few minutes of them standing around, it's probably not going to be that that attractive to the, I guess, not rookie, the casual eye, I guess I should say. And it was England are behind Bangladesh and ICC cricket table as well, says TZ, although they've only played the one so far, so hopefully they do get themselves up there a little bit more. And I mean, I would have loved to give them a couple bonus points for beating the Black Caps as they were right up there, ranked number 2 in the world at the moment for Test matches. Steve Smith and also Usman Khawaja, now they are about to make their way back out. Joe Root giving his side a pep talk here. Let's see whether or not they can fire themselves up here. Mark Wood, he needs to bowl quick. Jack Leach needs to bowl outside of off stump and needs to see whether or not they can sneak one of these 2 wickets, because if they get one of these 2, then they're starting to get towards, I mean, it's still Cameron Green, Alex Carey, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Scott Boland, Nathan Lyon. It's not exactly a bad lineup for Australia. They still need about another 4 or 5 wickets here for England, not just in this session, but for our probably this day. They need to have Australia out of the field, or out on the field before the end of today if they do want a decent chance of being able to at least get themselves any slither of hope for the draw. Joe Root saying, come on, boys, let's speed it up. Let's go on. Let's get going. And now the sun is back out here at the SCG. It's still a little bit dark and dingy in the background, but it's looking like it's going to be an all right day. Hopefully a bit more cricket throughout this one. We have still got another 90 minutes left. So it is going to be an hour and a half. Shortboard just looking straight at all the Richard Hadleys there. And the crowd who are spinning around their microphones as well. And he just, I feel like he must be wondering what is going through everyone's mind in the crowd at the moment. But Anderson, it's quite tough for Jimmy Anderson. He's gone off the field with the rain delay. Now he's got to go back out there and bowl 3 balls. And Joe Root and England commentators must be praying for rain as well so that they can at least draw this match to restore respect as well. And this is the same worry. And also, and when they have rain delays, they should start a game of women's beach volleyball in the outfield as well. Keep the crowd engaged till play can restart as well. I mean, you can pitch it to them, see what they say. I mean, because that's the thing. If they had some sort of, I guess, even if it's not so much as like an actual sports entertainment or something, but just find something to kind of have on. Normally they have like the documentaries. That's a brilliant shot from Steve Smith, and that's going to entertain the crowd. 4 runs down the ground from the pitched up delivery of Jimmy Anderson. Brilliantly done by that man, Steve Smith. We else got there. They have to paint. They have a point though. The sports like rugby, football, they are all played in rain as well. It should really get a game roll during rain, or let the game roll during rain. Or put bloody roofs on the stadiums if that's the case as well. Yeah, I know roofs on the stadium is probably, I guess that's probably your next option, because like that's the thing that I don't think they're changing the type of ball. It's always a leather cricket ball, and I think it's also for that safety side of it in the outfield, so that players aren't slipping over. We saw Rashid Khan there. He became Bambi on ice yesterday with the way that he was kind of rotating on the ground in the slippery conditions for the Adelaide Strikers game, but they kept playing that one. It was absolutely bucketing down, but they kept on going and they got the full match out of it. So it will be interesting to see how they kind of work on it in the future. I know that Marvel Stadium at the moment and Optus doesn't have a roof, does it? But Marvel Stadium is probably one of the only stadiums in Australia that I can think of off the top of my head that has actually got a roof. And does it have a roof? Marvel Stadium. How many roofed stadiums do we have in Australia? Dealing, we know Root wants rain, so he can get 8 points as well. And this is Insane Warrior, nicely played once again by Smith. And that will be the end of the over. Djokovic on a fly home. Only lawyers are going to fight this in court for compensation as well. And there says that Guy Broom. Steve Smith is showing the fact that he really has a high bat lift. But as soon as it does like kind of end up in that situation of the ball right in front of him, everything is perfect. And perfectly still as well for Steve Smith, which is why he always times the ball so nicely. I need to refresh my scoreboard. So it's decided that it does not like me very much. We will go like that. We will go like that. We will go like that. There we go. We've got that one back. And we go like, oh, we could try and squeeze it, but we won't squeeze it. There we go. There was a lot of pressure trying to make sure that it was sitting in the perfect spot. Jack Leach now once again going to be bowling. Now, I want to see him bowl a attacking line to Usman Khawaja. He's just bowling it very defensive. They're literally giving Usman Khawaja a single here out to the leg side if he wants it. Does he want it? He does want it. And they get the single once again. Easy. Too easy. At the moment, Smith is sitting there 23 off 61, and there's six. There's six where the roof closes, Kiwi lads. As well says Robert, have you got a list of the six, Robert, if that's not too much trouble? I assume Marvel Stadium is, of course, one of them. I can't think of the other ones that they've got. Where else has a roof? Nicely played. Once again by Steve Smith, bro of New Zealand winner. Draw the dust. The test series, will Bangladesh still get extra points as well? Says TZ. I think it is just based off matches rather than series, if I'm not wrong. I don't know whether or not you get too many bonus points. I mean, if it's a draw, I'd like to think you get some form of bonus point. That's going to be nicely done. Once again by Jack Leach. This is a better line. He seems to be bowling a lot better to Smith than he is to Usman Khawaja. At the moment, Jack Leach. More than 50% of balls so far for Jack Leach have pitched outside leg stump when he has been up against left-handers. And he's about to be up against another one here. And I don't know whether or not it is his bowling or whether it's tactical from Joe Root telling him that's where he's got to bowl, but it's not working. Okay. It is going to be Usman Khawaja now. Who's on strike. He should go over the wicket here for Jack Leach rather than round, because round the wicket for him at this stage is not working. He's over the wicket, yes. Reverse sweep from Usman Khawaja. That was just a bit cheeky from Usman. He has hit him for the 4 runs, and I bet you Joe Root goes, told you. But that is this is a better over from Jack Leach. Switches it to that way, and I feel like Usman Khawaja knows that he prefers when it is on the other side, which is why he was going to be going for that reverse sweep, but at least had a chance. He just got it right out of the screws of the bat there, Usman Khawaja. Right. Jack Leach, 6 runs so far off this over, but if he continues with this line, I'd like to think that it will be a little bit more effective than the last time. Well bowled. It's a better ball, and that is going to be the end of the over. 158 for 3 here for Australia after 59 overs. So it's still ticking over quite nicely. 21 more overs, then we get a new ball. But the last thing England will want with that new ball is a little bit of rain in the forecast, because that will just wear it down, dry it out. Or not dry it out, wear it down, make it wet. And then from there, you end up with an oddly shaped ball, which is never too fun to be trying to grip for the spinners or the pace bowlers, to be fair. But anyone who's new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. I'm getting sold a hard drive at the moment by Harvey Norman by the looks of it. I've already got like 5, so I don't think I will be needing another one. But Joe Root at this stage, I feel like it's going to be a big call for Joe Root in terms of deciding when and who to bowl throughout this session. At the moment, the sun is back out. It's a weird day there at the SCG at the moment. We had that little tiny downfall of rain for about 15 minutes that did delay play, but then other than that, in fact, it was probably 5 minutes, but delay was about that 15. Jimmy Anderson at the moment bowling around that 130 mark. Got the wicket last night. Can he get himself another? It was actually Marcus Harris who was able to dismiss Joe Root taking the catch at first slip. And at the moment now, Root and also Crawley, I believe, is the man. They have got at second slip. Nicely played by Steve Smith. We have got their Marvel. There's Victoria, Gold Coast Arena, Queensland, Rod Laver Arena, in Victoria, Margaret Court Arena in Victoria, Perth Arena, Western Australia, and also John Cain Arena, Victoria as well. So I assume a lot of those are probably not cricket stadiums, I guess. So there's just Queensland and Victoria have got a couple each. By the looks of it as well, nicely played once again by Steve Smith. He's just going to bat time at the moment by the looks of it. No worry for him, because that's the thing. If Australia get a good enough total here, they can pretty much just go through to the end. They are just showing their whereabouts the spinner should be aiming compared to where Jack Leach has been told to bowl here up against Usman Khawaja, and everything is just a little bit down the leg side, and then he starts to get it a little bit closer there. And like they're saying, it's a good shot from Usman Khawaja, and he shouldn't be disheartened for that one, Leach. Keeps on putting it there. Might be able to pick up the wicket once again. Steve Smith just works it off the pads. And Jimmy Anderson has to watch him fly by for the 2 runs once again. Smith moves up to 26 runs now. Now, the highest prediction that we did have in terms of percentage-wise was actually Steve Smith getting 76-plus runs as well. And then the next highest was 25 to 50. So he's just slotted into that category now. And whether or not he does keep on going towards that 76, we'll have to wait and see. Currently 59.4 overs down. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Remember to hydrate. I went a heat wave with heat wave in Australia as well, says Robert there. Yeah, exactly right. It is going to be very hot in certain regions. I believe Perth are still sitting way too hot at the moment. It's weird. One part of Australia is in rain. The other part's getting like some extremely hot weather. It just shows how big Australia is. Normally, like if one place in New Zealand gets a little bit of heat, normally another place in the North Island's also hot type thing. Also, I swear I saw John Cena in the chat there, but it's John Kane Arena there. Moment 160 for Australia. If they can bring up the 200 before the end of the session, I think they'll be pretty happy with that. Not in really any hurry. 2.67 run rate at the moment. That is the end of the Anderson over, and 160 for 3. We have got their time goes fast, bro. 2 more days till Bangladesh test time flies as well. Says TZ, it does indeed. It just seems like the cricket season, let alone like the days of the cricket season, just go boom, 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 boom. And they're all of a sudden like it's going to be rugby season before we know it. In terms of Super Rugby and whatnot as well, firing up. Scott Morrison taking credit for not allowing Novak and his pure jokes as well. And this is Kai Broom, sorry. But at the moment, I would say, I mean, when does the Australian Open start? It's still a week or two. When is the Australian Open firing up? Stuart Broad can't stop looking at all of the Richard Hadleys in the crowd. Like, it's quite a sight to see about 100 and 200 maybe even men all dressed up in the grey suit with the wig as well with a microphone. But Jack Leach now to Usman Khawaja, pushes it outside of the off stump, goes straight out to the man at point, Crawley, to take a screamer of a catch a little bit earlier on in the day where he was able to pick up the wicket of David Warner off Stuart Broad's bowling. Khawaja loves the SCG. He's got a very good record here as well. And I believe he will be working his way. I would say he'll get the 50, Usman Khawaja. That was going to be possibly LBW if he missed that one, but he's played it very nicely. Leach at the moment, he's gone for 3 runs per over. He's been one of the more expensive bowlers for England, but he has also got that little bit of spin, a bit of variable bounce maybe that might lead to an opportunity here. Nicely played once again by Khawaja, though, right behind that one. And at the moment, the partnership sitting on 43 of 122 balls. So these two, anytime Australia lose a wicket, straight away there is another partnership that forms. Like you see these wickets falling 30, 38, 28 as well. Everyone gets set. And that is why they are so dangerous, the Australians, because these two are already set as well. And 17th till 30th of January is Australian Open as well. Says Robert there. I haven't actually watched a lot of tennis. I feel like I might try watching tennis this year, see how I go. That's the other one, isn't it? Well, kind of at the same time, though, but it's hard to make the tennis ball noise if you're also moaning or groaning. Groaning is the right word rather than moaning there. At the moment, Jack Leach tests in, I believe it was Sri Lanka in 2021. He did take quite a few wickets himself. They're just chanting Broady at the moment, all of those Richard Hadleys in the crowd. And that is going to be the end of the over, 61 overs down. And it was a maiden there for Jack Leach. More dangerous line, and Usman Khawaja looking a little bit frustrated with the way that one went as well. Like they say, a much better line and length from Jack Leach. Rather than just giving him that easy single off the pad, he's making him play every ball and making sure that he has to kind of go after that ball just a little bit more. At the moment, Steve Smith sitting on 26 off 70 balls, not really in too much of a hurry, but also, that's the thing, the Australians, Usman Khawaja actually the slowest with the run rate as well. Smith 4 runs away from going past a Langer on test runs as well, says Kai Broom, so he's getting there. And a good cover drive here might get him all the way. He left it alone. It was outside of the off stump, not quite the right length for the cover drive there, and would go to 7th of all time as well, says Kai Broom. So he's slowly making his way up there, isn't he, Steve Smith? He's still got quite a few years left in him as well, which I assume, I mean, he's probably, who's the number one? Is it still Bradman And then you've probably got Ponting right up there as well, don't you? Who else is up there? I'm trying to think if he's only 7th there for Justin Langer. Who else we got? Adam Gilchrist? No. I feel like me trying to name them would just show that I do have a couple gaps that's in the air, but it is going down to the boundary. Doesn't know. It's cut off beautifully by Jack Leach in the deep. For those who are interested in the Super Smash Women's match, Wellington are sitting 108 for 8 off 12 overs into the innings as well. Into the innings after 12. Did they not have enough players, Master Killer, or was it the case of shortened game due to rain? Ponting is number 1 as well, Sky Broom. Okay, so Ponting 1, Bradman, I want to say Bradman's 2, but I could be wrong there as well, because he's got over 5,000 runs, doesn't he, Don Bradman? But I can't quite think of how many came from, or actually in the Ashes, he's actually the leading run scorer, isn't he? I think I did see that's where the name Bradman came from. It's going to be nicely played once again by Steve Smith, works it away, and also love you, Pakistan, as well. And this is man, we have got plenty more games that we are covering on the channel, including Pakistan. They are going to be taking on the Kiwis, and also I believe they have got, who else have they got? Pakistan. I think they've got England as well, and also a rain delay caused shorter innings as well. Since 317 New Zealand 2 partnership for the first 5 batsmen, then 0660 as well, says Insane Warrior, exactly right, and that's a big difference in that regard. And also hi, says Ashkay. I pronounced that correctly, but welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. I hope you are excited for more. It is Ponting, Border, Steve Waugh, Michael Clark, and I forget them, Matthew Aiden, Mark Waugh, Langer, Smith, and Warner as well. See what, I had a shocker there. I'm not sure why Gilchrist was on my mind. I think I was thinking of a different keeper, perhaps. Not too sure. And also we over there, Pakistan, and there as well, says Amir. And yeah, at the moment, it is going to be a very exciting one for Pakistan in the future, with those pace bowlers that they got on the BBL as well for the T20 format. Harris Ralph, I believe the youngster, Mohammed Hisnain, he was doing phenomenally. The rain's falling, and that's going to be once again another stoppage in play here. Or is it? The umpires are discussing, are we going to be stopping or are we going to be continuing for now? He's going, it's raining. It's probably only going to rain for 5 seconds. Let's just get on with it. I think it's a comment there from the umpire. And the crowd applaud as well. And Steve Smith, he's excited for the fact that he gets to stay out there for a little bit longer, and who is time in this play, or who is playing this time as well. Says Akshay, so at this stage for this game, they have got themselves David Warner, Marcus Harris, Marnus Lavishane, Steve Smith, Usman Khawaja, Cameron Green, Alex Carey, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Scott Boland, Nathan Lyon. That is the Australian lineup that they have gone with. Then for England, it is Haseeb Ahmed, Zach Crawley, Dawood Milan, Joe Root, the captain, Ben Stokes, Johnny Bairstow, Joss Butler, Jack Leach, Mark Wood, Stuart Broad, and James Anderson. So they've actually only made one change for both of the sides. Bradman is 6,996, and Smith is around 7,700. There you go. I feel like, I think they're actually saying about the fact that maybe what the commentators are saying in the last break, saying about keeping them out there for a bit longer, might be taking place there. And thanks, bro, as well, says Amir, and also 5,028. Oh, no. Now Steve is going. At this stage, that is going to be once again another rain delay here. Should be snooker or darts tournament in the best of 5 as well. 3-0. The match is over. Series are meaningless as well in there, says James Redmond. Definitely with current times, I would understand if they were definitely with England series or the West Indies coming up, a few of these players will be selected in that one as well. So you'd be like, do we just end up going for it? Also, New Zealand had one of the best with 7 and 8 all-rounders once. Astor, Vittoria, Oram, Ken, Styrus, etc. as well. And thanks, bro. Says actually no worries, mate. They are just watching that competitive sprint race that we see from the two chaps who are on the sidelines. We just keep on going for it every single time. Rain as well, says Sky Broom there. Another rain break. I feel like it's expected at this point in time. We're going to get to see it probably another 3 times today. My cat is sitting in the box on the dinner table as well. There's more cake there. And that is going to be, once again, the covers going on just for now. And it is going to be another delay. And more than likely, by the time it stops raining, they'll probably round it up to 1:30. So we've probably got 13 minutes before we get to see this one come back. And like they say, it shouldn't be 10 minutes, but it could be as well. Got to give him a stiff arm to keep up as well, says Kai Broom there. And also we have got there the Pakistan flags and there as well, says Amir, but they are going to be putting the covers on now. And like they're saying, if it's looking very gloomy, how much cricket are we going to get to see today throughout this match? It seems like it is only going to be a little bit, perhaps, depending on how it goes. The umpires, they're going to have to come back out. They're going to have to check it out. As please take my name as well, says Akshay there. And also, I got to give him a stiff arm to keep up as well. But at the moment, I mean, it looks dark and dingy there at the moment. It's whether or not we do get to see too much more rain delay or whether we do they take an early lunch? No, lunch is still a little bit away. They would be going at about 2:30 as lunch. And I'm from India as well, says Akshay there. Do you think India are going to be able to win their game up against South Africa? Do let me know. It's going to take some good bowling, but they have got some capabilities. Oh, they're actually showing some highlights of the Adelaide Strikers game on the big screen. That's actually quite useful. I didn't realize that they would be doing that, but it does make sense just to give them a little bit of something to look at while we are waiting for this game to get back underway. So I said thanks, bro, as well. And then no worries, mate. And yeah, at this stage, I can let you guys know a little bit more about the kind of cricket competitions that are coming up around the world in terms of the matches that we have got. I will go international cricket. What do we got so far? We have got a match later on tonight between the Brisbane Heat and the Melbourne Renegades. That is, of course, for the BBL rather than international. And then the Perth Scorchers taking on the Thunder. That will be a marshless Perth Scorchers versus a Khawaja-less Sydney Thunder, which will be an interesting battle. Oh, the covers are coming off again. Please tell me we don't have to wait until 1:30. That would be 11 minutes with the covers off rather than just going for it as well. So pretty much after this one, New Zealand versus Bangladesh, that is coming up just around the corner for the test match. West Indies versus Ireland is coming up as well on the 9th of January. That is going to be an ODI that those teams are going to be playing. South Africa versus India, their third test is starting on the 11th, running through to the 16th. And then Australia versus England, the final one is going to be in Hobart on the 14th of January. Next series that we are going to be covering after that, I believe it's probably the ODIs between South Africa and India we might be having a little bit of a crack at, depending on the times that they do finish. West Indies versus England, I am very keen on doing for the T20 side of it as well. I'm currently just warming up once again here, England, and also good. And there as well, says Amir there. But it looks like they're all just waiting around. Ollie Pope, he hasn't got an opportunity in this one. He has had a spot taken by Bairstow. It's been looking not too bad so far. Yeah, the last little while, but I will mention anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We'll keep you updated all throughout this match in terms of the rain delays, and also, of course, once we get back out onto the field, the umpires making their way back out there now, and they're going to be deciding whether or not we can play on right at this moment, or that we have to wait 10 minutes. I'd like to think maximum they're going to be like, hey, we have 4 minutes, then we're back out there on the field. I see Rory Burns there. He's got massive sunglasses on. Also, who else is there? Dom Bess. He is not playing in this game, unfortunately, for him. I wanted to see him get a little bit of a chance, as I only hope that the Brisbane Heat game gets played tonight as well, says Morcake. Yeah, I believe they should be able to, but they will be missing about 8 of their starters that they normally have, so they will have a little bit of a mixed team for themselves there. At the moment, the rain... It looks like it's going away a little bit here. I'm just going to once again look at the weather. See, okay, Melbourne's got a severe brown rot alert for Central as well. That's not what we're after, though. Right, 70% chance of 12, so it is actually delaying it further in the day in terms of when the rain was supposed to be going away, and then also it's supposed to be windy, which at least will dry out the outfield quicker, but it still means we are going to be waiting for just a little bit longer before seeing the rain delay. The umpires are having a bit of a discussion here. Everyone is in the crowd. They are ready to go for this game. They want to see some cricket. And hopefully those kids will be able to get to see some very soon. It's going ahead. All the BBL teams are on their way to Melbourne as well. And there says Robert. And also the teams, they're going to have like a player pool they did mention, which does mean pretty much you're going to end up with a whole heap of players that can then be selected for all teams type thing. And you slowly keep on taking the players. Okay. It is starting to rain a little bit more here, by the looks of it. Okay, so they've got at this stage, they are actually not allowed to go up to the umpires and ask them the question due to regulations. So me and my friends are both going to the Canes game on the 8th of January as well. What changes in the second test match, as per you, bro? Right, I would be bringing in, who isn't in there at the moment? I would probably be giving Matt Henry a run before the South African games just to kind of get him warmed up a little bit. But then who do you replace him with is the big problem. I'd probably go for, who else have they got in their squad? They don't actually have that much depth at the moment. I think they've only got 13 players. Rory Burns has come as a tourist to Australia, in Australia to enjoy for free as well. And there says Insane Warrior. So Morcake, all teams are off to Melbourne during the outbreak as well, says Robert. Yeah, that's actually a good point. And also we got that high as well, says Morcake there from David the Mod. So right, the covers, they are coming off. So we might get some more cricket here. No, I checked cricket and it's not. No, I checked cricket and it's not going ahead as well. Yeah, so unfortunately, those games are going to be changing around a little bit, which does mean I'd like to think you get a refund for those ones. Surely they give you a refund. And at this stage, the umpires making their way off. Oh, they are able to chat to him. Okay, they're saying it's popping up out of nowhere, this rain. It's not coming in on the radar. Okay, so he has just said that it's going to be off and on all day by the sounds of it, with the amount that they have now got in terms of, unfortunately, it seems to be. Okay, like they're saying, they wish they had no rain, but it is going to be start-stop by the looks of it. Oh, so we go there. I would still be able to go to the game on 8th. It says it's at the Gabba as well. It says more cake, although I assume that it is going to still be maybe, I guess, a wait and see type thing. We had a King High tied yesterday. King High, that sounds like a lot. And also, rain is spoiling too much cricket. Nowadays, it will be sooner rather than later to lead to its demise. As us as Indian Alpha, yeah, exactly right. They do need to work out a way of either playing the games in covered roofs, like we were mentioning a little bit earlier on, or just finding a way to slightly go on with it. Although the problem is, I don't think it's so much as the ball gets too wet, it's more of the player safety in terms of the slipping and sliding that they'll do in the outfield. You don't want to see, I mean, yesterday we saw Ben Stokes almost do his hammy because he ended up kind of slipping onto a wet patch on the field. And so on. Also, the roads are flooded. Well, the roads were flooded as well, says Morecake. Yeah, hopefully there wasn't too much damage there. So are they making their way back out there now? 1:26 p.m. But like they're saying, it's not on the radar, this rain that keeps on making its way out there, which is why it's so difficult for them to kind of judge when it is going to be coming. But they said they're pretty much just at the, I guess, mercy of the umpires, the ground stuff. They just have to go out there, put the covers on, take them off, put them on, take them off, keep on going like that. I think, yeah, and cover the roof. I would hit big pitch on a budget, big punch on the budget, especially small countries that simply can't afford as well, says Indian Alpha. Although Australia at the moment, I feel like that's the thing. They've got stadiums indoors. They've got Marvel Stadium. I think we had a list of them, about 6 different ones. Do you look at putting a couple of those Ashes Test matches inside one of those stadiums? See how it goes. See how much it changes. Although I think the thing with Test cricket is there's a lot of tradition behind it, and the kind of, I guess you could say, tradition is you play under the skies where the overcast conditions kind of hit it as well. So it's very tough to decide how to, I guess, handle it going forward. Do you get a waterproof ball? But I don't think it's the ball that is really the issue. It is the kind of player safety in the outfield. At the moment now, there's going to be Khawaja once again out to the middle alongside Steve Smith. We're going to be getting back underway rather than rounding it up to 1:30. I do like the fact Marvel's the only cricket one. I'll rest our tennis as well, says Robert. So I guess Marvel Stadium, it would be interesting to see how a test match goes inside of Marvel Stadium. Although it's probably the factor of they probably can't hold enough people to be able to get it going. One thing ICC can do is build a 2-3 covered stadium in 3 or 4 countries. An ICC event should be scheduled there as well. It would be quite cool to see. Definitely I would agree with that 100% for the final, because as soon as you start having rain and whatnot for the Test Championship final, it can completely kind of change the conditions and also make it so that the game is a lot shorter as well. And also we have got there only the players slipping in the field. They could use thicker, or they could have thicker cleats to help prevent the slipping and allow them to play longer in the rain. Either that, or we need to find a way maybe of draining outfields quicker. If they can work out some sort of way of making the outfield drier in a lot more of a hurry. I know that the likes of some of those NFL or rugby grounds as well, we do get to see pretty much that water just seeps out of the pitch as well, and kind of out of just the whole field as well. And also, yes, but it's somewhat of a safety hazard for a rugby player as well. And they move a lot more on the field as well. You can't put a roof on Lords, but the players would stay on the field to play as well. Exactly right. They need to find a way of, it's kind of that happy medium, isn't it? Where it's not too risky, but it also means that we can get more cricket played as well. I don't know what they'll do. I feel like that's the thing. English weather, they should be expecting rain a lot of the time. And that's nothing against England. That is just literally how the forecast goes a lot of the times. Australia, this time of year, they normally have sun. But then, of course, when they've got themselves, I think it was not a tropical cyclone, they've got some sort of thing that is going to have a lot of rain. They are just taking the covers off the field of the tractors. What about artificial turf as well, where water percolates, percolates, I believe that is. I can't say that word, unfortunately, beneath. No slippery surface in game will go on even in rain, but it seems, are we asking too much as else is India now for, I guess. We've got a few artificial pitches here in New Zealand, kind of at the lower levels, but it's more of, because I know that people, the thing is, if they were able to make, I know that they have 4G turf, I think it is, overseas, and you just see like the absolute burn that it gives the players when they kind of get that friction. If they can find a way of making grass like that, drain the water, like that didn't end up giving you a grass burn when you slid on it, that would be absolutely ideal. But I feel like I need a scientist around. Where's Albert when you need him? Albert Einstein, get him onto the case. He'd nail it, I'm sure. But yeah, like if you could find one way of making it like not real grass, or making it real grass, but finding a way of just getting it. The heating units in the NFL used at most stadiums for rain and snow as well. It is an expensive option, but if they want to go with that, the retractable roof, I think would be better as well. It says it was 17 master, and also Melbourne, I think, has a covered stadium as well. I think South Africa versus Australia was played in 2019, or sorry, 2009, something like that. Don't remember exact year as well. And I'm back, says Lee. Welcome back, mate. And the Australians, they are back out at the crease here. It'll be Jack Leach bowling once again. We will quickly update our scoreboard so that it does start doing it a little bit more. There we go. And there we go. There we go. We are back with the scoreboard as well here, ladies and gentlemen. But if you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be talking all about the Ashes all throughout the day, all throughout tomorrow, all throughout the next day after that, and even the next day after that, perhaps, if it's not bloody raining. That is going to be Leach now. Nice shot from Muswin Khawaja. And also, best place is New Zealand. Only 2.5 days required to complete the match. Let it rain, as well, says. And saying also could allow them to play under the sky, but can close if there is weather in the area. As well, yeah, because I guess. Oh. Okay. It's starting to rain here, but the umpire just actually said there, we can't keep on running on and off. And I think it was Steve Smith asking the question of, are we going off again? And Donna joining us today, Amish, I believe she will be for at least one session of the day. But the umpire, Steve Smith, looking up at the roof again. I think, like they're saying, you just got to try and get on with it as much as physically possible. It's when a player slips in the outfield, I think that is the more concerning factor. And I mean, Steve Smith, he's got about 15 bats. So I feel like just one of them getting a little bit moist isn't the end of the world. We have also got there, looking at the English batsmen right now, I think 3 proper playing days are enough for them to send them back to the hut as well. And there says Indian Alpha. And also we have got there, and that was Marvel as well. And there says Robert. Up in the air. Oh, it's a nice shot there from Usman Khawaja. And that is going to be racing away for 4 runs for that man. Jack Leach, even with the rain pouring at the moment, the way that Steve Smith is standing at the non-strikers end, he is almost given the umpire the puppy dog eyes to go off the field here. And also is David the Multi here as well. He is indeed. And also random words. And there says Lee. And also we have got there. Yes, as well says Robert. Oh, no. They're gone off again. England don't want to go off. Steve Smith wanted to go off, and now they're going off as well there. G'day, Mumsy. How's it going? You want to join me for a short intermission while it's raining? Again, yes. I'd say, it doesn't look like Stuart Broad saying, they might not be going off. England at the moment, anytime they start finding some form of momentum, we're only getting like an over at a time at this point. And also, it's failed Max sixes with dead balls as well as the ball hit the roof and came down as well, says the same Warrior. Usman Khawaja, he sits down. I think the only person who wanted that to be the rain delay was Steve Smith. He was getting back up to the changing room. And everyone's telling him, get back down there, Steve. Well, I mean, England at the moment, they're all standing out there. The crowd are saying, take them off. Take them off. That's all the Richard Hadleys in the crowd as well. I won't annoy him again as well. And there says Lee, they're taking the covers off. You can tell already from that reaction from the crowd because they're all applauding. And now Steve Smith, he's going out there. I think Khawaja's actually having a talk with Steve Smith at the moment by the looks of it. He looked like he was a little bit frustrated, just going, get on with it. Stop running off the field. And so Steve Smith needs to get a grip as well. And there's Sebastian. Yeah, anytime there's a slight rain pour, he looks up, he looks at the umpire like this going, are we going off yet? As well. And I feel like it's one of those ones they just need a little bit more time at the middle as well. The rain's already stopped at this point in time. And at the moment, Steve Smith is making his way out there. And you can see he's not happy about it at the moment, Steve Smith. That he does have to go back out there. Ben Stokes, I think, is telling him a little bit of something there, possibly. And also, we've got there, I'm here, mate, as well, says David the Mod there. At this stage, like Michael Hussey saying, it skids onto the back quite nicely when there's a little bit of water about, and the ball will get softer a lot quicker. So there's a lot of runs available out there for them. But now, that man with the tractor, he's doing a good job. He just backs up straight through the gap once again. Right. Let's get the rest of the session done. You know? Oh, yeah, we should probably get the tractor off the field first. And then let's get the rest of the game done. Oh, he's got to back it up too. That looks like it's going to be even more difficult for him to back up than the other man, you think? Like they're saying, they think it's good for Australia. The fact that it kind of keeps on going on and off at this stage as well. Right. Are we good to go? Usman Khawaja, he's at the non-strikers end. In fact, he's on the strikers end here. And I feel like he's the most frustrated out of anyone by the looks of it. He looks like he just wants to go out there, keep on playing, find that rhythm that keeps on being broken up every time that there is a drop of rain. Nicely played, and that will be the end of the over, of the Jack Leach over, that is, and 63 overs down, and it will be now 168. I've got to refresh my scoreboard again every time we have a rain delay. Oopsies, England go away. There we go. We got it back. There we go. Look at that. At the moment now, there we go. We have fixed that also. Okay, hi, sorry as well. And there says Ali and it's as well. But now, the stage we are continuing just for now. Just for now. Fingers crossed, toes crossed that we do get to see another hour worth of play. They're supposed to be going through to 2:30 for this first session. The moment, Jimmy Anderson trying to dry that ball off a little bit here. Yes, it will be a little bit damper, but it looks like England, they just want to keep on going. They know that the only way to get a result here in this match is for it to just pretty much stop raining and for them to keep on just bowling and bowling and bowling at the Australians. So he's now sitting on 30 runs off 74 balls, does hit it to the leg side, and once again gets himself the single in there as well. The moment Khawaja. Oh, the stump game's a little bit blurry. I think someone needs to give that a quick wee wipe. But Steve Smith, he's just gone past Justin Langer for the runs in total for Australia. He's still got Mark Waugh ahead of him by 400 runs. Then another 1,000 ahead is Matthew Aiden, alongside Michael Clark, who's very similar in that regard, but he's only played 81 matches. So he's still got plenty of time to be able to make his way forward as well. And who do you want to win the Ashes? Well, says Lee there. I see played by Usman Khawaja once again, right behind the ball. Jimmy Anderson, the moment, if he can get the breakthrough wicket, very, very soon, that is exactly what the Australians are going to need. But 3 for 169. As you can see, everyone is getting set. No one has got less than 20 runs so far for the Australians. Almost no one less than 25 if Khawaja does it himself another boundary here. And they all add up. 5 batsmen, 125 runs straight away for you. Now Khawaja is going to be on strike. Here's the only man who may not bring it up. That's a nice shot there from Usman Khawaja. Hit down to the fine leg as well. And that is just going to be the single. We have a look at the Ashes. There's already one mate as well. And there says Azerbaijan, also true, says Lee. So I guess it's more who do you want to win this game and the next one? Possibly. And also, I meant this game as well, says, oh, Jimmy Anderson goes down and a bit of a tumble there. He's at the ground hard there, Jimmy Anderson. It shows he's steaming in, just getting the footing just a little bit wrong. He's got some big sprigs. No, he didn't slip. It was just a factor of he overbalanced himself a little bit. And then he does end up rolling down as well. Up to you. I feel like my mother is like the ground staff, just standing off the field, waiting for her opportunity. And that's a good shot there from Smith. Almost racing away to the boundary. Every time I look over, she's just looking back at me. Are you coming on for a chat? Or do you want to go on for the next session? About 3:10. That was a good drive. Sean Steve Smith as well. Going out through the cover region. It does mean that he gets a couple runs. I think it's a flat wicket as well. Are you streaming tomorrow? Again, I am indeed. Even though it might be start-stop all throughout tomorrow as well, we are still going to be live for all of the Ashes. And I want the world to win as well. And yeah, says that David the Mod, and also England for me as well. And also, it's just a World Test Championship considerations now. As else says Sky Broom, yeah, Australia will want to get themselves as many points as physically possible early on. They missed out on the final last year. They will not want to miss out on it again. Good run between the wickets there for Steve Smith. Takes the score over to 173 now for the Australians. It looks like it's still going to be on-off weather for the rest of this match. If not, probably more for the rest of, I think it's day 4 and 5 that actually gets the worst of the weather the same. I want England to win as well. I doubt it, though, but I still support them. Great Britain there as well from Lee with the flags. The moment Smith, he's sitting on 7,701 runs. Man right up the top. Right up there. I guess Don Bradman, they probably had test matches a little bit further spread out back then, didn't they? How many matches did Don Bradman play? To let me know, it isn't a flat wicket. It's just the rain is causing it to skid on as well. And there, there's Kai Broom. Jimmy Anderson, our final ball, does end up being left alone by Khawaja, and that will be the end of the 64th over as well. I think your mum don't like Aussie as well. And there's Insane Warrior there. I think she does. She don't mind Australia. And I think she quite likes going there. 64 overs. 16 more to the new ball. And I would think more than likely she's a true Kiwi as well. And this is Insane Warrior, and also 52. And there says Guy Broom. At the moment, they're showing me a heap of food as well. They love showing me food just so that I kind of get hungry during these breaks. And also we look at their 80 innings as well. And there says Kai Broom. 80 innings? Okay, so he's only had 52 games. So that is why he is probably not even in that top kind of department. But if he was, he'd be right up there. It's crazy how Bangladesh beat New Zealand as Aussies. It is indeed. But, I mean, they deserved it. At the end of the day, they just played absolutely phenomenally, Bangladesh, which is why I think they did deserve to be able to get that win. Jack Leach now on that one nicely. And Steve Smith gets right behind the ball. Lays the forward defense. If they need one of these wickets coming soon, because that's the thing. If they do keep on having the stop-start with the rain, it means that whoever comes to the crease next, which in this case would be Cameron Green, it will be very hard for him to get set, definitely for the early balls that he is facing. And then maybe you get to Alex Carey as well, eventually for yourself. Well play once again by Steve Smith, just getting right in behind it. Looks like he's pretty casual at the moment, Steve. And 52 tests are 234 first class as well. And he is 13th. As does this guy Broom there, and their pace bowlers were too good for us as well. Seriously, they were indeed. I believe it was Abadot, wasn't it? It was absolutely incredible in that game. And how about South Africa versus India? Great game too, says James. Indeed it is. Both sides getting bowled out around that kind of 200 mark. Then India once again ending up getting themselves in a difficult position. And now South Africa, it's all to play for. And I think the rain, we did mention a little bit earlier on, might be lurking. Amit there tries to go for the run out. Just doesn't quite get it away quick enough. And at the moment, Usman Khawaja moves up onto 22 at the moment. He is the lowest run scorer for Australia. But when you're sitting there and your lowest run scorer is 22, you're not exactly doing too badly. 174 for 3 Australia, putting themselves in the box seat here for this matchup. They're currently sitting with a 28% chance of winning this game compared to the 67% chance of the draw and 5% chance that England go on to win this game. But Usman Khawaja now on strike, whips it to his leg side. This is the wrong line. Once again, Ben Stokes able to field it there at kind of that square leg region, and that is going to be the end of the 65th. They're starting to really ramp through these overs here, England, which is great to see. That we might get to see maybe the new ball before the end. Now we got 45 minutes. I don't think we're quite going to get to see the new ball for England as of yet, but right after the break, I think they will be able to have it as well. And also, anyone can win. South Africa versus India, it's an open game as well, says the same warrior. Exactly right. It's either going to be India taking a few more wickets or South Africa getting a few more runs. But let's just hope that the rain does not win that game and then it ends up as a draw, because surely 2 days worth of cricket, I really hope it doesn't get rained off. I'm just going to have a quick look to see how many runs South Africa will need to be able to win that one. Anderson here, who is going to be bowling. It looks like it might be Ben Stokes here. Is it? Yes, it is. Ben Stokes is going to get the opportunity. So at the moment, for the international cricket side of it, they do trail by, well, a moment, we'll click here. South Africa at the moment, they trail by, well, they need 240 and they're currently sitting 112 away. No, sorry, 122 away. Went to watch Spurs Chelsea. What a game as well. And this is Jaden who ended up winning that one. Jaden, do let me know. Ben Stokes here. It's an aggressive choice from the English bowling lineup, but I'm liking it. I'm hoping that they will be able to use him to his best of his ability. At the moment, he's gone for 30 runs off 10 overs. A little bit expensive. Probably one of the more expensive bowlers. In fact, the most expensive. Just followed by Mark Wood, and then it's actually Jack Leach. But that is because when he was bowling to the right-handers, it was the right line and length, and they won't mind having Cameron Green out there for Jack Leach's bowling. Maybe you even go with, I would say you wouldn't mind giving Joe Root a bowl at some stage before lunch maybe, and 2-0 for the Chelsea. And that one, short ball from Ben Stokes straight away, ducks under it there. Khawaja pretty casual from that man. He seems like a cool, calm and collected character, Usman Khawaja. Like, I've noticed that for the Sydney Thunder. Like, the man never seems to be flustered or anything. He's just like, yeah, I'll just do it and just go out there. I'll just bat, just play him a cover drive. And I'm wondering whether or not he will be back for the last kind of few games of the BBL. I know that that's going to be finishing on about the 22nd of January or somewhere around there. I don't think he will be able to because of kind of like the isolation restrictions and everything regarding around the Ashes. Another short ball there from Ben Stokes, 2 in a row at the moment to Usman Khawaja. He doesn't look amused with that one. The run rate is currently sitting there, 2.68, and now that is his warning, Ben Stokes, for the amount of short ball. Semi-final as well in there. There's Jadon Sancho, sorry. Yeah, that one's just a little bit too short from Ben Stokes once again now. Another yawn. They're flying by today. At the moment, I feel like it's all of the rain as well. That has kind of made it very stop-start. That's a pull shot from Khawaja. Ends up hitting it down to fine leg. Doesn't quite carry to Jack Leach, who was waiting for it. But it was in the air. And that is the first step for England. Trying to get the Australians hitting up high and possibly getting a miss hit straight into someone's hands. But Stokes now, he gets the bowl to Smith. And this has been a good battle over this Ashes series so far. I remember yesterday when Ross Taylor got out, New Zealand 20% became 8% as well, and Bangladesh win probability increased from 46 to 86 for every leg by batsman. They increased draw by 1%. Yeah, the fact that the odds differed that much in such a hurry was in a very strange situation, I guess you'd say. But Bangladesh in the end, they just deserved that win. They were phenomenal in that game. The crowd are very restless at the moment. They want to see more cricket. We are still out there, though, so hopefully that is the way that it stays. But anyone who is new to this channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. 14.5 overs away from the new ball. Pull shot from Steve Smith goes down to deep square leg, and it is just going to be the single once again. At the moment, I feel like they will take the new ball pretty much straight away here for England. Although if there's rain in the air, do you take the new ball straight away? Or does that mean that it does become pretty much an old ball after only a little bit of time? As well, you'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, Australia, they are sitting 177 for 3. A good foundation forming here for the Australians. But they need to make sure that one of these two go on to get themselves either the 50 or the 100. And then they will well and truly be set. At the moment, the odds have them as a 32% favourite for this match compared to 64 for the draw. England only the 4%, whipped off the pads there of Usman Khawaja, off the hip in fact, and it is going to be the single once again for Usman Khawaja, who ticks up onto 24 at the moment. He's trying to beat Labuschagne with the lowest run scorer. Imagine if Labuschagne is the lowest run scorer for Australia in this innings. I feel like that is something you don't normally see too often, but if it did happen, it would be very impressive indeed for, I guess, the rest of the Australian batsmen. But it looks like Usman Khawaja, he was willing to take on the short ball, which will give England a little bit of excitement, I should say. Any BBL action tonight, we have got the two matches. Brisbane Heat taking on the Melbourne Renegades as the first, and then the second game, it is going to be the matchup between the Perth Scorchers and the Sydney Thunder. I mentioned it is a Marshless Scorchers taking on a Khawaja-less Thunder as well, and a Hales-less Thunder as well, if we're thinking about it. And also an Inglis-less, oh, that's hard to say, Inglis-less Scorchers team as well. That is the end of the over, and it is going to be 3 for 178 now. Current run rate of 2.7. They're ticking along quite nicely here, Australia. Definitely with the stop start, normally a couple overs after going off the field, you end up just trying to find your eye again. But we've already gone off the field, or the covers have been on, I believe, 3 or 4 times today already, and we've only been going for just over an hour and 50 minutes. That's not quite ideal. They're going to be losing plenty of overs if it does keep on continuing that way. But anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. We are going to be back with day 4, day 5, day 3. I missed day 3, but I remembered it now. So day 3 is the next one that we are going to be live for. And yeah, Khawaja now on strike to Jack Leach. They're just setting the field. It looks like Joe Root pushing the man back. I think that's just giving them a free single down the ground here. I'm not liking this field for Jack Leach, because it is pretty much just saying all of the time, hey, Khawaja, here's a single. Let's get Steve Smith on strike. On strike, I should say. G'day, mate. And then 120, and that will be enough as well, says United extra time. Yeah, I feel like anything, I think I said 330 would be a very good total to have on the surface, just with the rain that's around. If they can bowl them out a couple times after that, Australia going to be sitting very nicely. England, 4% should be added to the draw, as the draw would actually mean a win for England as well. I guess that's a good point in regards. Or draw plus England at 68% at the moment, it would be in terms of the scheme of things. But now Jack Leach is going to be Khawaja. Needs to make sure that he gets that angle right here. A bit leg side-ish. Goes straight to man at kind of that backward square leg region. I believe it's Jimmy Anderson. Yes, it is. And he is going to probably have some very sore limbs by the end of the day. Definitely, because for those older players, they like to get that momentum going. You like to bowl your overs. You like to go back, warm down, warm up, bowl again. Whereas when you've got a little bit of rain in the air, it's kind of like you do a couple balls, then you go back out, you bowl 3 balls, you go back off, then you come back. And I believe he did a 2-over spell in about 4 different segments there, Jimmy Anderson, when we did have the rain a little bit earlier on. But Leach now. Once again, just a freebie run for Usman Khawaja. Like they're saying, Test batsman will not miss one that is put on his pads, and just a nice little freebie round the corner for him. At the moment, Jack Leach, he needs to make sure that he gets the line and length right. But mid-off at the moment, maybe Smith will go for it a little bit more, I would say, than what we will see from Usman Khawaja. He doesn't really need to go to aggressive Usman Khawaja, because they are just giving him the freebie down to the leg side. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe, like I mentioned. Also, be sure to check out the Kiwi Lads Sport channel, which is our secondary channel. And what I will quickly do is I will put that link in the chat, because I did forget to at the start. I'll have that as the pinned comment, but pretty much that link will take you through to our other channel. It is our backup channel, just in case anything happens to this channel as well. But yeah, if you are new, be sure to check out that channel as well. Alongside it, we have got plenty more cricketing action, sporting action going on there. England fans think the Ashes are depressing. Imagine being a United fan who were once unstoppable to now a ramble because of bad ownership as well, says United Extra Time there. And yeah, I feel like it is a tough one. Like, teams have that momentum swing. And I mean, I remember the Warriors at one stage, I think they were decent. I can't actually remember how long ago it was when I was going to say a man's name, but he's actually in prison now, isn't he? Okay. Okay, at this stage, I thought they were showing that it was going to be the rain delay once again. We have also got there. Aussies were 25% at the last delay. So if these two continue till lunch, Aussies will probably be at like 40%, yeah. And then as soon as it rains again, just goes straight back down a little bit further. Short ball there. Khawaja goes after it from Stokes. He wanted that one on back as well, says Lee. Welcome back to the lights room, mate. Hope you are doing well. It was decently played. Or decent kind of, I guess you could say, intent from Khawaja. He ended up trying to ramp that one over the top. And at the moment, it is going to be Stokes once again steaming in here. 25 runs already for him. This partnership has moved up to around that 50 runs so far between these two men. That is just going to be the dot ball once again. So I feel like we're going to see probably quite a few leaves from Usman Khawaja. Anything that's not in his arc, he is not going to go after. And then if it's short, he's going to take on the pull. If it's wide, he's going to take on the cover drive. And those are going to be his two main scoring shots, I believe, throughout the day today. At the moment now, Stokes, he seems to be, out of all the bowlers, it's probably, I said it yesterday, he's the most like a short format bowler in terms of the line and length that he bowls and kind of the variation that he offers. I wouldn't even be surprised if he tries to throw up like a knuckleball Yorker at some point throughout this match, just to see whether or not he can catch Khawaja off guard. Because I was saying about Mark Wood, if he bowls a slower ball, I feel like that will catch everyone off, because normally he does bowl at about that 150 mark. And if you bowl one down at about 115, 120, then all of a sudden, you know, the hesitancy just comes in for the batsman. If he can get it in the right place as well, he's got to make sure that he doesn't waste that slow ball. If he does bowl one. Stokes there. Oh, did that hit something off Khawaja? That was an ugly ball. Ben Stokes goes down as well. He ducked down, similar to what Usman Khawaja should have done, but instead Khawaja almost got nailed. At the moment here, what do we see here? What part of this did Khawaja get hold of? No, he ended up hitting him on the arm there for Usman Khawaja. So he's not looking like he's too safe under these short ball bats. And also Khawaja will be important on spinning decks as well for Pakistan and Bangladesh tours. Hopefully Swepson finally gets his chance as well. Fair play. Bangladesh beating your Kiwis as us as United. Extra time, exactly right. Like, I watched that whole game. I did like pretty much the whole live streams throughout the days as well. And I couldn't take the smile off my face, which I feel like was surprising a lot of people. And has Khawaja been dropped from the Thunder? He hasn't been dropped. It is just the case of, with international duty, it does mean that he is going to be here for the Ashes rather than being at the Sydney Thunder. Same thing for the likes of a Nathan Lyon. He might return for the Sydney Sixers later on in the season of the BBL if there is still time. But you wouldn't really bring those guys in for the very final game, I don't think, if they haven't played any of their way into it, because that could be a very risky tactic, doing it along those kind of lines as well. But Stokes now, another short ball play, better by Khawaja. Does get on top of that one, and Ryan Crawley, it's actually Zach Crawley, does end up fielding that one at deep fine leg. We have got the after English can somehow get Australia out for 300. It could be game on as well, says James. Yeah, anything more than 350, I'm worried for England. But anything less than that, I think it is going to be hopefully a good back and forth contest. It looks like a decent batting surface so far. But yeah, it will be interesting to see how many they can get them out for. They need to stop these Australian batsmen who come in getting that little bit of the partnership going. As you can see here, 30, 38, 28, 36, 26. Everyone gets themselves that little bit of, like, I guess you could say, a little bit set. And then from there, it is extremely hard to try and break up the partnerships just back to back to back to back as well. And it's called being in the bubble for the Ashes series, as mixing too many people at the moment isn't allowed as well, says United. Yeah, exactly right. And I know that for the BBL, there was big news earlier today. They did actually announce it on the Ashes that there is going to be a player pool that you can have, not a swimming pool. Of course, I'm sure they already have plenty of those, but it is going to be instead that you can actually pick a player from a massive pool of about, I don't even know how many they're going to have, but they're all going to be based out of a Melbourne hotel. And then when teams do end up losing a couple of their players due to positive tests, you can actually just go into that player pool, take a couple players so that you don't have to go through all of the kind of county cricket and whatnot and try and work out where you can find, or state cricket, I guess I should call it, here in Australia, even though I'm from New Zealand. And also, no Ducks as well, says James there. And also, yeah, they are allowed to bring in those players. So it's going to be, we might see some random players play for not just one team, but once those teams will have their players back, might play for another team, etc. It's going to be a bit of a muddle, but that is the way that they decided to go to try and get all of the BBL games done before the January kind of closing window that they did decide. The Sun's back out here at the SCG, which is very nice to see. Jack Leach, decent delivery, gets down to that one and does end up fielding that one nicely at the moment. I think it is Joe Root, and also Josh Butler. They need to start firing up their team here. We're hearing no words at all other than nice Leach. I think that was literally the only time I've heard them talk for the last 5 overs. Smith on strike, 36 runs. Let's go on to get himself that half century that he knows very well. He nicely played to the leg side, and they do sneak a single. Hamid fields that one at mid-wicket. But yeah, as long as the next man into the crease does end up losing his wicket relatively early, I feel like England still have a little bit more of a chance. 32% chance for Australia to win this one. 64% chance of a draw, 4% for England as well. So that is going to need to drastically change if they do want a chance. Khawaja, that is the first ball from Jack Leach from this angle that I believe is the one that has had Khawaja a little bit hesitant with coming forward. That is going to be the end of the 69th over, 182 for 3. And at the moment, we have got 30 more minutes until we get to the lunch break, which will be 40 minutes. And then they will be back out there at 3:10 p.m. New Zealand time as when it will be taking place. But like I mentioned, anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Be sure to check out that pinned comment link. That is to our second channel, the Kiwi Lad Sport, where we talk all things cricket and also just general sports as well. We are going to be having plenty more videos coming up there once the cricket season does slow down. We are not going to. We're going to have plenty more videos. We recently, on our main channel, we reached 1,000 videos and live streams. That was actually last night that we were able to bring that up, which is pretty awesome. And only the 522 days since we started doing the YouTube kind of channel. So decent effort, I guess you could say. Although some of those videos are from a little bit prior, such as snowboarding and whatnot, which some of you guys have seen, some of you guys have not seen. I would recommend going back, having a look at them as well. If you do like a bit of snowboarding, that's going to be the pull shot. Nicely played by Steve Smith. Hit along the ground. It's just going to be the single, but I believe, in a way, that's probably what they wanted. They want Khawaja on strike because he is looking like the more likely of the two candidates to go out at the moment. I am getting advertised for the Cricket World Cup 2022. It wants me to buy some accommodation for it. Interesting. I'd have to be going to it first, of course, but at the moment, Stokes versus Khawaja. He's had a lot of stuff that has been going short over the head as well. He needs to make sure that he gets it right up around that eye line of Khawaja. They've got the bat pad in play. It's going to be the short ball, tries to play it nicely, and he does indeed still keep it down. It looks like maybe the first couple caught him a bit off guard, but now seems to be finding a little bit more of his momentum, Khawaja. He's got a nickname, but I can't think of what it is. Usman Khawaja. In fact, I can't actually think of too many people's nickname. Roscoe is Ross Taylor's, I believe. Wags is Neil Wagner's, but I can't think of any others. Gary is Nathan Lyons, of course. Other than that, though, I feel like these players do have. Steve Smith's is what's Steve Smith's? Scratcher? No, something. He's got some sort of nickname, Steve Smith, that I can't quite think of, but he got some sort of thing that they do call him for his side. But at the moment, he's got the New Balance bat. It's in the ball all right so far for Steve Smith throughout the last little stage. He's sitting on 90 balls faced, 38 runs he has been able to get for himself here, Smith. And 2.65 is still the run rate that they are going at. So it's actually going pretty decent for England. In terms of that run rate, it was up near the 3 mark by the end of the first day. Ben Stokes now short ball. He's nailed Steve Smith there with that one. He tried to duck under it. He ends up wearing it on the chest. And he certainly felt that, saying he took his eyes off it pretty much straight away. He tried to duck out of the way. It's pretty much smacked him right in the middle. I believe it got him in the chest, but I'm just going to see the slow motion replay. Where does it get him here? Oh, yeah, right in the middle of the chest. Well, Steve Smith, he would have felt that one. Oh, no, I hit him in the glove. Okay, that's not too bad. Did actually end up getting hit in the glove. I thought it went straight through and hit him in the chest there. No, I hit him in the glove in the end. For Steve Smith, probably lucky that I hit him square on the glove, or else it could have ended up going in a different direction. Just makes the face up as well. Nice ball shot there from Smith. Does go down to square leg. At the moment, they're saying if it bounces a little bit more, perhaps the catch could be on the cards. But until then, Steve Smith here is just going to be continuing to go. Are you seeing this as well, says Xavier Brown? Is it the short ball that we're looking at for Steve Smith? Because at the moment, he's taking his glove off. He's saying that he's feeling all right. Yeah, I think he actually got hit on the part of the glove that doesn't have a lot of padding, which is kind of that part. Like even going like that with your hands probably painful enough, and then put a cricket ball going at 138 Ks. Not quite the nicest feeling in the world, I wouldn't think, for Steve Smith's pretty much little finger, his pinky as it is called. Short ball to Usman Khawaja. Expected at that point, and he was able to duck under straight away. But at the moment, it is sitting there. 70 overs down, 185 for 3 now. Ben Stokes all right. He looks like he's leaning a little bit, but I think that is just because he is listening to Mark Wood. I think he's trying to help him out with the field placement here. So maybe it's worth switching it around just a little bit more. But at the moment, they have got 10 overs left until they do need the new ball, and they will be taking that pretty much straight away. Definitely if it is looking like it is going to be drying out a little bit. Steve's nailed in the side of the glove there. Hopefully his hand is going to be all right. They certainly need him with the bat in hand. And if they do need to bat the second innings, the only way that they do need to is probably if they do end up getting less than about that 400. I feel like if they don't get more than the 400, they won't be able to enforce that follow-on. And that is probably bare minimum as well. And also, I'm on the plane and I'm using Qantas Wi-Fi. I thought plane's Wi-Fi did not work as well. Isn't it weird when you think about technology? Like you're on a plane, you're in a metal thing in the sky, and you have Wi-Fi. Like I sit in the lounge, my modem's about 5 meters away, and at times I don't have Wi-Fi. But you are up in the sky, way up there, and your Wi-Fi is probably speedier than mine is a majority of the time. So fair play whoever decided that Wi-Fi was a thing for planes as well. You have done well. Nicely played by Steve Smith once again. And that is going to be just a single. At the moment, Ben Stokes, he will be hoping that next over he can get the man out. Either Steve Smith or Usman Khawaja. 69 runs now is the partnership of 182 balls. So these two just keep on ticking over and over and over. The whole victory team is on my plane as well. Says Xavier Brown. That is pretty awesome. I thought they would have been traveling like separately from like the public. I would have thought if they have got that situation of kind of having to play the A-League and whatnot very soon. If you got them to talk to any of them, Xavier, or have you just left them to their business type thing? At the moment, Leach going to be outside of the off stump. It's been dropped. It's been dropped by Joe Root. It ended up Butler. It ended up the edge of the outside edge of Usman Khawaja. Butler put it down, juggled it to Root, and then Joe ends up putting it down as well. This was an absolute ripper of a delivery there from Jack Leach. Hits the arm of Joss Butler. Didn't even get the gloves to, and then it was right in the hands of Root. He puts it down, though. And that is going to be, unfortunately for them, that was probably the big moment that they were after. Steve Smith hits it to the leg side and gets himself the single once again. That could have been the partnership broken if they were able to get it, but just putting it down there, Joe Root. Jack Leach, I'm liking this line and length. It's a better one. Outside of the off stump, hits the leg of Joss Butler. One-handed take almost for Joe Root. Just reacted a little bit late to it. Ended up slipping away from Root to leg side-ish. And that is going to be worked away for the single there. Stokes cuts it off, and that will be the end of the 71st over 189 for 3. I don't like talking to professional because I want to leave them to their own. I don't want to bother them as well. That is fair enough. I feel like they appreciate that as well. Like, even if they don't meet you, they probably appreciate the people who just kind of let them go about their business. Like, you get some people who like just stand there and look at them. Like, they're just sitting in their seat and they just stand there going, have I seen you before? And then maybe they're asleep. They wake up and someone's just right there going, hello, did you sleep well? I feel like the thing is, that sounds like a weird situation. It's probably happened to at least a few celebrities as well. Or they'll get random pictures of them sleeping put on social media. I feel like that's really like a new low as well. The outside edge. Joe Root ends up putting it down, unfortunately, for England. And now Khawaja moves up into the 30s as well. Jack Leach, he knows that was the perfect opportunity to get that wicket. They just didn't quite get him. Usman Khawaja on strike. Ben Stokes with a short ball there. 134 Ks. He's getting them through at the moment, Stokesy. Trying to get that little bit of extra pace on that, create the indecision from Khawaja. If he can get the ripper of a ball that he gave to Smith to Khawaja, then maybe this will be a very interesting last kind of few overs of this session. We have still got another 22 minutes till it is going to be the end of the session, and then we will have a bit of a lunch break, and then we will be back for the next little bit of cricket, which will be starting at 3:10 p.m. New Zealand time, 1:10 p.m. local time. Another short ball there. And like they're saying, they've got Smith leaving. They've got also Khawaja ducking, but this was the wicket that they could have possibly had Khawaja. That's a perfect delivery from Leach from that last one, but then it was just put down by Joe Root. He'll be disappointed with that. Normally slots them straight in the hands. Says thanks very much. They haven't actually got any slips at the moment, which tells you exactly where they're going to be bowling it. I would have a leg slip here, if I'm being honest. I'd have someone around there. And also, after this channel blows up, looking forward to seeing our sleeping pics. Oh, your sleeping pics on social media as well, says Siddhartha. I am not, because I probably make some weird faces when I sleep. I'd learnt the other day that I was doing some commentary in my sleep. My mum was wondering who I was talking on the phone with at 6:30 a.m. And then she went back past and I was sound asleep. And turns out I was having a dream. Well, I remember having a dream about doing some commentary, and turns out it actually was happening. And I was doing some analysis from my bed with my eyes closed, going like, oh, yep, it's going to run down the touchline with that one. And yeah, I mean, I guess the voice never rests, I guess you could say. At the moment, Ben Stokes once again charging in short ball. It's straight into a mead. Just get in the way of it. And also quite disappointed with the absence of wickets in this session. It's going to be a great total for Australia again. Some things just don't change as well. And I sleep like a log when I sleep as well, says Xavier Brown. See, like, I don't think I sleep talk. And I know that sounds like, oh, how would you know you're asleep? But like normally if I sleep talk, my parents would tell me because it would be quite funny. And I feel like they would I would want to know if I sleep talk as well, just because I would find it funny. But yeah, I guess only just when I'm very, very tired, I must end up doing some sleep commentary just to kind of tick along. Because I mentioned about how sometimes when I'm like reading the chat and then I go to sleep, I sometimes wake up thinking that I've forgotten to read the chat for a little while and then realize that it's still bedtime. I mean, down the leg side from Ben Stokes, I believe that will be the short ball for the over. At the moment, one run off it for Stokes. Oh. Okay, Stokes has hurt himself badly here. Stokes. It's the left-hand side here. Put it down there. Yep. Straight away, he kind of grabbed at this region here, which does mean he's probably going to be gone here from the bowling attack. And that is not great news for them because they were actually going quite well up to this point. And straight away, he's holding the side. And he is going off the field. And instead now it is going to be Craig Overton. Big Craig Overton making his way out onto the field here for the English. But you hope he's all right. He's got a bat. And he needs to bat long as well for Ben Stokes if he does get a bat. But he looks like he is pretty injured at the moment here. Holding the hip here for Ben Stokes. And that is the last thing they wanted. That looked like the short balls were actually working a little bit. So now they're going to have to change up their plan. Maybe you give Mark Wood the ball and see if he, but you don't want to risk him getting injured as well, do you? And forecasts can change, especially on islands, UK, New Zealand, Sri Lanka as well. But today looks good today. 3 complete washout, 4 on 5, maybe half the overs on and off. So to get a result, captains have to be bold and dictate fast scoring as well. Yeah, and at the moment, Australia going at 2.65 runs per over here. Only 190 for 3. They get out of this day with a lead of about 300 and something. Hi, by the way, as well, says Dan De Castro. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. I hope you are excited for another day of Test match cricket. The Ashes. It's a prestigious competition between these two sides, and that is going to be nicely done by Steve Smith once again, moving us way closer and closer to the 50. That is the end of the over. 42 off 99. Mark Wood had to bowl just the one over, or just the one ball, to close out the over of Stokes. But that is the big hit at the moment for them. An injured Stokes is a bowler that they are missing. At the end of the day, when you look through the English lineup, they have got themselves James Anderson, Stuart Broad, or Jimmy Anderson. I always call him Jimmy, but they've got him down as James. But Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad, Mark Wood. They've lost their fourth seamer in Ben Stokes, so that's going to just make it even harder for those three men to keep on going. But the good news is, I think before the end of the session, we've still got another 17 minutes. I would quite like to see either a David Milan or a Joe Root get a bowl here. I feel like Jack Leach, the spinner's working for him, which is why I would love to see it from the other end. Maybe you give the leg spinner, the left arm leg spinner. And so, hey, Amish, the Japanese rugby starts this weekend. I had a look at the teams last night. Kurabedi, Daniel McKenzie, and Willie LaRue also are all playing there as well there. Or is that Ranger? I assume it is for that one. But yeah, it is going to be a pretty awesome competition. I'm going to be watching a few of those games, hopefully, throughout the Japanese top league season. And India, South Africa should be ripple later. It should indeed. I feel like that's the thing. That one may not go too late. India versus South Africa, because India, they need to try and get the wickets. And then also, a little bit of booing going on at the moment. Not sure what happened there. But yeah, India, they need the wickets. South Africa, they need 122 runs to be able to win it. So it'll certainly be over by day 4 if the rain doesn't affect it. You're not too sure what's happening at the crowd. And also, that used to play. They used to play for the Rebels there as well. Only Smith has faced 100 deliveries, sitting on 43 runs. Usman Khawaja, 2 balls off, facing 100 deliveries. He's sitting on 32. Well played by Smith. Gets right in behind the ball. No chance of that one going through. Now, we saw, unfortunately for them last time, in the last over of Jack Leach, they did actually end up putting down a catch, and that could have been a crucial one. The crucial wicket of Usman Khawaja. And also, soccer players are actually look so much weaker than rugby play up close. I saw Reece Hodge on a plane once, and he was massive as well. That's the thing. I guess it's just kind of different builds for different sports type thing. Like the average rugby player is probably close to that 90 to 100 kgs for a back, whereas for a soccer player, most of the players weigh less than 70 kgs. Just because I guess it just depends on what you need. Like for rugby, you do need that bulk to be able to really, I guess, just throw your weight around. Whereas a player such as a soccer player or football player, it would be about 5'6", 60 kgs, and he can still do just as well on the football field as a rugby player does on the rugby field type thing. But they are just showing the replay there of the edge. Joe Root puts the ball down. It could have been Khawaja gone. And how much will that cost them all? The sun really shooting across the ground at the moment. The clouds are moving quickly. That's a misfield there. And that does mean now that they do get the single. Tupou is like 150 kgs, but Soccer is like 60 to 80. So yeah, Taniela Tupou. I mean, that man probably eats a soccer player, not literally, but probably the weight of a soccer player. That man probably eats that every month, something around there. Yeah, does that mean they won't be playing in the Super Rugby tournament? It does indeed, which is why the Chiefs, they had to sign in the end Josh Ioane rather than Damian McKenzie, just because they had actually lost him to the top 14. Same with Ash Dixon. He would have been cool to see him at the Highlanders, but he is going to be missing from it as well. But I will mention anyone who is new, sure, leave a like and subscribe. At the moment, we have got another 14 minutes till we get to the lunch break here. And also, we have got the Kiwi Lad Sport. That is the pinned comment. Be sure to check that out as well. If you want to help support us, we are on the road to 1,000 over there and the road to 10,000 on this channel as well. Super Smash women's match update. Wellington defeats Otago by 33 runs as well. I guess that's the thing with it only being a 12-over match. It flies by, doesn't it? Just because of the little bit of rain. Was that game being played in Otago or Wellington? 317 Master, do let me know. Mark Wood at the moment. Now he is going to be bowling once again. Another big yawn for myself. But at the moment, David Warner, he's got a towel on the legs. He'll be a little bit disappointed that he did go out as early as he did it. And the fashion that he did it was in the end a brilliant ball from Jimmy Anderson, though. And now he is just going to be sitting there waiting for his opportunity to go out there into the field, get into the slip quarter and get fired up for it as well. Mark Woody is set in the field here. But like I mentioned, 13 minutes. We've probably got another 3 overs or so before the end of this session. A little bit leg side. And Usman Khawaja once again works it off the pads. I believe it is going to be a leg by. No, it isn't. It actually found a little bit of Khawaja's bat there. At the moment, almost a 100-run partnership between these two. They've gone above 70. And if they keep on going the way that they are, I feel like that 100 will be just around the corner and would rather money or success, like more money playing Japan, but don't win anything or play for Chiefs and win World Cup with the ABs but get like no money. I think it depends on the player. The likes of an Ash Dixon, I 100% support the fact that he went over to Japan, because those guys who are missing out on All Black selection, like, you might as well get yourself a payday while you can type thing. Because Ash Dixon, he's probably only got maybe 1 or 2 seasons left in him. So with him getting offered the big bucks to go over to Japan rather than play for the Highlanders, I feel like that is a very smart move on his part. They do get the single there themselves once again. Smith just rotating that strike, moving up to 45. But younger players, it is a big decision. It's like Caleb Clark. He went over to the sevens competition in the Olympics. He ditched his spot in the All Blacks to take that risk of going down the sevens path as injury cover. He didn't play any games, and now he hasn't actually been selected for the All Blacks in the last little while. So because of that, he took a risk. I guess you could say it paid off a little bit because they got a silver medal, but it still means that now he's got to work extremely hard to get back into the scene for the union side of it as well. Stuart Broad at the moment. So the Usman Khawaja, I guess it's a little bit similar with the cricket in the IPL, although it does mean that it isn't going to be overlapping with any of this season, I don't believe. So that is your one kind of real benefit of the IPL compared to something like that, like Aussie. Do they go overseas but can't play for Australia or stay in Australia and don't get the money? I feel like it depends on the person, really, because some people, they play like kind of like, you see Pablo Matera or something like that, or someone like that, I should say, how he points to his badge in one of those matches up against the All Blacks, says, I play for my country and whatnot. So you know that he is going to be one of those players who, I think even if he got offered a lot of money, he would still play for Argentina in the international scene. Whereas, I mean, some players do play for money. Some players play for the love of the game. And I think it just depends. But saying that, some people who do play for their country still go overseas to get some money in terms of that, because then they're not just playing for their country, but they're also playing for their families as well. Try and get them in a good position in life. At the moment, Khawaja, then they're 33 runs of 103. The new second ball, or the second new ball, sorry, is available in 6.2 overs. This is looking a lot nicer at the moment. The sun is out. It's looking like some blue sky in the background at the SCG. We might get the rest of the day a cricket here. Would across the man there for Usman Khawaja. 143 Ks just left alone there by Khawaja as well. The last thing that Australia want now is to lose a wicket 10 minutes before lunch, because then you're probably ending up sending in, I guess it probably would be Cameron Green, who would be getting sent in relatively soon. Rory Burns there. I believe that is also Dom Bess and a man with glasses who I can't recognize. Who is that? Who is that other fella? I think he's a pace bowler, but I can't actually work out who it is. Now, Wood, once again, one leg by and one run so far off the Wood over. Nicely bowled. That one came back into Khawaja a little bit. And that is going to be the end of the over. 197 for 3 now. So Australia, I feel like the run rate might slow down a little bit here just to bat out till they get to the lunchtime session. But then after that, maybe they start speeding up again. Seeing the weather that is on the forecast for the next few days, I don't think you want to risk not kind of going out there, going at about 3 runs per over or somewhere around there. I feel like would actually be a decent way to go for them. They're just showing that little lawnmower thing once again, the one that just kind of drives around and mows the lawn all day, every day as well. Gardena. I'm going to have a look at how much a lawnmower that mows its lawn all by itself is. I feel like that sounds like something that would be rather expensive. Gardena. Gardner. No, that's just Gardner. Gardner lawn mower. From Bunnings. No, where is it? Mitre 10 said that they have it. They're not going to tell us. Lawnmowers from Mitre 10. And also we have there it would be nearly lunch, is it? It is indeed. Oh yeah, getting closer and closer to it. You get a ride on for a few grand. That's not the way I would go. If I was honest, I would get myself a little Gardena one, but I can't spell Gardena, so can't look it up. That is a shame. Hover lawnmower, is that a thing? You can like get a hover lawnmower that doesn't have wheels, that just like hovers over the ground. Leach at the moment there. I see Bolden to go straight to me. So it is going to be once again the dot ball for Leach. And he has actually been bowling a lot better in the last little while. Auntie has changed it as well. And also Garden as well. And there's his Robert, although it's called Gardena, I believe, the lawnmower type. And it's pretty much like a little mini, like remote, or not even remote control. Literally just, there it is. Oh, okay, Gardena lawnmower. is 2,199. So that is not happening. I was talking about a water dispenser yesterday, maybe getting one that I could put in here. That would be kind of cool. And at the moment, 74.3 overs down, 198 for 3 here for the Australians. Jack Leach now attacking the stump line. That's a better line on the off stump rather than the leg stump here for Jack Leach. It's actually very breezy, and you can tell by the way that the clouds are just flying past at the moment. Like every once in a while, you just see something shoot past, and you think, is it a plane, is it a bird? No, it's just the cloud because it's quite windy there at the SCG. Advancing for Usman Khawaja, decides to try and shut down the spin with that line and length from Jack Leach, causing him just a couple issues perhaps for trying to cut that one off. But Khawaja at the moment sitting on 33 runs off 107 deliveries here for himself. Smith sitting on 46 of 106. Khawaja goes after that one. It's out through Coverway, and that is going to be a nice shot. It's at least 2 here for him. And Crawley cuts it off in the deep, and they do get back for the 2. Khawaja now moves up to 35, and that brings up the 200 runs now for the Australians. Well done. Well batted so far by them, and no one really dragging the chain, I guess you could say as well. Everyone putting in their own little performance. You need a water dispenser like we have on our fridge as well. And there says Robert. Yeah, I was looking at a little portable one. Although they're still like, that's the thing, even for like a little water dispenser, I think it's still like $100 and something for it to be able to kind of keep the water cold. I can just imagine having it there, just, and I just have water for days, you know. Anytime I need some, it holds 5 liters as well. It'd be a decent enough amount. You could have a fair drink with that. Just see if you can chug the whole 5 liters during one live stream. That would be a fun one. And at the moment, Jack Leach, yes, they're bringing in Dava Milan for a little bit of a bowl. That's what I've been asking for. Maybe they heard my message. Although maybe they watched on the live stream. Hello, England. How you going? Joe Root's got it in his pocket playing with his little earbuds. Listening to what I'm saying, maybe. Said I wanted to see Milan or Root before the end of the first session, and that's exactly what we're going to be getting here with Dava Milan. Left arm leg spin, not the easiest man to play. And at the moment, he got a couple wickets in the last match. Adelaide Oval. In fact, it was, 2 matches ago. Right, Milan. What's he going to be able to do? Oh, sorry, he's actually right arm leg spin. I'm a silly goose. Actually is right arm leg spin rather than left arm leg spin here. Oh, it's not too bad from Dava Milan. It's good delivery. Gets a bit of turn as well. Like they're saying, it's not a bad action from Milan. It's pretty simple, but it does work effectively for him as well. Oh, bold. He's just putting it up there at the moment, Dava Milan. I'd have another man around the bat. See whether or not you can get him to chip it straight to the man at kind of the bat pad on the offside, perhaps. Though I'm thinking too aggressive, I think, as well. At the moment, Dava Milan pitches it up a little bit more. Steve Smith goes after it. Going to be fielded by Anderson. Now, this is a good angle. I hope he ends up going over the wicket rather than round the wicket, and they do have about 2 men on the leg side. I think he is switching sides. Yes, he is. And also, second session should be fun. I'm not batting past there as well. Don't give any wickets. Don't declare. But bat ODI style after lunch as well. England bat been bad all series. So 200 for 3 is good. I just had 100 fast as well. Yeah, I guess with the amount of rain around, it's all about adding more and more of a total. Okay, no, Dava Milan is not going around the wicket. He is going to continue go over the wicket for now. Usman Khawaja, he needs to make sure that he gets that line just outside of the off stump. The Japanese must have paid a lot of money for them as well. There's going to be no run there for Usman Khawaja. New ball due in 4.2 overs, and I believe they might even get through 2 more of them, and I think that is why England have gone with spinners from both ends. That might be another reason anyway, so they can get their new ball as soon as possible. Give both bowlers maybe one warm-up with the new ball hit down the ground for Khawaja. It's just going to be the single down a long on, which was Stuart Broad waiting for it. Good over so far from Milan, though. Only gone for the 2 runs. Has had pretty much every single ball on the stumps, which is the situation if you miss, I hit as well. And do you think so too? Yeah, like millions. We are talking like in total for all of the Australian and New Zealand players, like they would have been paid very handsomely for their services. Maybe not millions for each player as well. Oh, sorry, bad word is this. No, there's no worries. I always end up like bleeping it, but like I still read it the way that it is. Like it's not that I'm against swearing. Like I probably swear more off live stream than on live stream, but it's more just the case of I don't know how old everyone is, and I feel bad if someone's sitting in their lounge watching the cricket with their mum. They've also got me on their phone, and then I just start dropping F-bombs like no tomorrow. I'll say, how much money will Kohli get a year, do you think, of Virat Kohli? Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. Like numbers, like we're talking absolute millions in the IPL. I don't even know how much I would give that man in terms of, like, in comparison, in terms of compared to what we get over here type thing. But you'd be looking at, like, if the IPL is paying a couple million for Pat Cummins, they're probably paying at least 3 or 4 for the other man as well, for Virat Kohli. And also, hi. Says Betty Wagon, welcome into Livestream, mate. Hope you are doing well. At the moment, no boundary score for 80 balls here. That's an interesting stat to show on a test match, but I guess it is significant because of the fact that it has been a whole 81 now that they haven't been able to get the ball all the way to the boundary. Anyone who is newbie should leave a like and subscribe as well. You just want to hope Usman makes 150 or 110, then he'll replace Harris as an opener as well. That is true, although Marcus Harris, he got himself 38 today or yesterday, so I feel like that wasn't too bad of an effort from him as well. Oh, no run for Usman. Khawaja almost getting himself run out. Steve Smith, he said no to that run of Usman Khawaja, and he said good call there, as he felt like there wasn't quite one. And also, please my comment read as well. And there's Sister Rahman there. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. Hope you are excited for day 2 of the Ashes. We have got the lunch break in only a couple minutes time, but then we are back for the final session of the day, or the second last session of the day. We've actually still got 2 more. I think with the rain, this one has really felt like it has been a drawn out session, I guess you could say, because not only did we start at 12, it's been 2.5 hours as well. And Kohli, I can't even walk down the street in India with it. He's getting chased as swarm. You got to feel bad for them sometimes in that regard. Like, they just want to kind of chill out, and then everyone just bombards him as well. He's going to have to start wearing a, like, kind of disguise or something along those lines. Just wear sunglasses, a hoodie, and you got to just try and hide yourself pretty much, which is not easy to do because everyone nowadays goes, hang on, that looks like someone familiar. I'll just go over and approach them and see if I can get a better look. Smithy's moved up to 49 now. That's the final ball of this over. We're going to get one more over in before lunch, and I believe it will be Dava Milan who will get, half a little smidgen left on the clock, which means they will get another over here as well. Like, I would not want to be that famous as well, says Xavier Brown. Yeah, I feel like any kind of famousness, like, kind of comes at that price as well, and I feel bad for certain people who you see just get absolutely swarmed as well. I always prefer good tests, but leagues like IPL have safe cricket as well and pays players well deserves dollars elevated to star soccer numbers relative to time played finally as well. And there says Dan DeKesser, and thankfully it's been a long session and not constant stop and start. Yeah, for the first few stages, it was going to be in that situation. I mean, we saw quite a few, like, kind of on, off. Nicely bowled by Milan once again. Pitches up nicely. Thank God for that, Amish, as well. I had visitors, and I just got rid of them as well. And now this session is just about over as well, says David the Mind. Yeah, we have got ourselves. This is the final over of the session. Australia bringing up quite a few runs for themselves. Steve Smith plays that one outside of the off stump. And this one will be a very defensive over, I would think, for them as well. And you have so many people in the live stream sick as well. And there says DC, yeah, this one has been done very well. And I do thank every single one of you for tuning in. And if you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe as well. It is hugely appreciated. You're all tuning in for this one. That's going to be hit down the ground. Nicely fielded there at the moment. Oh, okay. They've actually decided that they want Hasib Hamid on the other side of the bat here, since he is putting it all on the offside for Dava Milan. And that's the thing. He's got a lot of trust in a part-time leg spinner. He does still put it in the right spot. That is going to be the 50 runs for Steve Smith, though. He has been able to bring it up of 116 deliveries. Well batted by Smith once again. He had 49 on his back, but now going to have to change that to 50, although I believe he will not. Of course, in Steve Irwin was good off camera. I heard he took his time to sign autographs and shots as well, says Robert. Yeah, there are some players and also just celebrities who are like that. How, like, they take a lot of time and that type of thing. And then there are some who just try and pretty much hide from them. How is Wi-Fi working on a plane? That's what I was saying earlier. It's like weird when you think about it. Smudge, that is the nickname. I couldn't think of his nickname before. Shot from Khawaja there. Send it out into the deep cover region. But I would say, yeah, that's the thing. My Wi-Fi is right there, and it doesn't work as well as your Wi-Fi on the plane is working. So, I mean, is that because my technology is just that bad, or is that because plane technology is just that good? I feel like plane technology, how does one get data in the sky? and a Khawaja Smith as well. And there's STZ, yeah, well better once again by Steve Smith. Double Milan now. We're bowling the final ball of this session as well. Then we are going to have lunch. It is going to be a 40-minute one, but then we will be back in a little while as well. But leg sidish whipped off the pads, and that is going to be the end of the over for Double Milan. Craig Overton feels it. That is because he is out there for Ben Stokes as well. And Sebastian has got there the sad face. The first session wicketless for themselves as well. 209 for 3 here for the Australians after 78 overs. It is just about to tell us how many runs they were able to get for themselves. They were able to get 83 runs from 31.1 overs. So the fact that they started half an hour earlier to be able to get themselves up there, and they did only get an extra 7 balls while it's not data like your own Wi-Fi does not work. But their Wi-Fi is working. Yeah, I'm not too sure whether or not they'll have a modem up there or whether maybe they have their own like data kind of like box thing. Because I know that they might have like some sort of hotspot type thing that they create for their Wi-Fi rather than having it all kind of plugged in. And I haven't seen Kiwi Lads, Steve Smith for a while. As well says David the Mod. Yeah, he has been missing since a little bit before Christmas, I believe. I think he is more of a rugby man than a cricket man. But yeah, we haven't really seen it. It's probably because he's scoring 50s for Australia at the moment. Also, who do you want to win, England or Aussies as well, says DZ there. At this stage, I don't really mind. As long as it's a good match as well. It was certain they would get at least 2 wickets in the session. Or I was certain they would get at least 2 wickets in the session. I believe the leading one was actually 3+ wickets. Oh no, 0 became the leader in the end with 34% of the bowl. And also we have got there, do you read books? I'm getting into books about sports players. I haven't actually read a book in a wee while, but I do read a lot of comments. So I feel like that is probably where my reading comes from. Big Smitty with a half done as on there says Aussie Mozzie. Yeah, well batted from Steve Smith once again, bringing up another half century. England can't win this as well. And there it says Danny Castro with a little winking face, and he's in the middle batting as well, says Robert. And also we have got there in the chat as well, maybe because the plane Wi-Fi is better than yours and mine as well. And there says Robert, because I guess they would have to have quite a strong signal to be able to keep up continuously with where the plane is moving, because you can't really go with the same one over and over, which is why I feel like they will have either their own Wi-Fi hotspot or data hotspot of some sort. And also, we've got I want England to be behind Bangladesh as much as possible in the table as well, says DZ. And also, I appreciate the Grindy King as well. Xavier Brown, thank you very much, mate. I mean, that's the thing. We haven't had a day so far of 2022 that we haven't live streamed for 10 hours or more, which is a big one. That is for sure. But yeah, at this stage, we have had plenty of action. Or maybe the first day, we might have had just a little bit less than 10, but it was certainly more than 8. And Spotify is the worst in bad, or on bad Wi-Fi. Do you have a Spotify Premium, Xavier? Because if you have got Spotify Premium, I would recommend downloading a few songs beforehand. I actually downloaded some songs, how long ago? I think it was actually the other day when we were traveling. I was like, you know what? I am going to go and download some songs. And it was a good idea, although I didn't get through the whole playlist of downloading, so I only had about 15 songs, something like that, because we were leaving, and I thought of it right at the last moment. At the moment, Australia, Steve Smith bringing up the 50 runs, 51 off 117 balls. Khawaja, he is sitting there, 39 runs off 115 balls, and then also these men are going across the bottom here. They have all been able to kind of push their way in. As there was one from the UK on here, donated money to the Kiwi Lads like Sweeties as well. And there says David the Mod, and yeah, got Spotify Premium as well. And then also we have got there, I forgot to download it. Which artists do you usually go for? As well, says Sebastian, what's my playlist? I've got 100-hour power tower, as I called it. And it's just pretty much all songs, all generations. I'll go to it here and see if I can work out where it is. Your library, I think I find for Spotify. Where is it? 100-hour power tower. What are the first few songs? We got some 21 Pilots in there. Imagine Dragons. A bit of Maroon 5, Calvin Harris, Martin Garrix. What else we got in there? Whole heap, Khaled, Marshmallow, a little bit of that. Ed Sheeran, Dean Lewis, Lewis Capaldi. There's just everything. Bon Jovi, Justin Bieber, it's in there as well. Post Malone, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Guns N' Roses. It's just pretty much everything from every region of the world and every genre in pretty much of the world as well. And when are you going to get those mics to commentate as well? Or is it always going to commentate like this as well? Says TZ, I really would love to be able to get myself one of those ones that go like this. But unfortunately, I looked up the price of them, and they are actually $1,000 each as well. And the fact that I normally have a guest at some point in time in my live streams as well, it does mean that I would probably have to spend like $2,000 or $3,000 just to get a few microphones, and then also a kind of sound system as well to be able to play them. So maybe eventually that is the goal for us. But for now, I don't know whether or not we have the funds to be able to go out and get that. I've got that's the thing. I've got a big set of headphones, and they used to have a microphone on them. They are kind of one of those ones that do plug in, and they're kind of like headphones, almost earmuff type things. And $1,000 chill save your bucks as well. Yeah, exactly right. I feel like I can spend things definitely regarding the channel. I can get a lot of other things for $1,000 to keep it going, whether it's live streaming software. I haven't seen Brandon. He is on holiday at this stage. He did say he's going to be away till the 12th of January. But yeah, pretty much they did have the microphone type style thing. And they sound terrible. And they're supposed to be like good headphones. And they look good headphones, but they just don't really work as headphones, unfortunately, as well. And that's right as well. Says that David the Mod. And he's on holiday, I think, as well. And yeah, but yeah, eventually maybe it would be quite cool to be able to have one of these ones and kind of have like a professional setup type thing. And the big headphones, one of those like that as well. And yeah, go from there. We have got these away till the 12th as well, says Robert there. And it's my favorite player, Travis here playing as well. Well, I have some bad news for you, TZ. Unfortunately, the one player that was replaced in the Australian side was Travis Head, and that is because of a positive COVID case. So because of that, he is not playing in this game, and instead it is Usman Khawaja who is replacing him. Who's currently sitting on 39, but yeah, Travis Head not going to be around for this match. He should be back for the next one, I believe, if he does end up passing all of the tests and everything along those lines. But until then, it's not going to be Khawaja, it's not going to be Head. It is instead going to be Khawaja for just a little bit, and then the sad face from TZ as well. And yeah, it is a shame because Usman Khawaja, I feel like I wanted to see him open, but Marcus Harris, he's starting to find a little bit of form now in the Ashes series. Maybe he even gets a chance at Hobart, depending on how it goes. And also, I knew TZ likes Head as well. And there says Sebastian there in the chat. At the moment, we are just waiting for these next innings to get underway. It is going to be taking place in, I believe, 30 minutes time. So we'll probably have a little break at some stage soon where we will just be kind of chilling out for a little bit of time, setting up a few of the other live streams that we will have later on tonight, making sure that all of the games are still going to be taking place as well. And also Sebastian Chill are not like that as well. There's DZ there. And that's that as well. But do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, quickly before we go, how many wickets. I'm going to change it. I'm going to change my other one. We're going to change the poll, and we're going to say how many wickets will Australia lose in session 2. And will there be rain? Is probably another good question. So for now, ladies and gentlemen, do let me know, will there be any rain on the cards for session 2 of this match? I know that the weather is supposed to almost have passed by at the moment here. For the rain side of it, we will go here. We will go weather as well. What do we got? It's supposed to be 50% at 1 p.m., which is going to be 3 p.m. our time. And then also it's supposed to be windy for the rest of the day, which might make it a little bit difficult for the players as well. We will go, how many wickets? How many wickets? Wickets will, I'll say England get. There we go. We'll change the way around. England get in session 2. And we're going to go 0, 1, 2, 3 plus. As well, it's 3 plus. They'll be sitting in a very good position as well. If they were able to go for. Got any Queen in your music, Hamish, as well? One moment. We'll go here. We'll go up to the top. They have a search button, don't they? Yes, they do. Search Queen. Bohemian Rhapsody. Another one bites the dust is in there as well. And also We Will Rock You sitting in there as well for Queen. So there is a little bit of Queen in there as well. And also You Are Love. You Are Love, bro, as well. Says insane there. And also Khawaja says TZ and Smith 80 and not out. And also will be Khawaja 65 not out as well. And it was that Bangladesh above England comment as well. I just strike back somehow as well. And there, yeah, that's going to be interesting at the moment. 0% has got, 0 wickets falling in the next session. That's got 100% of the votes. Could be the case possibly in the future. But yeah, I am always looking at somehow making it a 200-hour power tower. I can find another 100 hours of songs and kind of going from there. And also it was that, we have got there, it was that Bangladesh kind as well. But they are just on the big break at the moment for the cricket. We will be returning at 3:10 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, that is when the next session will be coming around. And Sebastian, what do you mean as well? I was like, England will get no wickets. Australia will give them as well on there. What we are going to quickly do is I will go like this. Here we go. I'm just going to put that down the bottom, but we will probably be back before 3 p.m. To be honest, it will just be I'm going to go refill my glasses, possibly have a quick bite to eat, and then I will be right back. And in the near future, I'm wondering whether or not I put it as the full screen of this for now, or whether I do end up stretching. I definitely need to stretch. So, but I'll probably be back in only like 3 minutes or so. I feel like I'm not going to be away for too long. I'll just fill up my glasses and then I will be returning in a very short moment. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Be sure to also get yourself a drink, get yourself something to eat as well if you do need it. And we will be back a little bit later on. And I want Bangladesh to be behind England. I want England to be behind Bangladesh in the table as well. And how did you strike back as well? And this is DZ, but nonetheless, we will see you all in a very short moment. I'd say maximum 10 minutes or so, and then I will be back and rearing to go for another one as well, depending on what I decide that I do want to have as a snack. But I will see you all in a short moment. Right, we are back. Geez, that's a bit rough. Right, we are back. I didn't actually look at myself before putting it on. I had a hair cock. I had hair like a rooster was what I was going to say, but I almost said peacock, and then I combined the two. It's not a good one. I'll be back. Hey everyone, I'm back from lunch. How's everyone going? Hope you're all doing well. This is, of course, the first time that I have got back, and at the moment, Australia, they are sitting 209 for 3 here after the 78 overs. Steve Smith sitting on 51 of 117 balls. Usman Khawaja sitting there on 39 of 115 as well. And Leach, I feel like his bowling has started getting a little bit better, the way that he's using the angle across the bowlers. And also David Milan, I'm liking to see a little bit of that part-time right leg spin that we do get to enjoy as well. But hopefully it does go well for the Australians and also for the English in the next session. Be sure to vote in that poll how many runs you think that we will see from the Australians, even though that's not the poll. It is actually how many wickets do you think will be falling as well. Yeah, I was going to lull from Robert. Yeah, as well. And also we have got that bigger part in Irish as well. Says David the Mind. Yeah, the words might have gotten a little bit jumbled. I thought it was best that I kind of go off to the side, come back, fresh start as well. Yeah, I hope you guys are all doing well. And I hope at the moment, yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how this session does go for Australia. If they can bat throughout this one and really up that run rate, all of a sudden they're going to have about a 300-run lead, and they are going to be in a very good position to be able to go on and maybe declare by the end of the day, get a little bit of a bowl at the English and at the later stages. We've got about 15 minutes till we get to see the next session of play start, but I was just sitting there waiting, sitting here going, 20 minutes, eh? And then I was like, you know what? I feel like we have chatted enough, like in terms of on these live streams during rain delays, during everything, that I was like, I'll just come chat to you guys, see how you guys are going as well. We've got a weird conversation that went on between Sebastian and TZ a little bit by the looks of it. And also, I like Head, as I said, Mitran there. And of course, Travis Head is the one player who is missing. You had 66 here during your lunch break as well, says Robert. So that is a very high number. The numbers today have been absolutely phenomenal for the Ashes. I'm not too sure what's happened, but thank you all very much for your continued support on these live streams as well. If you are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. YouTube's been a little bit weird with our subscribers recently. They kind of go up, then they go back down, then they go up, then they go back down. So I'm not too sure what's happening there, but if you haven't already, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. And also check out the pinned comment, which is the link to the Kiwi Lad Sport, if you guys are keen to kind of check that out as well. But I have refilled my glasses of water. We've got plenty of hydration that is going to be coming for the next couple hours of Test match cricket. How good has the Ashes been so far? Unfortunately, not so good as the weather at the SCG. Hopefully, we do get to see it going for a little bit longer here, and we do get to see pretty much, I would say, about 4 full days. We'd take about 400 overs, maybe a little bit less, maybe around that 350 mark. Anything less than that, though, and I feel like it could end up being a draw in this game. At the moment, the odds are sitting as follows. Australia, 35% chance of winning. Draw is 62%, so it is still the favourite, and also 3% chance for England to be able to go on and win this way. Is England betting now? As I said, Betty Wagon, they are not. It is just going to be in between the sessions, but currently, Australia, if they get a few more, they might get themselves in that situation of declaring later on. And the same old rubbish, England, not quite as bad as losing to Bangladesh, though, as says Joe UK. Yeah, tell you what, we'll take it on the chin, though. That was a pretty awesome performance from Bangladesh, and I'm looking forward to the second one now, and there's a part of me that kind of wants them to get the clean sweep. I'll be honest, the way that they played in that first match, they absolutely deserved it. Abadot bowled phenomenally in that second innings, the big Bangladesh fast bowler. And then also, I believe it was the captain, Mohammed Mominul Haq, who did do very nicely with the bat in hand and also picked up a couple winning wickets. That's the combo of words that I am after in the first innings as well. But yeah, I watched all of that test match, did the commentary for the whole test match, and just loved every second of it. Smile on my face. No matter the circumstances, you got to feel just over the moon for Bangladesh as well. Quest says, how many wickets will England lose in session 2 as well? I see. Oh, no, it says how many wickets will England get in session 2. As well, I am glad, never mind, I misread it as well. I was thinking for a second, geez, I've really messed that one up, if that is the case that I have gone with rather than that. But do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, who is going to be the next wicket that does fall for Australia here in this match? Is it going to be Steve Smith, the experienced man who will just sit out at the crease all day if he has to, or will it be Usman Khawaja, who might be able to stick himself out there for a little bit longer and then lose the wicket a bit later on. I feel like it's going to be, it would have been Khawaja bowled by Ben Stokes or a short ball from Ben Stokes that did get him out, I have a feeling, but Ben Stokes is injured. He is going to be missing now for the English, so it does mean that they are not going to be able to get themselves going. Khawaja 171, Smith 200 as well as Smith run. So that answers that question pretty much straight away in terms of the fact that you are saying neither of them is going to be able to go on and get themselves out in this session as well. And also we've got their block man Go fan as well in there. Has said hi as well. Welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. And he's pulling your leg as well, says Robert. But nonetheless, this stage we are just a few more minutes away from the next matchup getting underway, or the next session getting underway for this one, which is going to be absolutely awesome because I love test match cricket, and we have watched Bangladesh versus New Zealand. Now we are watching Australia versus England as well. And then we've also got Bangladesh on the later days, and love your Tuesday, Amish, as well. Indeed, Bangladesh earned it, and our respect as well. No shame on current form. Justin Test, Bangladesh way better than England as well, says Dan DeCastro there. And Stokes should just permanently become a batsman. His body ain't fit for bowling anymore. And unfortunately, it's more of the case of he always has to do the hard balls for everyone. Like, he's always the man who gets the ball in hand, and they say, right, you're going to bowl short, you're going to bowl the bouncers, and you're just going to absolutely empty your gas tank every single time we give you the ball. Similar to what we see for New Zealand for Neil Wagner, but Neil Wagner is just in that condition where he is so used to bowling short that it just works for him. As Wood and Archer injury prone as well. Ollie Stone the same as on there. Says Miss Ryan. So it is very tough for England to find those players who are going to be able to, because I guess Mark Wood, he doesn't normally play 2 back-to-back test matches. And the reason for that is because he can end up with a little bit of an injury if he does end up just bowling a few too many overs. So they will be strategic of that. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Joe Root get a little bit of bowl in this session as well, alongside Milan, alongside Leach. Just give those quicks a bit of a spell after the new ball is taken, because the new ball, it is just around the corner. And it is 2 overs off, I believe, until they are going to be able to take it. And good afternoon, says Trucking Down Under. Welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. And at the moment, Australia doing very nicely for themselves. 209 for 3 here. It's looking very good as well. Too many slow medium bowlers in county cricket as well, says Mitch Run there. I mean, for us in New Zealand at the moment, we need, I think, a bowler who can bowl around that 145, 150. Everyone for us, I believe Wagner might be the quickest, or Bolt's the quickest at the moment with about 135. If we can get that extra 10Ks, all of a sudden you're dangerous, because of the fact that if you get just a little bit quicker, we've seen what Mitchell Starc can do with that ball. Definitely when it's swinging around, that man wouldn't want to be anywhere near him in the nets when he is bowling, because or else then your toes are probably going to be falling off a few times more than you do want. And why doesn't Ferguson play anymore? It's the same reason as Wood and Archer, unfortunately, just injury prone at the test match level. He does play the shortened format, but unfortunately just ends up getting injured every single time after bowling about 10 overs or so. Unfortunately for him, it just ends up going downhill. So that is why I would say they need someone. I'm trying to think of the young quicks that we have got at the moment. I can't think of too many overall for New Zealand. There's probably a few names that I should be able to think of, but off the top of my head now, I've gone blank as well. How quick is the young bloke coming through as well? How quick is the young bloke coming through? Says Trucking Down Under. How quick is the young bloke? Who's the young bloke? What's his name? I'm trying to think of his name. I can't quite think of it as well. I know that we got one guy who bowls about 145 or something like that. I mean, Muhammad Hasnain for Pakistan. He's going to be a lethal one in the future. Bowling 145 at 19 years of age and bowling Yorkers, bowling hat-trick balls in the BBL as well. Exactly. I don't know why. It's got offended. But I said Bangladesh are ahead of England because right now they clearly are as well. Says DZ Edwards. Bangladesh have a better batsman than England and possibly even a better captain too. As I said, Mithran there. Oh, yeah, let's say Joe Root. I wouldn't be surprised if he bowls himself for a little bit of time. Yeah, possibly. But after the new ball, or maybe one over before the new ball, he might give himself just a little bit of a crack, see how the ball comes off the fingers as well. Because at the end of the day, you've got David Milan. I wouldn't mind seeing him get one more. Steve Smith, he will probably want to see one more from him as well. As Adam Milne, injury prone too, he is indeed. Unfortunately, that's the thing. If we can find a quick bowler, because that's the thing, as much as like people like to say that Starc at times is inconsistent, the man doesn't get injured too often, other than, of course, at the moment for the Ashes, he has got a bit of a back problem, but he's still bowling 140, which is still quicker than any of our Kiwi bowlers are able to get the ball down there. And so as long as he kind of doesn't end up firing up that injury too much in this game, he's going to be sticking around for a little while, old Mitchell Starc. And not old Mitchell Starc as in because he is old, but just old Mitchell Starc as in he's a veteran. He's been around for a while, and he certainly has a dangerous Yorker when he does get it in the right place. England will have to watch their toes or else off they go, as the saying will say. We saw off they going, or 3 times that they went off the field for that first innings, unfortunately, or the first session of this day. It's Afghanistan are touring Bangladesh in February, 3 T20s and 2 ODIs as well, says TZ. So perhaps we will have to check that one out as well, perhaps, for kind of those sessions in February as well. And I'm surprised India are producing 140k bowlers now. That's a reason, or that's the reason they're successful overseas. They have variety, exactly right. Jasprit Bumrah, he's going to steam in. He's going to give you plenty of speed. And then also, that's the thing, as soon as you're a 19-year-old or a 20-year-old, 21-year-old even, and you're bowling 145, you've got a bright future as well as you avoid those injuries. And also, that's the thing with Mohammad Hussain. Unfortunately, the way that he runs in, his ankle is always on an angle, that front foot. And I'm very worried that eventually that's going to wear down probably that ankle, and he is going to either break it or he's going to end up very seriously damaging that ankle. So hopefully he can straighten out that foot, and then from there he will be completely fine, hopefully. As and also we have got there, do you like Marchand Delange? Do you like Marchand Delange? I don't actually know who that is, TZ, so I won't say yes or no, just because or else then I have no idea what I am agreeing to or disagreeing with in that regard as well. But we are currently only 6 minutes away from the next session getting underway here, ladies and gentlemen. If you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It's hugely appreciated you guys all being here for these live streams. No matter the hour of the day, no matter what is going on in the world, we are still going to be here for our live streams. And yeah, pretty much we have got a whole heap of them planned for the future. We've got 2 more games of the BBL. Pakistan have all the talent. It's just that it's mismanaged as well. And South African cricketer, as well says TZ, I don't think I've heard of him, which is interesting enough there. But at the moment, they are just showing Ben Stokes and Nathan Lyon. That might be a battle we get to see a little bit later on if he is actually 100% and not going to be injured here, because unfortunately, he does end up possibly, I mean, it's one of those situations, if he ends up getting injured here, Ben Stokes badly, he might be missing from the 5th one as well, and that is the last thing that they would be wanting there, because he is a very talented player. Yes, search him, he's good as well. Is he a young player, kind of up and coming? Do let me know. So, but I'm always keen to find who the next up-and-coming talent in the cricketing world is as well. I know that for New Zealand, Will Young is another one that people are quite fond of, and also Finn Allen is another name that has been mentioned just a little bit throughout the times as well. But at the moment, we've actually been going for 3 hours on this live stream, which is quite surprising. It's flown by as well. 31. Okay, so he is a little bit older in that regard. So I guess that up-and-coming talent probably isn't the right wording for that situation. But Smith, Khawaja, both still at the crease, both almost bringing up a partnership of 100 runs here. If they keep on going at the rate that they are, by the end of the session, I would say Australia will have themselves up to around that 300 mark. They actually got about 80 runs in their first 31 overs, 0.1 as well. There was an extra ball that did get bowled, but that is because we've had so much rain on the cards that just keeps on hanging around as well. And that is also a nice reverse sweep from Usman Khawaja. He was looking like he was being very brave to the spinner, and Jack Leach didn't want to play the wrong shot, but didn't really play the wrong shot too often, other than we did see him get the outside edge that didn't quite carry through to Joe Root, or in fact, it did carry. It just ended up with a bit of a juggle there, and Root not quite able to capitalize, and that would have been Khawaja out on around that 25-30 mark. So we need to remember that. The more runs Khawaja gets, they had a chance earlier on to large bowls. 152k, so yeah, that's the thing. Like I mentioned, anytime you get up above around that 140 mark, creates that indecision, and that is something that the Black Caps, they will be open to be able to find a young and up-and-coming bowler who can bowl around that 140 mark, because if he can, and he is match fit and doesn't end up with an injury too quickly, it's going to be one to watch out for in the future as well. And that is why I really like the fact that they have got Archer and Wood for England at the moment. Unfortunately, Archer, though, injured for this one. I'm not a fan of TZ. I just wanted to engage in some banter as well. Says Sebastian, we do have plenty of banter on the channel, of course. Is that an actual thing? Oh, they've just shown an ad for like thingamabob. And it says fog eating is when you're concentrating on something and you're eating and you forget that you are eating. And I feel like I do that all the time. How many times do you guys like sit down watching some cricket or something, and you got a big bag of chips, and then all of a sudden you look down and you go, oh, my chips are gone. Unfortunately, like just in a very short time as well. It's Ibada up and coming. He's 27. Definitely, he's still got a good few years left on him as well. Cool, bro. That's funny stuff as well. And this is TZ. And Sebastian, you missed me coming back, accidentally calling myself, what did I call myself? I accidentally said I have a head cock and then accidentally disappeared and then came back because I said the wrong thing. I was trying to say that I look like a peacock. Got mixed up. As on $150 OMG, as I said, Dan DeCastro, yeah, because Archer can also get it up around that 150 mark if he does end up steaming in, but he has got an injury at the moment, which is why I feel like on the Australian surfaces, he was one that they would have absolutely loved to be able to have here for this game. And not really just this game, the series, in fact, would have been very handy for a bowler of the caliber of Jofra Archer. I am just making sure that the BBL for now is still taking place. I know that there's 2 games back to back here as well. And type March and Dan DeCastro type in that bowling. As on there says TZ. Oh yeah, the BBL, we've had a few slight hiccups along the way, I guess you could say. Right, what do we got here? So it is still taking place by the looks of it for Metricon Stadium. That's better as well. Is this going ahead with predicted thunderstorms as well? Okay. Okay, right. So there might be the situation of maybe some rain on the forecast at the moment. So maybe the BBL games will be a little bit shortened for tonight, which will mean that we're still going to be here for them, whether they are shortened or not, whether it is raining or not. We're going to be here, rain or shine, day or night, summer or winter, odds or evens. We're going to be here anyway. And I says Betty Wagon, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing well once again. At the moment, we are almost underway. In fact, it was supposed to be getting back underway at 3:10, I believe. But we've still got ads. My coverage behind, or are they just a little bit slower in terms of getting back out on the field? I believe we're supposed to be coming back pretty much now as well. In fact, I will put there that we will be back for session 2. We will take that away, and we will go back to the wickets that they have been able to get so far. Warner on 30, Harris on 38, Labuschagne on 28. And these 2 men building up quite nicely for themselves. Right, the umpires making their way back out onto the field. No rain today, please. Any more rain, that is, for the Ashes. We want to see a lot more being played. It is a very fancy little camera robot thingamabob. I feel like that costs a lot of money to make one of those. I was thinking also Kiwi Lad Sports, 12 or 8 from 700 as well, says DZ there. Doing very well indeed. So anyone who hasn't already, be sure to check out our second channel. It is the Kiwi Lad Sport. We're getting closer and closer to that 700 mark. We've got plenty more content that will be coming on there in the future. And it is also the backup channel for this channel, just in case we end up with any sort of copyright strike or anything that prevents us from being able to live stream on here as well. Archer can sometimes be erratic as well, but man, England miss him. His pace is devastating, exactly right. And I feel like that's where Mitchell Starc does so well, is because we see him, like, yes, he's got a little bit of 50-50 at times in terms of what is going to be happening in that regard. But other than that, he just goes and keeps it going quick. And that's as soon as you kind of sit there going, oh, do I? And then all of a sudden the ball's past you. It's very cloudy and windy here as well. There's Betty Wagon there. As on, if you were Australia, would you set a lead of 100, 350, 300? I'd go at least 350 here. You want to make sure you're probably only betting once. And with the rain starting and stopping here, it's going to be tough as well. Yes, bro, please upload and grind on that channel to come in handy. Get it over 1K as well, says TZ. Yeah, because we did actually fly up in subscribers on that one. It was a couple months ago when we ended up with a copyright strike from the Cricket World Cup. We were doing the exact same thing as we're doing now, commentary for it, but it was actually a Sri Lankan YouTube channel that took us down off YouTube because they didn't want us doing the World Cup alongside them type thing. So they actually struck us down. So we were off this channel for about 2 weeks while we had to try and get that copyright strike removed, which of course they weren't replying to emails about. But overall, the new ball, it's only 2 overs away here. And then we are going to get to see some more pace bowling from England. I assume Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson would both take it. I wouldn't mind seeing Mark Wood with the new ball, pitching that up a little bit more, getting that pace on it, seeing whether or not you can create that indecision, because I feel like Anderson and Broad are very similar speeds, but from different angles, perhaps we do get to see some different kind of shots off it from the batsman as well. But we are almost ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Jack Leach bowled 14 overs, 1 maiden, 39 runs, and with an economy of 2.8. He's getting ready to go. He is going to be bowling to Steve Smith, recently bringing up his 50 runs as well. And why the hell don't they drop Stokes and Crawley amid taking Wokes and Mills as well? And there says Uma, I really wanted to see Wokes in this test match because his batting has actually been really helping England. I know that the results don't say that, but he's at the moment got an average of about 30, which I believe is about 3rd highest for an English batsman in this series. Outside of the old stump, loosener there for Jack Leach. Steve Smith says, all right then. And he does hit it away to the boundary out that kind of cover region. I mean, England as well. And then I like Tymel Mills, very good bowler. And I feel like short formats of the game, he is going to be on fire in the future as long as he doesn't end up with more injuries. Because I believe I actually heard them talking on the Big Bash. It was either last night or the night before. The reason that the man doesn't play test match cricket is because he does get a little bit injury prone at time, which is why he does stick to the shorter format of the game. Jack Leach, once again, another loosener. And that is going to be hit out cover way. Just for the single this time, they did have the man back there. Dava Milan, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets the next over of this game, or maybe Joe Root warms up his hands and his arms a little bit more. And at the moment, Root is just having a bit of a stretch here. He's going to be at slips. His seamers are fire as well, says TZ. And the slower ball Yorker that he can bowl just flies down there and always has good seam presentation, which I think is why he is so successful as well. Leach, a little bit leg sidish. Another single. This could be inexpensive over here before the new ball comes in. Australia might as well go after this one. You got 2 overs of a soft ball compared to a rock hard cherry that you're going to have for the next one. Of course, the Kookaburra ball, when we are in England, it is the Duke ball that they do end up using, but over in Australia, they do go for that Kookaburra as well. We have got their route should be, better than Milan part-timers as well. And this is I thought so, although I guess because they decided that they want a bit of leg spin rather than 2 off spinners. Definitely with Leach going over the wicket, he's pretty much the same thing, except just a different arm thrown up. We have got there Dan De Castro. Are you South African? Because most have the name D as well in there. But Leach now, they've got the man at first slip there, Joe Root. Well bowled, but well played by Steve Smith. Gets right in behind it. Just blocks that one out. Leach, though, he's probably got a lot to prove here. He did end up having, I believe it was the third match was a good one for him. And then the second match was a little bit more rough, I believe, at the Adelaide Oval. Or it might have been the first one that he did have an economy of about 8 off it as well. In fact, he got dropped for the second test match, didn't he? At the Adelaide Oval, and then he was back for the MCG. But that is going to be the end of the over from Leach. He does end up going for 7 off it, and it is going to be 216 for 3. Does that mean that we're going to see more speed up from the Australians in terms of that run rate, or is it just this one? Or 99-run partnership, though. So they are getting extremely close to being able to bring it up. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be back for every session of today, and also tomorrow we will be back for every session of the day also. But Steve Smith here looks like he is just warming up the gloves. He does normally go through about 15 pairs in innings, depending on how long he bats for. It's going to be on strike, and it is going to be Joe Root now, who's going to be getting 1 over before this new ball. Can the captain of England get the ex-captain of Australia / vice-captain at the moment? I think Cummins has taken that role back for the Australians for this test match and the last one, as he did miss out on that SCG. He missed out on Adelaide Oval alongside Hazelwood, who was also missing from this one. So it means that they're not willing to risk his injury, kind of end up risking firing it up. They've got Scott Boland, though, who did very well for himself. Like they're saying, maybe Michael Hussey would have given an over to the fast bowler, see whether or not it slightly helps him warm him up before getting the new ball at Root now. Going to be bowling isn't Smith at League 2. He is indeed. Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne are the 2 spinners. Someone walking behind the side screen. The umpire's frustrated. I think it's a camera woman. She gets booed by the crowd as well. She's saying, or they're saying, you're not allowed to walk behind the sight screen as well. Steve Smith now going to be ready to go. 99 as the partnership now. Oh, Smith just having a bit of a chat with Hamid there. Joe Root's rewrapping his thing. What is going on at the moment? Everyone is stopping. Right. We're back in. Joe Root about to bowl his first ball to Steve Smith. Leg sidish. Worked around the corner, but it is just going to be the dot ball there. And at the moment, Steve Smith's still complaining about someone behind the sight screen by the looks of it. Or someone needs to sit down, I think, in the crowd as well. And Umar Das, Lytton, Das' brother as well. And this is TZ there. At the moment now, Joe Root. 5 balls till the new ball here for England. Outside of the off stump, well bowled. It is going to be played out through the cover region once again from Steve Smith. And they do end up getting just a single, dawdling down there for their one. That's a 100-run partnership. Well better. No, I'm Canadian with Spanish ancestry as well. Grew up in Italy. I'm all over the map as a modern man as well. See, I feel like I'm very boring in that regard. I'm from New Zealand, born in New Zealand, raised in New Zealand. Went on holiday to Australia once or twice. That's about as cultural as I get. Oh, I went to Indonesia for about a week. Then I got kicked out. No, I didn't get kicked out. The holiday ended. Usman Khawaja now on strike to Joe Root. Once again, playing it straight to the man at cover, although they have got a different field set for Khawaja, it looks like. And yes, man, great to have different races mixed in as well. And there's STZ, but at the moment, Nathan Lyon and Joe Root, they were having a bit of a chat about spin before the game. That's going to be pulled by Usman Khawaja. Races away to the boundary. He moves up now onto 44 runs now for the Australians. Anyone who has no, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. They're looking at the way that Joe Root's bowling. He's actually dragged it down a little bit too much there. And Khawaja pounces. He moves closer and closer to that half century now for himself. Mead almost got that one in the mush, which I know he wouldn't have been too keen on. Luckily, he's got a helmet on, but if he didn't, I don't think he would be standing there, that is for sure. Khawaja now once again going to be on strike. Root going for 5 runs so far. Nicely played by Khawaja. Just one more ball, and then I believe they will be taking the new ball. I would recommend, though, just having a loosener as well. I would love to see Uzi go large as well. And then says Guy Broom, I think his best is 170 or something along those lines, isn't it, for Usman Khawaja? And that was actually in the Ashes, I believe he was able to do so. Joe Root there with a little bit of a round arm delivery. That will be the end of the over, and want Aussie to get 600 runs as well, says DZ. I don't know whether or not they've got time to get to 600. I would say at least 350, 400, though, for them would be well and truly doable here. Definitely if Khawaja and Smith stick around, both starting to up their run rate. And this one, the strike rate at the moment for Khawaja, 36. It was actually only 24 a little while ago, but he's playing some very nice shots. 104-run partnership and 2 expensive overs in a row since coming back. 2 overs, 12 runs. Well, there, and yep, this is going to be fun. New ball notwithstanding as well. And there says Dan DeCastro, that's the thing, if any rain starts to fall here, that new ball's going to wear away pretty quickly for England. So that's why these first few overs, Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad, Mark Wood, they haven't got Ben Stokes at the moment. He has injured his side, so he is not out there on the field, I don't believe. But those 3, they will need to work hard with the way that they are going. They are just showing they're the wagon wheel. There's been a few 4s hit around the ground. It seems to be that kind of gliding it to, I guess it's a weird wagon wheel, isn't it? Because of the fact that both men have got the different hands that they use to bat with as well. But the new ball has been taken. This one, it is a nice shiny one, and Jimmy Anderson will get the first over worth of the new ball. I assume second's going to Stuart Broad. They're 2 pace bowlers, the 2 veterans for England now, just having a bit of a chat about it. Going, where do we go? But the good news is there's a little bit of wind at the moment there. And also we have got there, as your mum enjoying a cheeky beer now as well, says DZ. She is not right at this stage, but she might be for the later live stream if she does end up joining us for a well bowled there by Jimmy Anderson. That was close to the leg stump. And also we have got there, did you hear Michael Vaughan's solution to slow over rate as well? It was to give 20 penalty runs per over as well. Imagine Australia getting 141s for the first test match of day one. I mean, it would certainly make them speed up, that is for sure, if that was the case, or else then you're pretty much like you're batting against Australia and you're also betting against time as well if you did end up with that much as well. And also, hey, bro, good afternoon. How are you and your auntie as well? And he says, man, my mum, we're doing very well, mate. Very good. And Dean and Ravi has said hi as well. Welcome into 600 at Ludicrous as well. Can't win. 350 is more than enough as well. Must start bowling soon for a chance to win. So says Dan DeCastro. Yeah, I'd say we'll see some good batting here from the Australians, working their way towards 350, 400. And then from there, try and get them out twice quickly there for England as well. Well done, Bangladesh as well, says Mohammed. Oh, brilliantly done by Bangladesh. I loved every minute of that test match. As a Kiwi, I shouldn't have because we lost. But Bangladesh, they deserve to win it. And I actually would have been more disappointed if the New Zealanders somehow came back to win that game. I can't believe called your mama auntie as well. It might just be the different kind of lingo for depending on where he is from as well. Nicely bowled there for Jimmy Anderson. A little bit of in swing available for him there. At the moment, they're saying that Jimmy Anderson, he was actually able to get him out with one that nipped back on the surface for the last one for the MCG. Mark Wood's glasses almost look like goggles. That man will be swimming if it does end up raining plenty of times in the near future for the SCG. I think Hobart is supposed to be relatively wet as well. We've got 2 BBL games tonight. The chances of both of them happening without any rain, probably about, I'd go 3% chance as well. I'm not his brother as well. But I'm also from Bangladesh as well in there. Says Umada, so you would have been very impressed with the Bangladesh performance up against the Kiwis, that is for sure. But anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. England have taken the new ball, 4 balls into the new ball at the moment. Little bit of swing, but not a huge amount early on. They'll have to get shining that one. So what side is looking good for it? So it will be about five overs in, somewhere around there, that we'll start to see a little bit more swing. And also Khawaja, he's at the non-strikers end, sitting on 44. Well bowled by Jimmy Anderson. That one swung away late. Steve Smith decides against playing it. He almost ended up playing for that one, but decided against it in the end. He is very good with his lead. Same with Marnus Labuschagne, who did go out on 28 runs. The last 2 innings for Marnus have not been as high scoring as they normally would be. New Zealand going to come back hard in the next test, although it is the way they work as well, says Kai Broom. And also Kumar is an Indian name, and I don't know why Linton does. Our surname is that as well. And there says DZ. Anderson, 5 dot balls in a row with a new ball here. Does he put it on the stumps? Oh, it's not on the stumps. It's way down the leg side. That was almost considered as a wide, was it? Nope. It is the end of the over, and that is going to be 221 for 3 years. So the first over with the new ball is all going to be the dot balls for Jimmy Anderson. So well bowled by that man. And now Stuart Broad, what can he do at the other end? This is the combo. This is the partnership that they need to break at the moment. Can't believe England already lost Ashes against a mediocre Australia team as well, says Mohammed. I mean, I don't know whether I call them mediocre. I mean, they got back Cummins back now. Nathan Lyon, Mitchell Stark, Josh Hazlewood, he hasn't played, so he is missing from that one, but they're a very good side at the moment for Australia on their home turf as well. And also, we've got their Bangladesh will come hard as well. They want the historic test win as well, says TZ. I mean, they've already got the historic test win. Imagine if they win the series 2-0 against New Zealand. Like, you can't ask for much better than that as well. Against the side that you've never won in New Zealand against, to be able to beat them in 2 test matches back-to-back would be absolutely phenomenal for Bangladesh. Overs 15 so far for Stuart Broad. 4 maidens, 41 runs, but he has got the wicket, and it was the original wicket of David Warner. Of course, we know that those two had a massive battle in England a couple of years ago for the Ashes. As I know, Kumar is just a middle name as well. Das is a very common Bengali surname, existing both in India and Bangladesh as well. This isn't a mediocre team. Statistically, the best side at the moment, based on the players they have as well. And hello, as well, says Jagdish in the chat as well. But I do appreciate you guys all tuning in. Stuart Broad now, he is going round the wicket like he normally does to the left-hander. And Usman Khawaja. It's going to be left alone. Not a lot of carry at the moment for Broad, but I think that was because that one might have been just a little bit slower than he would normally bowl them. He's got the headband on. They have compared him to the Karate Kid before, Stuart Broad, as on. Can he get those bails off rather than the wax off in this regard? And also, here they have Bangladesh winner. I'm going to drink a beer, even though I'm underage as well, says TZ there as well. I mean, to be fair, I feel like there would have been a huge amount of drinking going on in Bangladesh yesterday after the win that they were able to get over the Kiwis. That's well bowled. Squared up a little bit, but well blocked by Khawaja. He's going to be set at the moment, and it's more of the case of if he gets his 50, will he go on to the 100, or will he end up going out a little bit earlier as well? New Zealand will ramp the second test. South Africa will beat India's second test, and England will win the 50s as well, says Mohammed. And the chat there, and also we've got there Smith, Marcus, Warner, and he had all top 10. Stark, Cummins, Hazlewood, all top 10. Gaza, 400 test wickets, only Harris, Green, and Kerry spots are questionable as well. I feel like Alex Carey, he's starting to really cement himself as the keeping option for them as well. But just doesn't quite have the accolades, I guess you could say, on paper. That's going to be almost well fielded by Mark Wood. Doesn't quite cut it off, and they do get the single there. Kawhi just 5 away now from his half century. Smith sitting there on 58. These two have about 105-run partnership between the two of them. They're not going anywhere at the moment. It seems like, I don't know, seems like that 350, 400 could be on the cards here. And Khawaja will be enjoying this, getting a little bit more of a chance. I stopped drinking for a while. When I turned 18, I've been stabbing my liver throughout my high school years as well, says Sebastian. That was probably to numb the pain of the teachers punching you, wasn't it? You did mention about that a while ago, how the teachers used to just give you a good old smack if you ended up being smart to them. Pretty much anyone in the class, by the sounds of it. Nice betting Aussie today after last night's score as well, says Vishal. And I do feel if the rain didn't fall last night, I think England would have gotten another wicket. Because that wicket of Labuschagne, it came just a little bit too easy for England, I guess you could say there. And it looked like it was starting to move around nicer. Carry is really questionable at the moment. Khawaja should open, especially in Asia and the green is being eased into it, and his batting technique is changing for the better as well. This guy, Broom, he has been improving throughout this Ashes series for Cameron Green, and also my favourite players for South Africa, or for each team, England Butler, South Africa De Villiers, and India Kohli. So liking the batsmen by the looks of it, and also, I guess, the keepers in that regard a little bit as well. Wait, yeah, I guess I was going to say, I was just about to ask the question, was AB De Villiers a keeper? But I feel like everyone would have well and truly gotten angry at me if I had asked that question. Smith at the moment sitting on 58 off 131. Well pitched up by Stewart, broad fielded by Jimmy Anderson. They've actually got Jimmy Anderson and Mark Wood as the two men at mid-on and mid-off. Normally for Australia, I think we get to see Pat Cummins as one of those two options, but in this circumstance, Joe Rudy's in the slip court and did put down a catch a little bit earlier on in the day. We'll want to put that one behind him, though, and we'll want to take the next one back. England, I wish they had someone like a Yates in the NN or WNCL as well in there, says Umadas. And I mean, at this stage, they just need something in terms of those partnerships building here for England. It's up delivery, goes straight to the man there, and that is going to be the end of the over now for Stuart Broad. 222 for 3 here for the Australians. But I would say if they can find, like, okay, so they've just said there, Ben Stokes, he's making his way back out onto the field, but he will not be bowling throughout the rest of this innings more than likely. And bet England, also we got the AB was like Sangakkara, he would keep if needed, but for the longevity of his career, he did field if another keeper was there as well in Asia, ODI Cup September as well. And there says TZ, but they are just showing that replay of Ben Stokes. He ends up just wincing in pain after grabbing that left side. Anderson's going, what's happened, mate? And then he ends up giving a wee smack on the back. That probably wouldn't have felt too nice for Ben Stokes by the looks of it. So he is back out there. He's not going to be bowling, though. So that is a big hit for Joe Root, because he would have loved to be able to have the pace pairing of Broad and Anderson, followed by the pace pairing of Stokes and also Mark Wood. It looks like he's gone down to fine leg now, so perhaps he's not too far off getting a bit of an opportunity. But Jimmy Anderson now bowling once again, goes for the maiden in the first over of the new ball, whipped to the leg side by Khawaja, and once again gets through for the single. Moves up now to 46 runs there for Khawaja and Abroad. Once again, providing the cream of the crop as well, says Dan DeCastro, and also Stokes, a specialist fielder, much like all the batsmen in the England team. As well, says Kai Broom, and also no way there is 85 people in this live chat as well. Yeah, it is flying up at the moment, so I do appreciate every single one of you for being here. If you are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're back every single day of the Ashes, and there should be plenty of action taking place for it as well. At the moment, Australia, they're sitting on 223 runs of 3 wickets lost, and they have got sun at the moment at the SCG, which does mean we are going to have hopefully a few more days without too much rain on the cards as well. At the moment, Ben Stokes, he looks like he is happy with his position. I believe he's at about a second slip or maybe even gully at the moment here for the new ball. I'd like to think they'd have a second slip in. Surely you're not only having one if Jimmy Anderson is getting this ball to sway around and swing a little bit as well. We are ready to go now. And it is going to be Jimmy Anderson. He went for the single off the first ball of the over, whipped to the leg side by Steve Smith. And those are just easy runs for him. Anytime you put them on the legs or the hip, he'll just turn it around the corner, get himself the runs. Even if he got men out there, he just goes, right, I'll just go around them then. I'll just go next to them and still get myself the single. But I believe this session, it will be ending at approximately 5:10, I believe, will be when this one is going to be ending. Then we'll have a 20-minute break and back for 5:30. As when it will be coming back as well. And Stark over Anderson as well, says TZ. I think it just depends, because I mean, you have got that situation of like pure pace for Mitchell Stark. Like, you are able to really get it swinging as well. And also we've got there, I'm going to head back to sleep, Amish. The lads have pissed me off again by letting each partnership flourish as well. I need sleep off the frustration as well, says Sebastian. No worries, mate. At this stage, BBL weather apparently isn't looking too flash. But we have got, at this stage, the earlier game at 8:05 and then the later game at about 11:15. But we have to wait and see whether or not they get rained off or not. They are low. So I'm from India as well. New Zealand, welcome back strongly. I hope, thank you as well in there. Says, this stage in that second one up against Bangladesh, we're going to have to work hard. But, Bangladesh, if they play like they did in that first one, going to be a hard side to beat. That is for sure. The number 8 ranked side in Test match cricket. I feel like they'll go up a little bit after that performance as well with the youngsters. They had 9 players in their 20s for Bangladesh compared to New Zealand, who had only 4 players in their 20s. They were a lot younger, and they were showing a lot more heart as well. Just left alone outside of the off stump from Khawaja once again there. I said, no hurries. He's sitting on 46 of 126. Great partnership. England are down in the dumps because of it as well, says United extra time. And yeah, they need to break it up. And that is something that I was mentioning a little bit earlier on, is for England, they've got the partnership of Root and Milan. And then other than that, there's not really that big partnership. Whereas here, like, no one for Australia has really gone along and not got themselves a lot of runs in a hurry type kind of arrangement, or a lot of runs towards the scoreboard, 30, 38, 28. Like, even if you say everyone on average gets 30 runs for Australia, like, you're adding that all together. A couple men get a little bit more, such as these two, and you're setting yourself that 300, 350 minimum. You also have extra sitting at 23. Another start for the Aussies as well, says Kai Broom. Exactly right. Couple wides. They did have 5 wides as well. Will they win the series, Bangla? Will they go 4th or 5th as well? Or if they win, I'd like to think they'd go up there a little bit more. Maybe, first of all, 7th or 8th. And also, I'm so used to seeing Joya and Santos scoreboard on your screen as well. Says DZ, at the moment, it is the Smith and Khawaja show for the Australians. Stuart Broad, though, charging in. Good drive from Steve Smith, going out through the cover region, and that is going to be another 4 runs for Smith. He ticks himself up into the 60s now, so on 63 of 136 deliveries. But at the moment, I would say, like, these two, a 150 to 200 run partnership here between these two would actually destroy kind of the odds, I guess you could say. At the moment, Australia 34% chance of winning this one, still 63 for the draw, because of course percentages with the rain that is around the region, it's going to be relatively high, the draw the whole way through this, and 3% for England. At the moment, they started so well, England. Now it is going to be Smith. Oh, let's that one hit the pad. They're sending not out. Is everyone going on to the pad? Now that he didn't offer a shot, I think it is going to be worth a little bit of an appeal. They've gone upstairs here for this one. Smith, you diamond as well, says DZ, a nice smudge. And there, this one might be closer than anticipated, though. Steve Smith just decides to leave that ball, thinking it was going down leg. It's actually hit him on the pad. It was originally given as not out, so umpire's call still needs to be, I guess, because he wasn't playing a shot. It doesn't matter where it is in terms of impact. It's just whether or not it does hit enough of the stumps to be considered hitting rather than being umpire's call. We know he hasn't played a shot, so they are just looking through for the chance of the spin vision as well. I'm back as well, says Lee. Welcome back, mate. We may have just seen the wicket of Steve Smith. No, it's going down. Going down leg, I believe. Might be umpire's call, be a maximum here for them, but I believe it is going to be completely fine there for Steve Smith. The idea of getting him out would have been nice, but it is missing the stumps, so England lose their review as well. It's only just so half an inch outside of that leg stump. Are you streaming tomorrow as well, says Lee? I am indeed, mate. We are streaming every day of the Ashes, every day of Bangladesh versus New Zealand. I know that there's a bit of an overlap, but we will be covering both of them kind of simultaneously, letting you guys know about both of those matches as they are taking place. So be sure to hit that subscribe button, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already, as we have got plenty more content coming in the near future. Also, if you do like yourself a little bit of sports, our backup channel is this one that I am putting a link to in the chat right now. That is pretty much, if this channel gets copyright striked or anything along those lines, we still have somewhere that we can live stream as well. We're currently sitting on about 690 subscribers on there as well. So if you do want to help us out, help us get towards that 700 mark as well, be sure to hit that like button. At the moment, that was extremely close. Steve Smith leaves that one alone outside of the off stump. Little bit of, I guess you could say, he knew that it wasn't in the stump, Steve Smith, but it got a little bit closer as well. Won't be an overlap. England going to lose by an innings, especially if Australia make over 400 as well, says Kai Broom. And yeah, I mean, it's more the case of, I think we're going to have time to see a result as long as it doesn't rain out as well. What happened to a pair of Moen and Adil Rashid? I think they've both gone to short format. They've both retired from Test match cricket, unfortunately, which does mean that we don't actually get to see them. But Moen Ali and Adil Rashid, we will see them in the T20 World Cup that is taking place. Hope forecasted wrong happens for Islands. Otherwise, day 3, that's a nice ball from Stuart Broad, getting a bit of extra power. Any BBL game tonight, bro? We have actually got 2 matches. The first of which is going to be the game between the Melbourne Renegades and the Brisbane Heat. I believe the Heat have been able to find enough players to warrant a 13-man side after the COVID cases that they did have popping up. And then also after that, it will be the Perth Scorchers taking on the Sydney Thunder. And that will be the other matchup that we will be covering on the channel as well. Steve Smith at the moment has said that was going away a little bit there for Jimmy Anderson, or sorry, for Stuart Broad's bowling. At the moment, sitting on 4 runs off the first delivery, off the first 4. He's tried to pull it. It's missed the man there, and that is going to be another 4 runs for Steve Smith there. And he moves up to 67, and there was a man at slip leg, gully region, but it went beside him. And if Australia gets the chance for the follow on, I think they will enforce it. I think they've got to, because we saw in that match at the Adelaide Oval where Steve Smithy didn't decide to enforce the follow on. And when there's so much rain on the cards, you cannot afford to not bowl for as long as you physically can and see how much you need. How many subs are you on right now as well as DZ? We are sitting currently on 9,101. YouTube, lately, we actually hit about 9,105 yesterday, but then we went right back down about 15 off, which I'm not too sure what happened there, whether or not it was a little bit of a glitch. And yeah, because it's only a chance to win with the forecast as well. And there says Dan off the edge. That's Steve Smith gone. And Steve Smith is now going to be on his way. 67 runs, and Stuart Broad picks him up as he has been able to get his man. And also right H as well, says Dan DeCastro, and Steve Smith over Lytton Dust as well, says TZ. And also, mate, I'll be back. I need a drink to wake me up. I'm a little dead right now as well. It is going to be not as a no ball there for Stuart Broad. And Steve Smith now, he is going to be on his way. And that is a breakthrough wicket that they did need. They need to keep on following it up, though. And that is going to be, I feel bad. Sebastian just went to bed. And now they have decided to get Steve Smith out as well. Going to be 67 runs. He is getting a round of applause from the crowd, but now making his way out to the crease. It is going to be the big man, Cameron Green, as well. The tallest player for them. And it looks like Stuart Broad at the end of his over does pick it up. And also now it's your turn, Khawaja, as well on there. Says that TZ and Brisbane 8, Chris Lynn is nice batter as well, says Michelle. So yeah, hopefully he isn't one of the players who does have a positive case. Did angle it in a little bit and then it went away. And that is going to be holding its line nicely for Stuart Broad. It's the line. Good take from Josh Butler there. Able to grab that one, and that is going to be the end of Steve Smith. And tell you what, Stuart Broad, little celebration there, and he looks straight back. And I believe it was Mark Wood, and I'm not too sure whether or not Mark Wood was one of the men who said try bowling it a little bit shorter here, see if you can get it to go in and go out, because he went straight to him as the first reaction. So now at the moment, England, maybe they've got their tail up just at this moment. Cameron Green, the number 6 batsman. And also we have got there better than Ronaldo as well for Steve Smith there. Says TZ, although I assume he probably kicks a ball a bit better, Ronaldo, than Steve Smith would. But then saying that, Steve Smith probably leaves the ball and hits the ball better than Ronaldo would if he did have a cricket bat. As inevitable. Broad and Anderson too good as well. And then says Dan DeCastro, yeah, the new ball in hand. It's only 4 overs deep, and it does seem like it was the perfect time to take it. It is now going to be Khawaja on strike, sitting on 46 balls, or 46 runs, sorry, as well. Let's leave that one alone outside of the off stump. It is all going to be about concentration now for Usman Khawaja. Got to rebuild a partnership with Cameron Green. And in the end, we did see 2 boundaries go in favour of Steve Smith, but then in the end, he was able to get the one right. It was well bowled as well from Stuart Broad. The pull shot, it was just a little bit too short from Broad, but then the final ball off the edge, and Steve Smith straight away, he knew that he was out as soon as he edged that one. Jimmy Anderson now bowling to Khawaja. Just outside of the off stump, Khawaja blocks it as well. And also we have got there, do you know Ravi Bopara? I have heard the name. Can't think of who he plays for off the top of my head, but I have heard that name before. Bopara. He's a spinner, I believe, isn't he? I think he is a spinner, but I can't quite think of who it is off the top of my head. But Steve Smith ending up facing 141 balls here for them. The rain looks like it's all gone away for the day, which is great news for us because we are going to get to see a full day of cricket as well by the looks of it. But yeah, anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be back tomorrow with the Ashes, the next day with the Ashes, and then also, I believe the next day, if the rain is sticking around, we will end up with a little bit longer. And this one as well, Stuart Broad, given the 50 runs in 17 overs, Australia target him a little bit for the more runs as well, says Vishal. And I'll say yes, played for English. I go Ravi Bopara secondary school as well. And there says DZ, there you go. I remember the name. I couldn't quite think of who he played for, though, off the top of my head. What year was he playing in Aussie Collapse? Would be nice now, as well, says Umadas. And I think that is the saving grace for England. They need to make sure that the Australians cannot enforce the follow-on. Great shot from Khawaja. They're racing close to the boundary. Well fielded by Mark Wood. And the Debonay don't jigs or the rain will come back as well. That is true. It's already gone to overcast ever since I said that. It was sunny before, and now it is not sunny, and now I am quite concerned. It's of course going to be sunny every day of this test match. Is that going to work? Hopefully it does, or else it is going to be raining big time here later on. I shouldn't have said rain again. I keep on saying rain. Hopefully it's not going to rain. It's overcast at the moment, and with the new ball, that might be creating nice bit of swing, nice shot down the ground from Khawaja. Goes straight to Jack Leach, though, who was fielding at mid-off, and he played a few years ago. He has 10,000 runs in T20, over 10K as well, says a TZ there. So very impressive record. Well, that man, that is for sure, Mark Wood. He will be keen to get his hands on the new ball here in a very short moment. Definitely the way that it does seem like England, if they can get one or two more breakthroughs, he plays franchise mostly now. He's 36 now as well. And there says TZ. But Khawaja is 2 away from his 50. If he takes that 50, I feel like he's going to get at least 70 and could be the top run scorer for Australia the way that it's going. But if he misses out on that 50, perhaps he will end up. He'll be disappointed. That's the end of the over, though. 48 of 133 here. And Cameron Green now will have to face Stuart Broad, who is now going to be steaming in for this one. Unless, of course, Mark Wood gets the ball in hand, which I don't think will be too far away. One man who I know won't be bowling anytime soon, though, that is actually going to be Ben Stokes. Did have a side strain when he was bowling a little bit earlier on, and he does not want to risk that one, or else you could end up in that situation of, I mean, you need that man batting. And yes, it would be great if he was able to get 1 or 2 wickets, but you don't want to risk his wicket in terms of the factor of if he can't swing a bat, he's not going to be able to really get a huge amount of runs for them, and they may need a huge amount of runs here, England, depending on how quickly these other wickets fall. But with the new ball in hand, they are looking a little bit more confident, England. As long as the weather stays fine, maybe they can start to tear their way through the Australian lineup. But Brisbane, he did get a duck there, Cameron Green. Second innings, in Adelaide he did get 2, and then 33 not out, 17 in Melbourne, and then 0 not out is here for Sydney. You're taller than Kane Williamson as well, says TZ. There we go. I'll take it. How tall's Kane? Out of curiosity, TZ, do let me know. So Broad now bowling that one nicely right behind the ball, though, for Cameron Green. He can bat well. Big Cameron Green. At the moment, they are saying there, Cameron Green, he bats very deep in his crease as well. Not a huge amount of foot movement after it was bowled by Stuart Broad, but he did step back and get into the right position, get that elbow up as well, which is very important. Plays it right under the eyes, though. It's very good technique for Cameron Green. He has been working on his technique very hard throughout the last little while because he has been, I guess, one of the more slightly, I guess, what would you call it, shakier batsmen for Australia so far. Unfortunately, it just seems like, the thing is, he's very young, though, so he is still going to be continuing forward. And also, we have got there, you're a good 2 inches taller than Kane Williamson. Yeah, I am. I'm not normally too much taller than a lot of people, so I'll take that. How tall is someone like I feel like anyone else in the team I'm probably shorter than. Latham I've got beaten for height. Cameron Green definitely not. It's probably about 1.5 for me, Cameron Green, with the size that he has. Oh, that would have hurt. That had him right on the side of the leg, I believe, as well. On the front side of the leg there. Little bit of extra seam, little bit of extra bounce, and also Bro 96 on the stream as well. Says TZ, yeah, this one has been going like crazily today. As well, yeah, just ends up, it was almost a hip bone there. He would have felt that one, Cameron Green. Hopefully he is going to be all right. Yeah, it doesn't bounce too much there. Well, if it doesn't bounce, he would have had his stumps possibly tickled a little bit there. But yeah, anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're back tomorrow with more of the Ashes. So be sure to stick around if you are new as well. And also, we've still got another session tonight, I should mention. So we've still got plenty more action taking place for the Ashes coming up. But at the moment, I'm impressed with the scoreboard. It has actually continued to tick over pretty much throughout this whole match, which is very ideal for me. But they are just showing there Ollie Robinson able to get Cameron Green in the last one when he did leave it on the off stump. Does have a little bit of a problem with leaving them sometimes a little bit too close. Tries to leave it on bounce, but instead it pops up and ends up hitting it. That's the positives of the grind. I could go well, or it could be nothing as well, says TZ there. And yeah, I guess when you are doing the streams for like about 10 hours like we are each day, like I guess it's like we know that some streams will do worse than others. And I feel like we've just got to take the good with the bad in that regard. I always say it, whether we've got 5 people watching or 100 people watching, like we're still going to be here and still chatting to you guys kind of throughout the matches as well. Like that's the thing. I do late night rugby games that are at about 3 a.m., but I'm still up for them. And you guys still tune in. The ones from the Northern Hemisphere normally a bit more for those ones. How many English supporters have we got at the moment? Because I know it will be currently sitting around that 3:50 a.m. So how many of you guys have stayed up late do let me know, because I know that for Bangladesh up against New Zealand, we had quite a few Bangladesh supporters up in the middle of the night as well. But do let me know what region you are from and also what time it is where you are, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be whipped to the leg side for Khawaja. Moves up to 48. Does he get to? Do they want it? They do. Is he going to be run out on 49? He gets back. And Usman Khawaja gets his 50 there. Tell you what, it was a little bit tight for the running, but Usman Khawaja returns to the SCG and does bring up 50 off 134 deliveries. 15th test 50. He's gone on to make 800s. Can you do the same? It's 2:48 and AM in London as well. So, yeah, that's very early in the morning. That is for sure for you guys. So, yeah, I really appreciate all you guys tuning in. No matter the hour where you are, it seems like hopefully you do enjoy the commentary as well. We have got plenty more of it coming. We've got the BBL later on tonight, the KFC Big Bash in Australia, the Brisbane Heat taking on the Melbourne Renegades. Might be rain affected. Hopefully not. Fingers crossed it's not, but it probably will be. As well, but they are just showing the Usman Khawaja. He's got 4-4 so far. But other than that, he's just been working it around very nicely. And a few good shots. He loves a cover drive as well. Usman Khawaja, I believe he's just scored the one cover drive boundary, though, so far for him. He's just whacking that ball around as well, Usman Khawaja. Let's bring up the 50 at the SCG. Very nicely done by him. Now, at the moment, he has gone ahead of Warner, ahead of Harris, ahead of Labuschagne. Needs a few more to get ahead of Steve Smith, who did go out for 67, though. So we have to wait and see whether or not he can overtake him. And now we do see here, it is going to be Mark Wood. Let's get in once again another opportunity. We'll be going around that 150 mark. Nicely played by Cameron Green and fielded nicely by a double Milan in the cover region. And like they're saying, he's made the change very quickly for Joe Root, but I feel like it's a good idea to go for Mark Wood. I can't believe the stream has been 50 viewers plus at constant as well. Yeah, me either. Like normally, I never know what to expect. Definitely because being from New Zealand, I always think like since I'm not from Australia or from England, seeing as I am kind of that impartial middle ground, I guess I'd never know how well these streams are going to be doing. But we will take it well and truly. It's been phenomenal today. I do thank you all very much for tuning in. Nicely played by Cameron King. Gets right behind the ball. 142 case at the moment for Mark Wood. Jimmy Anderson just getting to 3 overs here. Just looking there, trying to work out what side of the ball is the shiny side. It's still looking pretty new for that new ball. And I believe with the wind around at the moment, it would have dried out the ground very nicely at the SCG from the earlier rain that we did have on the forecast. Hopefully no more rain for today. I know that tomorrow is supposed to be a bit wetter. And tomorrow or the day after that is supposed to be even more wet, unfortunately. 60% tomorrow, 90% on Saturday, 90% on Sunday. As I know, some people with 100K subs, we have 15 people in their live stream as well. And I think it is just like, I'm very lucky that you guys are always here, like on these live streams. And also, I'm very lucky that you guys are always positive in the chat as well, because I've seen some streams, like they just have everyone just swearing at each other, constant timeouts and everything like that. But whereas these ones, we just all love watching sport and we all just kind of, relax, watch a bit of sport, talk about it as well. And definitely in current times where you're not, like in some countries, you're not actually able to go out and about, talk to people. So this is a perfect way to just kind of get to hang out as well. When this channel hits when this channel hits 100K, I'll be one of the first subs, one of the OGs, as well, says Metran. I mean, 100K would be absolutely insane. Like even 10K for us. Like I live in a small town with about 5,000 population. So like we're almost double what we have in our town, which is just weird. And so everyone is also spamming. Is always spamming in other chats. I am an OG as well, says TZ there. And at the chat as well. But at the moment, Cameron Green, he will be hoping to really cement himself in that middle water of Australia. They've still got Hobart. And good morning, brother. How are you? As well, says P. I'm doing very well. Thanks, mate. How are you? At this stage, do let me know. 237 for 4 here for the Australians. Steve Smith going out a little bit earlier on in this session, but we have still got another hour and a half left of this session in particular. And then we've got 2 more hours at the end, probably 2.5, though, to make up the overs that we did lose from the rain. But Mark Wood now once again charging in. Off the edge, doesn't carry there to Joe Root. Goes between first and second slip, and that is going to be the 4 runs. Ben Stokes, Joe Root, they look at the ball, they look back at each other, they wonder whether or not it carried to Joe Root. I think it might have carried to him. The way that he is crouched down there, I think it did carry. It wasn't carrying to first slip by the looks of it. So Ben Stokes, if he dove for that one, he could have got on it. You should collab with Mike Kez and Dan from Wee Cricket as well, sound lads. And this is Mitch Rana. We had to fake them in the chat the other day, and we did look up to see whether or not they were the real ones. But yeah, they do very nice cricket content. That's sure nicely played by Cameron Green once again. And also, we have there when you hit 10K, I dare you to pay for your whole team's or whole town meals and drinks as well, says TC. Tell you what, that would be an expensive venture, I would think. But more than likely, like that's the thing. I always say it, like any money that we make off the channel just goes straight back into like live streaming software, better audio, better kind of quality as well. I think the next upgrade is going to be a new webcam so that we can have it a little bit higher quality as well, because this one, it gets a bit weird with the focus sometimes. Oh no, it wasn't too bad there. Sometimes yesterday on the BBL, I was stuck in like blurry mode for about 2 minutes or so. I was just sitting there. Cameron Green off the outside edge. Just perfectly between first and second slip. It did carry to Stokes. Didn't carry to Root, but Stokes didn't dive to the side and wasn't quite able to claim it as well. Just showing there. Oh, he thought about diving there. Stokes, we saw him go. And then he decided against it in the end. At the moment, you can see Joe Root and Ben Stokes. They just look at each other, wondering whether or not that was a half chance. But Mark, with the extra pace that he does offer, a full-time streamer now as well. And there says, nicely done as well. And also we have got there, are you a full-time streamer now? I guess a little bit, like I always say, I am a full-time like streamer and video maker or content creator, I guess you could say as well. Like I'm full-time YouTube as my full-time job, but I do earn what you would consider for probably like a part-time job or something like that, or kind of like a casual job type thing. And also, I don't think you should spend just invest in your channel so it goes as well, says TZ, exactly right. So like that's the thing. I'm gonna still, like, whether it is a new game that comes out, do you have any aspirations in education as well, says TZ? I was always like, earlier on, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, like late stages of high school. And then from there, I did end up slightly deciding, right, I'm going to take a gap year, work out what I want to do. And then I kind of ended up in that situation of I started YouTubing and whatnot. And then I just ended up making videos. And then it's kind of led to this at the moment. So, I mean, one day I'd like to maybe study something, but I'm not too sure at the moment. Do you have a part-time job as well, says Mitterrand? I don't at the moment. I'm very lucky in regards to the fact that during high school, I did work extremely hard in terms of like doing quite a bit of work during that time to kind of save up a little bit. And now I guess I'm slightly living off those savings plus any extra that I can make from doing just anything really. And also, I want to be a lawyer as well, says TZ. So that will be an exciting one for you. And if England just dropped a catch, says Ben, it went just short of Joe Root, but Ben Stokes may have been able to jump across as Joe Root dropped another catch just as well. It wasn't quite carrying to Joe Root, but it did slightly carry to Ben Stokes. He would have had to take a diving catch to a side. Did you go to uni as well, says Mitterrand? I did not, but I did kind of finish my high school side as well. And Usman Army. You think he's getting a ton as well? I said that if he does get his 50, he's getting around maybe that 75 or so. Once again, in the back leg there for Cameron Green as well. He's just not quite finding the ball off the bat at the moment. It seems like his legs are the ones that do want to do a lot of the batting for him. Stuart Broad now once again. They've got 3 slips. That's going to one of them. And that is the wicket there. Cameron Green, he is gone. And it is going to be Stuart Broad who picks up the wicket. 5 runs off 14 deliveries, and England get their 5th. And why Ben Stokes is not doing bowl as well, Nishan. Unfortunately, side strain. He was bowling earlier. He had to finish off his, he had one more. Oh, please don't be a no ball. Okay, it is safe. Or is it? Completely fine for the no ball there. And also Green is basically a free wicket as well. And it's okay. Education is open at any age. You can be anything you want to be, as well, says TZ. And it was nicely taken there by Zach Crawley. Takes his second catch of the day. So that is going to be Cameron Green gone. So he only got an extra 4 runs than he would have gotten if they had taken him a little bit earlier on. So I assume, Ben, you will be happy with that one in regards to them being able to get it. But now Alex Carey making his way out to the crease. 2 left-handers now at the crease here for the Australians. But that is another one. I got to write it down on the bottom. Oh, there we go. We will go Green, and we will go. He was able to get himself the 5 runs. Is this a little bit of a comeback for England here? 5% chance that they win this game from here on out, and the draw is going down just a little bit more. By the looks of it. Stuart Broad, though, picking up 2 wickets now And just this session alone and 300 all out. Come on, lads, as well. And his foot was dangerously close to crossing the line. It was indeed. And if I was the English bowlers, I'd take just that half shuffle back just to make sure that I don't risk it. You don't want to bowl a no ball. We're seeing too many of those throughout this one. And when you get 15K subs, I request you start commentating at stadiums as well. And we need a voice keeper like Punt, a vocal keeper, sorry, like Punt. Butler is too quiet as well. Not enough noise around the stumps. Yeah, even Joe Root, I don't think I've really heard him say too much behind the stumps at the moment. I'm not too sure what that is, but that is what Ben Stokes, or sorry, Stuart Broad just did. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe a motorcycle? Don't know. Not too sure what it means, but they went with it. Now Alex Carey making his way out to the crease. And also we have got there. So you think Usman high bat as well? Says Aiden there. I think Usman's going to go on to get himself the 70 mark. I think he's going to be top scorer for Australia, but I don't believe he will be able to quite get to that century. I think the other end is going to end up going down that Skangman style. As I says, Metran almost. Well, it's kind of like this a little bit, which I'm not too sure what that does mean. Whether or not that is a sign for something, I don't know. I assume it's not offensive, though, because if Stuart Broad is doing it out there on the field, I'd like to think that it is allowed, or else he would get himself in a little bit of trouble. But so far, Cameron Green did lose this wicket once again. 5 runs he was able to get for himself. Warner 30, Harris 35, Labuschagne 28, Smith 67. Green the first man to fall for double figures, or less than double figures. Oh, that came back a little bit to Alex Carey, but a good leave there. And that will be now Stuart Broad. Just the one delivery left of this over from England as well in there. Says Bertrand. Another big yawn once again. We love yawning. Now, yawning is a sign of happiness, of course. Cool. Did you go secondary school? I did indeed. And also we've got the born in India, though, as well, says Matran there. At the moment, they're showing there, Stuart Broad, the ability to have that ball pop back in towards the right hander. And then the wicket ball just a little bit more pitched up, and it did carry all the way to gully. And you can see the celebration on England. They know that it's important that they keep on going here and keep their foot on the throttle outside of the old stump. Alex Carey does leave that one once again. That would be the end of the over. 5 for 242 here for the Australians. And it is going to be Usman Khawaja sitting on 51, not Alex Carey. Yet to get off the mark. I'm currently in second year of university as well, says Matran there. And what are you studying at uni? Do let me know. I know that quite a few people who are on these live streams are normally either studying sports science, something along those lines, or kind of physical education. And he's practicing his Gangnam style, as well, says Aiden there. And what uni do you go? Metron? I know a lot. As well, says TZ, and what do you study? And there says TZ as well. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like on this live stream. Also subscribe to the channel, as it is hugely appreciated. You guys being here throughout the day. And yeah, we have got plenty more content coming. The Ashes, we are going to be following it tomorrow, and the day after that, I'm back. As well, says Betty Wagon. Welcome back, mate. And why don't England open with Bairstow and Butler instead of Hamid and Crawley as well? It would be interesting to see how that goes. I know that they won't open with Butler because he is the keeper, so I believe that is why they are saving him for down the order. But Bairstow, I would give a crack with the new ball. See how he goes as well. Although maybe, who would you go down to 6? I guess you'd slowly just keep on dropping everyone. Just one more tier down, I guess, in terms of that batting order. And also, have you all been good as well, says Batty Wagon? We have indeed. Few wickets falling for Australia, making this match just a little bit closer for England, who are currently sitting a 5% chance of being able to go on and win it. I'm studying economics and finance at uni at Exeter as well. And there's this Mitran, very impressive in that regard. I feel like economics, I remember we did food economics, and that was always good because we got to make food and eat it. I remember we made like cinnamon scrolls. They were decent. And I was like, Exeter is good. I want to become a finance analyst or lawyer as well. And they're swinging for the leg side there from Khawaja. It was outside of off, and he does end up missing that one. At the moment, 141 Ks. Mark Wood is getting that. I'm calling it now. If he gets that up to 146, he is going to be able to go. Oh, what's happening here? One moment, I am just looking to see what they have got here. Okay, never mind. I thought for a second that one of the BBL games had been called off, but luckily it seems like it is still going to be on. No, wait a minute. There's a match postponed thing. Match postponed. The Strikers versus the Melbourne Stars. When was that happening? Friday. When's Friday? That's tonight, isn't it? Is that tonight? When's Friday? Is it Thursday? What is today? It's Thursday. Okay, the match tomorrow night is going to be Strikers versus Stars. That has been postponed at this stage, and that was 20 minutes ago that they have postponed it. Right, that is making sense. I did see postponed, and I thought, what game is it now? And also, I want to go ULC or URCL as well, and tomorrow as well. says R317. Yeah, at the moment, I suck at working out what day it is. I think that's because I'm pretty much from the time I wake up to the time I go to bed, I'm live streaming, so I have no idea what day. Is this Mod's Day off or so? Mod's Day off, as I says, Patty Wagon. It might be. I think you are possibly the only one here, Patty, at the moment, which I feel like at this stage it's been decent in terms of the fact that we haven't actually had any spammers overall. Fingers crossed, Thursday today as well. And then BSO, it's awful at Test cricket as well. And then finance is very lucrative, but very competitive as well, especially in London, says at Metron. And at the moment, 246 here for Australia. Mark Wood, Usman Khawaja tests at Sydney. He's had 6 matches, 407 runs for himself and averages 81. I did GCSE out of UK as well. And there says Metron. But yeah, Sebastian has gone to sleep. Robert, I'm not too sure where he's at the moment. Normally, I mean, it's all good though, because I mean, these guys can they work hard throughout the live stream, so it is all right that they do have breaks. Like that's the thing. The fact that we have like double ups and mods on each live stream always makes me think like you guys are always right here on these ones as well. But how are you going, Patty? How's it going? Got to have one mod still on the job, I see as well. And there's Patty Wagon there. I mean, if you do want to take the afternoon off, Patty, as well, it is all right. Hopefully, I can handle it. As I'm Metron, I might be an accountant. I do. They get paid a lot. I'm Metron in London as well. Says TZ there. At the moment, Khawaja versus pace. Averages 42. Against spinny, averages 42. So he's very good against all formats as well. Nicely played once again by Khawaja. Just hits that one back down the ground to Anderson for the dot once again. That will be the end of the Mark Wood over. It is 400. That's a lie. 246. If they get their way all the way to 400, I'm sure they'll be very happy with it as well. And also, we've got the I'm good. As well, says Betty Wagon. So that is good to hear, mate. As well. So the BBL one game has been cancelled at this point in time. That is the game tomorrow night, though, between the Adelaide Strikers and the Melbourne Stars. I'm just going to have a quick look to see what other games are taking place tomorrow night. I think that was actually the lone game tomorrow as well. I got nothing better to do, so it's all good to sell. And accountants aren't paid that well. If you want to get paid, well, go into asset management or investment banking or tax as well, says Matran there. So pretty much at the moment, the BBL games, we are seeing a few more being postponed recently, but they're talking about adding like a player hub pretty much in Melbourne, where you are able to bring in players as you need them. But I guess that is probably still going to take another week or so to try and get kind of sorted out. So far, the Melbourne Stars versus Stars game, it is the only game that was going to be tomorrow night. I wonder whether or not they move one of the games from tonight to tomorrow night. Is it, what about an analysis as well there? Or analyst, sorry. Yeah, this stage. Anyone who's new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. We're back for the last session of the day as well. And also all of tomorrow, all of the next day. Stuart Broad now bowling to Alex Carey, who now leads 3 balls in a row for the Australians, sitting 2.76 runs per over. They have been able to go on to get here for the Australians as well. Still 37% chance that Australia win this one. How many do we think will be enough in the first innings to be able to put them in a very good position? Yeah, analysts usually come under investment banking as well, and Milan is legitimately England's best spinner as well, says Milan there. I mean, Double Milan, I love watching him bowl, the right-hand leg spinner. And I feel like I want to see more of him. In the future, you got 2 wickets at the Adelaide Oval. Hasn't really been paid since, but lawyers in London get paid a lot. So might go with that. Mitran, as on there says TZ. Alex Carey now once again. Stuart Broad running in. Outside of the off stump. He has to play that one, Alex Carey, and he gets himself off the mark. Johnny Bairstow cuts it off at backward point. But at the moment, the only man who hasn't hit double figures for the Australians, it is Cameron Green. Everyone else has been able to go on and get themselves right up there. And Hamish, you froze a few minutes ago. What happened, by the way? Is there a double header tonight as well? Says Aiden, it is going to be the double header. It will be, first of all, the Renegades taking on the Heat, as we know for now. And then the other game is going to be the Perth Scorchers taking on the Sydney Thunder. That starts at 11:15, a little bit later at night for that one. But the game tomorrow night between the Melbourne Stars and also the Adelaide Strikers, it has been postponed due to COVID cases. Again, get a well-paid job in finance when you're just 21 or 22. As I said, Matran. I feel like that's one aspect. Like, I feel like I wouldn't have, I guess, not the patience, but I wouldn't have like the kind of capability of being in finance. I feel like I'd just be like, maybe you should just spend a little bit of money here and there. Like, that's the thing with my spending. I always like save for a few months. And then like when I buy one thing, I end up buying like 5 things at the same time. So I feel like that's not the best way of doing it. And can be qualified by 26 as well, says TZ there. Khawaja at the moment sitting on 55. I did say he would get himself 70 runs before losing his wicket. Do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, how many runs will Usman Khawaja get out there? And also, how many runs will Alex Carey get for himself? We haven't really seen too much of him so far. Top 3 pay him jobs in finance at 21 or 22 in there, says TZ to Matran. Ball shot from Khawaja once again. Nicely played. And Jack Leach fields it at fine leg once again. So anytime it has been short, Khawaja's not afraid to go after that short ball. I feel like England are trying to use that to their advantage, but for now, he doesn't seem to be biting, and he is just going to be playing it along the ground. If he tries to go in the air, perhaps it would be a different story. But for now, Usman Khawaja sitting very nicely indeed. 56 runs of 143 balls. Did your mum and dad have a cricket date? And Usman make his 100 as well, and there says Aiden. So I believe at this stage, I think I'm more likely to be able to send them up for South Africa versus the Black Caps, just because by the sounds of it, they would prefer to go for a few more days. So they might actually go for the whole match for New Zealand versus South Africa rather than just the one day for Bangladesh versus New Zealand. But I'll see what I can do. I want to get them tickets. So as well, investing or investment banking analyst, asset management graduate, and maybe equities research as well, says Matran. Those are all fancy words, aren't they? Nice. And I am YouTuber. Pretty solid at this stage, I guess you could say. Easier to write down on a bit of paper as well. And Alex Carey sitting on 1 run off 5 deliveries. Stuart Broad now final ball of this over. And this is 10 overs with the new ball now that they have bowled for England. And they haven't gone for a huge amount of runs. And also they have been able to pick themselves up the wicket of Smith and the wicket of Green. And bro, equity research analysis is what I was looking at. They get 70 to 90,000 pounds as well with high bonus pay. And at least the chance of a draw is still down. So I said Skyboom, at the moment, 59% chance of a draw, 4% for England to win this game compared to 37% for the Australians as well. The big thing here is going to be if we end up in that situation of, I guess, if we see maybe 90 more overs of rain throughout the day, that is going to be when it is going to be a bit of a struggle. Finance is stressful, Amish. I respect the fact that you're doing what you love as well, says Matran, and I certainly do. Like, that's the thing. Every day I wake up and I go, right, what do we got on the cards today? What's on? Who am I going to see in the chat? And just everything along those lines. That is absolutely awesome. Are you going to the game or are you streaming the South Africa versus the Black Cats as well? Says I believe I will be streaming it. I think I am sending them up possibly for it, but I will still be here and looking after the cat probably more than likely so that they can go away. And also we live stream. Oh, that ball isn't going through the ring. So because of that, they actually get another new ball here, England. It's out of shape. It's only 10 overs old as well. Back to the cricket as well. Says United extra time. And also we have got the update on Super Smash men's match. Otago is 156 or 157 for 5 there. And Wellington next bat. And I only chose this degree because it's a safe option as well. Tell you what, these are going to be some nice balls at the moment. Because they are going to be looking for one that is just as shiny. That one's a little bit too new for them. They've got to find one that pretty much matches it. That one's looking pretty similar in that regard. And also BBL game of Stars versus Strikers got cancelled. I do see that it is postponed at this point because of the positive cases in the Melbourne Stars camp. So it does mean that they are going to be missing out. Woof as well from Paddy Wagon there. And also it isn't a new ball. It is just a ball that is 10 overs old to match the ball as well, says Kai Broom. Oh, I mean a new ball in regards of not a new ball as in a brand new Jerry, but it is a new ball because they are replacing the old ball, if that makes sense. And also, do you think Proteas can save the test? Or do you think, or will it be deja vu? Last time they chased 240, they collapsed for 177. I'm thinking in South Africa, they should be able to get it done, but it is going to be tough. So at the moment, Jimmy Anderson have got the replacement ball. We'll go replacement ball so that it kind of ruins or kind of gets rid of the confusion side of it around it as well. But now it is going to be Mark Wood who has got it. This ball might swing a little bit more as well. Last night, when they did get that one switched out, England, they did manage to get themselves in a good position of getting a little bit. India winning 3-0 as well. Says Matran there. Well, bold, nicely played by Usman Khawaja. Sounds like it's a hard ball as well, which is a good sign for the English at the moment. Stuart Broad's just pointing at someone, and also only India only need to win in New Zealand to complete overseas dominance as well. And also, so what job are you looking to do, Matran? And there says DZ. At the moment, Khawaja sitting on 56 runs so far of 144 balls. He's going at a decent strike rate overall. He's at 38, actually just a little bit higher than Marcus Harris. And why are they getting a new ball? Pretty much the umpires have got a couple rings, and if the ball doesn't go through the ring, that was an interesting gesture. Where's a can? I still have a Fanta can here just because I love mentioning Fanta every once in a while. But pretty much Fanta, this is the ring that they've got. If the Fanta can, if it goes through it, it's fine. That ball can keep on being used. But if it ends up getting stuck like that, that means that they do have to change the ball because it is out of shape. And it does mean that they've got an unfair disadvantage pretty much. So if it doesn't go through, even if they bang it down, doesn't go through the ring, it is going to be the new ball. That was loud. I just dropped the can. And also, they'll be doing a tax internship next summer. And we'll see what happens after that as well. How much is Fanta can in New Zealand? I think for just a singular can is probably like a couple dollars, but you can get a pack of 8 for a little bit less, probably like $10. No, probably not $10. As on Hamish, I just do the commentary of Dave's play. No, as well in there. Oh, halabula. As well says Ritika there in the chat. And also cool, bro, you know that at uni, the girls there are Ling as well. But that one is going to be now just outside Mark. Would he like that ball? Didn't quite get it going, though, for himself. And at the moment, now it is once again going to be Khawaja sitting there on strike. He's sitting on 56 so far, so he is working his way towards getting up to that 67 that Steve Smith was on as well. Mark Wood decides against bowling that one. Not too sure what happened there, but does end up stopping with the charge. And I think he ended up getting the run up just a little bit wrong there, Wood, and using up a little bit extra. And yeah, but they drink way too much as well in their 7th run there for the uni girls, I assume that is in England. 90.3 overs down at the moment. The Australians have been batting England recently, having a replacement ball, and also more than guys. In fact, as well, says Matran, the speed so far as fastest ball has been 152.2. I believe that was in his very first spell, as with the lack of wickets happening so far. What do you think Australia would call their inning and give the bat to England? If so, when might they do it? I think anything over 150, or sorry, not over 150, over 350 there. And let me guess, Ling being a list as well, says DZ, and also we've got the yellow on back, says Lee as well. But pretty much, yeah, anything over 350, they'd like. Anything over 400 is a huge bonus, because then you've still got that chance of maybe enforcing the follow-on. With the rain around that we have got for the last couple of days, wouldn't be a terrible idea to enforce that follow-on and just kind of keep it going as well. But at the moment now, it is going to be Mark Wood. 4 dot balls in a row here for him at the SCG for the location. We've had rain, we had wind. I believe it's supposed to get windier later on. I haven't seen many South Asian girls at my uni. A few Indians, but that's it as well. Said Matran there. The run rate is still sitting 2.73. The reason that Ben Stokes is not bowling here, ladies and gentlemen, is because he has got a bit of a side strain as well. And also, we've got there, where's your mum, dude? Is she going to join you? A very charming lady as well, says the Ratika. I believe she might be coming on for the last session of today, depending on what she is up to for today as well. And also, we have got there, I think, 375 to 400 runs enough to England to first innings Australia bowling attack. Its finest bowling attack of this Ashes series as well. Yeah, especially the ones from Europe as well, says Matran there. And at the moment here, Mark Wood, 5 dot balls in a row. Is he going to go on and get himself a maiden here? I don't think Khawaja will play it if it is too wide outside of the off stump. If he gets it right in the right place, though, oh, he has to hit that one. Khawaja went for the rib cage almost, and that is going to be the single off the final ball of the over. Khawaja now is going to be sitting on 57 runs, and that will be the end of the 91st over. 249 for 5 here. The moment doing very nicely indeed for themselves. Australia, they lost the 2 quick wickets in this session. Smith and also Green, honestly, can you see England scoring more than 200 as well? And there's Matran. I'd like to think so, unless Root scores all 200 as well. And also, but when I look, I'm looking at South Asians as well, says TZ there in the chat as well. But I guess it's the thing, looking through this batting lineup, it's all about the partnerships. Hasib and Zach Crawley, if they can somehow stick around for a little while at the start of this innings, that will help them out. England, they're only a 6% chance of winning, 41% for Australia, and 53% chance for the draw here as well, according to the predictors. I've got David Milan and Joe Root. They have got the potential of getting that 100-run partnership. Ben Stokes as well, if he is physically fit to bat, I feel like he will be a decent option for them as well. But it's gonna be tough. Whatever they're chasing down, definitely if it keeps on raining on and off, trying to get yourself reset while you have got the likes of a Cummins, Boland, Stark, Nathan Lyon as well with the spin. He's going to be key for them. Having that specialist spinner who does put it outside of the off stump. Jack Leach, he's been doing all right when he puts it outside of off stump, but when he's bowling on the legs of Khawaja, it's pretty much just a free single to the leg side as well. And now that they've got the 2 left-handers, I mean, once this ball gets a little bit older, I would probably give David Milan another go with a little bit of the leg spin, see whether or not he can create that indecision, or Jack Leach cutting in, cutting out as well. Short ball. Khawaja goes after a brilliant shot there. Doesn't even hit it out the mid-wicket way. It's almost more down the ground. And that is going to be 4 more runs. And also, we have got the Hamish with your channel growing. Why don't you get education at uni? Increase your salary and do YouTube as well. Here's the TZ there. Increase my salary. I don't think we do actually have. We actually. Or are you talking about like maybe with the qualifications then get a job beside YouTube, I assume? And Root deserves 100 in Aussie. Yeah, he has never been able to get himself one. So hopefully he can do so. And also Australia will add another 150 plus and think a declaration says Ratika. So yeah, they're looking at that 400 mark at least here. And just keep on going. Khawaja though. Oh, that's close. I think it was an inside edge into the pad, though. It would have been worth a shout. And yes, qualifications as well, says TZ. I guess it just depends on what type of career I go down. I think I was going down the line of maybe something to do with tourism or something like that, maybe hospitality. But then, like doing YouTube, I found that like it is very tough in terms of now trying to decide what I want to do, whether or not it is going into the broadcasting field, whether it is kind of go back into some sort of hospitality, tourism, or whether it's trying to do a little bit of both, perhaps have YouTube as a part-time job. But for now, we are just flying forward. Like 2022, I think we are going to be putting in 110% into everything that we do for it. And tour guides make decent money as well. And also, we have got the Hamish, are you in your gap year as well? My gap year was actually, I think it was either last year or the year before, actually. But from there, I started, I guess, having a little bit more success with the YouTube side of it, seeing that there was potential for it. So then I was willing to, I guess, dig deep into the money that I did make from working during high school. And I decided that I would try and live off that and pursue YouTube and see what I could do in terms of making it into a career as well. So I'm waiting to see what happens there. Eventually, I probably will have to go and find a part-time job, full-time job, something along those lines. Aussies 2 for 1 with a 10-fold for 210 pound, get a wriggle on Khawaja lad as well in there, says Stu. Wait a minute. For a 10-fold for 100. Wait, have you got 110,000 pounds on them, Stu? I've just read that again and just realized what you had said there as well. And also, we've got there tomorrow night's match between the Adelaide Strikers and Melbourne Stars have been postponed. It has indeed. We did see it announced on the BBL's Instagram. They've been busy lately, and I've never seen it's very poor. I've ever seen it. It's a very poor Ashes series this time. No competition from England sides. This prestigious platinum Test series. Very disappointed performance as the cricket lovers. I not like this series as well. And then says Vishal, and I think that is why England here, they need to avoid the clean sweep, and hospitality industry is best suited as per your looks and talking power as well. Says Ratika there. I'll take it. Thank you very much. That is going to be the end of the over. 253 here for Australia after 92. If they can bat for around that 150 mark, I would say they'll well and truly be towards that 400. And then from there, they can decide whether or not it is time to put up that declaration. And girls in uni, I will go crazy for you as well. And there says TZ there. I don't know about that. And also, then I made 13 bets that would be down to 10 as well. Bets should the Aussies win the 4th test as well. And this is Stu. Sorry, I struggle to understand the kind of the odds and everything. I feel like I've never quite understood. So 13 bets that would be down to 10 bets should the Aussies win the 4th test as well. Also, is it like a massive multi? I guess. Stu, maybe? Hopefully I haven't got that completely wrong. You're probably sitting there going, what's this kid on about? Does he even know anything about betting? I reckon Australia will win all 5 test matches, and you should do Indian cricket streams. Your channel will grow exponentially. Exponentially, I think it is. And yeah, at this stage, I do want to do a little bit of the IPL when it does come around the corner. It'll probably be on the Kiwi Lad Sport channel, just because last time we did a match from kind of that region, we did actually end up getting copyright striked. But that is the link to the Kiwi Lad Sport if you guys do want to check it out. And give us a subscription there. Matran, do you have a girl as well? And it will be 4-1 as well, says Ratika there. That's an edge, an inside edge from Alex Carey. He will take those runs, though, and it is going to be 4 runs for Carey. It ended up carrying through to Josh Butler, but it would have been an impossible take as well. Don't forget the AFL as well, says Shannon Humphries. Yeah, it would be cool to do a little bit of the AFL. NRL as well wouldn't be too bad. I'm just trying to learn a little bit more. And the good thing about the AFL is they have a lot of midweek games, don't they, Shannon? If I'm not wrong. So it will mean that we do get a bit more of a chance as INSTZ. And there says Mitran. It was that inside edge, sorry. of Alex Carey. Nowhere near Josh Butler. Mark Wood disappointed. The moment they're saying Mark Wood, he knows he's near the end of his spell here. Just wants to get the breakthrough. We've got another 50 minutes left of this session, ladies and gentlemen, and then we are going to be away for a break for half an hour. Yeah, you're getting there. It's called an accumulator as well. So 110k quid. 110k quid for 10 remaining bets should the Aussies win. Okay, so it's kind of like, so pretty much you got to get all of the legs of the bet right. And then from there you get 110 quid or 110,000 quid as well. So how much did you have to put on to get 110,000 quid, Stu? If you don't mind me asking, of course. I don't know whether or not you do want to disclose it. I enjoy learning about like the kind of how the odds work, because I always read out like the percentages, such as Australia 37%, the draws 59%, but I never quite know how it does go. Now she's half Italian, half British as well, says Matran there. Nice. At the moment, 92.2 overs down. For a penny. You put a penny on and you're going to get 110k back. That's an effort. What other leagues have you got? Are they like real difficult ones? And my guy, what's your mum going to say? Still, Indian parents are so strict as well. And there's SDZ. Mark Wood nicely delivered straight across the body of Carey. And also maybe he might have to have mini chick, babe. Don't give it a try, babe. As on this is ridiculous. Oof. As I says Blockman, and also my parents don't really mind, to be fair. As I says Matran, but that is a nice delivery there to Alex Carey, going straight across a Mark Wood. That looked a little bit quicker. Also popped off the surface. As long as I study well as well, says Matran there. Mark Wood, he knows he's probably only got one more over, if that. He's probably got 3 balls left of the spell. It's going to be charging him one more time here. Football or soccer, mostly, mate, something to keep an eye on. Need the Aussies to clinch, though. I keep the dream alive, says Stu. I feel like, tell you what, okay, variable bounce. That looked dangerous. Mark Wood bowls that one. That went about that high off the ground when it should have gone about this high as well. What do we got? 128 Ks. It was a slow one, true. What does this do? Yep. P-roller, as they have called it. And Josh Butler just gets hit in the side of the thigh with it. That wouldn't have felt too nice. That didn't even go above the stumps. If that was straight, that could have been a wicket for him as well, bro. Truji, most man, get a girl at uni as well, says TZ there. Yeah, hopefully your multi does come alive, Stu. And you will be able to go on all. What's happening now? Okay, drinks are being taken. I was like, is Alex Carey just walking off? And also, bro, your chats. Eco-friendly as well in there, says that TZ there. That is going to be the drinks bag. I'm kind of here. So I'm having the day off as well, says Betty Wagon. No worries. I feel like you guys have been working extremely hard over the last few months. Yeah, it's about being with the right person, though, to be honest, as I says Mithran there. There you go. Having a bit of a drink, and that was the drinks break, ladies and gentlemen. So it is going to be back very soon here as well. What we've got currently, yeah, bro, it's not about the girls. Look, it's about her personality as well, says TZ, and also 69 people watching currently. Nice. As I said, run there. Yeah, anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It's hugely appreciated. You guys all being here throughout the day. It's been a raging success today so far, I think. They're up to 92.4 overs. And because of that variable bounce, they've actually decided to take the drinks break now, which is an interesting choice. So I believe that is because of maybe they're going to be hitting the pitch a little bit. Oh, no, I think that's why, because Josh Butler might have broken his hand. Hopefully he is going to be all right, but he looks like he's in some discomfort. At least they've got Bairstow in the side, I guess you could say. Osman Khawaja here. She's going to have a bit of a chat with him. They have said there that the new ball that is a little bit harder than the last one, according to Usman Khawaja, and compatibility as on there, Simmatran there. Usman Khawaja, he's always great to listen to on the microphone, listening to kind of the insight that he does give. He's got Michael Nessa in the background. Of course, he is always right in there for the Australian side. They've also got Josh Hazelwood and Mitchell Marsh as 2 other men who are right there. Swepson, I think, should get an opportunity in the final test match, I'd like to think. but we will have to wait and see. And yeah, G, you can't have a girlfriend that doesn't understand you and your situation as well, says TZ there. And I hope we get Khawaja before I sleep, says Mitran. How long is it until you sleep, mate? Do let me know, because at the moment we've got another 40 minutes of this session. And then after that, it is going to be possibly the time for a little bit of sleeping for yourself there, Mitran. Although if they do get another wicket, perhaps it does make you stay up for just a little bit longer to see if there is one more on the cards. Alex Carey sitting on 5 of 10 deliveries. Khawaja sitting on 61 of 155 deliveries. So looking very good for him so far. And I was 100 as well, says DZ. And I was like, it's already 3:30. I have to sleep at some point as well, says Mitran. Probably a good idea. Although, I mean, we will still be live tomorrow as well. You won't be talking about chicks when your mum joins in the session as I go on. And have some fun. Share your experience with your girlfriend as well. And this is Rodrigo. Although, to be fair, we did actually talk about females on the live stream yesterday when my mum was here. I feel like it's weird. Ever since doing a lot of talking for like YouTube and whatnot, I feel like I've become a lot more open with just everything in general. Like, I don't think I keep too many secrets in general, kind of, and just tell everyone everything. Probably tell too much at times, I guess you could say as well. But I think it's just kind of from doing YouTube, you kind of get to see that people, like, some people will like you, some people won't like you. Yeah, that's at the back of the hand of Josh Butler. There's not a lot of padding on that part as well, so that would have hurt big time for Butler, and he tries to shake off the glove straight away, trying to get it off. And now it looks like his hand is going to be very sore for the next little session. They have still got Bairstow as an option if they do need him as keeper, but then I'm not too sure whereabouts they would be fielding him. Bairstow just having a bit of a chat with him, maybe saying, mate, I could do it as well. Bro, what do you mean? When you get married, your mum will see that chick at the end of the day and won't call women chicks as well. In there as well, says DZ there. And they chat at the moment. Josh Butler, sore hand. It's tough, man. He is going to continue just for now. Hopefully that doesn't be, or it won't be the difference between him taking a catch and not taking a catch in the later stages of this one. But yeah, anyone who is new, sure to hit that subscribe button. Also be sure to check out the Kiwi Lad Sport, where we are going to have plenty more sports live stream, sports videos, everything in general. They are going to be coming up in the near future. I'm just making sure to see whether or not the BBL at this stage, the match is still on tonight between the Heat and the Renegades, and also the second match that has taken place, which is going to be between the Sydney Thunder and also the Perth Scorchers. They are just showing there the Stokes injury. He ended up bowling and just tweaking something inside. People say bird. Is that a chick here as well, says Mitran. And they're asking the question of, do you have Ben Stokes as a batsman for the next test match if he can't bowl, or do you bring in someone else? Such as, I get you going Overton or someone like that, and or just gals as well. And they say Ting or gal. And I'm your voice very best as well, says Mama. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that a lot, mate. And yeah, if you are new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We have got plenty more of the Ashes coming in the future as well. So be sure to stick around. But currently now, beautifully bowled there, but Alex Carey whips it away to the leg side. And he get the 2 runs. Yes, he does. And Jack Leach, no, Devon Malam fields it in the deep. And also, what do they say? Or what do they say in New Zealand? I feel like you're asking the wrong guy. I guess you could say, because I spend a lot of my time in my lounge. But I guess we'd say like, girl or woman, female, lady. I don't know. I don't actually know. And I don't want to ask George because I don't know what he would come back with. And also, yeah, bro, I want to be at uni. As on there says TZ, and also we have got there, the wannabe roadmen as on there, and also we have got there do that. As says Mitran, bouncing up nicely, and that's going to hit Alex Carey in an area where he didn't want to be hit. That will be the end of the over of Mark Wood. Does he have one more in his gas tank? He went for 6 as well. Man said lady as well, and there says Mitran also, so you too believe a mum is best friend of the son, where you can share anything with her. As on there says Ratika Single. I share a fair amount. I probably tell my mum more things than I tell some of my friends, depending on them, just because I'm always here, like, at my house normally. So, like, if there's anything I need to talk about or anything like that, if it is at a decent hour of the day, I just have a chat to my parents. I feel like that's the best way to do it as well, because at this stage, checking in on me, seeing what I'm up to, how I'm going, everything. Matron, you seem to be pretty good with women. Any pickup lines you would suggest as well? Says Siddhartha there. And now Jimmy Anderson going to be brought back into the bowling attack now for the English. Can they get a breakthrough wicket of Khawaja sitting on 71? And also we have got there, Mum, are you closer to your mum than your dad as well? Says Mitran. Not hugely. I think it's probably about 50-50. My dad hasn't been on any live streams, but I probably spend more time doing leisurely activities with my dad. Oh, Anderson's limping. Anderson's limping. Please tell me Anderson's not injured as well. If they lose Anderson, they've only got Broad. They'd have Broad and they'd have Wood. And then I'll have spinners as well. What does he do? Oh, it's just a little bit of a wobble there on the ankle. Hope he is all right. But yeah, pretty much like if it comes to like playing Xbox or something like that, or just going and playing with a ball or something like that, it would be more that I'll probably do it with my dad rather than my mum. But then my mum is probably more of the, I guess, just talking rather than like doing stuff. Like if we're just sitting outside or something like that. Australia, very best team as well, says Mohamed Umar there. And also pickup lines don't work in 2022 as well, says Matran. What about 2021? Did they used to work? I feel like I haven't tried a pickup line before, but I wouldn't know whether or not they're any good to use or not. But Mark Wood at the moment, they're showing here. Just ended up staying low. And also, how about your soulmate? What about your soulmate, dude? As well, says Rodrigo, I haven't got one at this stage. I still live at my parents' house. I'm still single, so I don't actually have a soulmate in that regard. All girls are sassy in UK, bro, as well. And then Hope Butler is okay. Yeah, it's looking like he's got a very sore hand and mostly money as well, says DZ. And also just say, you have no humor, Mitran, as well. And there says Siddhartha. But pretty much it is that situation of, like, I guess, what was I going to say about, yeah, at the moment, if Jimmy Anderson is injured, which I don't believe he is, I think he just kind of tweaked something as he was running through. If Jimmy Anderson is out, they've lost Anderson, Stokes can't bowl, Butler might have sore hands, so because of that, he will end up swapping out with Butler. They could have 3 injuries here. Oh, that bounced up for David Warner earlier on in the day for the pink ball one. It bounced right up onto the fingers as well. Smith out I'm very sad as well, says Mohammed, although Khawaja is still out there. And that gives them hope. That was a brilliant delivery to Alex Carey. Almost ended up breaking his bat trying to get that Yorker out. Joe Root wants it. Saying, did he hit that? Saying it might have pitched outside leg as well. And he might have hit it. They're not going nuts there, bro. I'm from the UK. Or I'm in the UK. The most boys don't use pickup lines as well. Says that TZ there. And also Butler seriously injured or not as well. So pretty much it was one that had a bit of variable bounce. So it was bouncing up, or it should have gone about here on him. Did end up bouncing around like maybe shin height. So he ended up going for the ball. He turned his body and the ball smacked him square on about there. So that is why he was really, like, it's probably going to be, he seemed to be all right. I think he's kind of recovered a little bit since it, but he is still keeping for now and sent some cringe pickup lines to girls on Tinder, to be fair, just for the last, as well, says Matran there. And also have Tinder for jokes, as well, says TZ. I don't actually have a Tinder as well. I feel like it's quite popular nowadays, isn't it? But I haven't actually got one for myself. So that probably means that that's probably why I'm sitting here in my lounge alone. And also, so the girls use pickup line spicy as well. And they said Siddhartha there. At the moment, 35. Where'd that number come from? There's no 35 on there. 93.5 is how many overs we have had. And that is going to be the final ball of the Anderson over, right? What do they decide to do from here on out? I should say Khawaja at the moment sitting on 62 of 157. And Carey sitting on 7 of 12. And maybe I should sleep. I will play better as well. And there says Matran. And bro, every time I watch the match, no wickets fall. But when I turn off the TV, wickets fall as well in there. And Ahmad today play as well. So they have got, Hamid. So Hasib Hamidi is going to be there for the batting if they do end up having a bat today. Time goes quicker when you turn off TV as well, says TZ. Now Stuart Broad, he is going off the field as well. Jack Leach is brought back into the bowling attack. It will it be difficult for him to bat and keep wickets as well? Says Rodrigo, I believe he should be all right for now, but if he does end up with a bit more of, like if he takes another knock on the back of the hand, I believe they'll go Bairstow instead, maybe puts on the gloves for a little bit. And yes, he's in the England slide as well. And yeah, Hasib Hamid played, as I says TZ, he is indeed. He is going to be in close possibly here. And also we got that Hamish stream over BT Sport commentator. As I says Matran there. Thank you very much, mate. Usually appreciate it. I just wish that there was a way of me being able to show the game as well. I feel like that would make it like 10 times better as well, so you guys were able to see it. But sadly, copyright, they just end up slashing us down off YouTube straight away. And at the moment now, Khawaja sitting on 62 runs of 157, like I mentioned. And now Jack Leach, it looks like he's still going to go for that very defensive line, kind of going over the wicket, or sorry, round the wicket rather than over the wicket. And also a few years ago, Keaton Jennings is fine better finding the English team, but he was injured and out of the squad, and England chose his one series as and he getting some runs and not selected in the squad as well. I like Jennings. He's actually a very good batsman, but we don't really get to see him too often. Like, he does all right in county cricket, doesn't he, if I'm not wrong, Vishal? And Jack Leach now going to be bowling from one end. I'd like to see Dava Milan or Joe Root from the other as well. So nice shot there from Khawaja. And that is going to be racing close to the boundary. I believe it's going to pull up, though, and Crawley will be able to cut it off in the deep for just the 2 runs. Why can't you send to BT Sport or Sky an email and check your commentary? If not, a company needing commentating as well, says TZ. I think it is. I guess because they pay a lot of money for their licensing, they want to hire their own commentators who they have like complete control over type thing. Whereas for me, they don't know what I'm going to say, I guess you could say. So unless they like try to lock it in for like a contract or something like that, I guess it would end up. Yeah, and the other side of it is I wouldn't be able to talk to you guys as well. And I feel like that is one of the things that make these live streams so much fun. So a little bit of a misfield, but Milan does well to get down to that one and cut it off. He might have hurt his finger just a little bit. No, he is going to be all right there, Dava Milan, or is he? Tell you what, the whole English side at the moment are going down with injuries. I don't know how many of the players they will have left for the Hobart one. They'll have to bring in Best. They'll have to bring in Burns. They'll have to bring in whoever that other guy was who I don't really know, but Overton's also there. Nicely bowled there. Better line from Leach. And also, do you live in the South or the North Island? I am in the South Island, about halfway up in a place called South Canterbury. So that's kind of the region of New Zealand I live in. My dad says he prefers the South Island. Your dad's a smart man. I mean, the North Island's nice as well, but oh, tell you what, that was close to the outside of the stump. Usman Khawaja on the offside. How close was this? Oh, it ended up just changing a little bit. Natural variation, and went straight on to Joss Butler, and that's true, bro. Only fixed numbers of people can watch you on BT and Sky. You have to pay, but YouTube is free for everyone as well, says TZ. Yeah, exactly right. And I think that was our main goal when we started the channel as well. Better ball from Jack Leach. Better over so far with the line and length. But yeah, pretty much like that's the thing. We want to have it that it is like for people who can't see the game, we want to have the scoreboard. For people who can't watch the game, we want to have the commentary. And for people who can't afford to watch the game or can't find it in their country, we also want to have the combination of the two. Nicely bowl once again by Leach, and that is going to close out a very good over. And as in Ben Stokes from Canterbury, he is indeed. I think he was born in New Zealand originally. As Alex Khawaja on strike as well, says Robert. He was indeed there. And your country's is, it is New Zealand that I do live in. So I am just across the ditch from Australia, which is why I guess I do know some of these players quite well. I've seen them beat New Zealand in the Boxing Day test a couple of years ago. That was unfortunate. I actually went to the first day of that MCG one. Like the atmosphere of that as well was absolutely awesome. I'm getting advertised things from Noel Lehman. I do not want it. Please do not send me headphones. And free quality commentary, surviving the night for you, as I says TZ there. And yeah, it is hugely appreciated. And like, that's the thing. I always mention it. Like, I wouldn't want it to be like really any other way other than having it so that it can be like the commentary provided for free. Because I feel like as soon as it's behind a subscription and whatnot, like even the membership, I felt bad for a start bringing it in. But you guys did want some emojis and whatnot, similar to that one that we have got up in the corner. And I feel like that's just a little extra, I guess, perk of being in the chat and being able to use those same emojis. Well, maybe you can buy the rights to the next stashes and broadcast it live on YouTube as well. And then says to after, I believe if I was to do that, it would actually probably cost in the millions as well. Even for like a small domestic Australian competition, it would probably cost me hundreds of thousands to be able to do it. That was a decent ball, but once again, inside edge from Alex Carey. We have got there. You should do vlogs from New Zealand cricket stadiums when your channel grows as well. Send them around. That would be pretty awesome to see how they go as well. I do want to do some more kind of vlogs, even if it's not like at sporting events, just kind of weekly. Keep you guys updated on what's kind of happening in the world of the Kiwi lads as well, because there's actually 4 of us as well. We've got there. Pressing join helps your channel improve. As I said, DZ, it does indeed. But yeah, it is just that case of I hate charging people for things. As well, like you guys, anytime I get a donation, whether it's $1 or any more than that, I always put it up on the screen. I always thank you guys because at the end of the day, it is helping fund, I guess, the dream of doing this full time and being able to continue doing it full time as well. Alex Carey is sitting there, 7 runs, 19 deliveries. The run rate's still sticking around that kind of 2.7 mark for the Australians here. We've got another half an hour left of this session. Ben Stokes was born in Christchurch as well, and there as well. And there you go. I was actually born in the same city as Ben Stokes. Pull shot there from Alex Carey. Nicely played. And we going down to the man at deep. backward square leg, and after you finish your degree, how much do you expect to earn? That will satisfy you as well. Says TZ there. At the moment, Alex Carey still going to be fired up at the moment. The run rate is sitting on 2.75. Khawaja sitting there on 64 of 163. I did say it gets 70 and then go out. I hope I'm wrong, but there is a chance that, I mean, we're getting close to that mark for Khawaja, so maybe it could be the chance here that it does actually happen. He's sitting on 163 balls faced, though. He's been out there for a long time. He's actually faced, I believe, now the most balls out of any batsman. Yes, he has. Steve Smith, second most with 141, then third most Marcus Harris with 109 there. But now, Jimmy Anderson once again steaming in, half an hour left. Like I mentioned, they need another wicket. It's going to be off the edge of Khawaja. This is going to be at least 2. Although Hasiba, me cutting it off very nicely. It's going to be very nicely done as well. We have got a donation there from Rod as well. Thank you very much, mate. And it's got there in 1991 for when Stokes was born. So I do appreciate that. I like the fact that you did put the comment and then you decided to do it as a different one. But now 1991, that is the year that Ben Stokes was born. So that would make him approximately the age of 31, is he? Is he 31? Or kind of 30 around there. If I'm in London, I want to start making 50 to 55k starting salary outside London, maybe 35 to 40. As I says Mitran there. Final ball of the Anderson over. Oh, a little bit of variable bounce once again. It popped up, and that is going to be the end of the over. 96 overs down now and 264 for 5 there as well. Let's carry. That one won't really rattle him too much, but it did pop up. Jimmy Anderson's asking a question about the front foot line. And yeah, starting 50k as KLLM as well. Khawaja, best player. As I said, Mohammed there, yeah, and at the moment he's playing extremely well. The SCG loves playing here, and he has been able to get a lot of runs in Sydney for the kind of test matches. I believe he averages about 80 here as well. And lawyers start training with 50k as well in there. Says TZ there. It's just asking a question here for Jimmy Anderson in 1989. Was 33, 1990, 32, and 1991, 31 as well. That's where you go there, Matran. What degree are you doing? That seems to be a lot of money as well. Says Arthur there. So he's just kicking about at the moment, Jimmy Anderson. He's not happy with that front foot placement that he has got for himself. Nicely played off the hip there for Usman Khawaja. And also we have got the South Island gang as well. A donation from Matran as well. Thank you very much, mate. I usually appreciate it. And yeah, South Island is very nice. We've got quite a, I guess you could say, a quiet town where I live as well. Economics and finance as well, says Matran there. I mean, yeah, seeing as we're in a small town, it is pretty nice. It's kind of like rural. And Big Bash today as well. And it says Mohammed, or Big Base today as well. Although for the BBL, we have got 2 matches that will be back-to-back. We will be covering both of those games on the channel as well. That is the plan anyway. And yeah, hopefully it does go smoothly. Economics and Finn, what job are you looking at as well? And that's not a lot of money. 50k is barely minimum in London. As I said, easy there. I'll take 50k. I wouldn't mind it. Khawaja at the moment. So in there, 65 of 167 as well. I'm wondering. Jack Leach, he hasn't got a wicket yet. Could this now be his moment to be able to take one? Can Khawaja get this one a little bit wrong? He hits it beautifully along the ground. And it's going to be the missed field. They do not get the single, though, for that delivery. At the moment, 65 of 168 for him as well. No, starting graduate salary, 25k as well, says Matran there. I'll say exactly, Matran is be lower as well there, says DZ. At the moment, now Khawaja is sitting there on 65 runs, like I mentioned, slowly working his way to the century. Nicely played once again. It looks like the only thing that will catch him out now is probably variable bounce, unless you work in investment banking as well. And there says Matran. And we have actually seen a little bit more variable bounce for the second day of a pitch. It's already started going pop. It's already gone low as well. First maiden of the series here for Jack Leach. If he does get this one right, they have just said. And it is going to be the maiden for Jack Leach. Well bowled. And that is going to be the end. So he's never had a maiden up to this stage. That surprises me big time. As I thought he might have had just the one at some stage throughout it, but we have still got another 20 minutes left of this session. This is when England need another breakthrough wicket. If they get another one, they start exposing closer to that tail. They've got Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Scott Boland, and Nathan Lyon. I mean, Nathan Lyon coming in at 11, like that man can bat very well, but they normally save him because they don't want him getting hit with the ball and hurting the fingers. As 30k is a good starting salary in London. If you're in investment banking, you should expect 50k minimum as well, says Matran there. And I'm for Sri Lanka. I love England, as well, says Mohammed. So hopefully they will be able to do decently. And bro, why no become PE teacher as well there, says TZ. Someone else making their way off the field by the looks of it. At the moment, Jimmy Anderson once again going to be bowling. How much do uni teachers earn in UK as well, says Siddhartha there. Moment, Alex Carey just shaking off a little bit of the sweat for himself. Now he is going to be ready to go. 8 runs off 21 deliveries. Probably another 5 to 10, or not 5 to 10, probably 5 to 7. Come on, lads. 1 wicket before I sleep as well, says Matran. Nicely played once again. I want to sleep in peace as well, says Matran. Yeah, at the moment, maybe. Oh, I was going to say it could be the South Island boy, Ben Stokes. He was able to get it done, but unfortunately, he hasn't quite got the, I guess, side to be able to keep on bowling at the moment. He has had to stop. If you're a lawyer, you ask for 45 to 50 pounds an hour and demanding a 75k in London as well, says DZ there. I mean, I make like $2 an hour. That's not too bad. I'll take it. Yeah, Alex Carey at the moment sitting there, 8 runs off 22 balls. Nice ball once again outside of the off stump, left alone by Carey. The last thing, like I mentioned, that they want to do is lose their wicket just before lunchtime, or just before tea time, actually. It's flying by today. I'm just glad that we only saw the rain in the opening session, and now it has cooled down. And looks like the breeze has probably blown all those rain clouds away over the next couple of days. I believe it's about 70% tomorrow for the chance of rain, and then about 90%, I believe it is. Bro, that $2 is your passion as well. Exactly right. I'm not complaining at all with it, because at the end of the day, as long as I can still keep on buying the software to keep on streaming and everything, I'm like 100% happy. Like, even if it was out of my own pocket, I would still end up doing YouTube at this stage. Jack Leach still better than Moen in 2017 and 18 as well. Moen is the best as well. Good new ball spells seems has made Aussies reassess their goals as well. Yeah, exactly right. We saw some good bowling from Stuart Broad. I bet you they wish they had Ben Stokes available, but sadly, due to that injury, he is just going to be fielding for now at second slip. Although he might take a catch here soon, depending on how it goes. Well ball once again by Anderson, and he is digging in deep here. Try and get himself another wicket. I'm yawning all over the place at the moment here. Finn Allen bringing up another 50 there. I do see for one of the Kiwi sides. It'd be cool to see in a test match eventually, or at least in New Zealand. And also, Mitaran, what's your girlfriend studying as well? And this is TZ. 4 dots in a row for Anderson here. 97.4 overs down as well. It's going to be knocked to the leg side, and it is just a dot ball. Foxball has confirmed the Heat Renegades is going ahead as well, says Robert there. So they have confirmed it. So they've got enough players, I assume, there for the Brisbane Heat then to be able to play that game. But any changes that do happen for that one, I'll be sure to let you guys know as soon as I know, which is normally pretty late as well. And at the moment now, it's going to be Alex Carey on strike. Jimmy Anderson, final ball of his over. They've almost brought up the 100. They're still, she's still studying as well. And this is Matran. Jimmy Anderson now. They need one of these left-handers out. And it doesn't look like it's going to be this over. That is going to be the end of the 98th to 5 for 264. And now you could agree which one as well. It's easy there, but currently 2 overs away, 12 balls away from the 100 overs bowled by the English side. Jimmy Anderson so far, he's bowled 25 overs. David Milani's bowled 2, Joe Root 1, Jack Leach 17, Mark Wood 18. And then Ben Stokes, he only bowled 13.5 before he was injured. Stuart Broad with the 21. And do you have a part-time job right now as well? Says Siddhartha there. And at the moment, 65 for Khawaja. He's been sitting on 65 for a long time. As I was your course called Midran. I might apply for it at uni as well, and also theology and religion as well, says Midran. That would be a very interesting one. Stuart Broad making his way back out onto the field. Now I'm doing internship as well. And there says Mitran. Jack Leach. He had a good last over to Khawaja. Actually, his first maiden of the Ashes series. Can he do the same here up against Khawaja? Can he do one better wicket maiden, perhaps? No, that's going to be the single off the leg side. Jinxed him there. I was internship G as on there. At the moment, anyone who is new, there we go. Yeah, if you are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. I was just making sure we are still running smoothly, which at the moment my internet has decided that it likes me more today than it did the other day. It was cutting in and out all over the place. Attacks in turn as well, says Matran there. And the jab at the moment now, Carey going to be on strike for the first time up against Jack Leach. See what he can do with him. He likes the sweep. He likes the reverse sweep. He does the slog sweep there from Alex Carey, does work it away, and that is just going to be the single as well. And with them being a left-hander from that angle for Jack Leach, the chance of LBW is relatively slim. But if I was over 18, I would have demanded or donated now, but it sucks. Or donated by now, but it sucks I don't have a card, as says TZ. I mean, at the end of the day, even if you're not donating money, you're donating your time to kind of hang out with us. So I feel like that is just as precious in that regard, or just as valuable, I should say, rather than precious. I sounded like the man from Lord of the Rings, didn't I? On that moment. But yeah, even just being here, leaving a like on the live stream, telling your friends, all helps out in the long run. It was just a little bit down the leg side from Jack Leach, but it is a dot ball. And then trying to get the tempter for Khawaja. Nicely played once again down the ground. At the moment, 2 singles, 2 dot balls. See how this over of Usman Khawaja has it been going up against Jack Leach, and also Alex Carey getting the 1 single for himself there as well. Tell you what, I'm yawning a lot in the last kind of 2 minutes or so, aren't I? I think it's because I know it's close to tea, and I know that I am about to have some food. At the moment, 3 dots in a row for Jack Leach. He's gone for 50 runs so far of his 17.5 overs, but needs that breakthrough wicket. Could it be Khawaja? It's a down the ground. Good work from Leach to try and cut that one off, but it is going to be the single down the ground that will close out the over. Khawaja moves up now onto 67 runs at the end of the 99th. 1 more over to go until we get to the 100 overs already passed, which is a total of around, I was going to say 600 balls, but it's more than that because we've had a few wides and a few no balls. It's also probably about 610 balls, somewhere around there. Oh, there was the chance for Jack Leach. They're just showing that replay once again for Usman Khawaja. Unfortunately, did end up being dropped by Joe Root, and he will know that one could have been a crucial one there for Joe Root. So he needs to make sure that any other one that does go to him does take comfortably and does end up kind of moving his way towards Jack Leach at the moment. He's got a bit of a cult following. At the moment, there are a whole heap of men dressed as minions there who are all applauding for him. Just see that Jack Leach was signing some fellow's head. So that's a good shot from Khawaja. And it is just going to be the single down to Jack Leach. Just get a massive cheer from the crowd when he does end up fielding it nicely. Matran, did you do levels as well? At the moment. Yeah, a whole heap of people dressed as minions, I guess, because it is a dress-up day for day 2 of the test match, isn't it, relatively? I think we saw Scooby-Doo last night at the Big Bash as well. Is it the same for the pink test match that they do end up having dress up? I'm looking around. There's not really too many people in crazy attire at the moment by the looks of it. That man's got a witch's nose. Okay, that kind of answers that question then. Nice shot down the ground, but well done by Jimmy Anderson. As we have got there, I didn't mind. I did school outside UK, both GCSE and also A-levels as well. And there's his Matran. Yeah, they are the men dressed as minions. They are shouting out to Jack Leach as well. I feel like that's the thing with the players being so close to the crowd. You hear every word that they are saying there as well. Nice ball. That one came back in for Jimmy Anderson. Hits once again Alex Carey in the body. He's taken quite a few blows so far. It's been a battle for him at the crease. Seems like he is just going to take, it might have been the elbow he's actually looking down at there. Which country did you do A-levels and GCSE? I'm hungry, as I said, Mohammed. No worries. At this stage, 15 minutes. Or you could go have your food now if you want. And it will kind of start preparing it maybe so that you can have it during the tea break as well. Or just whenever. As Umar eat a Subway as well in there. I'd like Subway. I haven't got a Subway here though. Unfortunately, Subway for us is a little bit up the road. Once again, hit on the body there for Alex Carey. He's just wearing everything at the moment. He's not having too much fun out there with Jimmy Anderson. He's taken one on the hip, one on the leg, one on the thigh, one on that's the same thing as the leg, one on the body, one on the elbow, one on the chest probably almost as well. In India, as I said, Matran there. Jabba Carey at the moment, sitting on 9 runs of 31. He's been a little bit slower to get started. Oh, Fenelon's just gone out. It's unfortunate. He got 68 off 32 balls, though, which is very impressive. Oh, you done a conversion. It's on there. See that TZ. Jimmy Anderson, 2 balls left here. Square leg, heads drop back here. Side of the off stump, left alone by Alex Carey. Khawaja, 68 runs. Now, I did say he'd go out on exactly 70. And I don't want to be right there because I feel like Khawaja can keep on batting for a little bit longer than that would be. I mean, he's probably around 180 balls by then as I had grades for LEC. I didn't go because London was too expensive as well. So he's been trying there. And Alex Carey. This partnership, it's starting to rebuild though. And if he gets one more single, he is going to be yet again another batsman who's made it into double figures for the Australians. That's the end of the over though. That is 100 overs down. And Australia, they are sitting 268 for 5. So I guess it's very easy to calculate the run rate from here. 2.68 per over. They are going at the moment for the Australians. Looks like the weather should be remaining not too badly. It's looking like a little bit of cloud cover over by the city, but I believe that's not going to be hitting us here, hopefully. And also, Khawaja is a fraud, in my opinion, only does well at the MCG, or the SCG, sorry, as Ozzy Matran, although he does all right overseas, apparently, as well. From what someone said earlier, finance not really competitive, no offense. Matran, you need grade 5 AC and GSCE to do it. And uni, I'm eating pizza, says Muhammad. Oh, I wish we had pizza here. Like, that's the thing. We don't actually have a pizza or a Domino's or anything like that here. So the closest that you can get a pizza is half an hour away, like from Pizza Hut or Domino's. So then it's like the pizza may be cheap. It's $5 to get the pizza, but then you got to spend about $20 on the fuel to get the pizza. Oh, I'm eating pizza as well, says Muhammad there. Yeah, Joe Root now going to be bowling the 101st over. And finance jobs are insanely competitive, though, as says Matran there. And Root 66. That's what he has got on his back. Can he find a way through and get the breakthrough for England here? They need it before the innings break. They've got 10 minutes to do so. It's going to be Joe Root. Then at the other end, I would almost chuck in a Dava Milan. Or if you are sticking with Jack Leach, maybe still go with him, like 1,000 people and one job in London as well. It's going to be nicely played by Usman Khawaja. Better angle here for Joe Root going over the wicket rather than round it, which does mean he's going to be able to get it to spin and spin away possibly as well. Yeah, job is competitive, but the course is accessible with low grades as well. Sees a TZ there. Nicely ball pitched up. Usman Khawaja gets the single there. Good fielding from Ben Stokes. I feel like that's the thing. He probably, by diving like that, it's probably showing that his side isn't terrible. Nathan Lyon at the moment, he looks pretty relaxed at the moment here. Looks like he is just chilling out for a little bit longer. Joe Root. Nice one. No one in close. They didn't have a bat pad for Joe Root. That would have been taken every day of the week, I believe. If they have worked out, and also we've got the lawyer's job. It's competitive, but the job has a lot of firms that hires as well. And there says TZ, but that could have been gone for Alex Carey, but they do not have anyone in close. They're just having a chat at the moment, Nathan Lyon and Joe Root before the matchup. Well, that's a better ball shot down the ground from Alex Carey. That is the biggest shot we've seen of the day of the test match. And that is going to be the 4 runs. Craig Overton not able to cut that one off. Great shot from Carey. And now he moves into double figures on 13. I would say that these two, they just say that the partnership is up to 31 between these two. So it just shows that as long as they keep on rebuilding partnership, the lowest partnership was probably Cameron Green and Usman Khawaja as well. All uni is same, just slightly different, except from Oxford and Cambridge. Down the ground once again. Oh, Joe Root throws it back as well. A little bit of a boo there from the crowd for Joe Root throwing it near the stumps. It wasn't going to hit Alex Carey though, so I feel like, yeah, it should be all right. In that regard, Alex Carey now still on strike. Final ball of the Root over. Reverse sweep from Alex Carey. Goes straight to the man though. And that is going to be the dot ball to close out the over LEC as well. And there says Matram, but nonetheless, 101 overs down, 273 for 5 now for the Australians. They do just have to survive for another 8 minutes, and then they will have a 20-minute break, and then they will be back for the final one. Do you know UCL as well? UCL, if you are asking me, then definitely not. If you are asking someone else, then maybe as well, because I have no idea. What is this picture now from the BBL? Okay, it is going to be, yeah, pretty much this one. Okay, that is fair enough. Right, I was just making sure that all of the games haven't been postponed for the BBL or anything along those lines. They are still yet to kind of, they've said that it's going ahead, but it might not. We've got to wait and see. And also we've got the New Zealand versus England match, Melbourne Cricket Ground as well, says Muhammad. And there's, yeah, that is a good one Indeed, that was the one that did take place last week. We did get to see that one in the last year Boxing Day Test match. Jack Leach now, he is going to be bowling once again. He is bowling from the other end, though. So they're saying it's a harder end here for Jack Leach. So he has decided to try and change his like the SCG as well. And there says Robert. In the moment, they're saying that the wind, it might drift away from the left-hander just a little bit here for Jack Leach. We got a leg slip as well. There's going to be Ben Stokes. Oh, Khawaja, nice drive there from Usman Khawaja. This is going to be at least the 2 runs here, and I believe it's racing away to the boundary. That's a classic cover drive that we know from Khawaja. We have got there. Robert also donates a cheeky $2 as well. Always donates a cheeky $2, says DZ. He does indeed. He is one of those guys. He just sticks around on pretty much every single live stream that we have got. As well, him and David recently have been extremely generous. And they're going to also, Mitran has been doing a few donations in terms of also one of those sticker ones that was game over, I believe, yesterday. There was where Steve Waugh, or this is where Steve Waugh got his 100 in his last test as well. And they are indeed where that did take place. A little bit straight, nice ball though from Jack Leach. A little bit of drift across the ground at the moment with the wind that is on offer. 73 of 180 deliveries there for Usman Khawaja. Moving on to 70. I did say he would go out in the 70s, although I did say 70 originally in Mitran. King's College in London as well. There's another good shot there from Khawaja. I think he just got a hand to it, though. So it is going to pull up just before it races to the boundary. And it is just going to be the 2 runs for them once again. Nicely done. Oh, that one's get it off the surface. And the throw into Leach. At the moment, they're trying to work out how quick Jack Leach should be bowling. It's tough to decide on the surface as well. And Usman Khawaja, anytime you pitch it up that much, he is just going to be hitting it away. But it was an important finger from Zach Crawley to be able to get just enough on it to slow it down. And that definitely saved the boundary. And instead, Khawaja only receives the 2, moves up to 75 now. He's actually going after Leach here. Got a few men in close, so he's decided he might as well go up. Oh, it's another shot. That's even better from Khawaja. And that is going to be the 4 runs there for Khawaja. Once again, this is becoming an expensive over. They changed the end of Leach. He's gone for 10 off 4. And Khawaja, he's got his eye and he moves towards the 80-run mark as well. I love cover drive as well, says Marvin. It's a classic cricket shot. That is for sure. And it's just so satisfying watching them. Khawaja is in there as well, says DK. Or sorry, TZ there. Very nice shot from Usman Khawaja. Just watches it all the way onto the bat. Lines it up, cover drive. He's probably not expecting another one, but the way that Jack Leach is bowling, it seems like it could end up being possibly in that same slot once again. It's a better ball. Straight delivery from Jack Leach. Good answer to getting hit around a little bit in this one. And also, everything Khawaja is Pakistani as well. And there says TZ there. At the moment, he is sitting on 79 runs. Doing very decently for himself. His fastest ball here for Jack Leach is 81. His slowest is 82, but an average of 87. I feel like that seems a little bit too quick for the surface. Changing the angle here. This is what he should have done about the second ball of the over, I think. He's just changing his field a little bit. Ben Stokes does drop back into a fine leg region to try and cut off that option as well. The reverse sweep might be on here for Usman Khawaja if he goes after it, but he could have a chance of getting his stumps knocked over if he does go for it. He thought about it, but instead just works it out to cover point, and that is going to be the end of the over. Very good over for Khawaja. 11 runs off it, and that is going to be now 284. There we go. It has updated itself as well. There was a little bit behind there, the scoreboard, but overall, I think ever since I said it was doing well, that is actually when it has been doing worse as well. But anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It is hugely appreciated. You guys all being here for this live stream. Yeah, I hope you are all having a fantastic day so far. Got plenty more cricket to come. I'm eating over as well. Says I'm Muhammad there. And he's born in Pakistan as well, says Robert there. At the moment, Khawaja moves up to 80 runs. Just had a bit of a stretch there. Like they're saying, if Khawaja goes on to make 100 here, then what do? Do you drop Marcus Harris? Like, it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to kind of re-maneuver it if Travis Head is back, unless you just leave Travis Head out for the next one and just kind of give Khawaja one more chance at 5 and then reset for your next test series. It's going to be a little bit later on. Nicely played by Alex Carey. No run there, though. Just playing forward defensive. They're getting out to the pitch of the ball very nicely here so far, Khawaja and also Carey. And I would say that is something, if they can keep on shutting down the spin before it reaches the surface, if you're shutting it down, you're in a good spot. Carey hits that one straight up in the air. Doesn't get all of it. It could be a catching opportunity. He takes it as well, Milan. Oh, no, it was Bairstow who was able to get it. And Alex Carey is gone. He tried to go aggressive, and they have lost the wicket just before reaching lunch as well. Is that going to be the end of the session here? And Joe Root, he does get it well taken there by Bairstow. Wasn't an easy catch, looking into the sun as well. And Root, the captain, gets the breakthrough. Oh, that's Carey. A big partnership, like they're saying, we're starting to build. Does end up taking on the slog sweep. Ends up hitting it straight up in the air. And then from there, Bairstow does take it very nicely, running after that one. Extremely hard at match start time as well, says Marmot there. Aussie good lads. Troy wants to hang out with us as well, says Ollie Wilson. So welcome in, Troy. 13 runs for Alex Carey there. But the match start time for the next innings is going to be in about 22 minutes' time. Now, Pat Cummins, he is going to be making his way into the side, but Alex Carey, he's out for 13. Still the only man who hasn't been able to tick over to double figures. It is actually Cameron Green and T-Man as well. And there says Robert. So, yeah, pretty much it will be starting at 5:30 p.m. New Zealand time. So 20 minutes' time will be when the next break is going to be over as well. At the moment now, Pat Cummins. Usman Khawaja just having a bit of a chat. I believe this will be the last over of the day as well. And Pat Cummins made his way out there. Number 8 here for this matchup as well. Alex Carey sitting there, 13 off 39 deliveries. That is the last wicket that fell. Now it is Cummins at the crease alongside Usman Khawaja, and he's going to have 3 balls to face here. I believe it's Khawaja on strike. If I'm not wrong there, yes, it is. And when he says hi, it was his birthday yesterday. Troy, guess how old he is now? Is he 14, Ollie? That is my guess. At the moment, that one did go just straight up in the air from Alex Carey. He knew straight away. And he knew that he didn't quite get that one. Johnny Bairstow, it was a good take from him as well to be able to take that ball. Definitely when the sun was around, he didn't have the sunglasses on. Instead, they were on his head. It's out for Johnny Bairstow. 15 is on, no, 11. As else says Ollie Wilson. So it wasn't too far off overall there. But Joe Root, captain, picking up the wicket with a little bit of off spin. Pat Cummins. I'm sorry, it's actually Usman Khawaja. If they can get Khawaja out here as well, that would be absolutely huge for England going into the next break. Joe Root now. Once again, getting ready to go. Nicely played by Khawaja. Just the one delivery left. It looks like Joe Root's trying to scamper through, see whether or not they can get just the one more over in Khawaja's century as well. And this is DZ. It is certainly on the cards at the moment. Robert, how are you, man? And there. Oh, how old are you, man? As I says, Ollie Wilson. I believe he is 32, if I'm not wrong. At the moment now, it's going to be Alex Carey, who was the last man dismissed, unfortunately, for Australia, right before the tea break as well. He'll be disappointed. Good shot from Khawaja. Well played, and that is going to be an extra 4 runs. He moves up to 85, and that is going to be the end of this over as well. Have we got any more time for this session? I think we do still have a little bit longer. Did I do my maths wrong? No, I didn't. We still got one more over by the looks of it, though. Okay, we got one more over. We must still have just a little bit more time. Maybe they're going for an extra like 20 minutes or something to try and get through a bit more of the, I guess, breaks as well. I'm so young that I feel like I'm getting groomed as well. Says a DC there. I'll be over their tea break in a few minutes. I think 15 to 20 minutes as well, says for sure. Okay, so they might be going 5:30 tea break rather than the original one. So we have got a little bit longer till we get to see the tea break. Just for now as well. But now at this stage, Joe Root at one end, Jack Leach was at the other. I'd like to see Dava Milan now get the opportunity perhaps. And also we've got so many old people here as well, says P. Wagon. Yeah, in the chat as well. I mean, to be fair, like I'm 22 and I feel like I was 18 like not that long ago. But now I'm 22 and I'm already like in my 20s as well. That feels weird to say I'm not old. I'm only 14, mate, as well. Here's the TZ there. At the moment, Cummins here is going to be on strike to Mark Wood. This is actually a very good opportunity here for England to try and make their way forward. And if they feel that there's a chance of getting them bowled out, they can actually ask for an extended little bit of time. Arvo, Spencer, welcome into the live stream, mate. How you feeling today? Do let me know. Hopefully you're not going too bad. And how is the cough getting on at the moment? But at the moment now, it is going to be Pat Cummins on strike to Mark Wood. He's going to be steaming in 145 Ks here. On the money straight away. And that is going to be 143. So he's getting up there at the moment. There for Mark Wood. He hasn't really found that 152K ball like he did yesterday since that kind of first one. And his average is probably around that 144, 145 mark. And like they're saying, it's only 103 overs old, and that ball popped well and truly off the surface for that earlier ball to Usman Khawaja. So that will be something to watch out for. Definitely on day 5, Nathan Lyon with the spin ball in hand. And also we've got that Hamish, you look a bit like Gareth Bale as well, says TZ. I'll take it. And it's all right. Just been sleeping. As on there says Hamish Spencer. Because I guess you'd be pretty tired at the moment, wouldn't you? If I'm not wrong there. But Mark Wood at the moment just doesn't seem to quite be able to get the foot mark going right. I've lost 3 kgs as well. Says Hamish Spencer. That is quite a lot in a short period of time. That's only in the last couple of days, isn't it, Hamish Spencer? Like he's saying, he shouldn't be hit through the covers here, Mark Wood, with the angle that he is going to be bowling. Pat Cummins now. He is on strike. He's had 2 deliveries so far that he's faced and has had 2 dot balls as well. Now Mark Wood, short ball. Pat Cummins thinks about playing it, decides against it in the end. He's got a smile on his face there. The captain of Australia loves the challenge. Definitely, because we know that he is able to well and truly give it just like he can take it. And short balls here means he's giving them short balls. I haven't been eating properly as well in there. Says Paddy Wagon. Also, we've got there, Hamish. Do you know how people have 3 meals? I only have 1 meal a day. That's dinner as well, says DZ. I think you're supposed to have 3 meals just to keep that kind of balanced diet going. As also we've got there, QLaz Reed Nichols. You're Reed Nichols. You are 1 year old. It's what Ollie Wilson has put there. Love from Bangladesh as well. Says Russell, welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. I'm sure you will be after the result yesterday. Geez, that one popped off the surface as well there for Mark Wood, 141 Ks. Hey, bro, do you have some breakfast in morning today? I'm getting my morning tea right now with samosa and roti as well. And now I don't like food, says DZ there, but I am pretty much, I did have my breakfast before the live stream, and then I'm going to be having something in the tea break as well. And can I get an oh yeah as well, says Ollie? I don't think you can, mate, unfortunately. Oh, that's Charlie Josh Butler having to reach up for it. That would have hurt the hand as well. Yeah, I haven't eaten anything today, like legit nothing as well. And this is Hamish Smith. I feel like as soon as you get kind of like past the not being hungry stage, there's going to be like a big old Uber Eats serving straight to your door. You know, KFC, McDonald's, Hungry Jack's, Domino's, Subway, all of those, all in one go. Moment coming, 0 runs off 5 deliveries so far. He's still yet to get off the mark with Mark Wood bowling straight in. I mean, he has got plenty of pace still, and my forces me to eat rice and curry, and I always say yuck as well. And there's his TZ there. At the moment, Cummins, sorry, sitting on 0 off 5. Is it going to be a maiden here for Mark Wood? Would be a very good one if he does come back in. Just leaves that one alone, Cummins, and that is going to be the maiden for Pat Cummins, sitting now 6 for 289. And that is going to be now 104 overs gone. At this stage, my mum, as well, says TZ there. At the moment, I believe we've got another 15 minutes of this session, so we might be running a little bit later than we do anticipate today, which means that we will probably be missing the KFC Big Bash, the first matchup between the Brisbane Heat and the Melbourne Renegades, but we will be back for that game a little bit later on, and that is going to be the game between the Sydney Thunder and the Perth Scorchers. We may get half a game in for the BBL, depending on how it goes. And Curry is good as well, watching in TV and listening. You also, you look fresh from the beginning to the end. What do you eat as well? Says Mark D there. It's just a little bit like, that's the thing. In between my last 2 live streams, I always have some hot chips, which I know doesn't sound like a great one. And then like beforehand, I'll have a smoothie or something like that. And then just a few snacks in between just to get me through the day. And then I'll have like my big feed after the final live stream as well. I've got there. I've been chewing on gum with that count as well, says Hamish Spencer. Is it sugar-free gum or is it sugary gum, Hamish? Because if it's sugar gum, then yes. If it's sugar-free, then not really. As Petty, are you Asian as well? It says TZ there. And chat as well. I don't believe so for Paddy Wagon, but at the moment it is going to be 290 for 6 now for the Australians. 2.78 run rate. Are you going live tonight as well, says Ollie Wilson? I am indeed. I am going to be live for at least one of the BBL games, depending on when this finishes, compared to when the next one, sugar-free extra as well. And this is Hamish Spencer. So it's probably like 1 calorie, is it? Or something along those lines. And no, says Paddy Wagon. And the chat as well. And also, I am English as well. And there says Paddy Wagon. Also, we have got the Asians are forced to eat curry every day. You'll get fed up, mate, as well, says TZ there. And also, we have their dry fruits juice here as well. That's nicely done. And also, we have got the yay as well, says Ollie Wilson. Another chat. But at the moment, Pat Cummins, he's going to be the man who's under a lot of pressure, the captain of Australia. If they lose 1 or 2 more wickets, they may even consider taking the extra half an hour, the umpires. I would actually have a man bat pad here for Pat Cummins as well. I know that he can score runs, but I also know that it is going to be in that situation. Also, we have got there, it's English, not English as well. And there says Paddy Wagon, is that because you don't take any L's? I guess you could say that was the cringiest thing I think I've said in the 5 days. I do apologize. Dry fruit and juice as well, says Mark D. Yeah, don't mind. Just put in a few random things in the smoothie, bit of peanut butter, bit of oats, banana, get it going. Joe Root going to be bowling now. A little bit leg side. Pat Cummins just decides to let that one hit the pads, which is why I would consider having a man in close on that leg side as well. No, they're sending everyone back. That is so that Cummins can be on strike for the next over, I believe. We'll put it on his legs. Cummins just blocks it, though. He doesn't get lured into it, and that will be the end of the over, and it is a good one for Joe Root. It's the longest time you've gone without sleep as well, says TZ. It was actually about a month ago. And I went about, I think it was maybe 41 hours without sleep or something like that. It really wasn't a smart idea, but I did about 18 hours of live streams in 24 hours. And then also I was still doing, I kind of was about to go to bed. And then George rung up and he was like, he messaged me and he's like, hey, you want to go to Timaru with me and see if we can find me an Xbox? And I was like, yeah, all right. And there's actually a vlog from that. And I looked absolutely destroyed by the last moment of that one. And Hamilton Sun as well says Reed, and also Kiwi Lads Knock Knock. And what are you going to have with that cheese as well? And there says Paddy Wagon. Fall of wickets at the moment. Australia started losing a few more wickets as of late. Try and guess how old Reed is. Is Reed about 15 or something along those lines? I'm just looking. I think I've actually got a video of when me and George... I'm going to have a look quickly. In fact, I'll have a look in the tea break. I thought you would have died if you went without sleep for 40 hours. I think it was somewhere around there. I think I ended up going to bed about 5 hours or something beforehand. So I don't think you die if you go 40 hours without sleep. It's just not recommended. I was absolutely shattered the next day and still had a couple more live streams that we did have to do as well. But, I mean, I paid the price and I've learned now not doing it again. Because it is not a good, smart decision. You just feel like you're sitting there like this pretty much the whole time. Your eyelids are so heavy and you're just sitting there going, what's going on? Although I am a weird person in terms of the fact that when I get too tired, I actually become almost the closest you would compare to someone who's been drinking for a long time. I would say, like, in terms of someone who is drunk, that is about how I become when I am too tired as well. If you don't sleep for a week, you won't die. I'm sure you would as well. And there's DZ, and also we've got your energy is on of another level. I get tired when I speak for an hour. I am really surprised with your stamina as well. Says Mark D. Yeah, I don't know how I do it in terms of, I think it's just momentum, I guess, and I just carry myself through. And also you guys in the chat always make it carry over extremely quick as well. Kiwi Lads, what do you want me to do what do you want to do? Me and Reed and Keelan hang out as well. I mean, rugby's always a good option. Nicely bowled by Mark Wood just outside of the outside edge of Pat Cummins. And Mark Wood, he knows how close that one was. Pat Cummins, he's got a big smile on his face, gives him the little nod, says that was a good ball, shoots through as well. Oh, just nicely done. So we've got the longest recorded time without sleep is approximately 264 hours, or just over 11 consecutive days after only 3 or 4 nights without sleep. You can start to hallucinate as well, says Paddy Wagon. And bro, I should tell you, Bro, should I tell you the cutest thing of the year would be as well? Says DZ. What is that, mate? Do let me know. But Cummins at the moment, he is sitting on no runs off 13 deliveries. Mark Wood still steaming in at 140. Can he clean him up here? Short ball, puts the hands down. Cummins well played. As well, 145. He's starting to get the steam going here for Mr. Mark Wood, getting a little bit more gas in the tank, filling her up, getting off empty, and getting into fifth gear, trying to find a way through Pat Cummins, who is trying to park the bus that needs the fuel of the Australian batting lineup. I have no idea what I just said, but it almost sounded like I was trying to go for a pun. Then I went for a story time, and then I went back to sounding like I have been taking something. What can you do? Which I haven't, I should clarify as well. How many hours do you sleep? I normally try and sleep for kind of 10 to 12, just because I find that from talking so often, it does take it out of you. Ripper of a ball once again from Mark Wood, and he can't believe that it's just missing the stumps at this point in time. 147 Ks from him as well. But then on the last few nights, I've probably been getting 7 to 8 hours sleep just because of the times that the Ashes and everything and the New Zealand-Bangladesh series was starting. It was always a little bit later or a little bit earlier than I normally anticipate. But yeah, anyone who is new, sure to leave a like on this live stream and subscribe to the channel. Also check out the Kiwi Lad Sport link that I have just put in there. It's so true. You have taken stuff. Tell us the story as well. So it's true. You have taken stuff. Tell us the story as well. Says Betty Wayne. The only stuff I've taken is sugar, and I get all buzzing off the walls. It's like my mum said that she fed me watermelon when I was a child, and I just went mental. Like in terms of I was bouncing off the walls. I was just well and truly full of energy. So if you are tired, have a watermelon or an apple. An apple apparently helps as well. It's going to be the end of the Pat Cummins facing over, and it is going to once again be 291 for 6. Or is it? One moment. Yes, it is. 106 overs down here for Australia. If they can bat for 150, they're getting 400 plus. And that is exactly what they will want to get in this situation. Anything less, they'll be a little bit disappointed with, I think, for Australia. And there is more than sugar as well. And there says Paddy Wagon. There literally isn't, I don't think. Sugar. Once had a paracetamol, as they call it, I think, for a headache one time. I think that's the right one, isn't it? Or is it paracetamol? I think. I've had a Barocca before. That's like those ones that you put in water and they've got like vitamins in them. I'm so extreme. You know, I drink water with vitamins. Oh, watch out. The moment Khawaja sitting on strike here. Joe Root once again bowling again. Nicely played by Khawaja as well. I'm just playing with you as well. Says Petty Wayne. I had a barley sugar, in fact. Barley sugar. They're probably about as extreme as I get when it comes to the kind of having like anything too fancy. Good old barley sugar, eh? Gotta love it. And still oof or stuff oof. Stuffo as on there says Ratika there. That is once again going to be just the dot ball for Joe Root. He's actually been bowling very well. Was able to pick up the wicket of Alex Carey and now trying to work his way towards getting himself a second as well. The cutest thing is you with a girlfriend enjoying cricket with your arms wrapped around her as well. And there says TZ. I mean, I'd have to find her first, I think, would be a good idea. It's not quite the same when I'm just doing it for myself, is it? Just patting myself on the back. This is about when you look up lonely in the dictionary, this picture comes up as well. That's a nice shot from Usman Khawaja. He's not lonely. He's got a wife and a child, I think. As well, sugar and salt, minimum amount you consume, the better as well. And there says Mukti there. And also, as well, says that Paddy Wagon there. But Cummins still yet to get off the mark here. Still sitting out at the crease. Khawaja, he's moved up now. He's sitting on 88 runs for himself now. Usman Khawaja almost faced 200 deliveries, and he is going across it maybe around that 40, 43, I'm going to guess. It was instead 45. Oh, I was close. Yes, bro. And mum is busy. A soulmate is always there for you and would love to be in your vids as well. As well, says TZ. Yeah, I feel like if I did end up with a girlfriend of some sort, I feel like I would have to find a way of either, like, that's the thing, maybe she just hates YouTube. Imagine that. That would be an interesting combo. She's just, yeah, I feel like I have to find someone who doesn't mind me talking all through the night and then also, like, sleeping during the day, which I feel like is a tough schedule to kind of counter, I guess you'd say. But at the moment, that is going to be, once again, that ad for the little lawnmower that mows the lawn itself, ladies and gentlemen. It's only $2,200 if you don't want to mow your lawn by yourself, I would just recommend every once in a while mow it, or you could possibly get one of those people to come in a lawn mowing service and get it. I'll go lay down for a bit, Hamish. I will get you if you're bad as well. And yeah, go lay down, Hamish. I will get you if you're bad as well. And there says Paddy Wagon. We'll see you a little bit later on. Sugar and salt rubbing the wound, mate, and see the reaction. As well says Tika. And also, you deserve a good wife, bro, who understands and loves you with mother's care as well. And there says TZ. At the moment now, Mark Wood once again going to be ready to go one more time. And your age is 28 or to 30, my guess as well. That's not good. I'm 22. I'm actually a lot younger, so I guess I've aged badly. That's going to be a shot from Khawaja. He hasn't aged badly. He still looks like he's 12. That's going to be 4 runs. He's 22, mate, as well, says Teasy there. And that's chat as well. I can understand, though, because normally when I shave my beard, I do look quite a bit younger. When I have the beard, I do look like I'm kind of middle-aged. And also, when I go like that, I've got some quite solid lines there that normally, I guess, age me by a few years, and also the rings as well, to be fair. Khawaja, nice shot. That's another 4 runs, and he moves up to 92 now. The nervous 90s for Khawaja. Only a couple minutes left of this session. Maybe he is trying to get it over and done with before he makes his way in to the changing room. He's cut shot. Beautifully played by Khawaja. He's seeing it like a beach ball. At the moment, that man, the opener, or normally opener, he came in at 5. And you look 22, but you cut your beard and mustache, or when you cut your beard and mustache as well, says Mukti there. And also, bro, when you have a job, wear a suit. It will look cute on you as well, says TZ. That's the thing. I've been wearing a suit for the rugby live streams on the YouTube channel. Like any big match, we always wear a tuxedo. I'm kind of like a suit for that as well. At the moment, nicely run between the wickets for Khawaja. But the suit is actually one of the main things that we wear for our cricket. Main thing that we wear for our big rugby matches that we do cover on the channel as well. At the moment, Cummins sitting on 0 off 18. Still yet to get off the mark, but he is still at the crease, and that is the most important part for the Australians. As long as Cummins is there, Khawaja is still scoring. And as long as Khawaja is still scoring, Australia is still increasing their chance of winning. And as long as Australia is still increasing their chance of winning, they are still increasing their chance of being able to go 5-0 in this series. That's a sentence and a half. 41% for Australia, 56% for the draw, 3% for England here in the odds. Anyone who is new, be sure to hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. As well, we have got plenty more action of the Ashes that is going to be coming up in the near future. 7 away from his 100 here for Khawaja. He's not on strike, though. And it is the unrunned Cummins. The Cummins who is not on a run yet. Who was on strike, yeah. 143.3 k's per hour for that delivery on Mark Wood. He normally steams in for the last couple of balls of his over as well. And this is going to be the last couple of balls of the session. And cooked up Barramundi. What an achievement as well. Or cook some Barramundi. What an achievement. That will be all right. That is your Aussie stuff. Is hi as well. Welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. And also, bro, when I go to uni, you'll be 26 years old. I will indeed be mid-20s. Probably still be sitting here as I'm doing my commentary. If things go well, that is. Hopefully that will be the case in an innings, life innings. He should make most of it at least 150 plus as well, says Rodriguez. And exactly right. And if he does get 150 plus, perhaps he gets that spot in the number 5 jersey for the next match as well. Short ball from Mark Wood. 143.3. Cummins has faced 21 consecutive dots here for himself, but he is still out there, and that is the main thing. And he does just need to survive for one more ball. The moment on this day, 2018, the SCG, I believe that Khawaja was able to get himself 171. Is he going to be able to do the same again here? It's looking good for him in the early stages, that is for sure. Currently 1 ball left, I believe, of this innings. I could be wrong, though. They might have remuddled it. The commentators haven't really mentioned that it is the last ball of the session. Mark Wood here. Nicely bowled back. Cummins with a dot. It's going to be the end of the over. Okay, we got a little bit more. It must be going till 5:40, I guess. So it must be 3 2.5 hour sessions perhaps to try and make up a little bit of time. Is the way that they are going to be doing it there. At the moment here, they are just showing an advertisement for a car. I do not have a car of my own, but I can drive badly. No, I'm not too bad. All right, I want to go go-karting again. I think the Kiwi lads, the four of us are going to do like a mini tournament that I did mention about another time. How we're going to go go-karting, mini golfing, actual golfing, laser tagging, and then also 10-pin bowling, and kind of have it as a 5-match tournament type thing. Oh, nicely played by Usman Khawaja once again, sitting there on 93, getting closer and closer. Nervous 90s for that man Khawaja. Did I do the maths wrong? When did the session start? I think it started at 3:10, didn't it? So it has been going for almost 2.5 hours. We've got another 7 minutes. That time, I believe that is the case. Oh, shot from Khawaja once again, hits it out to the man in the deep cover region, which is Stuart Broad, was lurking by the boundary at the moment there. And nicely done. Straight to Jack Leach. With a little bit of a relay throw now. Cummins. See, I mean, Cummins, the longer he is not getting a run, the better. So I think you got to put in another man in close here and try and just keep that pressure building and building and building. They've got a league slip here, not letting him get one away to the league side. And also they have got down the ground as a bit of an option here. It's almost a freebie down the ground if he does end up getting it in the wrong space here, Joe Root. It's the wrong space, and that's going to be the single there for Pat Cummins. Gets up the mark. I'll give him a little clap. And not 5 spot. He should bat at number 4. Will be left-right combo, which can unsettle bowlers as well. So would you put Steve Smith at 5 then, Rahika, in that regard? Because you've either got to drop Smith or Labuschagne down the order to have Khawaja up there. 35 overs remain after this one, so we see we should be coming to a close to the end of session 2. As us says, it was 317 shot by Khawaja. Once again, every time he plays the cover drive, he's playing it with such confidence at the moment, Khawaja. And that is the 300 runs here for the Australians at the moment. 39% chance that they win this game. A draw is 58% in England. To win is 3% here. As well, but at the moment, Khawaja is helping his side out big time. 5 runs away from the century. Pat Cummins nicely hit down the ground, and that's going to be another single easy run for the captain, Cummins. Got a hair in my mouth. That is unfortunate. Hate when that happens. At the moment, 5 away. Tell you what, if we've got 6 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen, does Khawaja bring up a century before the innings break? Do let me know. If he gets a boundary here, he gets to 4. Australia, as well, says Ashraf Fall there as well. I think that is who he is back in this match at the moment. They're batting very nicely outside of the off stump. Good shot from Khawaja. Cut away. That is going to be 4 runs. If you hadn't finished writing your answer, that is up to 99 now for the end of the over. There's 1 over left, possibly, maybe even 2. And also Khawaja at the moment. Usman's wife there. She is watching on. She will be nervous at the moment. Number 3, Smith. Number 4, Khawaja. And number 5 is Marnus Labuschagne as well in there. And also what Smith's average this series. Ooh, I think it is around 40 or 50, if I'm not wrong. I could be wrong there, though. And also, bro, I'm going to go in an hour. I'm staying till 5:30 a.m. because your commentary is addictive. I have BBC commentary, but this is just yum as well. And this is TG or TZ. Appreciate it, mate. I appreciate you being here. Anyone who is newbie, sure leave a like and subscribe. And also, be sure to check out the QLad Sport channel. I believe I've got it as a pinned comment, and also that is the link if you do want to go and support us. It is sitting there on almost 700 subscribers. David Milan now being brought back in, and also told you Usman Army told you he had to make an hour or 100 as well, that is. And also Khawaja just needs a single to get the 100. He does now. And Usman's Khawaja's last century win came, I forgot as well, but I definitely deserve the century. I know that he did get 171 in 2018. Why was Khawaja not on the team for 2.5 years as well, says Mukti? It's a good question. Dragged down there. And David Milan, it is going to be kept to just the dot ball. We have got their massive innings from Usman as well. Australia have built since 2019 back to a powerhouse. Just selector's job getting awesomely difficult as well. Says Dan DeCastro, it is indeed. Like, who do you go with? Like Travis said, if he returns in this situation, you still got to pick between Khawaja or Head, or you put him up the order a little bit. Khawaja and Warner opening as well, says Ashraf. That is probably what I would end up doing and leave Travis Head there as my number 5. And also, yeah, but at this stage, Khawaja's at the non-striker's end. Hit down the ground, still no run. The crowd are getting restless. Pat Cummins, he's got a big smile on his face at the moment. He knows that he's got Khawaja at the other end, sitting on 99. This is about to be a big moment for him. He's going at a strike rate of almost 50. For Usman Khawaja, didn't Khawaja get dropped from the Thunder As I said, Shannon, I don't think he got dropped from the Thunder. It's just he's been on international duty. That's not the best shot there from Pat Cummins, or actually it is. There's no one down there, and that's going to be 4 runs. My apologies. I thought he had just chipped that straight back almost to the bowler. But once the Ashes is over, I believe he will be going back to the Thunder. But something else I should mention, Usman Khawaja. Oh, yeah, what was I going to say about him? Wasn't Usman Khawaja... Or didn't Usman Khawaja? I feel like there's something that I was thinking of, but I can't quite think of it. As I think Malinga had one of the best Yorkers in cricket history. He did indeed. Very good with those Yorkers. Pat Cummins now once again on strike. Oh, shot down the ground. Now Pat Cummins, he's decided if we're going to get a single, I might as well get another 6 or a 4 for myself. It was the 4 in the end, just falling short of the boundary there for Pat Cummins. But he's now ramping it up as well here. And at the moment, is it going to? Yes, it is. And now they're saying he might milk a single there. Pat Cummins, does he still do BBL games this evening? I believe there are, but one of them will overlap with us if we do end up doing the end of the Ashes. So I believe we will only be able to do the Sydney Thunder versus Perth Scorchers game. And like they've said, I think they will get one more over in. So Usman Khawaja still got a chance. Pat Cummins, I think he's decided he either wants a boundary or he's going out here. And I was 100 people in the chat as well. Yeah, it is flying up at the moment. Well played. He takes the single. Pat Cummins. And the crowd let out a boo there for the captain of Australia. That will be the end of the over. 314 for 6. Usman Khawaja gone about 8 balls without facing one at the moment. Khawaja is a test match player, not ODI, and a T20 as well, says Mukti there. But yeah, at the moment, so looking at the Strikers and Stars game got cancelled. That is the one tomorrow night that they have decided to get rid of just due to a few too many cases into the Stars camp. But they did mention for the BBL, they're actually going to have a player pool that are going to all stay at a Melbourne hotel, and you are able to bring in the players as you need them type thing as well, which is going to be interesting to see how it works, how many guys we see play for multiple clubs throughout the rest of the BBL, which is going to be going for the next kind of half month or so. And also, boo, come on, Cummins as well. Yeah, he's hogging the strike at the moment. Khawaja, non-strike is then sitting on 99, 112 watching as well. Says TCC, yeah, if you guys are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It is hugely appreciated. You guys all being here for this live stream. And we have got plenty more action coming for the final session of the day as well. There, Khawaja, test match player, not ODI as well. And he says, it's rough. Yeah, I agree. I'd say test match and also T20, I like him in. As well for Usman Khawaja, he's got plenty of power. Him and Alex Hales at the Thunder normally tear it up for them. And they are currently sitting third, I believe, all Jack Leach going to be bowling this last over. They only give David Milan 1 over. And now Jack Leach coming back in. He bowled his first maiden of the Ashes a little bit earlier on in the day. Next over after that, he went for 11. So 50-50, I guess you could say, an economy of 5.5. But he has bowled 19, gone for the 62 runs for Jack Leach. Khawaja at the non-strikers end, sitting on 99. Pat Cummins on strike here. He's had the last 9 balls or so. But Cummins, he's hit 2 boundaries for himself as well. He looks like he's ready to go, Pat Cummins. And it looks like he is going to be hitting this one as hard as he can. No, he blocks it. Okay. Seemed like he was going to possibly power up there, Pat Cummins. Try and smack it down the ground. There are 5 balls left till we get to tea. Usman Khawaja still sitting there on 99. We have got their Khawaja test match play. And also, does he come straight back in? Even if Khawaja makes a century, I don't believe so. I feel like it's going to be very tough to decide. Maybe you go, the crowd are booing once again, Pat Cummins. He's got a smile on his face. He's trying to get, of course, Usman Khawaja on strike at some stage, but he might end up having him go into the break on 99 as well. And India versus South Africa match getting very interesting. It is indeed, but pretty much here, I would say we'll go back at 5 and Khawaja may open for them as well. Can Khawaja or can Usman make 150? I think so. They get this single, the crowd applause, and now it is going to be Khawaja on strike. 3 balls left. Jack Leach will be the bowler. I believe they will bring up everyone in the field, will they, England here? Try and put the pressure on Khawaja to hit it through. Come on, Usman as well, says Aussie stuff there. This over could be complete. The century, or this over could complete the century for Khawaja. They're bringing all of the players in here for England. And yes, he's got it. As I haven't quite seen that ball yet, but I assume it is coming up now for him as well. Guys in the stream, subject to lads for more upcoming Test cricket Bangladesh on the 8th of January. We are indeed going to be there as well. And yes, from Aussie stuff as well. But at the moment, Usman Khawaja sitting on 99 of 200 balls, all in the ring. Usman Khawaja back in the Test side. Does hit it to the leg side, picks the gap, and Usman Khawaja, he lets out a cheer, and he has been able to bring up the 100, and he's brought up the 101 as well. He's going back for the 3 runs, and he does move up to 102 there for Usman Khawaja. They talk to him in the drinks break. He is celebrating at the moment at the SCG, and the crowd are well and truly behind him. Jack Leach giving him the round of applause as well, and also we have it there, the clapping from Dan De Castro. That is brilliantly done from Usman Khawaja, and yes as well, says Ashraf. Nicely done by Khawaja. Back in the test side. Hesitantly, Ben Stokes gave him a couple weak claps there, a slow clap. And I think Pat Cummins there, he might have apologised a little bit for keeping him at the non-strikers end for a little while. And congratulations, Khawaja. How can you drop a man who gets a century? He has to be at Hobart. I'd like to see him there, but whether or not we do get to see him, we will have to wait and see. If he does, maybe he opens rather than Marcus Harris. It's going to be a tough decision for the selectors as well. Cummins playing well. As I says, it was there from Aussie stuff. He is indeed. And at the moment, he did have a lot of dot balls in a row, but now he seems like he is starting to get a little bit more aggressive with the way that he is playing. Jack Leach now. Cummins nicely cut away. And that looks like it could be the 4 runs here for Pat Cummins. Or is it Jimmy Anderson tries to stop it, and he does as well. Good work from Jimmy Anderson. And also he's protecting Usman as well. And Usman Khawaja with the clap in there. And Cummins is protecting Usman as well. And there says Aiden. At the moment now, it is going to be 102 runs. Now that Usman Khawaja has brought up his 100, I feel like he will be able to keep on going and going and going. Jimmy Anderson able to save that one nicely. Go home, England. So says that also. We have got there now. Khawaja should open up, take the scoreboard 400 plus as well. And Aussies declare and have a crack at England. They hands down at the moment. Or heads down, sorry, at the moment. And also Khawaja should play where he is playing as well, says Maxi. So are you dropping head, I assume, for that next one? That is going to be his 9th Test 100. That is the end of the session as well. And it is a good one for Australia. They lost Alex Carey. I believe they actually lost Cameron Green and Steve Smith, so maybe not so great for Australia in terms of the wickets that they did lose, but they have been able to have that 100 for Usman Khawaja getting applauded off the ground as well, and also has a whole heap of the English players going over and telling him how well he has done as well. But they are just showing there Usman Khawaja when he was able to hit the runs. And his wife was cheering. They were celebrated with the child as well when he was able to bring up the 100. His daughter, I want to say, maybe his son. It's hard to tell. Is that bad to say? His child. That is the word I'm after. Great acceleration. No way, Uzi. I get 150. Here's why. The next session and the last one, this match guaranteed to not rain as well. Aussie have to bowl. And do you think Australia will declare Hamish as well? Says Aiden. I think they will if they keep on going the way that they are at the moment. Usman Khawaja getting applauded off the SCG pitch. And WC Khawaja won't get 150 years old, says DZ there. I mean, there's a decent, he probably will run up a little bit higher with the strike rate. So there's still a possibility. I'd say at least 120 here for Usman Khawaja. And then he's still got Stark, who will go out there, have a swing. They've got Nathan Lyon. He'll have a swing if he does need to bat, although normally they do decide not to use him. So Bolland, he'll go out there, have a crack. And Australia at the moment, they just need to make sure they don't take their foot too far off the gas pedal, because if they let England get a couple quick wickets here, they're still not completely away. But Australia, 42% chance of winning this one, 56% chance for a draw, and also 2% for England to be able to win this one as well. I don't think Australia will declare before 425 to 450. Yeah, with the bowlers that they have got, I believe that they will decide to just bat as long as possible and as many runs as possible in a hurry as well. Because that's the thing, you don't want to leave it down to the weather. It's looking like a good batting surface, but I would back the Australian bowlers. Definitely Nathan Lyon with the variable bounce. And Australia have already retained the Ashes, right? They have indeed. They are 3-0 up, but they do want to make it a 5-0. That is something that England do not want. Yes, Hamish, I agree. They go a bit more, but quick strike as well. Max an hour as well, says Dan De Castro. Yes, they have retained the Ashes as well, says Janama. Usman Khawaja, he was celebrating when he got that century. His 9th one. He was well and truly fired up. But that one, Usman Khawaja, as he should be. What's the highest amount of, or was the highest amount of viewers you ever had in a stream? I think this is one of the best as well, says DZ. It is one of the best for the cricket side of it. Rugby, we did hit an insane number for one of the live streams. I believe it was All Blacks versus South Africa. But for cricket-wise, I think that was actually the highest that we have had as well. And it is all down to you guys. If you are new, sure to leave a like and subscribe. Also, be sure to check out the Kiwi Lads Sport channel, as we are going to be having that as a backup channel, just in case anything ever happens to this one due to copyright or anything along those lines. It shouldn't, but it has in the past. So we just got to be careful. Khawaja, I think, nervous to get strike in the few overs as well. Says Vishal. Then also we have there Wellington wins by 8 wickets in the Super Smash men's match as well. So that would have been Finn Allen's team, I believe, if I'm not wrong. 317 Master Killer Gaming as well. But now at this stage, that is going to be the end of the session, which does mean I believe we've got about 20 minutes, and then it's coming back, eating some barramundi. Really makes me want to go fishing. As I said, Hamish Spencer there, and yep, there were 140 in the chat 5 minutes ago as well, says TZ, which is just an absolutely insane number from the support that you guys are showing, and I got to go bye. Have a good one. It's all you too, mate. And hopefully you do enjoy the rest of the day of the Ashes. We have got the BBL taking place a little bit later on tonight, but I believe there will be an overlap for the BBL compared to what is happening for the next one as well, because I believe that is the Heat versus Renegades. That will be starting at 9:15 New Zealand time. I don't know whether or not we will be, or actually I think it starts earlier than that, 8:05 it might be. I'm just going to have a quick look here and see on my schedule to see when that game is going to be starting. It is supposed to be 8:05. Is it still 8:05? It is indeed still 8:05. So that's in 2 hours, 17 minutes. So that won't actually happen. Well, it will happen, but it will just be overlapping. So we won't be able to cover that Renegades Heat game. Definitely not the first innings. We may be able to squeeze in the second innings, so for that one. And then the Scorchers taking on the Thunder. That is going to be in 5 hours, 30 minutes, 11:15 p.m. New Zealand time. We are going to be up for it, and we are going to be providing a live commentary for that one as well. So if you are new, you enjoy the Big Bash, you enjoy some cricket, bit of rugby as well, be sure to hit the subscribe button. Come on, Khawaja as well. Are you streaming both games? Says Waddles to eat. At most, I will be doing the last game and maybe half of the first game. Unfortunately, though, due to the overlap, it does mean, or in fact, even there's an overlap between the first game and the second game almost. So I think I will just be doing the second game of that one. The Scorchers versus the Thunder in 5 hours and 26 minutes time. And also, all right, time to freshen up. I'll see you, mate, maybe later or tomorrow. And hopefully you do feel all right later on, mate, as well. And hopefully, you do recover very quickly. And also, I'll watch, do you like more Mono Huck? Or who do you like more, Mono Huck or Khawaja? I mean, they've both had phenomenal test matches so far. I guess you could say, like Bangladesh, the captain, Mono Huck, was just phenomenal for them as well. He seemed to do extremely well. Child was celebrating for him as well. Child was probably wondering, why am I jumping up and down here while everyone is cheering at the SCG? And also, we have got there, come on, Khawaja. And yeah, he's better well sitting now. Oh, hang on. As an update, there we go. That's better. It's got him now as 102. I felt bad for him for a second there. I had him at 99 not out. And Mitchell Marsh, good replacement for Green as well, says Mark D. I think so. Although at the moment, Mitchell Marsh, I think he is struggling a little bit with the bowling side of it in terms of not so much with his line and length and everything, but I think he's trying to slowly ease his way back in, as he has had some serious problems with injury when it comes to the bowling. So I don't think he wants to risk himself too early on in this one, just because it wouldn't be ideal to have the big man out as well. Outstanding innings by Aussie as well. And by Uzi, which is Usman Khawaja. And yeah, phenomenal. Coming back into the side after being out of it for a while, going back and getting the century, just going to the selectors. Hey, I'm still here. If you need me, I'm going to be about. And that is one thing that Usman Khawaja, I feel like he is very good at doing as well. Cheers to Khawaja. 100 runs. They are back in 15 minutes. Yeah, I'll have a little one. I like Tamim. Tamim Akbal, more than Khawaja, I'm going to be honest. Tamim's stroke play is extraordinary as well. And there says TZ, and also we have got the update your scoreboard on the screen as well. It has now updated. It was a little bit slow, but they've bowled 111 overs so far at the Australians here for the English. And they are going to be working hard to try and keep on cutting it down. Rashi did, mate. I think it was a little bit delayed, though. And there we go. But Usman Khawaja, that man, he's played very well in this matchup. And also, I mean, Australia, another quick 100 here off the first kind of hour and a half of play. Sending in England under lights tonight, I think will be the plan for them. They've got a good lead. Rain is in the air. The more wickets they take later on is going to be better. Green is fine. Selectors have said he ain't going anywhere. His bowling is top notch, and he just needs to work on his footwork when batting, which will come with time. He averages 50 in Shield as well, says United. I guess that is the thing. Extra bowling option. Like Mitch Marsh, at the moment, I think he would maximum probably bowl 5 to 10 overs. Like, that's the thing. I don't want to see him hurt himself and then not be able to bat as well, because that's actually what happened last time. He didn't end up with a serious injury from bowling, and it was meaning that he wasn't actually able to bat. It's actually the same with Marcus Stoinis at the moment. Normally likes to whip them down at medium pace, but because of his injury, it does mean that he hasn't been able to actually bowl because of a side strain. And it also, I want to say, even though he probably would say that it's fine, I think it has been affecting his batting a little bit because he hasn't really fired so far this year. And Bryce Street is in for Harris as well. Our only real weakness in our team as well. Bryce Street in for Harris. Bryce Street. I don't know Bryce Street. As well, I don't believe. And also we've got there in the chat, Australia I should not play more than 10 overs from here, as well, says Mukti there. And also what happened to Ben Stokes, what injury does he have? He's also got the side strain from the bowling on the left-hand side, about there, I believe it is. You can't really see it, but it's about somewhere around that region. And he didn't, well, he wasn't actually able to earn that one. Brody said you earn $2 an hour. It's going to be a bit more off the stream for 2 donations plus the views as well. Says TZ, it is indeed. It is a very successful live stream so far. Anderson and Broad shouldn't take a rest stage, is catching up with them, or should take rest stages catching up with them. And they are not patient as they used to be as well, says Rahika. I think they just know that they're very close to being able to break through and get themselves the kind of, I guess you could say, not the wicket, but they could also just set up for the wicket for the other man as well half the time. Well done, Khawaja. Beautiful batting as well. Bryce Street's a Queensland Shield player as well. And there says Robert. So at the moment, the child is trying to steal the mic off. Okay. Usman Khawaja's daughter has stolen the microphone. Okay, now she has got it back. And her mother, at this stage, she's still, the daughter doesn't know whether or not she wants to be there. Your fun though, it's a good bro. Thank you very much. And Potting broke it down well. What he needs to do is fix is going around on social media. Bryce Street, a young opener from Queensland, made ton against England A team as well. And there says Exeter United, or sorry, says United extra time as well there. But nonetheless, I think we are going to be taking a short little intermission here. And then we are going to be back straight after as well. But nonetheless, I do appreciate every single one of you for being here. And also, what do you prefer, coffee or milk tea as well? Or I don't actually drink tea. I believe it or not, I haven't actually ever consumed a drop of tea in my life. The daughter is crying at the moment because she isn't allowed up here. Must be hard to interview while you have got a crying child asking you to pick her up. But now at this stage, I believe we're going to be back at around probably 6, to be honest, even closer to that possibly as well. And you guys got the wonder how many words you say per year. As well as he's inked up. Too many to count, I think, at this stage. That is for sure. I say way too many even in a day for my brain to comprehend. But nonetheless, we're going to be back in about 3 minutes' time or so. I'm just going to go and get a quick drink, and then we will be returning in a very short moment. I will see you all very shortly. Right, we are back. Welcome back, everyone. This is going to be the third session of the day now. We've got another 2.5 hours of Ashes cricketing action. Recently, we just saw Usman Khawaja bring up his 100 runs. It was an absolutely phenomenal innings from him so far, and he has still got plenty of time left as well. And what a funny joke. As on there, and also we have got there. I hope you have a chilled bottle of beer to boost you up for the coming session as well. Have fun, mate. Just kidding, mate. As on there says Rahika. At this stage, I did have myself some nice water, cold water, a little bit of a snack and an apple. Feel like it's a lot less extreme than the stuff that you guys are suggesting overall. Also, we have got the yawns as well. And there says Batty Wagon, although hopefully we won't have too many yawns throughout this session, but we have certainly got plenty of action coming later on tonight as well. We've got the BBL, which is going to be starting at 11:15 p.m. New Zealand time. It's a late night one, but we are going to be well and truly up for it. I'm hoping that the rain is going to stay away for the rest of today, and then maybe we get to see a little bit more of something happening later on in the day or in the stage of tomorrow. I want to say that we're not going to get any more rain, but I never know how much to expect. By the looks of it, they are getting very close to making their way back out onto the field. I'm just going to have a quick look here at the weather. It's just going to be windy. Is that 100% rain on Saturday, though? That does not look too good. So that is why Australia here, I think they go out there, now that Khawaja's got his 50, they go out there, they have a swing, they bat hard, they bat well, and then they declare, or they get bowled out, and then from there, it is going to be them who will be having a bowl at the end of the day. I am tired as well. And that's Paddy Wagon and people stereotyping. You have beer as well. Humans need water to survive as well, says TZ there. And that's, yeah, although I think that is because, like, people always say I seem like I'm too hyper to just be drinking water a little bit. But I think that is because of the thing that I told you guys earlier, how I do get drunk off tiredness. So then I do end up in like a boosted mood, I guess you could say as well. But Usman Khawaja, remember, he was dropped on 30. He will be thanking Joe Root for that one because now he has been able to go on and get himself the century. Pat Cummins at the non-strikers end, hitting the ball nicely down the ground when he does play the straight shots. And at the moment, these two, okay, like they're saying, the plan for Australia will be to play positively and just get as many runs as physically possible. It's almost down. I'm going to have to go soon as well in the SSTC. Or it's almost dawn, sorry. So yeah, you will have to get yourself some sleep at some stage during the day. But anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Also, be sure to check out the QLAD Sport channel. And also, we have got the You Take Sugar, snort, sorry, as well. And there says Paddy Wagon, don't know about that. That would be a weird feeling, though, wouldn't it? Great timing, Ashes Stumps. South Africa chasing 122 versus India for the, and also the BBL. And there says Dan DeCastro, yeah, there's so much cricket that has taken place later on tonight. If the BBL wasn't, I guess, at the time that it was, if it was later or earlier for the BBL, I hoped that I was going to be able to do a little bit of both, perhaps, and do a bit of the India versus South Africa, but I think it is going to overlap, sadly, which does mean it is a little bit tough in that regard. But I will be sure to let you guys, or keep you guys updated on that one when we are going down the Big Bash track as well, bro. You eating something? Because long time you commentary doing here as well, says for sure. Yeah, I did have a little snack. I had an apple in between that one for the tea break, but I will have something bigger after this live stream, and then before the BBL live stream does get started as well. But Usman Khawaja, this man, he's good. He's a good player. 102 runs off 202 deliveries, I believe it is. As and also we have got there Lomitran wanted a wicket. He left with a Khawaja century as well. And there says DZ, and also we've got there if only it only overlaps if South Africa haven't won by lunch as well, says Dan DeCastro. I don't believe they will. I think they need 122 runs, don't they? So I don't think they'll go too aggressive, and they will try and bat a little bit more time. And also rain delay is supposed to be possibly on the cards for that game. Hello, I'm back as well, says Lee. So maybe it finishes later, because if it's rain delay all through the morning and then they do get to play after the BBL, maybe we could look at transferring over and having a look. It's going to be a great shot there from Pat Cummins. 4 runs as the first shot from the skipper back from lunch. I think that just shows straight away how Australia are going to be playing. He's quite a smiley chap at the moment for Pat Cummins. I think he's probably thinking to himself, I didn't mean to time that well. Yeah, you're right. Sorry as well. Says dedicator, and also we've got that. Hello, I'm back. As well, says Lee, welcome back, mate. Great shot from Pat Cummins, the captain of Australia. And that's the thing. He could get a quick fire 30 runs or so here. South Africa wins, who won the India series. There's still one more test match. There will be the third one, and that has taken place in only a few days' time as well. So we will get to see exactly who will be winning that series, but it could go in 1-1, unless, of course, India end up bowling them out. That's close to an LBW. Stuart Broad has got the wicket there at Pat Cummins. He is disappointed. He's gone upstairs, though, Pat Cummins. See whether or not he's got that, and he is disappointed with himself. He's just gone. He said a bad word as well, and it did skid on. And cheers all as well. Says David the Mole. Welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing fantastic at the moment. 111 overs down for the Australians, and it seems like Pat Cummins might just be on his way now. Though that's not a good thing in a way when you think about it, because Pat Cummins leaves Mitchell Starc, who hits the ball all the way to the boundary a majority of the time, then makes his way out there. But of course, a wicket is a wicket. Oh, that's close to his bat there for Pat Cummins. From his reaction, it didn't seem like he thought that he hit it there, Pat Cummins. Is there a bit of deviation there? Is there a little tiny bit of deviation? There is not. No mark there. They're going to be checking DRS here. See whether or not there was a snicko. No, flat line. Flat line there. So it is now going to be the ball track. I believe this is going to be umpire's call here. Or maybe even hitting leg stump here for Pat Cummins as well. There we go. We'll get rid of that bottom one. My mum was signaling that I need to take away the little bar thing. And can Pat Cummins counter-attack now to England bowlers. And now he wants to get some runs added for team quick session. I don't think so if he is out now, unfortunately. I think they might have been coming through just beforehand, though. So there is no bat involved now. It goes to ball tracking for this one of Pat Cummins. Going across him. Missing. It's missing. The review is retained. And that is going to be Pat Cummins getting to stick around. So the answer now to that is going to be, yep, I think you can. If someone gets a 50, then the sad thing is the media, they'll talk down or talk about them more than Khawaja as well. And there's SDZ there. At the moment, Pat Cummins, he's going to be just sticking around for a little bit longer. England lose their review. It was close. It was worth a shout. It looked pretty good, but the way it seemed off the surface, it ended up just cutting away too much. Joe Broad, he was celebrating before even turning around to check if the umpire had actually given it as, but now Pat Cummins still going to be at the crease, I should say. 102 off 202 now, and Cummins sitting on 19 of 36. Joe Broad now bowls that nice shot there from Cummins, hits it straight down to Mark Wood. They do not get the single there. And that is going to be nicely done. So Cummins, it looks like he's going to be aggressive in the early stages. As Stuart Broad, it seems like they're still not too happy with the feet at the moment for England in terms of the placement of the foot. Good review as well. Very good review. I guess at this stage, when you've still got 3 reviews left, you might as well go upstairs and give it a look as well. Like they're saying, he's quite wide of the crease, Stuart Broad, and Rhodes. I was probably going to bowl Starc as well. Going for 6 as well in there. And Broad was probably going to bowl Starc going for the 6. And also we have got there Tom Cooper, Vikas Zaman, Jack Clayton in there as well. He's Lehman, FIFA, or FIFA, I think that is. If I'm not wrong, God, it's off the edge of Pat Cummins. It's still going to be 4 runs. And you'll take them any way you can get them at the moment if you were Australia. And also, excellent review. I'm hungry as well, says TC there. And also, that's a heat side Hamish as well. So it's looking like a decent side. They've got some good players. But it looks like Australia are to win the match. They should look for quick runs and to clear after 400 and to put England into bat. And that is exactly what they're trying to do. It's actually a leave from Pat Cummins that he was trying to go with. Hello, Sebastian. They did get Steve Smith out earlier on, which is good. They actually got 3 wickets in the last session. Green and Carey as well, but unfortunately from there, it's just been more and more runs here as well. But at the moment, Cummins, he's sitting on 23. 8 runs so far off this over. He leaves that one alone outside of the off stump, decides not to chase the wrong ball here for Cummins, because that's the thing. Australia, they've still got plenty of time, and of course, Mukti as well. They are, but I think 360, and it is going to be all out. As well, says Dan De Castro there. Because at the moment, I don't believe they'll send out Nathan Lyon and all with a debut. That is a debut for the Heat as well. So, yeah, quite a few players. Will Prestwich, that must be Jack Prestwich's brother maybe, or just a very similar name, Bryce Street. It'll be an interesting one to see for their side. And Vikas Zaman, he will be a good one to have coming in at this moment. Stuart Broad now charging him once again. Nicely done. And that is going to be just the dot ball to close out the over of Stuart Broad. 8 runs off it. Eventful first over, almost Pat Cummins gone, but then the review did go in favour of the Australians, and now Khawaja will have the strike for the next one. At the moment, we got another KFC ad. I don't think we go through too much of a match without having a single KFC ad or anything along those lines. Do let me know, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know your prediction. How many, in fact, one moment. We will go here and we will go to the poll and we will actually start a new one here. As what should the poll be? I'm going to say poll. What should it be? Not too sure. I'm trying to think of a good poll. Will Australia, how many runs will Australia get? That is a good one. Australia get. So it is going to be 350. A moment. I am just quickly typing up a little bit and then we will be right back into the action. 376 to 400 and 400 plus. There we go. We've got the 4 options there. And also, they are batting aggressively. I say it would be 9 down. And also, I have to give credit to the Aussies. They already made this a drawn test for England at best. As someone texts me this as well. What does it mean? I think it is kind of like when it is slightly like kind of being silly. I'm not too sure what the context is of it though, in terms of why you got that message. And broad bowling well, so more likely wickets. Then to clear on 9 down enough as well. Now Pat Cummins should be complete as a 50. Get hurry now, and there. Nicely done. And also we have got there. I'm 100% sure Australia will not clear below 400 as well. To be sure to vote in that poll, we have got the 4 options there. The lowest that I did go was 350. I should have had it a bit lower, but I wasn't sure how many runs they were sitting on right at that moment. So I decided against putting anything lower than 350. So I'm hoping they don't get bowled out in the next 21 balls. Or else that will be a bit of a problem. That's going to be another run. And also Australia will get 400 and win by an innings as well, says Darren Daniels there. And also I agree with you. Lyon won't bat as well, says Dan DeCastro. Yeah, there's no point risking that man getting hit with a short ball or something like that and then him not being able to spin. Definitely when we've already seen the variable bounce and how important it is at the SCG to have a spinner in those later days. I told this girl, I'm always here for you. And you said, for you, said how? As I said, Teasy, so I think that means that maybe you aren't there for it, I guess. I'm not too sure. I'm not very good at emojis. The literal only emojis that I send is this one and a laughing face. That's all I have. And I say never take international team like England lightly, team like England lightly. 3 more days left as well, says Mukti there. But at the moment, Cummins is going to be sitting there on 23 runs off 41 deliveries. So I said that one down the ground. And once again, it is going to be another single here for the Australians. But Khawaja sitting on 103 at the moment. His high score at the SCG, I believe, is 177. English bowlers are now looking tired as well, says Rachel. Although the big problem here for England is they have lost Ben Stokes due to injury. So because of that, he isn't actually able to bowl. He's still out there in the field, but he hasn't been able to quite get it going. Can Cummins and Lyon take 15 wickets in both innings? As well, says Nishant Singh, I assume that's 15 wickets combined in both innings for the 2 men, because it will be, I mean, it's going to be a tough one, that is for sure, but I'd say Scott Boland, I want to see him get a few more wickets as well. And also we have got there, if you say yes, a good thing will happen as well. And there says Paddy Wagon, yes. What am I saying yes to, Paddy? Yes. I'm worried. I bet you there's a question that's going to come through and I've said yes to it. So yes, but yes, and questionable yes with a question mark. Everyone forgetting how well broad bowling Australia won't want to bat fast as well. So 400 is not easy. And who will be the replacement for Stokes if he misses the next match or test? I believe they'll probably go Craig Overton. And you have girlfriend now, says Paddy Wagon. Geez, that was easy. That was very easy. And also can Cummins and Lyon take 15 wickets in both innings. Not in both because there's only 10 wickets available, but combined 15 between the 2 men and the 20 wickets down for England, maybe. And also we have got the, do you want to meet her as well, says Paddy Wagon? I guess so. This is concerning me. Kia ora, bro. Aussie looking good for 400, then bowl England out twice easy as well, says Joshua Layton there. And a tap for his prediction. And yeah, at this stage, England are certainly going to have to make sure that they do bat well. We have got their few players are in an England team who hit 487. And ODI, the upside down face can indicate silliness, sarcasm, irony, passive aggression, or frustrated resignation. There you go. That sounds a bit fancy. But at the moment now, Cummins, he's sitting on 24 of 44. How serious is Stokes' injury? What's the news from England camp? As well as Rahika. So at this stage, he isn't going to be bowling again today unless they're extremely desperate. Had a side strain on the left-hand side when he did end up steaming in. It was the second last ball of one of his overs. So because of that, it did mean that Mark Wood did have to bowl the final ball of that over as well. But it doesn't look too good for him. He was off the field for maybe about half an hour. Made his way back out there, but he just won't be bowling here if they don't want to risk him. Short ball from Truett Broad just doesn't quite find the radar there as well. And also 481, I reckon, as well, says Mark D there in the chat. At the moment, yeah, they are just showing the celebration from Usman Khawaja's wife as well when he was able to get himself the runs for himself. Usman Khawaja, he's done well. Got the 3 to bring up the 100 as well. Now he is currently sitting on 103 runs of 206 deliveries here. Pat Cummins sitting on 24 of 46 deliveries for himself as well, going very impressively. Well, that man, but Cummins now tries to hit that one down the ground, doesn't quite get it. And Stuart Broad once again with the dot. At the moment, I mean, Pat Cummins, if he can build his way towards a 50 or even in the 30s or 40s here, off only maybe 70 balls or something along those lines, I feel like England will be batting tonight at some stage. So what's the condition of the pitch as well? And there's Joshua. It's looking like there's a little tiny bit of variable bounce that we've already seen here as well. And also we have got there in the chat, side strain or back spasm as well. And this says Rahik, and also how many runs do you think Usman will get to as well? I think 120. I think I'm giving him 120 or so. That's a good ball there. Did he edge that one for Pat Cummins? I heard the noise. They're not going upstairs. They will go upstairs though. For England, they will be reviewing this. I heard some sort of noise. Does Joe Root do it? Do they go up? Here for Joe Root, he's asking the question, does he do it? 4 seconds, they have gone upstairs here, and they are going to be checking this one out as well. His eyes at the ECG is 171, as well, says Robert. So he will be hoping to tick his way up towards that. I don't know whether or not he's got enough time to get that much. Definitely not with the amount of rain that is on the forecast. We have there Jack Leach, not impressing me for this series as well. Oh, it's not a no ball, is it? No, he is fine there. For Stuart Broad in England and other spinner options, finding over Leach. I believe they've still got Dom Bess over there who hasn't had an opportunity to play yet, which I would like to quite see him get the chance. Oh, it's close. Oh, it's actually, I think it's at the bat handle. I believe bat handle counts as bat, doesn't it? Like way up the top is in like the little bit of the handle, the grip, actually, the bat grip, I should say. I believe that is hit. Okay, waiting on RTS. Hotspot's not available. Oh, it hits his helmet. Or does it? There's a spike there. That's a weird one. That's like the spike past. Spike just after the glove, which is still in the right frame. So that is going to be out for Pat Cummins here. He is going to be gone. As our Jack Leach. Also, we got there what happened to Folks and Wokes as well, says Mark D there. Changed it to out, and Pat Cummins is going to be on his way there. And there is a boo around the ground. So pretty much the reason that they will be booing that is because the DRS, it was past it, but then that was when the noise kind of came, and that is still the same frame because it is so close. Cummins, 24. He does end up getting dismissed for, and now they will be sending out Mitchell Stark to have a bit of a bash fest for a little while, and also Broad helping England draw. Cummins can't score of him, slowing Aussie down, and also using up valuable sunshine time as well. What happened to Folks and Wokes? I know that Wokes is still over there. I'm not sure whether Folks is at the moment. Maybe he is at the moment, actually. For Folks, I'd like to see Wokes again. He's actually got a very good batting average in Australian conditions for himself. And for sure, after Underwood, England have never found a good spinner except Monty Penisa, as well as Seth Rahika. And now that is going to be the wicket that England were requiring. Can they get themselves 3 more? I believe they only need the 2, though. I don't think they will send out Nathan Lyon unless they really have to. Anything under 350, they might. But anything over 350, I think they will just continue and declare my 360 for 9 looking good as well. Says Dan DeCastro, it is indeed. Be sure to vote in that poll, ladies and gentlemen, with how many runs you think that England will be able to restrict the Australians to at the moment. The most popular, tell you what, it's very even. 23% for 200 or 350, 351 to 375. They are even. And then 400 plus actually has 27% alongside 376 for 400 as well. I know England won with the Bangladesh flags there as well from Rayan Khan there. And they're going to have to bowl well for the last little patch. But if they can do so, there is still a chance here for England. If I had to select an England team, I'll open with Butler and Bairstow. Play Folks as the keeper as well, says Mark D. Okay, I'll be interested to see how that would go. As well, if you're wondering who's on commentary, it's Brendan Julian, a former Australian player, Michael Hussey and Mark Wars, Steve Wars' brother, as well. Although, of course, Mark Wars still is probably known as a reasonable cricketer rather than just known as the brother. In that regard, and also Bangladesh win in Test cricket in New Zealand as well, says Rayan. They did indeed absolutely phenomenal performance from Bangladesh, thanks abroad. Otherwise, 400 easy as well, says Dan to catch around. I'm looking forward to the next one. Abadot, he was playing absolutely phenomenally for Bangladesh. That is for sure, but at the moment, that is the end of the Stuart Broad over, and it is going to be 331 for 7 here for the Australians. But Stuart Broad, he does a little fist bump. He's happy with the fact that he was able to get that one. It was a good sharp bouncer, ends up in the bat handle of Cummins, or kind of the bat grip, that little dangly bit that goes off the top. Like I said, Butler has done very well to get up and glide towards that one. So because of the snicko, the sound came, like they're saying, right on the top of the bat handle there. Yes, I believe it did at the top of the bat handle for him as well. It means awkward or funny as well. And this is TZ. Now Jack Leach, he's coming over the wicket. I'm liking this as well from England. It looks like they're starting to play a little bit more aggressive than we have seen in the past as well with the way that they are setting their field. Jack Leach, I don't want him to just be a condensed spinner, how he just pretty much tries to be economical. They want to attack the stumps, try and get the wickets almost. And that one in the air there, Usman Khawaja. Jack Leach a little bit slower, 83. I think if he goes down, 85. If he goes down to 83, though, I think that's when it's really going to turn and bounce as well. We also got there. Leon has got something in the chat. I'm not too sure what it says. It also Bangladeshi, England supporters as well. So it means she found it funny as well. And there says TK, but now that is going to be racing close to the boundary. Johnny Bairstow running out. He's dropped something out of the pocket. He'll have to go back and get it later. And that's going to be backed up nicely by Stokes. Another 2 runs for Usman Khawaja, who now moves up to 105 as well. So he is currently, I mean, if he gets himself up to 134, he's actually doubled the next highest for the Australian lineup, which would still be extremely impressive at the SCG. He absolutely loves this ground for himself as well. But Leach, he is sitting there, 2 runs off his over so far. He's been relatively expensive, and also that's more impressive, more wickets or less runs, or what's more impressive, more wickets or less runs scored off your bowling as well. Or it depends on the economy. I feel like there's a certain level that kind of rotates it. Like in a test match, it's always, you're going to have a relatively good economy rate. But if you don't take wickets, I mean, you can get the best of both worlds. And that's Scott Boland, who was able to get 6 wickets, 7 runs for himself. And those who watched, folks, know how good he is at keeping as well. Only for batting, England prefer Butler and Bairstow as well. And this is Mark D, nice sweep shot. And it is already cut off in the deep there. I think that's Dom Bess. I think that was Dom Bess out there on the field by the looks of it. But I would say overall, like that's the thing. I think it was actually in India that he played very well, didn't he, folks? If I'm not wrong. And also we have got there, interesting Robert as well. You can try at A's. They open in ODI as well. Why not in Test match as well? The coach and captain should take this bold decision as well, says Rahika there. And also I'm Bangladeshi, but England supporter, as says Ryan, and that is going to be work to the league. So once again, and also we have got the Abadar Hussein, remember the name as well, says TZ. And yeah, I know a lot of Kiwis will be after that last one. Also we have got there England bowled out. Geez, the umpire almost got cleaned up by the ball. England bowled out by lunch tomorrow as well, says Creamer there. Do you think Australia will enforce the follow on if that happens, Creamer? Do let me know. And also I think Leach still bowling only for slow overs rate as well. I'd like to see David Milan get another opportunity perhaps, or Joe Root as another option for the spin. At the moment now, Jack Leach needs to pick up a wicket for himself. If he wants any chance of playing in that last one ahead of Dom Bess, does need to start getting some wickets. Nice and solid from Mitchell Starc. He wouldn't be too afraid to go after the ball. Jack Leach, I should say. 115 overs down, and it is 6 for 336. 7 down at the moment, the Australians are sitting there doing all right. Yeah, that is for sure. They've been able to bring up the 336 in IPL. Might sign him after that performance as well. And the SSTZ, I mean, it could be worth a crack. I mean, I know that he's got in the test match format. I haven't really seen too much of him at kind of T20 or ODI, but I assume if he gets his line and length right, he will be going decently. There's lots of activity on the live chat. Awesome. Congrats to the Bangladeshi brothers as well. Looking forward to the second test. As I said, Joshua, exactly right. It's going to be pretty awesome to see how that one goes. And New Zealand, they have got something that they have to try and prove there. They don't want to go down 2-0 in their home series up against Bangladesh. That is for sure. No one even wants to go down 2-0 up against anyone in a home series. That is for sure. Yes, I reckon they will then at least have another 5 or 6 wickets, or 5 to 7 wickets by the end of the day. As I said, Screamer there, because that's the thing. We're only up to day 2 at the moment, aren't we? We've still got plenty more time before we end up getting to the end of this one. We've got 100% chance of rain on Saturday, 90% chance of rain on Sunday, and also what's more money in Indian club cricket or playing for India as well. Says Xavier Brown, that's a very good option, or a very good question, I guess. And Overton is also not a bad option to replace Leach. As I said, Mark, although I think they need, that's the thing, they either need to have Joe Root bowl a few more overs of spin, or they do need to say that Milan, right, you're going to be bowling a little bit more. I think they still need some form of, I think they do need some form of spinner in there as well. And also we have got there 9Q as well, and also 9.12K as I know India versus South Africa what as well. Says I will get you the score here. They actually, South Africa, they need another 122 runs to be able to go on and win that game. India need to bowl them out, and we have still got plenty of days left of that matchup. So there is going to be plenty of time for both sides to be able to still have a chance of winning. Usman Khawaja is a good player. He is indeed playing very nicely in this one. But yeah, this stage, 2 hours, 34 minutes till that match is going to be taking place. Down the league side once again for Mitchell Starc. They do take the single. He was a little bit hesitant getting going, but he has got through for the single. Nicely done. We have got there once. Williamson is back. New Zealand will start winning as well, says Mukti there. And then they will lose Ross Taylor as well. So that's going to be a big one. Who will fill the boots of Ross Taylor? I feel like Devon Conway is a good option. At the moment, he seems to have a lot of class. And he seems to just be very composed while he's at the crease as well. What's your opinion? India or South Africa? This match, how many down are they? India at the moment, or South Africa are only 2 down. So this one, I'll back South Africa, but I think India will win the 3rd test match. As well, I think I am going to be going with that one. Nicely bowled once again by Stuart Broad. Usman Khawaja getting right behind as well, bro. This same girl sent as well. What does that mean as well? Well, I'd guess that it means hearts as well, although you sent it to me as well with the woohoo. So I'm not too sure whether or not it is just a friendly one. You think they're going to tie, or Aussie taking it as well, says Hex. At the moment, 44% chance of Australia winning, 53% chance that it is a draw. The rain is supposed to be pouring on the last 2 days. So I feel like it is going to be, it's whether or not the rain stays away. If it doesn't end up staying away for the rain, it might be a draw. But if it does end up being clear for a couple of days, I think that it will be going the way of Australia. They've just set a very solid foundation. I also, and with India as well, says ups. Yeah, in the chat, and India needed Virat Rahul can handle the captaincy yet, or just yet as well. And therefore, KL Rahul, he's still young, isn't he, KL Rahul? I believe. Or he's probably not that young, but I call everyone young. And as a boy to a girl, what's that supposed to mean as well, says Teasy? That is a good question. Google normally has some very good answers to that. When Sydney rains, it really rains as well, says Xavier Brown. Yeah, so 100% on Saturday means it's probably going to rain all day. Let's play once again by Khawaja. Currently, we have got 29.2 overs remaining in the day, so that will be taking us over into BBL time, which is why we will not be covering that first game between the Brisbane Heat and the Melbourne Renegades, but instead, we will be covering the game taking place a little bit later on between the Perth Scorchers and also the Sydney Thunder, which is always a very exciting contest because last time those two sides played, it was actually the Sydney Thunder who were able to beat the Perth Scorchers, but now they don't have a few of their players that they did have for that last match as well. I believe Broad at the moment. Most wickets he is sitting second at the moment. Only Anderson above him. Can he add another one? No. Khawaja straight behind the ball. Very nicely played. It looks like he is very composed at the moment. Khawaja, we always got there, bro. I'm going to go now. I enjoy the stream. Thank you so much. As I said, Steezy, so we will see you later on, mate. And yeah, thank you very much for tuning in. That's going to be the end of the over now. 116 overs down, and it is 7 for 338. And the longer that England spend in the field as well, the more tiring it will get for them. It has probably been, I believe there's a bit of wind as well. So if someone's slightly running into the wind, it is not going to be a very fun one Well, man, will you stream any Japanese club rugby this Saturday as well, says Xavier Brown. They haven't actually announced that it's going to be on Sky yet, which makes me slightly concerned. And Perth's Scorchers versus Thunder today, and the Ashes has priority as well. And there, says Sebastian. So the Perth Scorchers versus Thunder game is going to be 11:15 p.m. New Zealand time. The next game that takes place at 8:05, it is the Heat versus the Renegades. So that is the one that we're going to be skipping, but we are certainly not skipping that Thunder versus Scorchers matchup. That is going to be a very good one indeed. I'm just checking here, Japanese Top League, whether or not Sky knows that it's on. I don't think it does. Unfortunately, maybe they didn't get the rights to it this year for Sky, the Japanese Top League. Normally we do because it's got a few Kiwis in there, but I don't know, maybe we haven't got it this year. Oh, we do. We do have it here. That is good news. Going to be nicely played once again. So maybe we will be able to do some of those games as well. So Australia should. Stump State 2 is getting England 3 wickets to end of the day's play as well, says Vishal there. And yeah, if they can get themselves a couple before the end of the day, I feel like they will be well and truly taking that all the way to the bank there. Australia using the feet nicely. Usman Khawaja. It is going to be once again another dot ball. Khawaja sitting here with a run rate at the moment or a strike rate, sorry, I should say. He is sitting there currently 50 as a strike rate. Left-handed batsman average for Jack Leach bowling to them is 70 compared to 25 when it is a right-hander as well. So I know who I'll be supporting today after what Usman has done as well in their Sesavation. All the Perth Scorchers might get a little bit of a shout out there, do they? But at the moment, Jack Leach, he wants someone, it's actually Joe Root who wants someone in close with the helmet. So he is just resetting the field just a little bit more, just changing it up a little bit. Try and put the man in close. And I think that is because Mitchell Starc and Hamid, he looks like he's not too keen to go in close when it is going to be Mitchell Starc on strike, because he hits the ball hard and he could probably hit you with the bat very hard as well. It will now be Mitchell Starc. The left-hander did actually end up hurting himself quite badly a couple of weeks ago. He ended up straining the back, which I thought was going to leave him out of this test match, but he's still going at the moment at the SCG. Of course, he was going to be playing Mitchell Starc. At the moment now, it is going to be Usman Khawaja. At the non-strikers end, Starc has got 2 balls to survive for Leach. They've got a lot of men on the Leach side here. It's going to be a double bluff. Does he put it outside of the off stump? No, Leach hasn't quite got the grip. Of course, the crowd do boo for that one because he did need to just get a little bit more grip. And I follow only international matches and stop watching mixed rugby or mixed player matches where mostly B and C grade players play as well, says Mukti there. Nicely done. And that is going to be whipped off the hip for just the single there for Mitchell Starc. I don't know whether or not they will keep the same field as well and how much, is there much turn for Lions, mate? As I said, Joshua, by the looks of it, the way that Jack Leach is spinning it, I'd say by the day 4, day 5, Nathan Lyon's going to spin it a mile. And definitely with the fact that we're seeing some variable bounce as well, I think he's going to be lethal with the ball in hand. And he's going to take more wickets than Jack Leach. That is one that I feel like I am willing to say is correct, but that's going to be a nice shot there from Usman Khawaja. Hit out deep, and it is going to be at least the 2 runs here. Mead fielding it in the deep, throws it in as well, and they do just get back for the 2, and that will be the end of the over of Leach. 343 for 7 here for them as well. Anyone who hasn't already, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel as well, because we have got plenty more content coming for the Ashes and also just in general for the kind of cricket that is around. We're currently sitting on 80 likes. Let's see if we can push towards 100 likes by the end of this one as well. We have got there in the chat. One moment, we will go like that. We will go like that. There we go. I have got it back. Disappeared for a moment. I got confused, but I've regathered my brain, I guess, and now it's going all right. But yeah, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Also, sure to check out the Kiwi Lad Sport. It is the pinned comment. We have got plenty more content coming over on that channel as well. So be sure to stick around and be sure to hit that subscribe button, because we have got the Ashes, we got New Zealand, Bangladesh, we got the BBL as well, and also a little bit of rugby scattered in there as well over the next coming weeks. I believe the Champions Cup is coming back relatively soon. Now Stuart Broad, he is going to be rearing to go here. Bowling to Mitchell Starc. This will be something that he likes. He's actually bowling over the wicket here to Mitchell Starc. Now, normally he takes a lot of wickets bowling round the wicket, but I think that is so that he doesn't completely open up the leg side for Mitchell Starc here. Oh, a little bit lobby. But that is going to be well played by Stark in the end. Expensive and wicketless. That's our Jack Leach, says Sebastian there. Yeah, he does just need some confidence, doesn't it? Needs some wickets. And then from there, he might be able to go on. And like that's the thing, in English conditions, he goes very well, Jack Leach. Dom Bess, I'd love to get to see before the end of the series as well. Australia, no score below 400 can be dangerous. So they are pushing the score as well, says Mark D. And at the moment, it is some very good bowling from England as well, trying to shut them down with how quickly they have been able to go. The moment, Stuart Broad here has got 4 wickets. If he gets any of the last wickets here, well left by Stark, bouncing just over the off stump. But yeah, if he gets one more wicket, yeah, he will get the fifer. I'm thinking back to that fifer we saw for the Adelaide Strikers. Peter Siddle still at it as well, and he is getting right up there in age. Similar to Peter Siddle there, Stuart Broad in Australia should have declared here as well, says Vijay. I think in this situation, I think they're going to swing the bat a little bit more. Get up to around that, probably 380, 390, somewhere around there. And then kind of reassess it as well after that as well. Hi, bro. Good morning as well. And this is Roman. Welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. I hope you are excited for the rest of the day of cricket. We have still got another 27 overs. That's a good shot there from Mitchell Stark. Oh, I think he hit Khawaja in the rib cage, though. And that is going for 4. Did it hit Khawaja? Stark is laughing at it. I think it almost hit him. Oh, did it hit Khawaja or did it miss Khawaja there? I'm not too sure. It seems like there's a bit of back and forth there between Khawaja and Stark. I think it ends up hitting Khawaja. Oh, it just snuck one on the ribs there of Khawaja, just a little edge as well. We have the Bangladesh flags from Roman. So yeah, that wouldn't have felt too nice for Khawaja. And you know you're in trouble when it's actually not the bounces from the bowlers that get you. It is the ones from Mitchell Stark. That's a ripper of a delivery there from Stuart Broad. I swear that there was something on that, or it was just the noise. Joe Root go upstairs. Looks like they're going to. Kind of deviated. They go upstairs just in time there. As in Australia, no, England very nicely, so they won't declare before below 400 as well, says Mukti, although they might have a chance of being bowled out before 400 here. Original decision of not out. All they need is a little bit of something. It absolutely went a mile there for Mitchell Stark. It was coming back off the surface. Checking the no ball here for Stark. So good, always just behind there for Mitchell Stark. Or sorry, not for Stark, for Stuart Broad. Oh, it hit the pad, but the thing is with that, is it didn't hit the bat, but now they've still got the option of LBW. So whether or not that is going to be relatively close as well, I think it might be going over from first reaction. That touched the pad. Could be a possible chance of an LBW here for Stuart Broad to pick up its fifer. They're asking the question of what they were appealing for. I believe they were actually appealing for the court behind originally. Usman is a good batsman as well. He is indeed. He's a very good player. He was able to bring up that 100 for himself here at the SCG, sitting on 112 at the moment. He might still have Stark with him, or he might end up losing him, and it will be Bolland instead who makes it there. One appeal covers everything. Okay, they're going to be checking ball tracking here. It's hit the pad. So the court behind is not out, but this could still be an LBW here. They are just waiting for ball tracking. I think it might be height, just a little bit too high here. So it's at the top of the pad of Mitchell Stark on the back leg, though. Back leg. Still waiting at the moment for the ball tracking to see whether or not he is going to be out here for Stark, and that would be 8 down if they do end up losing this wicket. Still waiting on ball tracking as the call. Is there any BBL games on today, or has it all been postponed? So there is the match later on tonight, 11:15. That is going to be the matchup that has taken place between the Perth Scorchers and the Sydney Thunder. All its umpires call. So England retain their review, but it is going to be staying as not out there for the original one. I can kind of understand why the umpire didn't give that one as out, though, because it was just a little bit of everything involved there for the DRS. Mitchell Stark, he's got a big smile on his face, but yeah, there is that game. And then also straight after this one, there is the BBL matchup between the Heat and the Renegades, although we won't be able to cover that one as it will still be overlapping with the Ashes and the end session of that. But yeah, we have got plenty of BBL. We are definitely doing that game later on tonight, though, which is going to be the Perth Scorchers versus the Sydney Thunder. Nice ball there from Stuart Broad. They're just showing it. A little bit too much bounce from Isaiah Stark. Also good bowler he is indeed. And he is going to be able to whip them down there at about 142, I think, at the moment. He doesn't seem like he's quite 100%. And also, what is TKL? It is the Kiwi Lads, is what it stands for as well, which is just a shortened abbreviation of the channel name as well there. At the moment, hit to the leg side, and that is going to be another run for Mitchell Stark. Khawaja sitting there on 112 off 220 deliveries now. He's still ticking over very nicely. 2 reviews remaining for England compared to the 3 that Australia still do have up their sleeve here. Stark sitting on 7. Khawaja sitting on 112. I feel like he will keep on trying to go at a reasonable rate. Surely it's not raining, though. It is just getting a little bit overcast, but they will be able to play right through for another hour and 50 minutes, theoretically, as long as it all goes smoothly, maybe even a little bit later than that. As well, maybe they play through to 9, which would actually be another 2 hours and 20 minutes. Nicely played by Khawaja. No run there. And that is going to close out the Stuart Broad over. He's been close to getting that 5 for a couple times here, Stuart Broad, but just missing out once again there. And that is now going to make the score 348 for 7 as well. So be sure to vote in that poll, ladies and gentlemen. How many runs do you feel that Australia will be able to get? I'm going to have another quick look. And the leader at this stage is 376 to 400. Second most is 351 to 375. I've realized that first one is supposed to be less than 300, but I just wrote 300. Or less than 350, sorry. In that regards, so yeah, I was slightly messed up there, I'll admit. So that was the less than 300 option, or less than 350, sorry, which they are just about to overtake here by the looks of it. They've gone with Jack Leach once again, and they are really, I don't know how they're going to get him out. I guess this one, it is going to be working a lot nicer for Stark because they've still got the chance of maybe the bat pad Hamid being able to take one. I see that they have also got Wood there as a short, fine leg, or maybe a little bit further back as well. But now Jack Leach resetting his field, needs to make sure that he puts it in the right spot here and gets Stark out. We have also got the surprise umpire's call. I feel like we're in 90s as well. And that says Sebastian there. And I know that Shane Warne, I think, was one of the players who did mention about how they were trying to get it changed on the board, but the ICC are pretty much saying that there's no way that they change it. That's off the outside edge of Stark, and that's going to be another couple runs here from, if not 4, it's going to be pulling up just short, and it is going to be Khawaja who does get through, and they do get 3, and he is on strike now. We have got there from here. Aussies are not going to lose. Khawaja should play like T20, like entertain the crowd now, mates, as I have a crack at England. Who knows? 3 wickets falling as well in there. Cetrahika, yeah, they want to try and make their way towards that kind of 60, or sorry, not 60. They probably want to make their way towards that 375 lead within the next little while. And also, I'm placing no bets. Just curious who you think will get the win tonight. I think Brisbane Heat Renegades, it is going to be the Renegades, just because the Heat have got a lot of debuts. And then Thunder versus Perth Scorchers, I think it will be Perth Scorchers, because they'll be angry that the Sydney Thunder bet them last time. We'll go with that. Nicely played by Usman Khawaja. Seeing it very well at the moment here. Just gets right in behind the ball, blocks it out with the forward defensive shot. But that is the 350 brought up here for the Australians. I think. That says 351. There we go. It has updated it. I was confused for a second there. I was wondering what just happened. Khawaja, nice cover drive. I called him Khawaja accidentally. Didn't mean to, but that's going to be Hasiba Mead in the deep. Fielding that one nicely. He's actually a very good fielder, Hamid, overall. I have noticed, and I think that is why he's getting slight priority over Burns at this point in time, and also 400 plus as well, says Roman there for the prediction. And also, do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, BBL games, who do you guys think is going to be winning them? Do you think that it will be the Brisbane Heat or the Melbourne Renegades? And then the second game, the Thunder or the Scorchers? Do let me know. No Mitch Marsh for the Perth Scorchers here versus no Alex Hales in the Sydney Thunder, I believe. Reverse sweep there from Usman Khawaja. Now just putting on a few flashy shots. And now once again, Joe Root is going to chase after that one hard. And they will get back for once again another 3 runs. Who's up now? On to 114 runs now for Usman Khawaja. And please subscribe every ball bowled and shot that is played. Thanks as I said still in there. So that was a reverse sweep from Usman Khawaja. And in the end, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one to see whether or not he does play those aggressive shots, such as what he did just right there. There is going to be over the wicket now for Jack Leach. And Eden Scorchers are my picks as well, says Sebastian there. And now Jack Leach, he's almost brought up his 100. Unfortunately, he will be joining the 100 club alongside Usman Khawaja, but for all the wrong reasons. He's currently gone for 8 runs off the first 4 balls. I think the Heat might surprise us and get the winner. I think Perth will get it as well. And there says Aiden. Now Jack Leach round the wicket to Mitchell Starc. It's an interesting choice. Go with this angle here for Jack Leach, but he has decided that it might create maybe an edge, or it may entice Mitchell Starc into trying to swing hard and go deep to the maybe deep mid wicket. I think they have got out there at the moment. Hamid might be lurking there. It's a better position there. Nicely played. Once again, the 4th defensive from Mitchell Starc, hitting it straight to cover. And that is the end of the over. 356 for 7 now. I think 400 up score today, as says Roman there. And at the moment, I think their big goal will be that they don't end up getting bowled out. Like, even if they're 9 down, they might consider not actually sending out Nathan Lyon, although I do see Nathan Lyon has actually been promoted up the order above Scott Boland. He is going to be coming in at 10, so maybe he does get a little bit of a bat, depending on how far through the match they do end up. But anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are currently trying to hit 100 likes, I should say. I almost said 1,000, but that would have been impossible on this one, I would have thought. But 100 likes on this live stream. So if you haven't already, be sure to hit that like button, as it is hugely appreciated. And we are sitting now on 85. So we are getting closer and closer to being able to tick over for it. Johnny Bairstow at the moment, he is going to be fielding at, I want to say he's kind of deep somewhere. Usman 150 can score as well, says Roman. Also, Roman, I feel like, it's possible. Usman Khawaja at the moment sitting on 117. They've got 26 overs remaining in the day. Well bowled by Stuart Broad down the ground there. Great shot from Khawaja. It is almost just a punch down the ground to the onside, and that is going to be close to the boundary. And once again, another 3 runs. This will be sucking the air straight out of England. 3 runs off Stuart Broad, and now it is going to be Mitchell Starc will be back on strike. And like they're saying, Travis Head, he's going to be back in the side soon. And Australia's dream of 5-0 is fading as well. And there says Mukdi there. So you said that they were going to get 400 plus and then declare, but now you're saying that they shouldn't, I guess, and dream of 5-0 is fading as well. And then says Mukdi, because I assume you do want them to get that 400 plus, maybe. And also 119.1 overs down. The moment 369 also we've got there. You think Root will get 100 this time? I hope he does in one of these matches, just because, he's never got. It's a shot from Starc. He's gone over the top. And this looks like straight away he is going to be playing aggressive. Out cover way, 2 runs there for Mitchell Starc, but he went in the air with that one, a lofted cover drive. Kept the head down, swung through the line of the ball, and got lucky a little bit. Mitchell Starc, he actually just had the reaction to Usman Khawaja. I swear he tried to hit that to the leg side there, Mitchell Starc, and it ended up going out the offside instead. And also 25.2 overs left as well. So yeah, we are cutting down further and further. So I believe at most Australia will bat probably till there are 15 overs left in the day, maybe 10 at the absolute most, and then have a quick turnaround, see whether or not they can possibly get a few overs at England at the end of the day. The man deep now, deep point. It's where they have located Johnny Bairstow, I believe it is. At the moment, they're bringing him up just a little bit more. So he's kind of halfway in between here, rather than being at the ring and also rather than being out on the boundary. But Stuart Broad, he's gone for 5 runs now with the first 2 balls. Nicely hit by Mitchell Starc, but it is just a 4 defensive, and it is just the one. Well, it's just the dot ball, I should say. So you hope he gets 1 in one of the games as well, says Aiden. Yeah, I hope so. Just because I feel like the way that he is, kind of led England in terms of, the runs and whatnot, I feel like he does deserve one. He's probably the man that I do want to see get 100. Devin Milan, I'd also like to see get 100 on Australian soil, just because he has been working extremely hard as well for their side. But if one of the openers gets 100, all of a sudden, that man's probably getting selected more often for the upcoming tours. But now Stuart Broad still steaming in, changing the angle a little bit, and that is going to be, once again, just left alone by Mitchell Starc. That's the thing, he looks like he's a very aggressive man, Mitchell Starc, with the bat in hand, but he does pick his ball that he does go after. When he does get it wrong, he can sometimes end up with the caught opportunity for the other side. But he's sitting on 12 or 16 at the moment here. And Khawaja, he's sitting on 10 times that with 120 runs so far for Usman Khawaja. The latest that they can play today, I believe, with the little bit of rain that we had, it was probably 8:30, somewhere around that mark, but maybe even 9 if we have any more rain for the rest of the evening. Shot Broad, nicely played by Starc, once again whipping it to the leg side, to mid-wicket, and it is just a single once again there for Mitchell Starc. So if you're Usman Khawaja here, you're going at 3 runs per over, you're sitting on 120. How aggressive do you be now? And also, you go there, please. Playing our 5-0 isn't doubt, Mukti. We are well on top in this match as well, says United Extra Time. And there's and also we've got there Stark could play in Pom middle order as well, says Dan DeCastro. And also we've got there Robert, who you got winning tonight as well. Here's 8 in there to Robert. And also Head and Scorches to Seb. Other way, Heat side looks as well in terms of who is going to be able to win those ones. As on Head and Scorches you. And there's this Robert Stewart Brawl once again, steaming in final ball of his over. Shot there from Usman Khawaja. Cover drive, and it goes out to Bairstow in the deep. And that is going to be just the single to close out the over. 7 runs now off that over of Stewart Broad, and they are sitting 363 for 7 here, the Australians. And same Robert as well. And also we've got there, I don't understand the DRS clipping wickets are not out if the umpire gives not out. If the umpire gives out clipping half the ball out still, got to figure it out as well, says Rahika. So pretty much, umpire's call is an interesting one because it's pretty much, even if it's in a stump, if it's umpire's call and he gives it out, it is out. If it's umpire's call and he gave it not out, then you need clear, conclusive evidence. So it would have to be a red there as well if they did want a way of overturning it rather than just the yellow. Who's that? Is that Mark Wood? No, that's Jimmy Anderson. Oh, okay. Now, I did actually mention earlier on, I thought he had hurt his ankle, and it looks like he's got a big old strapping kind of around it as well. Declare shortly soon as well. Sure, Brawl once again makes his way off the field, has to climb up the steps. I feel like that's pretty rough. You charge in, you steam into the crease, 10 over spell, and then you just, he didn't have 10, but he had 5 over spell, and then you just have to step up a whole heap more steps. And even with rain, England will collapse with the bat at some point. So went so low on confidence as well, says United Extra. Yeah, I feel like it will be the advantage in terms of Australia because they will have England questioning everything that they kind of do. Both of the openers will know, am I good enough to be out there? At the moment, I've got to make sure that I don't end up going out cheaply or else that could be my spot for the next store. And that can kind of create that indecision with the way that they are playing, and then it could get them in a little bit of trouble here for England. But I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful someone's going to get a century here. For England, we will have to wait and see, though. Nicely glided there by Usman Khawaja once again out through that cover region. And he hadn't actually hit that many balls out through cover up till about that kind of 50 or so. And then from there, he's just been really finding his own rhythm for that one. Hasn't been leaving too many outside of the off stump. If they don't declare, I mean, this game will be a draw soon. If they don't declare soon, as well, says Aiden. Yeah, it seems like they do want maybe around that 375, 400. If they lose 1 or 2 more wickets, might be the end of it as well. But Joe Root to Mitchell Stark, this could go anywhere. He blocks it very sensibly, Mitchell Stark. Fair play. I thought that one was going to be going possibly in the air somewhere. But it seems like he is going to be behaving himself just for now, Mitchell Stark, until he decides that he has got a different ball that he would well and truly like to go after. Joe Root puts it nicely done once again, and it is straight to the man at cover. 2 in a row. Straight to Jack Leach, who was fielding there. Cover, and I believe they've got Dava Milan out in the deep, and he's very good with his hands, so that is why they have decided to put him there, just in case Stark decides that he wants to back himself, try and go all the way for 6. I don't think we've seen a 6 so far today. Or yesterday. Whipped off the pads there for Mitchell Stark. It's well played as well, and that is going to be at least the 2 runs. Jimmy Anderson testing out the ankle. Has to chase after it, and he has been able to get there, and it is going to be once again 3 runs there. The Australians, they're finding the gaps at the moment, and Stark should start playing T20 style as well. And there says Aiden, I think he is going to start ramping up soon. He's probably been a little bit sensible for Joe Root just for now, but then once he kind of gets the hang of him, he's going to be sending it to the boundary. I think we're predicting the Heat game as well, says Robert. Not for that one, just because of the fact that we won't be doing the live stream for up until the Scorchers versus the Thunder, but we will actually probably end up going live a little bit earlier on, similar to what we do other times, so that we can watch the end of that game alongside the new game as well. The Aussies are very confident in their bowling ability, and why not, given the 3 previous tests as well. Says Sebastian there on Heat and Scorchers as well, says Robert there. Okay, so I think I said, what did I say? Renegades and Scorchers, didn't I? To be fair, if Jason Sanger delivers, it could be actually Renegades and Thunder who win those games, depending on who they go with. Ollie Davies, he's looking like he's not too bad. Not Stark. Khawaja, I should play like T20 as well, says Rahika there. The chat. So I'd say if Khawaja starts finding, although saying that, he is playing some very good cricket shots, Usman Khawaja, and he is actually getting rewarded with quite a few runs alongside that. So I would say maybe he goes to ODI. We'll meet him halfway, ODI style of batting there for Usman Khawaja while he waits for Mitchell Stark, I guess, to go bang, because Mitchell Stark has got the power. got the, I guess, ability as well to be able to just swing. I wonder what time it is going to be starting tomorrow for the Ashes. Normally they let us know, but yesterday or today actually it was. They were like, right, 12:30 start time. I went online, 12:30 start time. Went on the Sky Guide, 12:30 start time. Started at 12. So I feel like I'm going to have to be up earlier just in case they do end up starting just a tad earlier than anticipated. And Jimmy Anderson now. Nice shot there from Stark. He wants a single, and they do get it. And now Khawaja going to be back on strike now. At the moment, the crowd is singing along. I'm not too sure how much of a balmy army we have got there at the ground. They're just showing there a few foot marks starting to open up here. So I would say that Nathan Lyon will be looking at that, enjoying what it's looking like, because he will be able to aim for that rough and at the fourth innings of the match as well. At the moment, Australian lower order here for the MCG. It's actually the top order, or the lower order, sorry, that has been really delivering some extra runs for them. 4 for 87 in the MCG. This one so far, they've had a decent combo with Stark and also Cummins, both being able to get themselves into double figures. I feel kind of bad for this man, Cameron Green. He's the only man so far who hasn't hit double figures for the Australians. Hopefully he does hit maybe get a 5 for in the wickets department. Would be quite nice for him, kind of make up for it. Oh, okay, here's the England lower order. 4 for 57, 4 for 67, 4 for 35. So they certainly do get a lot more runs for the Australians, and 4 for 8 in the second innings of the MCG there. At the moment. Okay, lower order is 7 to 11. So that would be Pat Cummins, that would be Mitchell Stark, Nathan Lyon, and Scott Bolland in this situation. Or is that Alex Carey as well? That might be Alex Carey counted in that one. And also, that Cummins must have a time in mind, more or less, or more so than the score, as well, says Dan DeCastro. And also, we've got there maybe Green will make it to double figures in Hobart as well. Says Aiden Orr in the second innings if he does need to bat here. Nathan Lyon at the moment. They're picking out the 2 balls that they do want here with the umpire. Trying to work out what one they are going to be using at the moment. I think that's Pat Cummins. Unfortunately for Mitchell Stark, he's not going to get to really make the decision on the ball because he is out there batting. I wouldn't be surprised if he starts trying to hit sixes to either get himself 6er out so that he can have a look at those new balls and see which one he would be preferring. But Khawaja's going very well. 123 runs at the moment. Can Bolland hit a 6 like he did at the MCG? I mean, if he does, he'll just become even more of a fan favourite in Australia conditions, that is for sure. I believe that's Justin Langer who's actually looking through those balls to see which one would be the shiniest and what one would be the best for the bowling conditions that they have got at the moment. Anderson now around the wicket. Well played by Mitchell Stark, right behind the ball. And that is once again, I mean, the partnerships it's up to 38 or 48. And that is something that Australia have done so well throughout this whole innings, is anytime they lose a wicket, they just keep on building up another 100%. That's Jad as well. Welcome into the live stream, mate. At the moment, partnership is sitting on 38 of 48 deliveries as well. Oh, it's a bit of booing happening as well. I'm not too sure what the booing is about, but we will just go with it for now. Jimmy Anderson now 2 runs so far off this over. Bowls again. Nicely played by Stark. Closes out the over, and it is going to be 7 for 369 here. Anderson only getting 175 Ks on that one. It's 125 Ks, I should say. Did I say 175? That would be a very quick ball. What's the quickest ball ever bowled in a test match or any format of the game? I assume it's like 150 something. I'm going to look it up. What can we find out for ourselves? What is the fastest ball ever bowled in cricket? Fastest ball ever bowled, 161.3 Ks by Shab Akhtar as well in 2003. Tell you what, wouldn't want to face him. Wouldn't want to face any of these guys, to be fair, because they're quite quick. Decent. Hello, I'm back as well. And then says Lee, welcome back, mate. Joe Root. Now, once again, going to be bowling. Usman Khawaja whips it to the leg side, gets himself the single. And that's the thing. He doesn't even really have to hog the strike here, Usman Khawaja, because he can trust that Mitchell Stark can still stay out there. He can bat very well, Mitchell Stark, when he decides to. I feel like he will want to go after Root here. Oh, big deviation there. And they're showing it was quite a patch of almost dirt and whatnot. And also good afternoon, Hamish, as well. And there's Ed Runaway Puppet. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. Nicely played by Mitchell Stark. Once again, goes straight to goes straight to Leach. Where's that cover? We have got there 161. That's like a bullet, as I said, Sebastian. Yeah, I wouldn't want to face that. I mean, ramping that one, it would go for 6, surely. But if it hits you instead, they would go almost through you, I would think. How quick would a cricket ball have to be going to actually go physically through you? That's a weird question to ask, isn't it? I don't know. I feel like it would be hard to think about because you need like a whole heap of speed to then also mean that it like not just bruises, but also straight through. Probably like 1,000 Ks, something like that. I don't know whether or not that's quick or not. Hello, Lee, as well, says Jadesh. And at their chat as well. But now it is going to be dragged down by Joe Root. Usman Khawaja hits another boundary there. He moves up to 128 at the SCG, and the crowd are absolutely loving him here at his home ground / second home ground, because he is normally a Sydney Thunder boy at Manuka Oval, but still in Sydney. Still loving it as well. 10 years ago, Usman Khawaja did manage to go decent, and Nick Kelly armor on. I'll face up as well. And this is running away puppet. Fair enough. I mean, to be fair, it would be interesting. I've always thought about what would happen if a player got hit on the toes and he had steel cap boots. How far like the ball would actually travel off that. And Stark now has 134 runs this series in 5 innings. Meanwhile, England openers in 12 innings, 133 runs as well. Geez, that's a stat, isn't it? That's a stat that I can't even comprehend at the moment. That's not good. And I guess that just summarizes why Australia are winning this series as well. Tremaine Green, Hales, Sanger. Also, they've got Hales back for that one by the looks of it. And also, they have got their Billings, Jilt, Davies, and Cutting. Have they got still Sanger? Yeah, they do. So they'll go all right, I think, there. I've got there 4 from Runaway Puppet. It was indeed. Well, they are just showing the Steve Smith dismissal. And when he fell, it did seem like Australia we're going to be under a little bit more pressure than Stuart Broad. He picked up Chris Green pretty much straight after that one as well, only dismissed for the 5 runs that he was able to get himself. And then from there was the shot straight up in the air from Alex Carey, and it was taken very well by Johnny Bairstow in a running backwards catch. And then the last wicket that fell was Cummins, who got a nasty bouncer there. And Stuart Broad was appealing. He didn't give it, so they went upstairs and they were able to overturn the decision from the on-field umpire. Khawaja now straight behind the ball. He's just looking set. Usman Khawaja, as you would after 129, but 45-run partnership, the openers averaging around 11 runs per innings. Disgustingly bad as well, says Sebastian there. Yeah, exactly right. I wonder what is the average for Warner and Harris as the opening combo, because I know that Harris probably dropped that a little bit recently, but Warner would have had like 90s in the first one, so I feel like that's probably not a fair one to do. Because he has had quite a few high scores. I'm guessing the Barmy Army are quiet. Now, there's not much Barmy Armying going on at the moment. That's the wrong way. We'll go this way a little bit more. Nope, not that far. We'll go here. And there we go. I wasn't quite central, and it was annoying me just a little bit. I'm still not really central, so it's still annoying me. There we go. Fixed it, because now you can see both light poles either side of me as well. And also, there's only one English player in the top 10 run scorers in the series, Joe Root. That is exactly why I would love to see him get 100. I feel like he deserves that. He's been working hard for his side. It's just a shame that other than Milan, no one's really stuck there with him throughout this series. At the moment now, it is going to be Mitchell Stark. 18 runs off 26 deliveries. That one to the leg side, straight to the man. And close with Jack Leach. He's actually all over the place at the moment, Jack Leach, in terms of in the field. He's either at cover or he's either at mid-wicket. But either way, stopping quite a few balls so far, saving some runs for his side as well. But anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And also Stark makes 100 as well. And now imagine if he gets 100 here. And Root has never scored a ton in Australia. Exactly why I want to see him get one. I feel like it would just mean that the Ashes series for him wasn't a complete unsuccessful venture, I guess you could say. And only people who can call me car wash guy is at JAs and Robert. Oops. And your favorite mod is here again as well, says Patty Wigan. Oh, Sebastian's been here for a while. No, I'm joking. I feel like, of course, it is great to see you, Patty. Did you ever sleep in the end, Patty, or did you end up just chilling for a little bit? Joe Root over Marcus Harris as well, says Xavier Brown. Yeah. And Usman Khawaja, I'd like to think if he doesn't get the spot at 5, he certainly gets to open there for this one as well. And also Patty has got the laughing face from there as well. That's a nice shot from Usman Khawaja. And this is once again going to be a foot race here for Johnny Bairstow with the ball. He has been able to cut it off nicely. Can you imagine Stark makes 100? He will become a Hall of Famer as well. And I was doing something as well. So here's that Paddy Wagon there. And at the moment, Cameron Green will be disappointed 105 runs at 10.5 for Warner and Harris as well. And there says Robert, and also we've got Kiwi Lads as the best streamer ever as well. Says Ollie Wilson, appreciate you, mate. Thank you very much. And yeah, anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button because we are going to be back tomorrow with more of the Ashes. If you didn't think that this game was going to be happening because of rain, it almost wasn't. But we did get to see a little bit more. Send them home 5-0 as well. Here's a runaway puppet. Can they be 5-0, but Joe Root still gets a century? Actually, runaway puppet, I've got a question for you. Joe Root gets a century, but they win, Australia win 5-0, or Joe Root doesn't get a century, but Australia win 4-1. What one are you going? Are you giving Joe Root his century, or are you saying that you'd rather give up a defeat to stop that man from getting one? And also there, do you think that will annoy the English as well? And there says Aiden, probably. To be honest, this match overall, unless they can really fight hard in this one, England, I feel like Hobart's going to be a quiet one for people supporting the English side. And the Ashes, I'd like to think people won't turn their back on them. I'm head out for have some breakfast. Hopefully it starts raining as well, says the match there. But yeah, we will see you a little bit later. And 11 more likes till you hit 100 as well. So if you haven't already, be sure to hit that like. No, 5-0, no mercy. Okay, so you are saying Joe Root gets 100. We'll go with that. It's all right. I'm sure you will like to hear that as well, Joe Root. Being able to get that 100 from. I mean, I'd like to see it. I feel like Joe Root deserves to get something here. 150 at least, maybe 250s, combine them two. That equals 100. That's how maths works. And also, we have got there from Naveen. Welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. Not too sure what that says, but hopefully it's friendly, although it's got a devil's horn after it, so probably not. Robert. Robert is our translator, ladies and gentlemen. He's normally very quick with the Google Translate. And also the Barmy Army will turn into the Aussie Army in Hobart as well. And there says Aiden, imagine that for England, having your own side turn against you. The partnership is sitting 49 off 62 deliveries now. Mitchell Stark, he is sitting there on 19 off 29. Also, we have got my friend Corey says, how's it going as well? And it's going very well, mate, at the moment. And also, we have got the holy more emojis as well, says Naveen. And there. At the moment, partnership sitting on 49 off 62 deliveries here. Wood is sitting on 1 off 60. And at the moment, Australia sitting on 380 for 7. If Root makes 100, England might make 150 as well. And then Naveen has once again put something, I'm not too sure what it says. I'll go on Google Translate, eh? We're going to be inclusive here. And no matter what language everyone is speaking, I'm going to work out what his comment says, and I'm going to read it out to you, ladies and gentlemen. The darkness will remain forever. Okay, right. We'll see. He's already on it. The darkness will remain forever. I think what Naveen is trying to say is he thinks it's going to rain for day 4 and 5. I think that's what we're getting from that situation. So I would agree with you. There's going to be a little bit of rain around every once in a while. 380 at the moment for the Australians, looking to bring up that 400. Nicely played once again by Mitchell Stark, sitting on 19 off 31 deliveries. The partnership still sitting on 49. The darkness will remain forever. That is a new one. Haven't heard that one before. Have you tried turning on a light switch and opening the curtains, Naveen? It might actually help a little bit. Just a little bit. Not a lot, but it might make it just a little bit lighter in the room, Install some lights. And no Devils in the chat as well. Says that Paddy Wagon there. And also we've got there, you reckon Khawaja is going to get 150. He looks very good at the moment to be able to go on and possibly get there. I mean, it is worth a crack for him. Oh, short ball there from Mark Wood. That was quick as well there. Very nicely done by Wood. And the partnership still sits on 49. They're so close to ticking it over for yet another 50 partnership. Australia must have to bat once. The pitch is going to break up as well. The test is almost gone for England as well, or may only have to bat once. And also what darkness, mate, Robert, as I says Rahika. So that was the translation of what Naveen put in the chat. Rahika, Robert is my translator for any time there is something other than English, or I can speak a little bit of Afrikaan, but only like one sentence. So if they say yell like a ding, I know what they're saying. Other than that, I do not. It's 150 at this rate. This man going to get 200 as well. Says 2-1, or sorry, says 317. And also we have got the answer person called Naveen as well. And then says Robert, although I think in the end, Paddy might have timed him out. As well. Also we've got the Australia now. Should be a declaration after 400 runs, I think. Says Vishal, yeah, you might as well. I guess go to the 400, have about 15 overs left. What country won, bro, as well, says Mohammed there. Which country won, bro? Are we talking about who's going to win in this game? Because I feel like Australia at the moment, they are sitting 46% chance of being able to. I did it too as well, says Betty Wagon there. And I'll say he was talking Hindi as well, says Robert there. And in the chat. And now Mitchell Starc is on strike. 19 off 33. Khawaja at the other end, sitting on 132. The partnership is still sitting on 49 at the end of the wood over. It's a maiden. Well bowled. And by Wood there. Was that the signal for drinks? I don't think that was the signal for drinks. What time did we finish our last one? That might actually be drinks here as well. But Pat comes here. We'll be a little bit nervous about picking the right time to declare here. And do you think they'll get bowled out this evening as well, says Aiden? I believe if we're talking about Australia, yes, if they bat the whole innings, I think they are going to be bowled out. But we are going to have to wait and see whether or not they decide to declare or whether they decide to keep on going Uzi odd gun as well. And this is runaway puppet. And guess I'm wrong. I'm surprised. Australia is still betting. This is valuable bowl time as well, maybe 5 or 10 minute stroke as well. And this is Dan De Castro. Yeah, I thought, maybe they're just taking a little bit longer to get the 400 than they expected. Usman Khawaja, I feel like they want to let him get his 150 now that he's only 18 away. As soon as he goes out, I believe it will just be a swing fest for the last 2 overs, and then they'll send them in. Get about 10 to 15 overs at them tonight. See if you can break down those openers and Hamid and also Zach Crawley and maybe expose David Milan and then Joe Root as well. If they can get Root out by the end of the night, then England might be rooted as, pardon the pun, I guess you could say there, but I had to do it. I haven't used that pun yet today, and I felt like I wanted to. I wanted to see whether or not he got another one, because if it was going to be, if Joe Root got an LBW, I was going to say that the batsman, his feet were rooted to the ground, but I didn't get a chance because he got him out caught. And he swept, so he did actually use his feet. I bat to stumps as well, says Robert there. I think depends, because of course you don't want to end up spending too much time batting and then have the whole day tomorrow or the next day rained off as well and end up missing out on being able to bowl out England twice. And also chase it down. Australia need 2 or 3 wickets in England's innings. End of the day play, as if we can knock over 3 or 4 tonight, game over, as says runaway puppet there. And the chat. And where have you run away from? I guess I should ask. Where did you end up, or where have you run to, I guess? Are you in Australia? Are you watching the game? Possibly at the moment. Australia by Mark Wood at the moment, getting some electrolytes, getting rearing to go once again outside of the off stump, left alone by Usman Khawaja. This partnership has been on 49 for the past about 10 deliveries. Neither man being willing to kind of go after it. Jacques Callis at the moment, they are just showing Test career for the 55 average for the batting. As how many times has got rooted as well in there. As well, says Aidan, probably, he's got a wife. Has he got a kid, Joe Root? Maybe. I don't know whether or not we go into that, though. The moment now, Khawaja, 132 runs, 18 away from the century and a half for him. He's left that one outside of the off stump once again. Doesn't want to play anything that he doesn't have to. It's a little bit more pitched up. I would say that he might end up going for a cover drive, but if it is pulled back to where it was, he will just leave that every day of the week. Even in the Thursday that we are sitting on at the moment, the Mexican wave is going around the crowd at the moment. There's still a decent attendance there for the SCG, and I assume if the rain does stay away tomorrow, we will get a good full day's worth of cricket. I ran away from my puppet master as well. I'm in Melbourne with Novak's visa application as well. Says run away puppet. Yeah, that's an interesting situation, isn't it? That's making headlines all over the place at the moment. Also, Usman has been out there for an eternity as well, says Waddle say, yeah. 243 balls. He hasn't quite been out there as long as Marnus was in that first test match that we covered. I believe that was the Adelaide Oval. I'm just going to look through and see how many balls he did end up facing. Marnus, he faced 305 balls for Marnus Labuschagne, and he was able to get himself 103 runs. Compared to Khawaja here, who is sitting out there, he has got 132 runs off 245 deliveries as well, which I feel like is a decent effort for him in terms of that strike rate. Still ticking over, not too bad. And also Khawaja should have gone hard. I don't know what the strategy is of the Aussies if they go with the pace this match. We'll head for a draw as well. Says what he'd go there. And also we have got there 649. That was what they made last time they played England at the SCG as well, says Robert. I don't believe they'll go for that. I think 400 is still going to be the goal. And will you be live on Saturday afternoon for the Japanese Rugby Hamish as well, says Aiden. I am hoping to be. As long as copyright does not end up existing, I guess. And I told you, local players have positive tiers. Chasers not overseas as well. I'm happy today Brisbane Heat will win from form Melbourne Renegades as well. I was saying that the Melbourne Renegades, they've got Aaron Finch, Sam Harper, Kane Richardson, Zahir Khan. They've got quite a few good players, so it will be interesting to see how they go. And got to go Hamish Bits-Witcher to everyone as well. We will see you later on, mate. And England looking helpless in the moment, and their mind on not at the moment. What to do now? Not any answer at good English sides as well. And 20 runs off the 400 mark here for them. It's going to be going through once again, and the Mexican wave is still happening at the moment at the UCG. The crowd is still loving this. I think they are waiting for the inevitable declaration, or maybe even the couple wickets falling. Brisbane have Vakazamana and Majib Rahman as well. And so at the moment, it's actually 7:30 p.m. by the looks of it. 4 p.m. is where the first game is, and we've only got the one game on. There's a game that's been cancelled here already for the Japanese top league. Have they announced their lineups yet? They have not. Once they do, I'll work out which teams have the Kiwis, which teams are best to watch in terms of not knowing many of the Japanese players. That's going over the top there for Mitchell Starc, and then it's going to be another 4 runs. First runs for Australia and a couple overs, but that is going to be the 53-run partnership now between these two, and also the Aiden, as I said, right there for who is going to be in that Brisbane Heat lineup. So there we go. We've got quite a few of the local boys. Anything with the little asterisks is someone who is being brought in and will be on debut for this matchup as well if they do play. The moment just went straight over the top of Josh Butler. Got Mark Wood. He just couldn't believe the fact that went over the top. Did end up hitting a hand of Mitchell Starc, or the glove, I should say. And he is a bit frustrated at the moment, Mark Wood. He knows how close he's been many times to being able to pick up the wicket, but just missing out every single time. Starc sitting on 23 off 36 deliveries here. Khawaja 132 off 245 as well. Short ball once again. That time it is going to be the wicket, is it? Yes, it is, and that's going to be Starc gone now. Oh, they're going upstairs straight away. Starc is saying maybe he didn't hit that one. Must have been forearm here for Mitchell Starc. He's looking pretty composed. He said, I didn't hit that. Hit me here on the... He actually said it's hit me here. So I believe that he is going to be possibly not out here, Mitchell Starc, and that would just end up adding just a bit more frustration for England. Luckily, that is a fair delivery, though. The Japanese game has been cancelled. Don't say that I was looking forward to it. And no, Lynn, then we screwed as well. Okay, it's whether or not it hit the glove as well, but I know that it's hit the thigh pad, or not the thigh pad, the arm guard, the miniature one about that high. Mark on the arm guard. Random ball tracking. That is going to be nothing on the glove. That is the 4. So that is going to be not out, bro. I enjoyed your company and commentary as well. Keep it up. And well job as well. Says Vijay, thank you very much. And has there really been a rugby game cancelled, Amish, as well? Says Aiden. It is indeed for the top league. They have actually cancelled one of those games already. And also we have got the okay buddy where we at. Okay, got it as well. Says David the Modern. Also, I'm waking up to the same old story concerning the series as well. And how many catches have England dropped? Just the one so far. Just the one, I believe, and it was actually Usman Khawaja on 30 runs, which is something, of course, you do not want to hear. But it was a nice, I'd say it was relatively easy for Joe Root, but it did end up kind of selling them the wrong way in that situation. They've had a couple close calls, but they're a little bit wounded at the moment. England, Ben Stokes isn't able to bowl due to injury. Also, Anderson's got massive strapping on his ankle, and then they have also got Josh Butler with a very sore back of the hand. Which game was it? As well, it is the very first one that has taken place for the Japanese top league. One moment, I will get the teams up for you as well. We have got there very good use of the DRS by the Aussies as well. Yeah, I think straight away Starc was like, nah, sent me on the forearm. Like even before it almost went back to carry to Josh Butler, he was almost going upstairs for that one as well. And he was just pointing to Usman Khawaja, saying it hit him in the forearm. That is exactly what it did as well. And also we have got there, again, a dominating batting performance by the Aussies as well. That's going to be well done by Josh Butler. I thought that was about to race away. So the game that has been cancelled is the Kubota Spears versus the Saitama Wild Knights as well. The two that aren't going to be playing for their game, and it has just been cancelled, which does mean the Kubota Spears actually get 5 points for that one. Nothing on the points differential, so I assume the Saitama Wild Knights may have had some cases and they weren't able to put up a team, and also England are 2 out for Australia in 390 to 405 as well. Says Naveen there. And then also Australia are screwing up the match. It will hit for a draw with rain expected for the next 2 days as well. And is it the Sun Goliath versus Brave Lupus? It is not that game. It was that other one just then as well. I see play once again. Showing him my Mitchell Starc. Good pace this over from Mark Wood in the first over, or the first ball after getting the wicket, or almost wicket. He bowled 149. He's fired up at the moment. And now it does mean that it is going to be Khawaja now on strike for this next over of maybe Jimmy Anderson. It looks like he wants to give it a bit of a spin bowl here. Jimmy Anderson, maybe. I doubt it, though. I don't think he will be bowling any spin throughout this match. I don't think he'd be allowed to, although Ollie Robinson, we actually saw bowl some useful spin delivery, slow and steadily. Indian viewers are increasing Amish on this channel as well, says Coding there. And at the chat, and it's been pretty awesome with the amount of support that we have had on these live streams recently. So if you guys are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. That is hugely appreciated. We will put that one up there. You mean the Steelers and the Shining Arcs? I think so. Did have it up before. What we got? I think I said the full names, didn't I? No, it's not the Shining Arcs one. It is the Kubota Spears versus Saitama Wild Knights. It was going to be on Friday, the first game that was taking place. And also, we've got the ISO Ben Stokes isn't the Messiah. He said to be sorry, Brother Sebastian, as well in there. And of course, the Stars versus Strikers game got cancelled as well, says Shannon. Yeah, that one is going to be missing. And from all over the world as well, says Mukti there. And also, we have got there, what team do you think will win the BBL games today? I think it is going to be the Scorchers and the Renegades are my 2 picks for this one. The only reason I say Renegades is because there are a lot of new players for the Brisbane Heat. So I feel like the Renegades will have a little bit more of a chance of having those guys who have already played a bit of the format. And then also, I'm going Perth Scorchers because they won't be happy that they lost to the Sydney Thunder last time. In fact, I'm going to make the prediction whoever wins the toss in that Sydney Thunder Scorchers game is winning it. So if the Thunder win it, they are going to be winning the toss. And if the Perth Scorchers win it, they are going to be winning the toss. So England to Australia and whitewash, and not in one win, but Australia in mighty position in this. I am angry. Are you angry, sir, as well? And there says Naveen there also. So the 2 games on Saturday are still going ahead as well, says Aiden. The 3 games that we have got on the Saturday, apparently, are all still going to be all right. And also the 3 games on the Sunday seem like they are also going to be all right. Well, Black Caps play Matt Henry will play in a place of Rachin Ravindra in second test. I don't know whether or not they'll replace Ravindra because they do need some form of spinner. You just need a spinner no matter what, just to break up the overs, give your pace bowlers a spell. As well, the Renegades are a Melbourne team as well, says David the Mod. They are indeed. So I believe they are going to be playing in Melbourne for that game, if I'm not wrong. Which it could be. Cheers. Okay, that is a prediction from War there. He's saying Khawaja is going to have the highest score in all of this match. And wait, what's the other Saturday game as well? Says, and so it is going to be the Steelers versus the Shining Arcs, the Rockets versus the Eagles, and then the Suntory Sun Goliath versus Lupus. Well, those are the 3. And also we've got the USA play Heat David in Geelong as well. And also say Australia is a whitewash, a very easy, but what England fight back as well. And it says Naveen, and also Cheers Amish says David the Mod. And in there as well. But yeah, this stage, it is going to be interesting to see how the top 14, well, not the top 14, the top league goes. And hopefully we will be able to cover some of those games on the channel as well. I probably won't know too many of the players, so it might take me a few weeks to get the hang of it, working out who is who and whatnot. But at this stage, what are we deciding here? I think it is still the drinks break. I think they're just having a chat at the moment, the umpires. Not sure what is going to be happening at the moment. Stuart Broad and Mitchell Starc just having a bit of a chat together. It looks like they're just best mates. Just having a bit of a chat. I was like, are you going live for all 3? As I says Aiden, unfortunately, they're not showing all of them here in New Zealand. I think 2 of them double up for time-wise. What are we looking for? Yeah, 2 of them are on at the exact same time. I don't know what they're waiting for here. What are they waiting for? Oh, I think they're waiting for the lights to turn on. Okay, so I think the lights are trying to fire up, which is why they're just waiting a little bit longer. Damien McKenzie is playing for Sun Goliath as well. Is he the same team as Bowden Barrett? Or is Bowden not playing this year? I think maybe the SCG lights as well. And what England, for a good start, that's easy, sir. You're angry, sir, as well. And there says Naveen. And then me and angry, sir. No, Naveen, I'm not too sure. And also feeling bored. We'll be back when England chase begins as well, says Mukti there. And the chat, it's going to be nicely played once again. Going to Usman Khawaja. 18 overs left in the day that they will be going through for this matchup as well. And also, we were there. England haven't won a match yet in Australia this year. See, Stokes is injured. Butler got hit in the back, on the back of the hand. And Anderson is injured as well. And also, Bowden Barrett isn't playing this year as well. So he'll be at the Blues, won't he? And everyone not Ron and Usman Khawaja again. A really good story. Born in Pakistan and played for Australia. Such a talented player as well. Says it coding there. Yeah, very impressive, Usman Khawaja. And at the age of 35 as well, returning to Test match cricket to be able to go on and get himself the century that he has got. And he is still sticking it out for a little bit longer. I believe Australia are going to be saving England 15 to 10 overs here. ECG might be late on the electricity bill as well, possibly. You know, you got to make sure you pay those on time or else they hit you with the late fees, which are never fun at all. I remember when we got a message from our Wi-Fi provider or our internet provider, and they were like, hey, you're using too much of your unlimited Wi-Fi. And there's a problem with that statement. You're using too much of your unlimited Wi-Fi. So that was confusing. So I think the next month I probably ended up using even more, and we didn't get an email. So I don't know what's going on. But if I all of a sudden lose my Wi-Fi, I know why. Because they have decided that unlimited is actually limited Wi-Fi rather than unlimited. At the moment, 384 for 7 there is what Australia are sitting on. They've still got Khawaja and Stark at the crease. They've also got still Pat Cummins as an option. Or sorry, not Pat Cummins. They've got Nathan Lyon and also Scott Bolland as the two other options that will make their way out there. And also we've got their Will Karevi, or with Karevi and McKenzie on the same team. That's going to be a dangerous one. That is for sure. And also Sir Wata Khawaja as a 150 to each as well. Says Naveen, at this stage, I would say Khawaja can get his 150. He looks like he is promising. Starting to get a little bit darker there. In fact, I'm wondering why the lights aren't already firing up at this point in time, because it is looking pretty dark out there. And at the moment, I would say if bad light stops play, luckily we've got those big light towers, but it may be a little bit later. Your Wi-Fi providers are getting scared that you are taking advantage of their unlimited Wi-Fi as well. Says what else, but the thing is, it wasn't even like a huge amount of Wi-Fi. Like it was probably, like I looked up what the average amount of Wi-Fi was used per month, and we were about 100 gigabytes less than that. And they still send it. So I don't know whether or not it's because we're in a small town. Or whether or not it is just the case of, but yeah, it was actually below the average amount of Wi-Fi used kind of per month as well. The BBL needs to update their Heat squad versus the Renegades as well, says Robert there. And at the moment, yeah, we'll be interesting to see the Heat squad that they do have, although you did mention the squad that they have got, so I'm wondering what combination of youngsters we will get to see as well. That is going to be the end of the over. 384 for 7 here as well for Australia. Okay. I think then more of the problem was the fact that Stuart Broad, because he was off the ground, he wasn't allowed to come straight back out there and then bowl. But now I think he is going to be bowling here as well. There's a commentary for South Africa versus India, game 5 or day 5 game. So nice and a balance fully. Poised Proteas need 123 runs and India need 8 wickets. Please, Amish, just leave this and do commentary for leave this and do commentary for South Africa versus India as well as it's going. Although at this stage, I believe that game is only on day 4, if I'm not wrong. I think they've still got another day coming up later on. So either the rain will hold off for long enough for them to be able to finish it today, or the rain will be around and it will end up dragging it on till tomorrow as well. But with the game being cancelled tomorrow, if we do get till tomorrow in that game, I will be able to do the final little session of it as well. I mean, a nice shot from Mitchell Stark on the front foot with the cover drive. Jimmy Anderson trying to chase this one down, and he has done well there once again for Jimmy Anderson. And that is going to be just the 2 runs. Mark Woody is appreciative of its pace fella. Were you surprised when Bangladesh lost to New Zealand? Wait, other way around. When New Zealand lost to Bangladesh, says Waddles D. I mean, I was a little bit, but from watching the whole match through, I didn't think New Zealand deserved to win that one. Like, Bangladesh just played absolutely phenomenal. Abadot Hussain, Mamunul Haq, and all of the batsmen were all kind of chipping into that total as well. They had men in the 60s, men in the 80s, almost 100 for a couple of their players. Did just miss out there. Short ball from Mark Wood to Mitchell Stark at 143 Ks. At the moment, 3 minutes gone. Well, sorry, not 3 minutes gone. 3 is the run rate at the moment that it is sitting here, but 7 wickets down for Australia. They've still got Lyon, they've still got Bolland. If they decide that they need to use both of those men, they can probably get themselves a quick fire, little few runs as well and work their way towards that 400. But Australia getting closer and closer to the end of this day as well. And it's day 4. India versus South Africa as well, says Robert there in the chat as well. And also we look at the yes, the other way around, New Zealand lost to Bangladesh as well. Says at Waddle C, they did indeed. But I'm looking forward to the second one. Mitchell Stark, nice shot there to the leg side. Anyone back there? No, there is not. And that's going to be 4 runs there for Mitchell Stark. And Johnny Bairstow, he did get moved from Mitchell Stark. He's just fired up the field. Unfortunately, I believe Joe Root's not happy. There was a man at deep square leg and Johnny Bairstow. Mark Wood told him to go around to deep mid-wicket. And then from there, Stark hit it straight to the man who would have been there at square leg, but he did move around to mid-wicket, so that is why Bairstow just watched that one go past as well. Wasn't too happy with it. As well there, Johnny Bairstow, and also we've got, they can show us the stream by any chance as well, says Petty. Unfortunately, due to copyright, if I was to show any match footage or audio, unfortunately, YouTube do take us down. So I can tell you though, cricket.com.au, their YouTube channel has the highlights of each of the games or each of the days in this test match as well. And also that's just another provider unhappy. They're using more Wi-Fi than they think you need as well. Email them, Statly, you're predicted by a contract, or stating you're predicted by a contract. And then says David the Mod, and also we have got the Hamish, why Kiwis in general not angry when Black Caps lost to 8th-ranked team Bangladesh, team in New Zealand, or team in India. If they haven't, people would rip apart the full team with criticism. Why is New Zealand this thing not happening? So it says coding. I think it's just like, I don't want to sound, I guess, not vague, no, vain, but I think Kiwis are just pretty much like, we just love watching sport. So even if we're losing it, as long as like we get to see it again the next week, we're all good. You know, like I guess there's some Kiwis who will be like, oh, the Black Caps, they've let us down and whatnot. But I'm just like, I love watching Bangladesh win. You know, I mean, I might get deported by some Kiwis who do go for the Black Caps, of course. But at the end of the day, I think it's a learning curve. I think we're looking forward rather than looking back. I think that is a good way of doing it. I'm looking forward to also seeing what Bangladesh do. I know due to broadcasting rights and copyright as well, how many overs left, says 8, and we have still got another 16 or so. Do you think it's harder to play one day of test match cricket or an ODI as well, says Paddy? Oh, are you a batter or a bowler? Or am I a batter or a bowler if I am playing either? Because I feel like test match for the 90 overs, you can end up bowling all of them together. But then I guess ODI, you've got the power plays, which means a lot more running around in the deep. And also, I guess I would say test match cricket. It's harder to play one day of test match cricket because for the bowlers in an ODI, the most that you can bowl is 10 overs. In a test match, we have seen some bowlers here already in just the 2 days that we have been playing. They have been able to bowl 30 overs, 26 overs, 24 overs, 24 overs, and kind of around that mark. So I would say you do bowl more overs as a bowler, so it's probably tougher or more tough to do it in a test match. But then it depends on the intensity of the ODI as well. Because, of course, you're going to be putting in a little bit more effort. You're going to have to change up your pace with the slow ball and the Yorkers as well, trying to throw off the batsman. And the tactical one, didn't know you could only bowl 10 in an ODI as well, says Betty Tyrell there. But, yeah, pretty much it is minimum. It is you're allowed 5 bowlers all bowling 10 as well for that one. It's like T20 how we are. You've got to have minimum of 5 different bowlers. So because of that, you can have be a minimum, you could have 5 bowlers all bowling 4 in a T20. Do you know why the Adelaide Strikers versus the Hobart Hurricanes game last night was they still played during the rain and didn't put the cover on as well? It's a good question. It was absolutely bucketing down for that game, but they just kept on going. I don't know whether or not, like that's the thing. That was after the 5 overs as well. So they had already had it warranted as a game that's going to be worked to leg by Usman Khawaja, who has been sitting on 132 for a long time. Now he does move to 133, but we've got 15.5 overs left in the day now. So I believe that will be taking us through to probably around that 8:30 mark. Also, Hamish, you're right. In cricket, you can't win all the time. You need to respect the opponent, opposition as well. And also, yeah, test matches can be brutal. As I said, over the modern evening, says Hamish Spencer. Welcome back, mate. Hope you're doing well at the moment. We have just seen the 1 wicket of Cummins. I believe he might have been out there when you were last year, Hamish. Other than that, Mitchell Stark sitting on 29 runs for himself off 46 deliveries. He's on strike now. Stuart Broad's got a 4-for. Wants to tick it over to the 5-for. Hey, Hamish Spencer as well. Says up Robert there. Right. Stuart Broad. They've got one slip. He is at second slip there for Ben Stokes. They've got a man in close on the offside. I believe that could be Joe Root, who is sitting relatively close there next to the pitch. Well played once again by Stark. They take the quick single. They want the run out of Khawaja. They don't get it, though. And that is going to be once again the single from the Australians we have got there. IMO as well. And the chat as well from 100%. And also we have got that call me, call you, call me as well. And hey, and then from 100% as well. He's very, very much persisting on a call. And where is Sebastian Gramar? He's missing from chat. He is present all the time as well. It is actually, I believe, the middle of the night in Romania. So he'll probably be off till the start of the BBL game later on tonight, bro. I think Australia could be a want or just get one innings because they have planned to England enforce the follow-on in the match, I think, as well, says Vishal there. Nicely played by Khawaja once again. So, yeah, I think between 15 and 10 overs is when we're going to see Australia declare. Somewhere between there, I think they'll start going bang a little bit more often. Stark, they might actually say to him, right, mate, I know that you're sitting on 30, but here's now the time to really go for it and see whether or not you can work your way towards either that 50 quickly, or we'll send out someone else as well. Try and hit a few big shots. He's in breakfast, he said before as well. And then I like, and subscribe as well. Love the content, says Betty Tyrell. Thank you very much, mate. Usually appreciate you being here, mate. And also, I'm from India, bro, as well, says Super Creator. Welcome in. What time is it in India at the moment, Super Creator? Do let me know as well. I mean, nicely played by Khawaja. No hurry at the moment. Just trying to wear down Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson, the bowling combo that has got England a huge amount of wickets in the past. Can they do it again here and close out this innings with Australia less than 400? Only sitting 392. And also Uzi with a massive shift as well, says Mark Morris. Exactly right. He has batted out there for 253 deliveries, 133 runs for himself as well. Sorry, 254 deliveries, as it has just updated. But I mean, it's one of those ones. He's gone quicker than Marnus got to 103. I remember in that second one for Adelaide, he has decided to leave that one there, Marnus. Or sorry, Usman, I should say. And also, yeah, this stage 3.02. So they're still going at just over a 3-run rate for themselves, which is looking very good. Anyone who is new, sure leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Also, be sure to check out the Kiwi Lad Sport. As our big sport is getting quite tired of Australia batting. I am too. They have been batting for a very long time, so says Waddle Steve. On the chat, yeah. I feel like at this stage, because it's not really propelling the innings a huge way forward, they're not scoring a huge amount of runs. Like straight after they came back from the lunch break, they got 13 runs in 2 overs, and it looked like they were really going to keep on ramping up. That is going to be once again another dot ball to close out the over. 130 overs down now, and it is going to be 7 wickets down for 392. We have got there Kiwi only Ben Duckett is the overseas player's positive case for Brisbane Heat. It's all there. So I guess that would be the Englishman. He was actually supposed to be heading back to England soon, I think. So that's probably changed the plans, I guess you could say, there if he wasn't able to get back. Because I know on the 7th of January, it is going to be James Vince, Sam Billings, Mahmood, and a couple other Englishmen who are going to be heading back overseas to prepare for that tour that is going to be coming up for the West Indies. And I am going to be covering those games on the channel as well, I believe. We've got plenty of action coming in the future, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are new, surely a like and subscribe because we have got plenty more coming. 61-run partnership off 97 balls for Stark and also Khawaja. Although I will mention that when we got to see those two kind of batting together with Cummins and Khawaja, it was going a little bit at a quicker strike rate as well. Wales are going to need only now 100-plus runs to win as well, says Waddle C. They do indeed. So it could be over by the end of today as long as the rain does stay away for that game. And also we've got there, my friend Teddy Bear says I as well. And there says Ollie, and also we've got there, are you a bowler or a batter, mate? I was a little bit of both. I was a spin bowler, probably more off spin than leg spin, but I could do a little bit of both if I needed to. And then also I was kind of that middle order batsman, and also I did a bit of keeping when I wasn't bowling as well. So I did have a little bit of keeping experience as well. And I think that was just because I was the kid who was willing to just throw himself on the ground if he needed to dive. I just keep on diving. Even if the ball was close, I just dive for it anyway, just to warm up. You know, or even if it was going to like third slip, you just stick the dive out, smack into the ground. As the Ashes remind me of the time that the English rugby team toured Aussie and New Zealand in the 90s and got slaughtered as well. The Wallabies actually formed an honor guard as the Poms walked off after a killing as well, says David the Mod there. Mark Wood, can he get the short ball right? It is going to be worked to the leg side. Stark says no. And like they're saying now, I think it's Brendan Julian is actually saying there that there was a moment just after lunch, Australia needed to go hard after tea and see whether or not they could keep on pushing towards that 400 mark earlier than they have here. Because this is actually, like, that's the thing, 19 overs so far. They've got 71 runs. Their run rate is 3.67, so it's not actually too bad for the third session, but maybe up that to 4 or so. And also sounds great as well. Says Paddy Tyrell there. So we have got the England to today. Today betting is a tough ask as well. It is indeed. No run called by Stark and Dava Milana, but I feel that one slips over a little bit for his troubles. At the moment, Khawaja, I think they want to leave him out there for a little bit longer. Get him to that 150, but at this point in time, do Australia decide to just hang up the boots soon and say, right, we're going to have a bowl? I think they want to make sure that they can enforce the follow-on as well. Bet now so that they don't have to bet later, I think is the motto. And 400 plus is the prediction from a lot of you guys for those bets, or not for the bet, sorry, for those odds as well. So about 90 of you guys have put that it will be Australia who are going to be betting through for the 400 plus in the sittings. And I will believe you, because at the moment they are only 8 runs away, unless they lose Usman Khawaja. Partnership is 61 off 100 boys, 100 balls. And also has our mate Jay been online today. Not today for this one. I assume he is probably moderating on another one possibly. But at the moment, I would say moving up to 393. I wouldn't go any more than 420. I don't think for Australia. I think even though they want to get some form of massive lead, you still need to give it enough time to be able to bowl them out twice. Definitely with the rain that is available for them as well. And Stars has been doing well, both bowling-wise and batting-wise as well. And this is what we'll see. It is just a shame that they have lost so many players due to positive cases, because it does now mean that they've lost Maxwell as well. And also Stoinis, Court Denial, Joe Burns, Marcus Stoinis, I already said. Joe Burns, who else have they got? One of their keepers, I think they've also lost there. Who's the other keeper? Is it Joe Clark? He might be out as well, actually, at the moment there. As Alan Stark has been doing okay. That makes more sense. I was going to say, because the Stars at the moment, I think they're sitting second last on the table, or if not last. As well, but Stark has been doing very nicely in this Ashes tour so far. Khawaja sitting there on 133, 14.1 overs left in the day. I would probably have a chat between these two men at the kind of break in the over. In between overs, I think it was David Warner there giving Johnny Bairstow a bit of a clap while he was down on the boundary. That's the player once again from Khawaja. That will be the end of the 131st over now. And Khawaja to every run, or to each of the 150 score as well. Says it Naveen there. And yeah, he's currently still 17 away, although he has faced his last about 30 balls. He's got 2 runs, Usman Khawaja. So I feel like if they wait for him to bring up his 100, he's going to take, or 150, he's going to take all of today and probably some of tomorrow, to be honest, unless he goes, right, I'm getting close. Let's just go bang. Let's go bang, see how we go. Because Mitchell Stark at the other end, he can certainly hold his own when he does swing hard at the ball. And Khawaja, both lefties, both playing some good shots, and both looking to build up a good old total for the Australians. Because, I mean, 393 is already extremely solid and debatably could be enough, I would think, but we will have to wait and see. At the moment, the draw is actually 52%, England 2%, and Australia 46%. So Australia's actually dropped a percentage since betting a little bit longer, and the draw has gone up. So because of that, I believe that is probably strategic, because of the fact that there is supposed to be some rain tomorrow. 100% chance of rain on Saturday, and then Sunday's 90%, I believe, as well. But 62-run partnership between these two men, and now it is going to be, Mitchell Stark hits it in the air, but it does fall safe of Zach Crawley there, who was fielding at point. That one popped a little bit more off the surface as well. And what BBL team is Pat Cummins? And I believe he was at the Thunder. I don't know whether or not he has actually still got a contract with them. I know that he was in the matchup, or he was actually in the IPL recently. As well, we also got the BBL match update as well. So we'll have a quick look and see what we are sitting at in terms of whether or not this game is still going to be taking place. I believe it will be. Yeah, it is still going to be taking place, this game, and it is going to be having the toss in a very short moment as well. I'm not too sure whether or not they're going to delay it so that the Ashes is finished by the time it starts, or whether they are just going to go for it and see how it goes. But I'll let you know who won the toss for the Renegades versus the Heat. I know that the Heat, they have got quite a few new players in their side for that matchup. We'll get off the Japanese rugby. There we go. And the BBL Renegades versus the Heat in 19 minutes. It is going to be, I think they're actually still yet to do the toss in that Renegades versus Heat game. The bat flip is coming up at 5:45 p.m. local time. So I believe that's going to be pretty much now. That's going to be whipped off the legs there. And it is nicely played down to Mark Wood. So we will get to know exactly who is going to be batting. And all right, mate, I've got to go now as well. And there says Waddle T. So we will see you later on, mate. Thank you very much for tuning into the live stream. And yeah, we will see you later on. We have got the Renegades versus Heat. So yeah, at this stage, they haven't quite done the bat flip, but it is happening pretty much as we speak. And we will get to see. Oh, okay. Good news, folks. The covers are off and the bat flip is coming to us at 5:45. Okay, they're just actually talking about the BBL here. Unfortunately, positive cases. And all right, mate, I got to go now as well. But it's going to be shot there from Khawaja. Aggressive. And no one's back there. Khawaja brings up now the 137. So I think someone did say, right, it's time to go. We need to get some quick runs because we want to send them in with 10 overs left. So if you want your 150, you're going to have to go for it. Just pounces on it nicely. Usman Khawaja lines it up beautifully. And that was racing away as well. And today play in 13 overs left as well, says Naveen. It is indeed. And depending on how late the rain delay could be in this one as well. So yeah, it is going to be delayed a little bit for the bat flip, which means the game could be starting a little bit later perhaps. And also we've got the Himalaya said hi as well. Welcome into the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. And I hope you are excited for some more BBL and also for some more action in the kind of later game of the BBL as well, with the Perth Scorchers taking on the Sydney Thunder in first game back, and he's dominating as well. And there's Pelly everywhere. Exactly. Right on, Novus. You jinxed him. He's been bowled there, Usman Khawaja. He's going to be on his way. 137 off 260 balls. He's gone, but it's been an absolutely tremendous innings from Usman Khawaja. 137 off 260 balls. We've got to give him a clap as well. And bowled as well, says Aresh. And also, what about Sandeep? As well, says Ari there. I believe he is going to be playing for the Hurricanes, if I'm not wrong there. As that should do it for this innings as well. Do they send out the other men? Or do they decide at the moment the baby is being watched? It's his baby, of course. And Khawaja out as well. I'm giving him a bit of a clap there. And that is going to be the end of Usman Khawaja. But very good innings. Working his way forward. Nathan Lyon gives him a smack on the bottom and says, good job, mate. I'm heading out there now and I'm going to get 152. Khawaja here. Khawaja. There we go. He was able to get himself 137. Very impressive from Usman Khawaja. So we have got the amazing innings about you, Khawaja, as I said, Pali everywhere. And also, sir, I am inspired in commentary. And well, sir, great speech. And my ideal as well, says Naveen there. Thank you very much, man. Khawaja out, says Harish there. So now it is going to be the Stark and Lion combo. We love to see that one. I feel like that is one of those combos that you never quite know what to expect. Like, that's the thing. Nathan Lyon is one of the nicest straight drives around for a tail ender. Just hits it straight back down the line that the ball as well, and they should send out a few other men and fully smash it for a few overs as well, says Patty. I believe that is hopefully going to be the plan here for the Australians. A little bit of rain around, I think they've said. Amazing commentating today as well, says Belly everywhere. Thank you very much, mate. We are back tomorrow as well with another one of our Ashes days. We have been going for 7.5 hours so far, so if you guys are new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure to leave a like on the live stream as well. It's hugely appreciated. You guys sticking around throughout all of the day of Test match cricket. But at the moment, the bat flip in the game for the BBL has been slightly delayed here by the looks. So I will quickly see whether or not I can get you that information of who is going to be winning the toss and when it is going to be taking place. It says it starts at 8:05, but I believe it might be a little bit more delayed before that stage. Oh, well bowled there from Stuart Broad, but he gets his fifer as well. So it's a big clap for Khawaja, but also a big clap for Stuart Broad to be able to get 5 wickets for himself. Nathan Lyon is as good as a playing in the tail order. He is indeed. He actually, like, that's the thing, the straight drive that he plays, you'd think he was an opener. Just chopped it on Khawaja there. Inside edge. Yes, disappointed with it, but Stuart Broad, he celebrates. So he has finally been able to get his man and maybe buys England just a little bit of time. Doing the series this tomorrow and the rest of the series as well. Says Billy everywhere. We are indeed We have got plenty more of the Ashes coming up in the future. I know that rain is expected for Saturday. Rain is expected for Sunday. Rain is even expected for tomorrow. But so far today hasn't been too bad for overall in kind of this day. We only had about half an hour delay at the start of the day. And luckily that cleared pretty quick. Or else it would have been on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. Just like a light switch in a busy hallway at night time. But at the moment, Stuart Broad, he's picked up 125 wickets. Pester's 8 for 15. I tell you what, that is impressive indeed. I wonder how much that side got bowled out for. I can't actually remember who was up against. Nicely whipped off the legs there. For Mitchell Stark, well done, Usman, as well, man. Okay, thanks. Just needed to know as well. Says that Pelly everywhere. And at the chat as well. At the moment, Mark Wood driving himself back to his own mark, and he is just going to keep on steaming in. Yeah, England, they can see a glimmer of hope to be able to get Australia out very soon here. And I don't know whether or not they'll send out Scott Bolland if they do end up losing Nathan Lyon or Mitchell Stark. Mitchell Stark, though, he is sitting on 32 off 55. We've still got about 13 overs left in the day. And I believe Australia will send in England with about 10 overs left to bat of the day as well. Steaming in now, Mark Wood. Short ball, Stark ducks it. And it's going to be nicely bowled. Still 144 Ks. He's been very consistent around that 142, 144 mark. Hey, can I ask you a question as well? Says Pally everywhere. That will depend on what the question is. But if it's an all right one, I will answer it. If it's not, I might not. And also, bro, I do not wish COVID on everyone but my worst enemy as well. And then says Amos Spencer there. Yeah, that's pretty rough. Hopefully you do have a speedy recovery from it as well, and you will be good to go for your lawn mowing, or not your lawn mowing, so your golf course mowing, I should say, or your golf course maintenance. Because I'm sure that there'll be a few people wanting to have a hit over this stage. It's cricket as well. Okay, go for it. Cricket's all right. I don't end up failing too many cricket questions other than the ones that are actually about knowledge, because I don't have a lot of it. There you go. Stark at the moment, 32 runs on 57 balls. Lyon sitting on 0 off 1 as well. Lyon is a very good, as a very 400 plus test wicket in after in Shervin legend, or Shane Warne legend of Australia, or in world cricket as well. And also, whether you enjoy any other sport other than cricket as well. I do enjoy rugby. We actually started with rugby commentary, but because I love cricket as well, I decided to kind of overlap the two. And then our sport channel that we have got, that is going to be the channel that we do post kind of videos other than cricket and rugby. So like if we were to do a football match, a basketball match, anything along those lines. I know that you guys wanted to see the Royal Rumble for WWE was another one that was mentioned. So that would be going more onto the other channel as well. Do you like how they're playing in Hobart instead of Perth in the first test? I think it's unfortunate, but with the restrictions in Perth, I can understand why they've had to reschedule it. I like the fact that it's a day-night test match, just because it will mean that we do get to see once again the pink ball under lights, but it is just a little bit disappointing that Perth weren't able to get it at, I think it was going to be at Optus Stadium, wasn't it? And also I'm back. Says Batty Wagon, welcome back, mate. And also Renegades opted to bowl, as I says Orish there. So they want to know how many they are going to have to try and chase down here before heading out there. We can see Jai Richardson there. Mitchell Sweepson, I think, is also lurking around somewhere. Is that Michael Nessa? Not too sure who that one was with the beard. Not actually sure. Oh, that was Josh Inglis, I think, if I'm not wrong. So he's also going to be about for this one. They were kind of the injury cover / the positive case cover for Travis Ebb. Whipped off his pads there for Nathan Lyon. Nicely done, but it is just the dot ball here. And he is actually, like I mentioned, he normally doesn't use net sessions as his way of training. He actually just sits there, and I believe it's his brother or someone in the in the Australian cricket camp now, since it's probably a little bit harder to have his brother travel with him, just sits there throwing a tennis ball at him. And that is how he practices batting. He doesn't actually do net sessions. I probably wouldn't either if I had Stark in my team. Feel like that wouldn't be very fun, but it's probably a lot of fun for Stark because he gets to bowl it at you at all kinds of paces. As I'll be well updated as well, says Carl there. And at the moment, it is going to be the Renegades. They are going to be bowling first in that match. I believe it is going to be starting relatively soon as well. Nice shot from Nathan Lyon. And that is going to be racing away to the boundary. Brilliant shot from Gary. We have got the Arcan as well. Says Pelly everywhere. And also, what's for dinner? And there as well. And also, we have, Hamish, don't forget the under-25 Women's Mud Wrestling Championship 2022 as well in there. Nathan Lyon was a hard-working man pitch as well. Yeah, nice shot with the pull shot there from Nathan Lyon. And also, Lyon, sir, you are a great sir as well in there. Here's Naveen, just a little bit too short. Plays it to the lee side. Plays it beautifully. And Renegades bat first as well, says Arish. Wait, so are they batting first or are they bowling first here? And what's for dinner? As I said, Amy Spencer, for me, I'm probably just going to have probably chips or something along those lines, something simple and quick that I can have in between my live streams. Okay, so there's a heap of English supporters still in attendance, which is quite nice to see there. As well, and also Lion as a goat as well. And there says Paddy Tyrrell. The Barmy Army, they are still in full voice of their side. I see that beer costs about $8 there. They know how to get you at the ground, don't they? Is that $8 or $5? Might be $5 that they're charging for a beer as well. All right, some fish and chips as well. Says Amy Spencer. Oh, I wouldn't mind some fish and chips. And also, they are live streaming the Big Bash as well. Says Pelly everywhere. We are indeed, although we won't be doing the first game between the Brisbane Heat and the Melbourne Renegades, just because this will overlap with it, as we still have another 35 minutes left of this session. Unless, of course, they do end up bowling Australia out, then I think it might end up going a little bit longer. As our scorecards needs updating one moment, we will go like this, and we will go like that. There we go. It has updated itself up to the 400 that they are sitting on as well. And also bowling Gary as well, says Betty Wagon. I just had dinner as well. And there says Betty Wagon there. I just showing there that ball. It just kind of did a little bit off the seam as well. Coming back into Usman Khawaja. And it was the one that did get him out. I had chips, crumbled chicken and salad, or crumb chicken and salad as well. And there, that sounds all right. But yeah, we will be back for the Thunder versus Scorchers game that has taken place at 11:15 New Zealand time. We will be up and about for that one, and we will be covering that on the channel. And also, do you buy frozen chips at your local store as well? Says Amy Spencer, we do indeed. We got Makiki fries, which are only a little bit up the road as well. So it's kind of the local chip place, and they're pretty good, pretty decent. Overall, for the Makiki fries, you chuck them in the air fryer, and they go very well indeed. Stuart Broad at the moment. I believe they go just after the half an hour. Does that mean we don't have any more overs of the day, and instead it will be possibly 11 overs left after this? Okay, stay right till the end of the play, and then we're into the double headers. I think they're actually delaying the BBL game at the moment so that they can end up having that one take place alongside. I'm actually going to go on to here for a second, and I am going to update. I'm not going to update, but I am going to have a look at Sky. So shot down the ground from Nathan Lyon. Brilliant shot from Gary. And that is going to be another 4 runs. He just plays the straight drive so well. That one was a lofted straight drive, and lots of changes from both teams as well. Says Orish there. And I got a question as well. Says Belly everywhere. As I go for it, mate, do let me know. Sky Sport. Now we'll go. And also we got that. You're not bad. I do the same, but I use an oven, not an air fryer as well. And there's Amy Spencer. And also we've got there Nathan Bracken is born, or Nathan Bracken is born there. Bracken and Naveen, same 12th September of birthday. And do you play cricket as well? I used to at kind of the younger age groups, but I haven't played in a little while. I want to get back out there, have a little bit of a bat, see how I go as well. But I think that will be a neat session that I can hopefully have 62 viewers. There is only like 5 people in the chat as well, says Paddy Tyrrell. I think that is kind of stock stand. A big swing from Nathan Lyon, go straight over the stumps. 44 boundaries so far here for them. I am going to quickly click on this. And we will go like this as well. Okay, so they got the highlights from an old game. So I believe, if I'm not wrong, I think the other game for the BBL is actually waiting to start by the looks of it here, because of the fact that this is still going. Do you prefer watching batting or bowling? I'm a sucker for some spin bowling. You know, seeing that ball turn off the surface is very satisfying when it goes through the gate. So I'll go spin bowling, but then also I love watching batting as well. Like a cover drive versus spin bowling is just heaven, isn't it? Really, when you think about it, you got both, best of both worlds in that regard. But now at this stage, like they're saying, 9 overs, possibly left. Nathan Lyon swings hard once again, so they've decided now's the time to go. And you pass the 100 likes too as well, and the English are too scared to talk, Paul. As I says, Amy Spencer there. It's going to be nicely done between the wickets. Hey, who's Paul? I assume that is Pelly, sorry. Or maybe Paddy instead. It's going to be nicely bowled by Stuart Broad. It was hit down the ground from Nathan Lyon for 4. And Stuart Broad, I want to see him get 6 wickets here. I feel like he does deserve it. The way that he's bowled, I don't think they're going to send out Bolland if they don't need to. They've got 410. I feel like that's getting close to being enough runs for their side. It is just whether or not we get to see maybe shot from Nathan Lyon. That goes all the way for 6 at the SCG. Absolutely brilliant shot. All Pat Cummins looks like he's getting ready to go here. That's 134, and they are coming off the field now. What a way to end the innings as well. Nathan Lyon, he hits the 6. He's 16 not out off 7, and Australia have now declared, ladies and gentlemen. So now it does mean that we will get to see about 9 or 10 overs at them as well. And back Cummins, he's loving that shot from Nathan Lyon. Gets the bat on the back there as well. And like they've said, they've got about 20 minutes later on tonight for them to be able to play. It was an absolutely brilliant shot from Nathan Lyon. Hits it all the way to the boundary. And Pat Cummins, he says, come on in, boys. We are happy with that. Shane Warne was amazing to watch bowling. He was our god as well. And also, what do you have? The Hobart Arena on your background. So this is I don't actually. It is actually the Bay Oval, Mount Maunganui, and that is because I have still got the same one as I had for New Zealand versus Bangladesh. So I am still a little bit behind in changing it. I do have to switch it over to an SCG one, but I will be doing that probably before tomorrow. I was waiting to see how long people would actually notice that it was the Bay Oval as well. I feel like it lasted not too badly overall, but this is going to be a tough little patch, I guess you could say, for them at the moment as well. The Renegades versus the Heat, game 37. They are going to be warming up at the moment. They are supposed to be playing at about 8:05, but I think they are going to be waiting maybe a little bit longer before getting underway for that match as well. But anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel as well. We are going to be back for the last 20 minutes of this one, and then we have also got the Scorchers taking on the Thunder later on tonight here, and that is going to be a very exciting one as well. Australia was a good position in test, about a very nice each and 4-0 in test match. Yes, sir, as well, says Naveen there. He is hoping they will be able to go on and get themselves the full amount of maybe a clean sweep. But the Renegades, they won the toss. They decided that they wanted to field for that game between them and the Brisbane Heat. And also we've got their bro. I was just asking Lozelle. And there's Pelly. Also we've got their bro now. Australia do nowhere to England sides and it's mind games. Playing tactics used it as well. And there, one moment, I might be able to quickly. I have got it. No, I don't. I was going to say I could quickly change it to the SCG, but I don't actually have the SCG as one of my backgrounds at this stage, unfortunately. And also, there you go, Scorchers as well in there. There's Pally everywhere, and at the moment, Pat Cummins is just going to be warming up. True Hamish, as is the Bay Over Crockies. I've been there like 10 times as well. Says David the Modern. Okay, nice sir break to meet. Okay, bye sir as well, says Naveen. Although we do still have another 30 minutes of today, but nonetheless, do appreciate you being here, mate, and we will see you for the next one possibly as well, which is going to be tomorrow. We are going to be continuing on from where we're leaving off here. I just subbed as well, says Pally everywhere, so thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated you being here. Khawaja getting 137. Here's the talking point of this innings. 100%, because he was able to get himself right up there. Gave it a bit of a celebration there for Usman Khawaja. And in the end, I mean, it was very nicely done. He got 137. Next high run scorer was actually, in the end, Steve Smith did get himself 67. No one really did too badly. Unfortunately, the only player who didn't hit double figures was Cameron Green. Everyone else from start to finish was able to get themselves up there, and they did actually get themselves a total of 10 or more. As well, so we'll actually put along the bottom for the other wickets that Australia have lost. So it was going to be Usman Khawaja. They also lost, or they didn't lose Mitchell Stark. Oh, no, I don't actually have to update that because no one else did go out there. So there we go. We'll go like that. And also we have got their thanks as well. No worries. And also finally declared this innings, Australia, England reaction as well. And there says Vishal. Oh, sorry, Vishal. Yeah, I hope I have pronounced that correctly. But now at this stage, they are just showing a couple more of the highlights that did take place for the English bowlers. It was nicely bowled. Cameron Green ended up getting edged straight to the kind of straight to gully, I believe it was, as well as Zach Crawley. And as I do watch NBA, I do try my best to watch a little bit of it, but probably not anywhere near consistent enough to be able to answer any questions about it overall, because I know that I probably know bare minimum. Like literally, if someone was like, what team does LeBron James play for? I couldn't tell you. I know that he used to play for the Lakers. Then from there, I think he went to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Is he still there? Maybe. Don't know. Steph Curry, Golden State Warriors. I know that. Luckily, he doesn't move very often, so it does make it a little bit easier for myself as well. Now the Australians, they are just quickly warming up here, and then they will be rearing to go for the second innings. But at the moment, Scott Bolland, he's going to be steaming in the zone here as well. And there's his bowling. Oh, I'll tell you what, I've nailed it there. You know, that was a lucky guess, I guess you could say as well. Or slightly, I guess you could say slightly experience guess, I guess you could say. He still plays. Wait, does he still play for the Lakers? Did he go back to the Lakers after going somewhere else, or did he go from the Cleveland side to the Lakers? Maybe. But at the moment, they are just marking the other lines, and they are just going to be painting on the marks as well. But nonetheless, we are getting closer and closer to the final little stage. The match has started between the Heat and the Renegades. The Heat are going to be batting first with us on our way into England. Oh boy, as well. Yeah, it was a very nice innings from the Australians. They declared in the end. Nathan Lyon was left not out. Hit a six, the first six of the innings. He did hit off the final ball of the match as well, or the final innings ball of that first innings for them. You can see a few cracks there. Green patches, Nathan Lyon, he will be liking that very much, but he won't get a chance with the ball tonight. And also, almost start Brisbane Heat versus Melbourne Renegades. Will Brisbane Heat qualify or not? Only Ben Ducker have positive case as well. And yeah, I would say it's still going to be tough. It depends on how much they are impacted by those cases. The Heat, 178 for 4, although we are not quite going to do predictions for that one, but I will still start for you, David. And we'll keep it in mind. You know Paddy Murphy as well. And there says it was there from Xavier Brown. Paddy Murphy. Is he the one from earlier on? We have a Paddy Tyrell. As also, I do not know Paddy Murphy. And in that regard, Xavier Brown. And also, we have got the, well, this was expected to come on, lads. No wickets lost. Give me some reason to enjoy this series as well, says Sebastian there. Exactly right. And at the moment, they are getting very close to making their way back out onto the field. What I am going to quickly do is I am going to quickly go and refill my drink glass. So I will be back in less than a minute's time for the next innings. But we will be back in a very, very short moment. There we go. We found the right one. I was on a slightly wrong setting there, but we are back in England, just making their way to the middle now for the final session of day 2. They've got about 22 minutes to survive here, England. And also only start as well. And there says Ryan, yeah, that match between the Melbourne Renegades and also the Brisbane Heat has just got underway as well. In this innings for England, they cannot afford to lose any wickets here, or else you're sending in a night watchman more than likely. And then from there, Jack Leach. We know what happened last time. England did send in that night watchman. It did go just a little bit wrong for them in that regard. But do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, will there be a wicket falling in this final stage of the night? Have fun, England, as well, says Betty Wagon there. I've seen Hamid, actually. I'm gonna be sick as well, says Sebastian there. These two, Crawley and Hamid. Imagine if they go on and get like a 300-run partnership. Wouldn't that be? I feel like that's probably dreaming a bit too much. Even a 50-run partnership between these two openers would be a decent start to this matchup. But Zach Crawley, 23 years of age, 754 runs he has been able to get for himself. Australia need quick wickets as well, says Jimbo. And yeah, it will certainly help them out with the rain. Like, that is on the cards at the moment. So Australia have a 49% chance of winning, 49% for the draw, 2% for England. If England bats out 5 seconds or 5 sessions of the game, will hit for a draw as well. Anyhow, Aussies are not going to lose as well, says Rahika Singh as well. But Pat Cummins now, I am quickly going to check the weather report for Sydney for tomorrow. So tomorrow it is a 70% chance of raining right through to 1 p.m. New Zealand time, or actually local time, sorry. So that will be 3 p.m. New Zealand time, and then it's windy for the rest of the day. So from there, not looking too bad overall. I think that's going to be probably the nicest of the last 3 days that we do have for ourselves here. So we will have to hope for the best. Right, they've got 3 slips here set for Australia. They've got a gully. They've got themselves a bat pad as well. Pat Cummins now here is going to get to bowl the first over. Hamid is on strike. The first batting for England at the SCG this year for the Ashes as well. Oh, okay, straight away, Pat Cummins, he's starting to look like he's found his groove already. Just the first ball bowled. It's already looking very nice from him. Well, it's got the 5 out, lose Brisbane Heat and 1 at over as well, says Ryan there. And also massive props for Australia, or to Australia, for getting 400 plus. But that declaration gets a clap from me as well. Been rooting for a declaration for like an hour as well. And there, and also, and I'm not even a fan of either team. Here's a 317. Yeah, they have been able to get up to the 316 mark. They were a little bit slow in that middle patch of about 380 onwards, I think. But then Nathan Lyon went out there. That's a good ball. Great shot from Hamid, though. Whipping it off his pads, and Boland going to cut it off. And it is just a single. And now he has got himself off the mark there for Hamid. That will give him confidence. I don't know what Marnus just said, but it was something about someone's finally in the game, I think it was. I think it was something along the lines of maybe they didn't want to. At this stage now, Crawley going to be on strike, the Englishman, the youngster as well. He needs to make sure that he sticks around for a little while. One thing that worries me about Crawley is this first few overs. He is just making sure that the pitch is all flat. He has got 3 slips. I feel like he's getting caught third slip when he does get dismissed. It's how quickly that happens, though. And also Nottinghamshire Power are trying to help out Hamid as well, says Sebastian there, and the Brisbane Heat will score 190 as well. And there, left alone outside of the off stump. Good carry through to Alex Carey there. 140 Ks for Pat Cummins. That is already quicker than all of our New Zealand bowlers in the Bangladesh versus New Zealand match. And Hamid would have dropped the order as well. Bearstow would have opened the innings as well, says Rahika there. At the moment now, Ryan Crawley, he has survived a ball. So, Sebastian, you were talking us through the types of ducks that you can get. He's not getting himself a platinum duck or a golden duck, I believe were the 2 main ones, wasn't it? Once he gets a run, he is not getting himself a duck either, but that one is not quite going to be a run just yet. They trail by 415 at the moment here for England, and if they can cut that down, in fact, they don't really need to cut it down tonight. They just need to survive for the next kind of 8 overs or so. They have got, I believe we're allowed to go till 8:30 p.m. New Zealand time, which is in 18 minutes time, not 20. And WTF, Australia declared UMOCAs needed over 417 declared. And also we have got there tough Aussies as well. Lucky I'm from New Zealand, eh? It's worth a shout there. It's going to be a little bit too high for Pat Cummins there. As well, at the moment, Pat Cummins looking dangerous in this first over. Ryan Crawley, or sorry, not Ryan, Zach Crawley, quite a tall individual there as well. Came back in. Oh, it came back in a long way as well. And also we need these 2 lads to survive. Not even a night watchman as well. And then I feel like as soon as you have to send down a night watchman now, like that's the thing. Last time the night watchman, I believe he lasted 2 balls, didn't he, Jack Leach? If I'm not wrong. Whoa. Okay, that one went. Variable bounce. That's gone over the top of Alex Carey, and that is going to be 5 wides, is it, or just 4 byes here? That is going to be 4 byes to close out the over. That one shot up big time from Pat Cummins. That will give England a little bit of worry. Look at the way it bounced up. It almost got his back elbow there, Ryan Crawley. Alex Carey not really able to get up to it. Surely are they capable of 10 overs, or how many there are, as I said, Sebastian? Yeah, at this stage, I believe they've only got another 7 more. They can do it here, England. They get the runs. Hamid wasn't running for it. That one popped off the surface, and now it's going to be Mitchell Starc. If he bowls a short ball and that happens as well, that would be danger for the batsman. I feel like that's the thing. We have seen pitches before how the variable bounce has been bad enough that they've had to say, that it's not really safe, isn't it? I think that is the case. That doesn't happen very often, of course, but when it's starting to go down at the ankle and then right up there to your head, that's where you kind of have no idea where that ball is going to bounce. It is the 4th Ashes, Day 2, Session 3 as well at the moment here between these 2 sides, England and Australia. This is the 4th out of 5. We have got one more. It will be Hobart day-night test match, and it will be starting at 3:30 p.m. each day, New Zealand time, and only about a week's time outside of the off stump. Oh, that popped as well. Jeez. 137 or 136 Ks. It looks like Mitchell Starc just warming himself up a bit. Mark Wood, he has got the pads on, so I would say that he is the night watchman here. And English players appear to be to take guard off and on and off stump and cramp themselves up on the crease, edging to slips and getting out LBW as well. And there's Josh Ryan, also Brisbane Heat, 15 out of loss of 2 wickets. What your prediction, Kiwi, is? This Ryan. I'm still back in the Renegades for that game. I feel like they are the better kind of side looking at this match so far. Like in terms of the players that they've got available, that doesn't mean the Brisbane Heat won't win this game though. Going to be Hamid now. He has got himself another run there. Nicely run between the wickets, and that will be just the one. Hamid now moves up to 2 runs off 4 deliveries. Crawley still yet to get off the mark, but at this stage early on, Hamid's looking good. And he will just be hoping to make it through this evening session. I feel like every ball that counts down, we will know that it will be close as well. My guess was Australia will declare after 400 as well. Seems Mukti there. And also look at that, Hamid hasn't got a very good defensive technique as well. He's been exposed in India recently. He made his debut as well. I'm sure he won't cross 21 marks. Yeah, as soon as they end up pitching it up a little bit more, he will reach. I can't reach because of the fact that this is small, but he will reach out like that. And then from there, that will be when he ends up in the situation of really getting himself in trouble. You're not doing the BBL. You are doing the game at 11:15, which is going to be the Thunder versus the Scorchers, but we'll probably start a little bit earlier and watch the end of the Renegades versus Brisbane Heat game. At the moment, we have still got another 13 minutes or so of the Ashes Day 2. It feels like it's already later in the Ashes. It's got like a day 4 feel at the moment. And yeah, England shot in their cricket awful in 2021, no different. 2022, hope Australia don't win. They had 417 declared, 416 sad as well, says Find Baldo there. And also no worries, says Novmum. What would your prediction be for the Brisbane Heat, Novmum? Do let me know, because I have starred one so far that did come through as a prediction. So do let me know how many runs you think the Brisbane Heat would have been able to get. They are batting first. There's 21 for none after 2.1 overs at the moment here. Starc charging in. It's well played by Ryan Crawley. Zach Crawley. I keep on saying Ryan. Who's Ryan? Not sure. Watching live on Sony 6 and enjoying you also. As I said, mate, appreciate you, mate. And thank you very much for tuning in. Anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are going to be doing this exact same thing tomorrow. We've been going for 8 hours on this live stream. It's been a lot of fun throughout the whole time. We've had a little bit of rain. We've had a little bit of banter. We've had a lot of liquids as well, but they have just been water. Stock standard. Nice water for myself. England got great team. I just don't put them in the squad as well. And this is Find Bulbo. Oh, was that an edge or was it leg? I think it was leg buys. Yes, it was. So that's going to be 4 runs there, leg buys. And that one seemed to kind of end up swinging quite nicely. And also I joined the BBL game by 4. I miss you next 1.5 hours as well in there. Says it for show there. But yeah, we are going to be back for the 11:15 game, which is going to be taking place in only 3 hours' time. You're a machine, Amish, as well. Here's David the Mod. And yeah, we have still got 3.5 more hours of today of the cricket as well. And also Melbourne will win both teams over 155 as well. And there says Find Baldo there. And also we have got there England have started positively carry on as well, says Mukti there. And also 195 is the prediction from Novmum there as well. But they have got Lamon and Clayton as the 2 opening batsmen for that matchup of the Brisbane Heat. That will be the end of the second over. England sitting 10 for none here. As Mitchell Starc, I still don't think that back is 100% correct for Mitchell Starc. He doesn't look like he's too comfortable. 12 minutes of play left here as well. This one, England get draw as well, says hashtag Find Baldo there. And the chat, who is Baldo and where did you find him? Or have you not found him yet? Maybe that is why you've got the hashtag as well. But at this stage, for the draw to take place, it is sitting 49% chance that they do go on to get a draw here for England. No, that's a lie. One moment, we'll update it. It should be 50% now, I'd like to think. 49% still for that one. And also it is going to be 2% for England to be able to go on and win. Well, ball by Pat Cummins. Brilliantly fielded there in the gully by Cam Green. And he has been able to do very nicely in terms of that fielding so far throughout the Ashes. I feel like that is where he is making up a lot of his runs that he doesn't get off the bat. He's fielding phenomenally. Yeah, Renegades win easy. And then COVID messed the heat up. It did indeed. They've got a whole heap of cases at the moment. Kiwi, when do you stream Brisbane Heat versus Melbourne Renegades as well? So Ryan, at the moment, it is happening right now. So I haven't been able to transfer over to it just yet. But what I will be doing is after this live stream, I'll be watching the game, but I just won't be doing the live commentary and I will be having some food, and then I'll be rearing to go probably about 10:30 or so. Ooh, there's a bit of shape there for Cummins down the leg side. Seems like it's skidding on quite nicely. But yeah, Hamid does have a tendency to put his hands way out in front of him. Similar to that. Why does my hand look so purple on this camera? I have to put the light there. Still looks worse. I have to change the color of the light. I am tanned, I swear. He plays way out in front of him. That's not working, is it? I think you guys know that I don't go out in the sun too often. Leaves that one alone, Hamid there. We'll go like this. We'll go like that. And then we'll go like that. And if England bats for the third and fourth day, a result can be different as well. And both teams over 155 Renegades and the Scorchers win. As says, fine Baldo there. And there also we have got there Hamid will be Stark's bunny with the ball coming in sharply. LBW a clean bolt as well. Says Rahika there. And they're Jad as well. But at the moment, they're showing anytime he loses this wicket, Hamid, it is normally from reaching way out in front of him, trying to feel bad on ball. But in a test match, that's one thing that you can't afford to be doing. I'm just looking around trying to see whether or not he has improved his technique since last week. Although it is very hard to change a technique that you've used for so long. As well, and also we have got there, did you ever consider appearing in a Colgate ad as well? Or did my skin ever consider it? And sun gives you vitamin C, says fed up. It does indeed. I do end up going out in the sun a little bit. I just don't tan too easy. Unfortunately, like I look pretty pale. And that's because I am. But like, yeah, I am. Like sometimes I pretty much get burnt if I go out in the sun, but I do go out in the sun a little bit as well. But I'm made now. Ooh, that came back in a little bit there for Pat Cummins. He liked that delivery. And Hamid looked like he was just watching it. Oh, I tell you what, that didn't go. Sun is vitamin. Oh, yeah, vitamin C is oranges, isn't it? Vitamin D is sun. As well, and we got there, I think Brisbane Heat. Geez, that was close to the wickets. And Brisbane Heat will be out in 100 runs in 10 as well. I think Brisbane Heat will be out in 100 runs in 10 as well. Oh. That one came back in quite nicely there for Pat Cummins. Now, does he go away or does he go back in with this delivery? 5 dot balls in a row for Cummins. It's going to be pitching nicely. Well taken there by Alex Carey, but it is just hitting the leg of Hamid, and that will be the end of another over. Maiden from Pat Cummins. And also we have got there, I got vitamin D for you as well. Oh, I got some vitamin D for you as well. I'm a say C as well, says fed up. I see. I'm not too sure about your offer, Ray. I think I'll have to pass on that one. Unless, of course, you are possibly offering some sunshine. I assume. I don't think that is what you are offering, though. Also, Kiwi, I think Brisbane Heat will score 1 out in 100 runs in 10 overs as well there. Yeah, that's the thing. They've got the young players, and sometimes young players can do very nicely for you as well. But Stark now going to be bowling once again here. So they have scored more than England has so far as well, says Mark Morris there. That is true. 2 runs coming off the bat. And then the rest have been buys. Oh, no, league buys as well, actually. I will count that as some just plain buys, other ones as league buys. That one, but at the moment, Crawley is sitting there 0 off 9 deliveries. And Irish ear for vitamin D as well. And the Irish ear, is that? For vitamin D? From Rahika Singh. At the moment, Stark. That ball's looking pretty shiny at the moment for him. It's still in the early stages. There are 7 minutes left that England do have to make sure that they do not lose a wicket, or else Mark Wood will be making his way out to the crease as the night watchman. They have decided that Jack Leach is no longer night watchman material. Leg side-ish. And it is just going to be once again the dot ball. Trailing by 406 runs. So they're going to have to chase this down very nicely if they do want a chance England of any way possibly winning this game. More than likely, though, I believe it is going to be just the 2. Come on, Zach. I know that he's betting for survival, but I don't want him. I want him to get off the duck as well, says Sebastian. Yeah, or else it will be one of those 7 types of ducks I think you did mention to me. Oh, no, that was 7 outside of it as well. Kiwi, Sam Heaslett, Jacob Lemon, Zaman, Cooper, Majip, his senior player as well. And there says Ryan. Short ball left alone outside of the off stump. Getting some good carry through at the moment for Stark, 135 Ks in the Heat and Renegades game has started as well, says Shannon. It has indeed. And at the moment, in that game of the BBL, They are sitting 33 for none after the 4 overs, with the Brisbane Heat sitting 30% chance of winning it. Lehman sitting on is 16 off 12, and then Jack Clayton sitting there at 14 off 13. But the fastest there from Mitchell Starc, 140 is the quickest. I believe that is the back. I believe it is still playing up for Mitchell Starc, but he's still bowling every single match. Would be an option for Night Watchman as well. And there will be a good option. And I think that is the one that they have decided to go with. And they're going to need him as well, because Crawley's gone for the duck. And Starc picks up the wicket there in England. Have lost their man just before the end of the day. And that would be a normal duck game. She's faced plenty of deliveries already as well. Sebastian, he has indeed, although he will not be facing any more. Sadly, we have Scott there. England have a good start, but Aussies a nice attacking and English batting as well. Here's Naveen. Oh, they might be checking a no ball here. Did he bowl a no ball? It's a no ball. It's a no ball from Mitchell Starc. It's a no ball from Mitchell Starc. So he is going to be saving himself there, Crawley. He's not going anywhere just for now, as that is going to be a no ball from Mitchell Starc. It's a no ball, and Crawley gets to stay at the crease there. And are you sure, Cecil Hika, it is going to be the no ball there? And Mitchell Starc, he has gone. Jack Clayton losing his wicket in the Brisbane Heat game. That is a big mistake from Mitchell Starc. A Kiwi good start for the Brisbane Heat as well. And there says Ryan. No ball there. And it is off the edge of Crawley. And also we have got there, I didn't know this could happen, to Starkey as well. And there says it was there from Sebastian. It was actually taken by Warner there. It was well and truly celebrating. Big old high five. Oh, no. Oh, no. Seeing the celebration just makes it so much worse. As our Warner was sitting there kind of going, and then he got it reversed, unfortunately for him, because of the no ball. And also we've got a blessing in disguise for Crawley as well. Yeah, hopefully this ball isn't just the repeat of what just happened. Second chance for Crawley. Oh, he's whipped it off the legs there as well. Brilliant shot from him, and he is off the mark now. No duck for him now. And Scott Boland fields it. Gets the massive round of applause from the crowd as well, because he is pretty much a cult hero at this stage. And also unforgivable no ball as well, says Dan DeCastro. And also we have that Starc and a bad bowl. But then again, positive bowling as well, says Naveen there. And it is giving Australia, I guess, that little bit of hope that there is the wicket there if they want it. And it is just going to be that situation where they're going to make sure they keep that foot behind the line. I think the pace was actually up for Starc there. So I think he was steaming in a little bit quicker and one out already. Wasn't he? As Jack Clayton as well by Zahir Khan. As I says Ryan there. But now Mitchell Starc once again charging in. 3 minutes left now of the day. Nicely played by Crawley. And he does get himself the 2 runs originally. So he is now sitting there. Luck is favouring Crawley as well. Says Mark D. He does need a little bit of luck, Crawley, though. And he is a young player. And hopefully that little bit of luck does carry him onwards towards doing a decent amount here for England in the opening partnership. 13 for none at the moment here for the English. 3.5 overs down. Hamid sitting on 2 off 10. Crawley sitting on 2 off 14. There is 1 more over left in the day. And also Zaman came. It's on there. And yeah, at the moment he is going to be facing his first delivery, I do see as well. Well bowled by Starc. No run for Crawley, and that will be the end of the over now. And that is going to be 13 for none off 4 overs. And I just think, we just type the new type of duck, the ghost duck as well, when it's not officially, but all people know it in their hearts, as I see Sebastian there. But Crawley there, he saw the no ball replay and just started walking back out there as well. And Starc, he saw it as well. He wasn't too happy with that. It might be an extra ball we'll get. Luck for Starc as well. And also we've got the Ozbat too long. Starc must be tired batting almost 2 hours as well. Says Dan DeCastro. He did end up, got himself up to 35, I believe, if I'm not wrong. And then 1 over in this day 2 in the 4th test match as well. Yeah, so just the 1 over left. It is going to be Pat Cummins. Last over of the day. They still want that wicket when Stump Kiwi as well. It is literally in about 3 minutes time. After Pat Cummins, they've got a whole heap of men in the slip cordon. They've got a leg slip as well. Everyone is around the bat at the moment, putting pressure on them. They've got a bat pad. They've got a gully 3 slips, like I mentioned, and then also a mid-wicket. Pat Cummins now charging in for Mead on strike. He does leave it alone, and that is going to be 5 balls left now. And why the no ball as well And there says Dan Castro. Yeah, I think he was feeling good, Stark, as well. He was only bowling at about 140. I believe that ball he did get above 140, but it was just maybe he strided too hard and he was trying to get up in the pace. Maybe he saw on the sight screen that they were saying about, or on the big screen that they were saying that his biggest pace today was only 140. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to steam in here and see if I can do it. Went in a form crawly hits like Peterson of England as well, says Mukti there. And I was like, waiting for your stream as well, says Ryan, although we won't be transferring over to the next one. It will be instead that we will be having a break and then going back for the Scorchers versus Thunder game as well. I'm sure Cummins will pick a wicket in this over as well, says Rahika. And also we have got there last over has been day 2 in Captain Cummins as well, says Naveen. And also, I've got there, when was the last no ball wicket for the Aussies? This is a reoccurrence for them as well, says Sebastian. Yeah. I'm trying to think of who it was. Was it Michael Nessajai Richardson? Who was it? I think there was someone. Hazelwood? There was one at about the second test match, I think. I can't think of who it was. Was that in my game? That might have been in my game. The moment Pat Cummins, 3 dot balls in a row, and nobody hits like KB. He was awesome as well, says Dan Castro. Hamid. Do you give him a pitched up delivery? You got to put these last 3 on the stumps, I would think. Just get it pitched up there a little bit more. Hamid at the moment, he's concentrated. He's trying to make sure that he does not mess this up. For England, they could have had a wicket down. It could have been Mark Wood at the crease at the moment. The skill there from Pat Cummins with the ball in hand. 3 balls left. A bit straighter, well played by Hamid. And now only 2 balls left. This is nerve-wracking at the moment for anyone watching this one. Anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Cook was better than KP in my opinion, though. I love KP as well. And there, as I said, Sebastian Cummins was a great playing in captaincy about Aussies as well, says Naveen there. He was a good choice. Steve Smithy is the vice-captain at the moment. I wonder how much of an opinion he gave in terms of when to take the declaration as well. But once Khawaja was gone, it seemed like they were just going out there, having a bit of a hit and seeing what they could do. Second last ball, it's off the edge, but it is going to be going along the ground. Straight to Cam Green, 1 ball to go of this first session that England are going to be batting. Also pray for Hamid to survive as well, says Rahik. And also we have there, wonder if in history anyone has ever out for a duck, saved by a no ball on to bat 100 as well, says Dan De Castro. Oh, I know that there's been many times players have been dropped to go on to get themselves 100. I'm not sure whether or not it was on the duck, though. Ryan Crawley. Sorry, Zach Crawley, just having a bit of a chat with Nathan Lyon by the looks of that. Final one now. It is going to be Pat Cummins bowling it to Hamid. Last ball of the day, gets in behind it, and that is going to be the end of the day here for England. It's going to be 5 overs down, 0 for 13, and that is going to be the end of the day. That is stumps, ladies and gentlemen, of day 2, which does now mean that we have got plenty more action that will be coming to us tomorrow. We are going to be back live on the channel. Novak deported from Oz for Novak as well. And it says, I did see that he is going to be missing out on the Australian Open. I'm not too sure what's going on there overall. And also Zaman is out now in the game. He ended up losing his wicket. 3 runs off 8 deliveries there for them as well. So not the best innings from them out. Okay, so by tomorrow, have a meet in Good Bay as well. And there says Naveen. So we will see you later on, mate. Zach Crawley, he could have lost his wicket. And he is still out there. That is the main thing. I'll take it, though. It was too close for Zach as well. It was indeed a very close one between the two sides. Nonetheless, I guess we are almost at the end of the slide stream. I do appreciate every single one of you for tuning into this one. We saw 92 overs of play. Not too sure whether or not they will be starting early tomorrow. I will be listening closely to see whether or not they do start early. I'll probably set my alarm for slightly earlier as well. And good night. See you tomorrow. As I said, although we do still have the live stream tonight for the BBL. It is taking place in about, it will be 2.5 hours time, or in fact, it's probably only 2 hours time. We will be back for the BBL where we will be talking about this game, talking about the Melbourne Renegades game as well that is going on up against the Brisbane Heat and the Perth Scorchers versus the Sydney Thunder. That is the main event that we are going to be covering as well. Thank you all very much for tuning in. I will see you all for the next one.